Because of this, the siblings and younger family members often had their hands tapped with chopsticks by Meng Shi, and even their father was scolded by Meng Shi many times. So, when Hien ate outside as a guest, he usually held back a bit, preferring not to eat until full but to go home and make up for it later. He definitely wouldn't overeat. Today was an exception. Zhang Chuntao noticed that Hien looked a little uncomfortable and hurriedly said, "Big brother you've worked hard today. If it weren't for your help, I'd have suffered quite a bit. Normally, I should prepare a few big dishes to thank you, but our conditions are simple, so I can only make do. This mountain chicken was left over from yesterday. My cooking skills are average, but I'm grateful that big brother, he doesn't mind. Otherwise, I'd feel quite guilty." Upon hearing this, Hien felt relieved. He covered his mouth and coughed softly, sincerely praising Zhang Chuntao's skills. He even started to plan secretly, perhaps in the future, he should hunt nearby more often. When the time comes, he could shamelessly bring his game to share with Zhang Chuntao, and she might feel embarrassed to refuse. But those are future plans. For now, after eating and drinking well, they focused on the main matter. He first talked about the situation of the second-rate troublemakers in town, especially about Guzi's sister, who was the concubine of the village head, and emphasized this point. Zhang Chuntao immediately understood. No wonder Hien had stopped her from ruining those troublemakers' lives that day, probably because of that village head's involvement. She worried that as an orphan girl with no support, offending the village head might lead to a very bad future. However, Zhang Chuntao knew that the others could be dealt with more easily, just be a little cautious when traveling. At worst, she could find out which village they lived in, wait for the right moment, and secretly teach them a lesson. If one fight doesn't work and they aren't afraid, then fight several times. Make those troublemakers afraid and obedient, and they won't dare to cause trouble anymore. As for Guzi, having such backing, he needed to think carefully about his actions. She thought for a moment and asked about Guzi and his sister, as well as about the village head's family, gaining some understanding. She knew that the worst thing was the village head. If he set a trap or said something careless, it could bring her endless trouble. Originally, she planned to wait for news from He Wenchang and pick some mountain products to sell and save money. But now, that plan had to be put on hold. After all, she was hiding deep in the mountains. As long as she stayed out of sight, those people wouldn't come looking for her. Even if they did, if she was careful, she wouldn't run into them, who would keep coming into the mountains every day. Hien's goal was clear. If he was truly involved because of this, she would feel guilty. Zhang Chuntao believed she was a person who clearly distinguished right from wrong. She would take revenge quickly and repay kindness without delay. She made up her mind inwardly, but kept a calm face. She also asked a few more questions about other troublemakers' families, secretly noting everything in her mental notebook. Hien knew that Zhang Chuntao asking about these details probably had other plans. Even though he knew she was not an ordinary girl and had strange skills, if she really fought the village head, it would be like eggs hitting a stone. People who can become village leaders are usually local influential figures who have lived here for generations. Their connections are deep and complex. Otherwise, how could they stay in this position for over 10 years without being challenged? I couldn't help but advise gently, Miss Zhang. The village leader isn't like those troublemakers. He is responsible for catching fugitives and investigating serious crimes in town. Although he's a minor official, he's officially recognized by the government. Ordinary people only respect the village leader out of fear. If someone isn't trustworthy and the leader finds an excuse, they could be accused of colluding with bandits, which could ruin their family. My words were sincere and heartfelt. Zhang Chuntao knew Hien's good intentions, but the more she understood, the more determined she was that this village leader must be removed. Otherwise, how could troublemakers like Guzi bully others for years without anyone stopping them? It was all because his sister was involved with the village leader. That showed the village leader wasn't a good person. But her thoughts were too shocking to say aloud. If she spoke them, she worried Hien might be frightened. So she gave a vague explanation, saying she just wanted to gather information. After so many years, Surely the village leader had enemies or rivals. Could he really just watch as Guzi was protected? And what about his wife? Could she really stand by and see her husband keep a mistress outside? He listened to Zhang Chuntao and couldn't help but flicker with surprise. Suddenly, a bold idea came to him, and he couldn't sit still. He suddenly stood up, ready to leave and go home. He picked up his basket, but noticed two small packages at the bottom that hadn't moved. Earlier, when Zhang Chuntao took things out, she looked over them and thought Hien had bought everything needed. The two packages at the bottom were probably bought by Hien for himself, so he hadn't touched them. He took out one, opened it, and handed it to Zhang Chuntao, pointing out which herbs were for deworming. Some could be burned before bed, others sprinkled at the cave entrance, and left her some healing ointment for emergencies. Then he reached into his waist and took out about 10 copper coins, placing them aside. Only then did he carry his basket and say, "I'm going home now. I won't come back for a few days. I'll bring your bedding and quilts later. Be careful yourself." He spoke and hurriedly left the cave, walking quickly away. Zhang Chuntao nodded and, after seeing Hien leave, looked back at the things in the cave. She held a package in her hand, and there were 2 sets of new clothes and a pair of cloth shoes on the haystack. These were all her achievements since crossing over to this world. Although her belongings were few and her possessions small, she believed that with her effort and ability, she could create a life where she lived in a big yard and had no worries. Tomorrow, she planned to work hard and remove the second obstacle in her path to success. Before it got dark, Zhang Chuntao sprinkled insect repellent medicine inside the cave, then packed up her newly bought belongings. First, she needed to clean the iron pot to prevent rust and make it easy to use. Luckily, she had kept a small piece of oil from the mountain chicken's belly earlier. She washed the pot thoroughly, heated it evenly, and carefully wiped it with chicken fat until it melted completely and even emitted a burnt smell. Then, she poured out the black chicken fat, rinsed the pot with hot water, and applied a thin layer of oil. She set it aside to rest overnight. By morning, after cleaning, it would be ready to use. Usually, using pork fat to season the pot is better, but since she had no pork, chicken fat would do. After organizing everything, she realized she was still missing some items, like a chopping board, a basket for holding chopsticks and dishes, and some small miscellaneous items. However, she didn't need to buy these with silver. She could gather materials from the mountains and make them herself. Earlier, she had spent the night on a haystack. Today, seeing that there was enough time, she decided to gather the hay and weave it into a straw mat. When her bedding arrived, the straw mat would be useful. After finishing these tasks, the cave grew dim. There were only a few wild vegetable pancakes left from noon. She was too lazy to cook more, so she boiled some water, waited until it cooled slightly, and ate the pancakes with the hot water. After washing up, she went to sleep. At night, the temperature in the mountains dropped quickly. The wind blew into the cave from the entrance, making her feel chilly. The haystack in the corner, sheltered from the wind, also felt a bit cool. Zhang Chuntao squeezed into the haystack and fell into a light sleep. Jiayuan. This is the closest village to Shiqiao town, about 4 or 5 miles away. In the past, most of the villagers were from the Wu family. Later, because someone in Wu's family lineage became wealthy, the family prospered. Some members moved to the town, while others became more successful and moved to the county or city. These people did not forget their roots. They helped many relatives from their original family to find opportunities outside. Whether they did well or not, most of them established homes in the town or elsewhere. Therefore, Wu's Bay is still called that, but many outsiders have moved into the village over time, and there are fewer Wu family members left. However, since the ancestors lived here, Wu's Bay remains the largest clan area. The Wu family members still living in the village, though not as wealthy as those in the town or city, are closer to the town. Plus, Wu Fugua, the current village chief, was born in Wu's Bay. Compared to other villages, life is still better here. Ma Danny's husband, Wu San, was also from Wu's Bay. According to their family tree, he was a nephew of Wu Fugua. Wu Fugua, although now living with his wife and children in the town, still owns an old house in Wu's Bay. When he became village chief, he arranged for his relatives to serve as local officials in various places. He often helped the Wu family members in Wu's Bay get some benefits. The people of Wu's Bay were grateful to Wu Fugua. They flattered him, hoping he would support their children in the future. Otherwise, how could Wu Fugua tolerate the affair between Ma Danny and Wu San? In other villages or clans, such a relationship would not be accepted. In Wu's Bay, most people turned a blind eye. Even after Wu San died, normally, a widow like Ma Danny, who had no son with Wu San, would be sent back to her family or forced to remarry within the Wu family. Otherwise, with Wu San gone and his parents deceased, where could they find a new wife from outside the family? But Wu San had been dead for 3 years, and Ma Danny still lived comfortably in Wu San's house. No one dared to say anything, probably out of respect for Wu Fugua. Many Wu family women, although secretly looking down on Ma Danny, still fawned over her to help their own children become officials. They gave her gifts, hoping she would influence Wu Fugua. Meanwhile, Wu Fugua's original wife and children were kept in the background. Since Wu Fugua's wife and children only returned to Wu's Bay once a year, everyone just maintained appearances and moved on. In Ujiawan, it seemed that Ma Danny was more like Wu Fugua's wife than anyone else. Ma Guzi's family had long been gone, so his married sister was naturally taken in by Ma Danny from the pharmacy and raised at home. The women of the Wu family, who often admired Ma Danny, would also bring things like eggs to visit her when she was ill. Seeing how Guzi looked and hearing he was beaten by someone, they were all very angry, even more so than if their own sons or husbands had been attacked. They kept urging Ma Danny to go find Wu Fugua, her brother-in-law, to take revenge. Ma Danny liked hearing this and became more determined. After some thought, she decided to entrust Guzi to these women. She dressed up and went to the town to find Wu Fugua. Recently, Wu Fugua was very busy because it was harvest season. Traders from all over came to Shichiao town to sell their harvest goods. Shichiao town is over 100 miles from Jing County, separated by mountain roads that are rough and difficult to travel. In recent years, there had been frequent robberies on these mountain paths. The dense forests and high mountains meant the bandits didn't target big merchants or disturb ordinary people. They only robbed small traders, taking their money and leaving without harming anyone. After the robbery, they would disappear into the forest, making it hard to find them. It used to be okay because these small traders didn't have much money or powerful backing. Even if they reported to officials, they would just wait in vain. Eventually, they would give up, thinking it was bad luck. But this year was different. Jing County had a new magistrate, a very influential man, sent to serve temporarily to gain experience before returning to the capital in a few years. This had little to do with the local constables. However, the new magistrate might be trying to make a strong impression, perhaps to show authority. He examined old case records and found that in the past 3 or 4 years, there had been over 30 robberies of traders. The number was increasing each year. The magistrate was alarmed. This was serious. The current court highly prioritized cracking down on bandits. If they didn't act now, the area might become a haven for bandits, which would be a stain on his record. He immediately ordered local constables to thoroughly investigate the male population in their areas. Wu Fugua has been a village guard for many years, so he must have some real skills. Plus, he is quite good at flattery and has a couple of spies in the county office. He often shows respect and kindness, and when it matters most, those spies secretly leak information. They have warned the county magistrate that the mountain bandits are likely local thugs and ruffians who live scattered in the countryside. Someone in town is acting as a spy, gathering information and planning ambushes in the mountains to rob travelers. They have been doing this for years without making mistakes. If they weren't very familiar with the local forests, they wouldn't be able to come and go freely without leaving traces. Wu Fugua was told to be extra careful, to check the local men for suspicious behavior and report anything unusual immediately. When Wu Fugua heard this, he kept a calm face and thanked the other person politely. But when he got home, he broke out in cold sweat and his clothes were soaked with sweat. The mountain bandit raids on small traders have been happening for years. Does he really know nothing about it? No clues at all. Of course not. In the beginning, he suspected the bandits were inexperienced because they made many mistakes. He was suspicious from the start. But those small traders had no backing, and the county office didn't push for an investigation. The case dragged on and eventually was forgotten. He didn't dare look into it deeply, worried that if it turned out the bandits were locals, it would be his fault for neglecting his duties. If that happened, he might lose his position as village guard. For the county officials, he was just a small town guard, a minor official not very important. But for him, this was his livelihood. Over the years, he had become a notable figure in Shiqiao town. Most people respected and bowed to him. Because of his influence, even the clan leader treated him as an equal. Every year, the local militia and merchants sent him gifts. With this support, he bought a 3-story house, arranged good marriages for his sons, and his daughters married into decent families. Despite being a grandfather, some young women still wanted to marry him. When he walks down the street, everyone calls him Old Master. All of this is because he is the village guard. If he lost this position, he wouldn't dare to think about it. Over the years, he has sat in this role and has offended many people. If they found out about the opportunity. So Wu Fuguei has been thinking about how to handle the mountain bandits lately. Over the years, he has suspected some people, like Ma Danny's younger brother, who works as at the gambling house. Most people tolerate him because of his connection to Wu Fuguei. A few years ago, he was just trying to get by, but in recent years, he's become more prosperous and often shows respect to Ma Danny and Wu Fuguei. He doesn't want to dig too deep, especially since that second kid is quite sensible. He gives some respect every year, so Wu Fuguei pretends not to notice. Now, with the current situation, he needs to think carefully about how to deal with this second kid. If the higher-ups find out that this kid is his mistress's brother, they might suspect that Wu Fuguei is involved with them. If someone uses this as an excuse to say Wu Fuguei is also involved, that would be bad. So, Wu Fuguei hasn't gone to see Ma Danny recently, because he's worried. As for Ma Danny, he still likes her. She's young and beautiful, and she treats him well. She's much better than his own wife, who looks old and tired. If he were to let her go, he would still feel some attachment. But compared to his own safety and life, even if she were an angel, she wouldn't be worth much. He just plans to keep Ma Danny at a distance for a while and figure out how to separate her from her brother and sister. When he heard that the second kid was injured and taken to the pharmacy, he wanted to send someone to check on him and give Ma Danny some help, as he would have in the past. But at this moment, he was actually quite happy about it. He even wished the attacker had been more brutal. Why not just kill the second kid? He wouldn't stand up for the second kid now. He just pretended not to know about it. When Ma Danny sent someone to deliver a message, he dismissed them. Later, he heard that Ma Danny took the second kid home to recover, and he relaxed. But after a couple of days, why did she come looking for him again? He had intended to stop her, but his men knew that Ma Danny was the favorite of the village head. She was often called little sister-in-law and spoken of more highly than the village head's wife, even more than the official wife at home. There, no one dared to delay. Someone ran inside first to inform Wu Fuguei, while others helped Ma Danny to come in. When Wu Fuguei heard the news and was about to send her away, Ma Danny had already entered the room. Seeing her eyes turn red, she sniffled and threw herself into his arms. The other guards were used to this and exchanged sneaky smiles before stepping outside. Wu Fuguei had once cared for Ma Danny, so when he saw her crying so sadly, he slightly softened his attitude and comforted her for a while. Ma Danny was a clever woman. She sensed Wu Fuguei was getting impatient, so she quickly stopped crying and, holding his neck, started to act cute. "Boss, you haven't come home to see me in a long time. Don't you miss me?" "I miss you so much." She then rubbed her hand along Wu Fuguei's neck and throat, pressing her chest against his chest, making him feel a bit moved. It had been many days since they last were together. Wu Fuguei, tired of seeing his wife's dull face at home, felt little interest. After holding it in for so long, when Ma Danny flirted with him, He couldn't hold back anymore. He embraced her and kissed her roughly. They didn't care it was broad daylight. They made a mess inside the room. After taking care of Wu Fuguei, Ma Danny saw he was in a good mood and then brought up the matter of Erguzi, repeatedly asking Wu Fuguei to help her brother and sister. She said that someone dared to hurt Erguzi, which was a disgrace to Wu Fuguei's face. Everyone knew he was Wu Fuguei's brother-in-law. Usually, if she said this, Wu Fuguei would be the first to punish the person who hurt Erguzi and didn't give him respect. But now, Ma Danny's words hit Wu Fuguei's deepest fears and worries. His heart, confused by temptation, suddenly woke up. He no longer cared about being gentle or tender. Ignoring his feelings, he pushed Ma Danny off the bed with a harsh kick. His face dark with anger, he shouted, "Shut up. What is Erguzi? He's not even worth being my brother-in-law. I only slept with you a few times before and you think you're my wife? Bah, look at yourself. What kind of person are you?" While scolding, he got up, dressed quickly, and headed out.
Madani was stunned.
Just a moment ago, she was hugging the man who wouldn't let go of her, and now he suddenly changed his attitude. Over the years, Wu Fuguei had always treated her with great care, calling her little sweetheart and baby, giving her whatever she wanted. But now he was hitting and scolding her, calling her useless. She refused to accept this. She screamed loudly, rushed at Wu Fuguei, and started hitting him. She also scolded him fiercely, saying, "Wu Fuguei, you old. When you first took my body, what did you say? You kept calling me your wife and your sweetheart. That yellow-faced woman at home? She's nothing. You'll leave her someday to make room for me. When you were eager for my body, you were so obedient, eager to lick my feet and wash my back. Now you don't care anymore. You say I'm useless and want to kick me out? Let me tell you.
Dream on.
My life will be ruined because of you, this old lecher. I've lost my reputation, and I won't marry a good man in the future. I have no children or family to rely on. You want to leave me?
Dream on.
Even if I die, I'll hold on to you. Do you believe that?" Ma Danny was so angry that she spoke without thinking. Wu Fuguei had already grabbed the doorframe, but hearing her words, he remembered that he had been with her for so many years, treating her as his woman, and hadn't hidden much from her. He also thought he was considering her well. After Wu San died, he let Ma Danny use his name to receive many gifts, intending to leave her some savings as a backup. Now, thinking back, these were all leverage. If Ma Danny got angry and shouted out, everyone would know what had happened. Thinking this, Wu Fuguei's expression changed several times. He forced a small smile, turned around, and helped Ma Danny up from the ground, placing her on the bed. Like in the old days, he tried to comfort her, saying, "Look at your temper. I was just worried about work matters from above. I was anxious and angry. You're upset over such small family issues and lost control? I only said a few harsh words, and you got so worked up. How I've treated you over these years, don't you really know? Why bother saying these angry words? It's all my fault. I usually spoil you too much, and now you've developed this temper. Although I try to comfort you with words, my face looks very serious." Ma Danny wipes her tears. Seeing Wu Fuguei soften his attitude, she takes the opportunity to lean into his arms and act cute. "You stubborn fool. If you're upset, just tell me. Now that we're married, I care about you. If you're having a hard time, I understand." She is pretending to be sweet and innocent with her words, but her eyes are full of resentment and scheming. Although they are hugging each other closely, their minds are thinking very differently. They truly have different dreams while sharing the same bed. After a while of being affectionate, Wu Fuguei gets up and tells Ma Danny to go back first, saying he will visit her after he finishes his work in the next few days. Ma Danny also acts very obedient, nodding happily and even asking about his well-being. She says she will prepare food and drinks at home for his return. She then gets dressed, combs her hair, and leaves, looking back several times with a worried expression. Once Ma Danny's figure disappears, Wu Fuguei kicks over the table inside the house. The teapot falls to the ground and breaks into pieces, spilling tea everywhere. For a long while, Wu Fugue remains calm and calls in a trusted aide, giving some instructions. Although the aide looks surprised, he nods obediently and leaves. As for Ma Danny, after leaving the yard, she walks several steps before turning back to look. A look of hatred flashes in her eyes, and then she turns around and leaves. Meanwhile, while Ma Danny and Wu Fugue are together at Wu's home in Ma Zhouan, Zhang Chuntao wakes up early and gives herself a quick makeover. Living in modern society, she is not very skilled in traditional magic or photo editing, but she manages with what she knows. Although she has no makeup or tools, she uses herbs from the mountains to help. She applies herbal juice to her face, making her skin look dull and yellow, aging her by about 7 or 8 years. She also draws a large wart on her cheek and styles her hair in a very old-fashioned way, leaving 2 strands to cover her eyes. Her eyebrows are drawn very thick, and she even paints a blue birthmark on her hand. After finishing her disguise, she looks at herself in a stream and finds no flaws. Only then does Zhang Chuntao leave the mountain. She knew a small path that could go around Bajiao village and lead outside to the only mountain road to the town. If she followed that road straight, she would reach the town. Jieyuan was also along this mountain road. At this time, there were few people on the mountain road. Yesterday was market day, and those going to the town for the market had already gone. Unless it was an urgent matter, local villagers didn't usually go to market every day, as it would waste too much time in the fields. So, Zhang Chuntao walked for a while without seeing anyone, which made her feel peaceful. While walking, she kept reviewing her plan in her mind to make sure there were no mistakes. She was almost at Jieyuan. After tidying herself up a little, Zhang Chuntao turned along the mountain road and entered Jieyuan. At this time, between villages, besides merchants or relatives visiting, there were rarely strangers. As soon as Zhang Chuntao entered the village, she was stared at by a few women. They looked her up and down. Although she had her hair like a young girl's, she looked quite old. Her face was pale and dark, with a large wart on her face that looked scary. Her hands also had a birthmark, almost half a palm in size. Seeing her like this, no wonder she hadn't married yet at such an old age. The women wondered why this unfamiliar girl had come to Jieyuan. Usually, there was nothing to do at this time, and when a stranger arrived in the village, the women naturally gathered around to ask questions. Zhang Chuntao looked timid and shy. After being questioned for a while, she finally stammered and said she was here to find Wu Baoshang's family. Coincidentally, these women happened to be the wives who were close to Ma Danny from Wu's family. When they heard she was looking for Wu Fugue, their eyes shone like searchlights. They examined Zhang Chuntao carefully for a long time before asking why she wanted to see Wu Baoshang. Zhang Chuntao hesitated and refused to say anything. The women grew impatient. One of them threatened, "If you don't tell us, how will we know what you want? What if you have bad intentions? Just tell us honestly. If you're here for a proper reason, we won't stop you." Zhang Chuntao pretended to be naive and innocent, as if she was easily persuaded by the woman's words. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke hesitantly. I don't know if asking Wu Baoshang will help, but everyone in our village says only Wu Baoshang can decide about this matter. I just came here after hearing that Wu Baoshang is from Jieyuan, so..." An impatient woman asked, "What happened to your family? Why do you think only Wu Baoshang can decide?" Zhang Chuntao sighed and said, "Honestly, I feel ashamed to say this. My family is from Jinqian village. My parents passed away early, and only the 4 of us siblings rely on each other. We've been saving money carefully, hoping to find a wife for my eldest brother, so our family can have a future." She paused before continuing. "Unexpectedly, my sister-in-law's family turned out to be scammers. They took our bride price, and just as the wedding was about to happen, the bride ran away. Well, if she ran away, it's just bad luck for us, but they kept the money and didn't return a single coin. They even said their daughter was scared to marry us and ran away. Now they want to take our daughter instead. Their family is big, and they come to cause trouble all the time. My brother has been beaten so badly, he can't get out of bed." She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and her eyes turned red. Our family originally moved here from another place. We don't have many relatives in the village. Compared to their large family, we had no choice but to suffer. It was the village elders who felt sorry for us and told us to come and ask Wu Baoshang for help. A few women nearby suddenly understood. They realized she was here to ask Wu Fugui to settle this matter. This was a small issue. Disputes in the village, unless they involve serious crimes like murder or arson, are usually handled by the village elders. It made sense for Zhang Chuntao to come to Wu Fugui. However, these women looked at her and thought she was plain and poorly dressed, clearly from a poor family. Knowing Wu Fugui's personality, they believed that even if she knelt before him and begged for days, it wouldn't help. Still, since they had nothing to do, they noticed this girl was naive and easily convinced by a single word, so she traveled dozens of miles on mountain roads just to ask for help. But if she was asking for help, shouldn't she at least look like she was asking? She couldn't just come empty-handed and beg with empty words. They were also relatives of Wu Fugui. If they wanted him to help, they should bring some respect and gifts. Originally, they planned to visit Ma Danny's house to see Guzi. When they saw there was no lively activity, they lost interest and dispersed quickly. Only one woman, seeing how truly pitiful Zhang Chuntao was, felt sympathy for her as the eldest sister who had to come out and ask for help for her family. She thought there really was no other way. Not wanting the awkward girl to be confused, she simply advised her that even if she was visiting to ask for help, she should bring some gifts. Unexpectedly, the girl, who seemed poor and plain, was very polite and resourceful. She fumbled at her waist for a long time and managed to produce a few large coins, which she quietly handed to the woman, saying, "I understand. Thank you for your advice, Auntie. When I came here, I was also taught by elders. Now I just hope you can be kind and tell me if Wu Baoshang is at home." The woman clenched a few copper coins in her hand and smiled more warmly. She took Zhang Chuntao aside and explained the current situation. She told her that Wu Baoshang was now in the town, and his whole family lived there. The woman living here was his outside lover. Although she was not officially married, she was very favored and even more respected than Wu Baoshang's wife. Some matters were difficult to handle in Wu Fugui's presence, but if they begged the outside woman a little more and she agreed, things would probably turn out well. Having received benefits, yet fearing that Zhang Chuntao might be sensitive about it, she quietly shared all of Ma Danny's preferences and the current family situation with her. She also specifically advised Zhang Chuntao that if their family was not wealthy, they could take advantage of Ma Danny's brother Guzi's injury to help take care of him for a while. Once Guzi was well, Ma Danny might see their kindness and help Wu Fugui. Zhang Chuntao remembered everything the woman said and then begged her to take her to Ma Danny's courtyard. The woman replied, "Today, you came at a bad time. She has gone to town to look for Wu Baoshang. According to usual practice, she won't be back before dark, and if she's late, it might take a day or two. Maybe you should go back first, discuss with your family, and come back tomorrow to ask again?" Zhang Chuntao was worried about having no excuse to leave. Hearing this, she smiled gratefully at the woman and quickly nodded. "Thank you, Auntie. I will go back now, tell my family, and once everything is arranged, I'll come back. Thank you so much. If my family's problems could really be solved, I would never forget Auntie's great kindness." She spoke this while wiping her tears and walking away without touching the ground. The woman watching Zhang Chuntao's back felt a bit emotional, but then turned back home without saying more. Zhang Chuntao left Wu's house and was only a few miles from Shiqiao town. Naturally, she planned to go to the town to check things out. Not long after leaving the village, she met a charming woman, probably in her 20s, wearing a bright red dress that young wives rarely wore. The belt around her waist was tied tightly, making her waist look very slim. Her chest was full, almost bursting out of her clothes, and she seemed eager to open her collar. She had a few gold and silver hairpins in her hair, her eyebrows and eyes looked flirtatious, and her posture was very seductive. As she walked, her waist twisted like a water snake, full of mature woman charm. But her face still carried a look of bitterness, showing some harshness. At this moment, walking on the road dressed like that and at her age, Zhang Chuntao had a strong feeling that this woman was probably Ma Danny, the mistress of Wu Fugue, known for her reputation but rarely seen in person. Ma Danny hurried along, and even if she saw Zhang Chuntao, she only glanced at her. She was probably startled by Zhang Chuntao's appearance and couldn't help but curse. Whose girl is she? So ugly. If she's not obedient at home, why did she come out to scare people? She scared me to death.
Can you pay for that?
If I were you with a face like that, I'd have tied myself with a rope and hanged myself long ago. Get away from me now. Next time I see you, I'll have my man send you to jail. She patted her chest in disgust and spat at Zhang Chuntao before turning to leave. Zhang Chuntao had planned to go straight to the town, but hearing Ma Danny's words made her laugh bitterly. Sure enough, with a younger brother like Guzi, Ma Danny wasn't a good person either. What does her appearance or ugliness have to do with others? If she just disliked her, she could have muttered to herself. But she actually cursed a stranger she had never met face to face. In this era, women being thrown into jail was a terrible insult. Which decent girl would end up in jail? And if a woman was imprisoned, she was often at the mercy of others. Many female prisoners became the playthings of the prison head, subjected to abuse and even death. If she were a girl from a simple family and heard such vicious insults, someone with a weak mind might have been so humiliated that they would hang themselves in despair. Anyway, she has already received the message she wanted and will not appear in this form again. She decided to teach Ma Danny a lesson, so she would understand that speaking so rudely would lead to a beating. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed Ma Danny's hair, pulling her back.
What?
You finish insulting someone and want to run away? Ma Danny felt a sharp pain on her scalp and screamed, "Ugly girl, let go. Let go." My hair. Zhang Chuntao pulled Ma Danny toward herself. Before she could steady herself, she slapped her twice. Your mouth is so rude. Has no one ever taught you manners? Who cares if I'm ugly or not? Before she got married, Ma Danny's life was like being soaked in bitter water. But after she started dating Wu Fugue, she enjoyed a few good years and became quite proud, forgetting who she really was. Over the years, she had been flattered so much that she had never suffered such a big loss. She started screaming again and tried to scratch Zhang Chuntao's face with her sharp nails, showing her anger. But could Zhang Chuntao let her succeed? She easily turned Ma Danny's hands behind her back, gripping tightly. Ma Danny burst into tears and screams. Since they were still close to Wu's house, Zhang Chuntao was afraid Ma Danny might attract someone. She quickly grabbed some grass nearby, kneaded it into a ball, and stuffed it into Ma Danny's mouth. Then everything was quiet. Thinking of a small stream nearby, she dragged Ma Danny toward the water. Ma Danny saw Zhang Chuntao pulling her toward a quiet place and became scared. She struggled and made muffled sounds. Tears and snot ran down her face, and she no longer looked pretty. With her limited strength, she couldn't fight back, and Zhang Chuntao just threatened her, "If you move again, I'll scratch your face with a stone." Ma Danny felt her life was at risk. Her good days depended on her face. If her face was hurt, Wu Fugue, that scoundrel, might already be interested in someone else, not to mention what might happen in the future. She didn't dare to struggle anymore and looked at Zhang Chuntao with pleading eyes. If the person holding her was an ordinary man, he might have softened seeing her look. But facing Zhang Chuntao, her flirtatious eyes were like a blind person trying to see, completely useless. Zhang Chuntao quickly dragged Ma Danny to the edge of a shallow ditch. The water was clear, and it was hot outside. Usually, people let their cattle graze here, and at noon, the cows would roll in the shallow water of the ditch. Although there were no cows now, the water was still muddy, and the nearby plants and grass were covered in dirt. Zhang Chuntao pushed Ma Danny into the ditch, pressing her head into the water. She sneered, "Your mouth is so foul. You need to wash it clean." Caught off guard, Ma Danny, with her mouth full of weeds and unable to close it, swallowed several mouthfuls of muddy water. The foul, muddy water rushed in, making her stomach churn. Zhang Chuntao grabbed her and pulled her up, causing her to everything out violently. Disgusted, Zhang Chuntao let go and jumped aside, worried that Ma Danny might on her. Ma Danny, already weak, collapsed onto her own. Her face turned pale, and she crawled away, crying and vomiting uncontrollably, wishing she could out all her pain. Seeing Ma Danny in such a mess, her once pretty dress was now covered in mud and dirt, and her hair and body were stained with mud and filth. It was hard to believe that just a short while ago, she was a lovely young wife. Now, she looked worse than a street beggar. Zhang Chuntao sneered. Look at yourself in the mirror. You look like you need a rope to hang yourself. If I hear you talk so badly again, I won't just wash your mouth with this ditch water. I'll throw you into the big river outside and leave you there for 3 days and nights. Do you believe me? Ma Danny shivered at her words. She realized that this ugly girl was not only unattractive but also cruel and heartless. Her usual tricks and schemes in front of men didn't work on her anymore. Thinking about being thrown into the river for 3 days and nights, she was terrified. Forget her face, she might not even survive. She immediately stopped acting stubborn and nodded obediently. Mississippi Miss, I won't dare again.
Please spare me this time.
Zhang Chuntao snorted coldly, clapped her hands, and walked away. Ma Danny listened carefully, waiting until she heard Zhang Chuntao's footsteps fade away before she dared to get up. She looked around nervously, but saw no one. Only then did she run back toward Wu Jiawan. It was too frightening. She had to get home quickly. Upon entering the village, many women from Wu Jiawan saw a muddy person running toward them. As he ran, mud kept falling from him, and everyone immediately stared. They looked carefully for a while before uncertainly saying, "Is that Wu San's daughter-in-law? Did she fall into the mud pit? Why is she covered in mud?" Ma Danny felt both shy and embarrassed after hearing this. She covered her face and hurried back home. Suddenly, she encountered a group of local children. Seeing the muddy person running, everyone was curious. They followed and shouted as they ran. Soon, everyone in Jiawan knew what had happened. The women who usually looked down on Ma Danny also came out to watch. They said, "Oh dear, Wu San's wife, what happened to you? Hurry home and change your clothes. You look so pitiful." They all secretly felt happy, thinking, even a sly fox like her has today come to shame. In the past, this sly fox relied on Wu Fugue's power, acting mischievously and not behaving properly. She flirted with Wu Fugue and was not honest. When Wu Fugue was away, she dressed up like a courtesan, twisting her waist and walking around the village with her big hips, making the men in the village stare so much their eyes almost popped out. This caused those men to go home and complain about their wives, saying they couldn't even compare to Ma Danny's cunning. Now that this sly fox had fallen into the mud, turning from a clever fox into a muddy rat, it was just right for her husband to see her embarrassing state. Thinking this way, soon the village men were brought out by their wives or children to admire Ma Danny, who was covered in mud. Ma Danny used to think her home was a good place, located inside the village where few people passed by. When Wu Fugue came, she would hide a little so no one would see her. Now she realized how long the walk home really was. The teasing voices of the women, the children's cheers, and the surprised shouts of the men who used to drool over her silhouette all sounded in her ears. Their words felt like knives, cutting her skin and trampling her down. Ma Danny didn't know how she managed to walk back home. As soon as she entered the yard, she shut the door tightly. She didn't care about her brother calling her from inside or about boiling hot water. She just poured water and went to wash in the side room. She used up a whole basin of water and half of the newly bought soap, her skin turning red from scrubbing. Only then did she stop. With her wet hair hanging down, she came out. When Erguzi heard the noise, he guessed it was his sister coming back. He was puzzled about how early she returned. He called out twice, but no one answered. Then he heard splashing and clattering from the next room, as if someone was washing something, and it went on for a long time. Finally, when he saw Ma Danny, he was startled. His sister looked unusually pale and seemed to have lost her spirit. She looked terrible. He called out to her many times, but she only snapped out of her daze briefly, looked at him, and then said, "I'm tired. I'm going back to rest in my room." After that, Guzi listened to crying that lasted all night. The crying was strange, sometimes like a cat in heat, sometimes like a duck being choked. Occasionally, he heard broken words like, "You won't get away with this," and "I won't let you go." As an old man, he knew logically that these sounds probably came from his sister. But late at night, with the mountain wind blowing outside, the sounds were faint and ghostly. Sometimes, crows' caws pierced the night sky, and shadows flickered past the window. He was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. If he could move, he would have hidden under the bed. But he couldn't move. When he opened his eyes, he saw shadows everywhere. When he closed his eyes, he heard ghostly wails. It was so frightening he almost wet himself. Meanwhile, over at Zhang Chuantao's place after scolding Ma Danny, she felt very happy. She walked lightly to the town, just in time for noon. It was hot at noon, and there weren't many people on the street. Shops on both sides were open, but the shopkeepers and assistants were dozing behind the counters. At the street corner, there was a tea stall. The owner was lying on a deck chair under a grass hut, holding a fan, dozing lightly. There were 2 large local clay teapots on the stall, with a stack of rough ceramic bowls beside them. A wooden sign hung nearby, saying, "1 coin per bowl of cool tea." Zhang Chuntao had walked a long way in the sun, sweating heavily and feeling very thirsty. When she saw the tea stall, it was like seeing a savior. Most people would think that a bowl of tea costing 1 coin was a ripoff. But if they were really thirsty, they could just ask for a bowl of water from someone nearby. Wouldn't that be cheaper? So, this tea stall usually didn't have many customers, just some small vendors sitting there. At this moment, no one was around. Zhang Chuntao quickly walked to the tea stall, took out a coin, and placed it on the table. "Boss, I want a bowl of cool tea." The boss didn't even lift his eyelids, and simply said, "Pour it yourself." Zhang Chuntao picked up a rough ceramic bowl, rinsed it with a little tea, then poured a full bowl and took a sip. She realized, what kind of cool tea is this? It's just boiled well water, probably soaked with dried fishy herbs, bitter and fishy. No wonder there's no business. Who would drink this? Only Zhang Chuntao, being very thirsty, frowned and sipped it little by little, taking a break. After walking dozens of miles on mountain roads and scolding her horse, she was almost out of strength. The tea stall owner didn't chase her away, since there were no other customers, and the stall was just a rest stop for passers-by. By the time Zhang Chuntao finished, she couldn't hold back any longer. "Boss, your cool tea doesn't taste good for most people." The tea stall owner, who was idling, replied, "Isn't all cool tea like this? The fishy herbs are actually better than some. A few days ago, I used dried wild chrysanthemum to make cool tea, and that was very bitter." He even frowned at this. Hearing this, Zhang Chuntao remembered a kind of cool tea from her hometown called san pai guan, made from hawthorn leaves. They are picked, washed, dried, and then 2 or 3 leaves are put into a clay teapot. When poured with boiling water, it turns a deep red, fragrant, and tastes sweet after swallowing. It's very good for quenching thirst, cooling heat, and relieving summer heat. It's also cheap and a must-have cool tea for every household in her hometown all year round. Many rural families even plant hawthorn trees around their houses, harvest and dry the leaves themselves, and have enough tea for the whole year. It's the best summer cooling tea for ordinary families, used everywhere: fields, schools, factories, inside and outside houses. Everyone's teapot is filled with san pai guan cool tea. Zhang Chuntao was used to drinking this kind of tea. Later, when she worked in another place, she still asked her childhood friends to send her some every year. Now she remembered that there seemed to be a few hawthorn trees by the creek. Yesterday, she saw them and thought about picking some to dry and brew. But today she went out and forgot about it. Since there are hawthorn trees here, there should also be san pai guan, right? Zhang Chuntao tentatively asked, "Boss, do you have san pai guan here?" The tea stall owner's eyes widened. "What is that? I've never heard of it." Zhang Chuntao stopped asking. She didn't expect that here, no one knew about this cheap, large, and tasty cooling tea, which gave her a chance. She could sell cooling tea. The leaves from the tongli tree weren't worth much. If she could be the first to make and sell the tea, she could earn some silver coins. The local people wouldn't need to think much. Once they found out, they would pick the leaves themselves and dry them. She could also sell the leaves to mountain traders. Having made up her mind, Zhang Chuntao subtly asked around to confirm that, at least in Shichiao town, there was no such thing as sanpigua cooling tea.
She felt relieved.
She thought for a moment and then asked the tea stall owner where Wu Fugui's home was. The tea stall owner looked at Zhang Chuntao and only waved his fan without speaking. Zhang Chuntao immediately understood. She took out 2 large coins from her sleeve and placed them on the table. Seeing her dress, the tea stall owner knew she wasn't wealthy. Being able to produce those coins was already the limit for her. He then said, "Walk straight along the street, turn left at the second alley, and the last house inside is yours." After saying that, he quickly put the 3 coins into his money box, closed his eyes, and lay back, fanning himself. Zhang Chuntao stood up to thank him, then followed his directions to Wu Fugui's house. The tea stall owner's instructions were clear, and she found Wu Fugui's house quickly. It was a 3-courtyard house. Although it was a bit remote, the yard was large. The black wooden door showed signs of careful cleaning. The lady of the house was very diligent. The door was spotless, and the entrance was swept clean, with no leaves in sight. Zhang Chuntao pinched the 2 copper rings on the door and knocked. After a while, someone inside spoke. Come in, come in. Who is it?" The door opened, and a woman in her 40s peeked out. She wore a fine cotton dress, had 2 silver hairpins in her hair, and wore 2 thick silver bracelets on her wrists. Her expression was somewhat cold and guarded, with a hint of aloofness. Seeing Zhang Chuntao, she looked her over and asked, "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" Zhang Chuntao suddenly acted dramatically, nervously clutching her dress corner and timidly speaking, "Excuse me, is this Wu Baoshang's house?" The woman replied coldly, "Yes."
Who are you?
"What do you want with him?" Zhang Chuntao seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief and showed a small smile, but quickly composed herself. "Are you Wu Baoshang's mother? You look so young and kind, just like a goddess in the temple. No wonder your daughter-in-law, Baoshang's wife, said that as soon as she sees me, she recognizes me right away." She suddenly threw out a string of sharp words. The woman was Huang, Wu Fugui's first wife. When she heard Zhang Chuntao ask if she was Wu Fugui's mother, her face darkened immediately, and she was about to scold her. After hearing the rest of the words, her anger flared up. There was no more confusion. She understood everything now. Could it be that her own deadbeat husband had brought home a little troublemaker to provoke her? Over the years, she wasn't dead, and Wu Fugui hadn't changed at all. She had heard many rumors. She knew he had a woman outside, and that he often didn't come home. If a man behaved like this in a normal family, wouldn't there be a big fight? Some more aggressive women might even have started hitting each other at home. But Huang didn't dare. Her family wasn't strong enough, and she owed her current life to Wu Fugui. She couldn't stand up to him or scold him. Her family had warned her long ago, is there a man who doesn't cheat? Men are like that. The farmers working in the fields, if they earn a few extra bushels of wheat, they might even want to take a concubine for fun. And her husband was a village head. Out in the world, many women would come to flirt, and she couldn't chase them all away. She was Wu Fugui's first wife and had borne him several sons. As long as she didn't cause trouble, Wu Fugui, for the sake of his sons, wouldn't let those little foxes enter their family's door. Wu Fugui was getting old. How many more happy years could he have? In the end, everything would still belong to her sons. She decided to pretend she didn't know anything. When Wu Fugui got tired of playing, he would naturally settle down and be honest. What could Huang do? The whole family depended on Wu Fugui. Even if she wanted to cause trouble, her family would be the first to stop her. Her other sons also advised her. Why cause trouble? Wouldn't that push Dad into the arms of other women? As long as he brings money home and doesn't neglect the family, that's enough. Her daughter felt sorry for her mother, but couldn't help. She only advised Huang to ask Wu Fugue for some money. When she was old, money was more reliable than a man. Huang could only endure for her children and her family. She chose to ignore everything, acting as if she were deaf and blind. I thought that my main wife would be able to handle things well, but seeing her like this, Wu Fugue should have some conscience and not let other women make him uncomfortable. I didn't expect her not to bother dealing with the other woman outside. Is that woman rushing to take his place? So she's doing all this to upset me? Thinking of this, Mrs. Huang felt a bitter anger in her heart, feeling stuck and uncomfortable. But she was used to enduring, so she didn't lose her temper after hearing this. From the tone of the words, it seems the outside woman is coaxing the ugly girl to come and say these things. So, is this ugly girl someone from the outside woman's side? Or just an unlucky fool? Thinking this way, Mrs. Huang calmed down and started to question Zhang Chuntao. Zhang Chuntao performed her best acting, making Mrs. Huang imagine a good story in her mind. The ugly girl's family had a problem, and in her desperation, their last hope was Wu Fugue. So she asked around for Wu's address, planning to visit and ask for help. Somehow, someone pointed her to Wu's Bay, where she met the fox-faced woman from Wu's family. That woman was truly cunning, claiming she was Wu Fugue's wife, and tricked the ugly girl into bringing a message to the town to find her, using her to provoke Mrs.
Huang.
If Mrs. Huang got angry and scolded the girl, then argued with her husband, it might just play into the fox-faced woman's hands and cause trouble. Given how favored that outside woman was, her husband might even be confused and decide to bring her home. Thinking of this, Mrs. Huang forced herself to ask where the fox-faced woman lived, but it made her even angrier and more distressed. She usually didn't listen or ask about things, only returning to Wu's Bay during festivals. She never expected that the villagers there would help that woman and her husband hide things from her. No wonder, over the past 2 years, when she visited to pay respects, the women in the clan looked at her strangely. So they had all conspired together to hide things from her. Thinking back, she used to look down on others and feel superior when she visited Wu's Bay, looking down on this one and that one. Now she felt embarrassed, realizing everyone in Wu's Bay was probably mocking her behind her back. If it weren't for this ugly girl coming today, she wouldn't have known how long she'd been kept in the dark. Mrs. Huang's anger grew, but she kept her face calm. After all, she was already at an age where she enjoyed her grandchildren, and she knew she had some sense of her own. She couldn't manage her own dead husband, and now she can't handle that fox spirit outside either. That fox spirit is only daring to provoke because her own dead husband is protecting her. What if her husband isn't around to protect her? Huang Shi became thoughtful and listened to Zhang Chuntao talk about going to the fox spirit's house to help take care of her brother. Her heart skipped a beat. No, she couldn't let that happen. She needed to find a way to keep her man far away. Naturally, she couldn't let that fox spirit have an easy time. Frowning, she quickly came up with a plan. She held Zhang Chuantao's hand, coaxed and deceived her, and finally took 2 silver hairpins from her head and forcefully handed them to Zhang Chuntao. Only then did Zhang Chuntao agree not to go help the fox spirit take care of her brother. After Zhang Chuntao left, Huang Shi turned cold and went into the yard. She gathered her sons and daughters-in-law to discuss how to deal with the fox spirit. She told them that Zhang Chuntao had pawned the 2 silver hairpins at the pawn shop. Although the hairpins looked simple, they were quite heavy. For someone Huang Shi's age, practicality mattered most. Looks didn't matter much. The weight was what counted. They had pawned the hairpins for 600 large coins, an unexpectedly good deal. With the big money in hand, Zhang Chuntao went to a nearby noodle stall. She ordered a bowl of chicken soup noodles and a meat bun. The chicken soup was made from a whole old hen cooked overnight, with a golden layer of oil on top, and sprinkled with fresh green scallions. Just smelling it made her hungry. The meat bun was made with real meat, about 30% fat and 70% lean, full of flavor. Biting into it, her mouth was filled with oil. She was delighted. She hadn't expected to find such delicious food in a small place like Shiqiao town. While she was eating her noodles, 3 or 4 scholars appeared from nowhere, walking together and chatting happily. When they reached the noodle stall, perhaps they smelled the chicken soup. They looked at each other and slowed their steps. One of them said, "We've been discussing for most of the day, and now we're feeling a bit hungry. Why not have a bowl of soup noodles here? It saves us the trouble of going back and bothering the wife." The others nodded in agreement and chose a quiet table to sit down. The stall owner smiled warmly and came over, wiping the table with a cloth from his shoulder, asking, "Gentlemen scholars, what would you like to order?" The scholar who made the suggestion spoke up, "One bowl of noodles for each of us." The owner nodded and went to prepare the food. A man said, "By the way, Brother He, the matter you asked us to look into a few days ago might take a few more days." Zhao heard a familiar voice and asked, "What's wrong? Brother Zhao? Is there something inconvenient?" Looking up, he saw the person speaking, Brother He, who was none other than He Wenchang. Could it be that the matter he asked about was related to selling oneself into slavery? He immediately perked up his ears to listen to the scholars at the table. The previous scholar shook his head and said, "It's not that it's inconvenient. I heard from the county town that our new county magistrate is quite strict. He's investigating some cases of merchants being robbed over the past few years. Although it doesn't involve the local thugs directly, the people below are unsure of the new magistrate's temper. They've been holding back recently to avoid giving him a reason to suspect them. But in about 10 days or half a month, it should be fine." He Wenchang frowned when he heard this. He thought it was just a simple inquiry, not something complicated. But now, this issue had arisen, making things harder. Does he have to wait 10 days or half a month before worrying again? That would be a big delay. He was about to get ready to participate in the imperial exam, and at that time, he wouldn't have the time or mind to worry about the Zhang family's big girl. But since he had promised personally, He Wenchang didn't want to go back on his word, so he hesitated. Another person nearby saw He Wenchang's hesitation and added, "Why worry about this? It's just helping your fellow villager find a way out. Selling her to someone else isn't a big deal. It's hard to go to the county town now, but even in our town, there are buyers for girls. Not to mention, it's the season for mountain goods to be bought. The mountain traders are arriving one after another. Someone will buy the girl to serve, cook, and wash clothes, right? Finding a decent family would be a good choice for her. A girl from the countryside, sold to these mountain traders, might have a better future than staying in the village her whole life. Brother He, you're just too honest. It's not your own relative, just someone from the same village. Since it's for Auntie's sake, helping find a family is already very kind. Finish this matter quickly, so you can focus on studying for a few days. The imperial exam is the most important thing right now. These small matters don't need to be worried about." Perhaps the last words spoken moved He Wenchang, causing his expression to soften. After a moment of hesitation, he finally said, "Brother Qin is right, but these merchants don't really know her situation. I'm afraid." The scholar with the surname Zhao sneered and said, "If what Brother He says is true, her parents are gone. She has no relatives or friends left, and she's too old to marry well. Selling herself into slavery might be her best option. She can't be picky about who she marries. Brother He, why are you so nervous? Could it be that this girl, and you have some connection? I tell you, you must be careful. The imperial exam is coming soon. If you pass, you'll become a scholar. You can't let personal feelings ruin your bright future." His words sounded somewhat meaningful, like good advice, but the smile on Zhao's face didn't seem sincere. It was more like mockery, and it was clear that Zhao was criticizing He Wenchang. He was making fun of him, but he was also genuinely concerned about He Wenchang's thoughts. He Wenchang's eyes flashed with anger, but it quickly disappeared. He kept his face calm and said, "Brother Zhao, you're joking. I only feel sorry for her. If she stays in the village, she's still a person. But you are right. Everyone has their own fate and destiny." He paused briefly before continuing, "I would also like to ask a favor. If any kind-hearted families you know are looking to buy a maid to serve at home, please keep me in mind. I would be very grateful." The scholar surnamed Qin, who was earlier smiling, lowered his voice and said, "Of course, Brother He."
Don't worry about that.
He then added quietly, "Actually, there are fewer merchants buying slaves now, but many are taking concubines. Since the girl has a bad reputation and can't marry in the village, maybe it's better to find her a husband directly. That way, she has someone to rely on for life. Hyun Chong was about to speak when the shopkeeper brought over a bowl of noodles. Gentlemen, your noodles are ready. The scholars stopped talking and just picked up their chopsticks to eat. They had chosen a quiet spot with no one nearby, so their voices were low. Only Zhang Chuntao, who had good hearing, caught what they said clearly. He immediately sneered. Although Hyun Chong's final words were interrupted by the shopkeeper, his expression showed he wasn't entirely convinced. Maybe he had been persuaded by those scholars, thinking that Zhang Chuntao was helpless, with no family support, a bad reputation, and no way to marry in the village. Perhaps becoming a concubine didn't matter much to her reputation, and it could be a way to have lifelong support. If Hyun Chong's mother knew everything, she would probably be even happier. Selling herself to a merchant to become a concubine means traveling with the merchant across the country. Who knows when she'll return to Shichiao town? It might be never, which would be the best outcome. For now, let her and her son enjoy a peaceful, happy dream. She has more important things to focus on. If she doesn't resolve Wu Fugue, the village head, she might not be able to keep her household registration when she moves out. It's better to stay temporarily in Bajiedan, near the main area. Once she deals with Wu Fugue, she can come back and have a serious talk with Hyun Chong and his mother. Thinking about the information revealed in the conversation of those scholars earlier, Zhang Chuntao couldn't sit still. She finished her noodles quickly, drank the soup, and called the shopkeeper to settle the bill. She also bought a meat bun to take home for dinner, so she wouldn't need to cook later. The scholars saw her actions as rude and disapproved, exchanging glances and muttering about her behavior being inappropriate and crude. Zhang Chuntao didn't bother to listen to their gossip and simply left. However, Hyun Chong watched her figure walking away, feeling something strange. It seemed like he had seen her somewhere before. But when he tried to recall her face, her large wart on her face and the birthmark on her hand, he found her so ugly it was shocking. If he had truly seen her before, he would never forget. He must have remembered incorrectly. He lowered his head to eat his noodles and stopped thinking about it. As Zhang Chuntao headed back, she thought about the news brought by the scholars. The new county magistrate was known for starting strong reforms, and his first action was to investigate the recent merchant robberies thoroughly. She regretted that her time since crossing over was too short. Her original self was a rural girl with no access to such news. But thinking about today's visit to Ujjain, where the woman mentioned that Wu Fugue hadn't visited Ma Danny for a while, she had a bold hypothesis. Perhaps Wu Fugue hadn't gone to see Ma Danny because the county magistrate was investigating the merchant robberies. After all, Wu Fugue was the village head, responsible for local safety, catching criminals, and checking suspicious people. So, Wu Fugue must have been very busy recently, likely because he was carrying out the tasks assigned by the county magistrate. Reflecting again on what the scholar said, over the past few years, some merchants have been robbed. These thefts have been happening for several years, and the previous official apparently ignored them for some unknown reason. If the new county magistrate really wants to find out who is responsible, none of the local guards can escape. This is a great opportunity. Zhang Chuantao's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, she has no contacts and can't find out such news easily. Among her acquaintances, no one can help her with this. After counting, she could only think of He Yen and decided to ask him to find out if there are any other ways to get information. If possible, she thought, she could use this chance to bring down Wu Fugue. That would be perfect. While she was thinking, she heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Zhang Chuntao moved aside to let the person pass, then looked back. As luck would have it, it was He Yen. Just as she was thinking about him, the person rushing behind her was indeed He Yen. She couldn't help but wave her hand and call out, "Brother He?" He Yen paused, looked at Zhang Chuntao carefully, especially at the wart on her face and the birthmark on her hand, and then said uncertainly, "Miss Zhang?" Seeing He Yen's gaze, she suddenly remembered she still had that large wart on her face. Embarrassed, she smiled and turned around, removing the wart. When she turned back, Hee-Yeon's eyes showed something more, and he asked in surprise, Miss Zhang, is this some kind of disguise technique? For a moment, Zhang Chuntao was at a loss for words and didn't know how to explain this makeup art, one of the four great arts of Asia. In her previous life, the makeup skills of beauty bloggers were truly extraordinary. What she did was just a trick. She relied on the fact that people in this era had never seen such makeup and used visual effects and psychological tricks. Thinking for a moment, she vaguely explained, this is called makeup art, a kind of disguise technique. Not wanting Hee-Yeon to keep asking about this, she quickly changed the subject. Brother He, are you also heading to the town? Hee-Yeon hesitated for a moment, but then honestly replied, after hearing what you said yesterday, I asked some friends today to gather information. When it comes to news, Zhang Chuntao quickly said, today I also heard some news in town. She then shared the information she had heard from several scholars with Hee-Yeon, finally asking, has Brother He heard about the robbery of the merchant's goods? Hee-Yeon's eyes flickered. He had recently spoken with a few well-informed friends and had only caught a vague hint about it. He didn't expect Zhang Chuntao to happen to know this news as well. Hearing her question, he didn't hide anything and explained carefully. For the past 2 or 3 years, there have been occasional incidents where small mountain traders, on their way to the county town, were robbed by bandits who stole all their goods. These small traders usually had little capital, often using their entire savings to buy goods, hoping to make a profit. Though they survived the robbery, their goods were gone, and they were ruined financially. Several traders, desperate and with nowhere to turn, went to the government office to report the crime, hoping the officials could catch the bandits and recover their goods. They waited at the government office every day, holding on to hope, then despair. Those with strong hearts eventually gave up and left for other places to find work. Others, haunted by guilt or chased by debts, felt ashamed to face others and chose to end their lives. In fact, since last year, there have been rumors in Shijiao town that these bandits might be connected to some second-rate troublemakers. But because it was a serious matter, no one dared to speak openly, only whispering secretly. Now, with the new county magistrate in office, the local officials are overwhelmed. So, Wu Fuguei hasn't had time to deal with Erguzi recently. Zhang Chuantao's heart skipped a beat. The news Hee-Yeon heard was even more valuable. If handled properly, could they catch both Erguzi and Wu Fuguei at once? After thinking for a moment, even though they were on a mountain trail with no one around, Zhang Chuntao lowered her voice and shared her thoughts. It was a bit shady, but Erguzi had been abusing Wu Fuguei's power in the village for years. If they were really caught, it would be well-deserved. Hee-Yeon knew more about Erguzi and Wu Fuguei's evil deeds than Zhang Chuntao. Sending them to jail wouldn't be unfair at all. Moreover, for his own safety, it would be best if Wu Fuguei could be brought down. After a moment of silence, Hee-Yeon nodded, agreeing with Zhang Chuntao on this matter. However, he couldn't help but remind her, Miss Zhang, even though you've put on makeup, it's better to stay away from the town for a while. If someone finds out, he was about to speak seriously, but suddenly his stomach made a loud gurgling sound. Zhang Chuntao was walking and talking beside him, so she naturally heard it. Hee-Yeon couldn't finish his sentence. Although his beard covered his face, his bright red ears betrayed him. Zhang Chuntao fought back a laugh and took out the meat buns she had bought earlier for dinner. The buns were wrapped in cowhide paper. Since she didn't have a basket, the shopkeeper carefully wrapped them and tied them with grass string so she could carry them easily. Now, Zhang Chuntao held the paper-wrapped buns in her hand, untied the grass string, and handed them to Hee-Yeon. Eat a little to fill your stomach first. Hee-Yeon wanted to refuse, but when he looked into Zhang Chuantao's eyes, he lowered his gaze, obediently took the buns, and said thank you before biting into one.
He was truly starving.
He had only eaten a little that morning, and since arriving in town, he had been busy gathering information. All the silver he carried was spent. Even if he wanted to buy something to fill his stomach, he couldn't. He was too embarrassed to go to the medical clinic and ask for free food, lest Ma's family looked down on his sister. So he had been hungry all this time, but he was used to it. When he was hunting in the mountains, there were days he couldn't find anything to eat. Although Zhang Chuntao and he hadn't known each other for long, Perhaps because they shared a secret, He Yan, who usually did no favors, accepted Zhang Chuantao's kindness without resistance. It was already late afternoon. The buns had cooled, and the meat juices inside had solidified. They no longer tasted as fresh as when they were just cooked. He Yan took only one bite and recognized it as a bun from the Tang family noodle shop. Even though it was cold, he felt it tasted better than the freshly made buns he usually ate from Tang's shop. These fist-sized buns, given his usual eating habits, he could finish in 3 bites. But now, he nibbled slowly and chewed carefully, cherishing each bite. It took him a whole cup of tea to finish all 3 buns. When He Yan finished eating, Zhang Chuntao started discussing the details of their plan. After they finished talking, she didn't stop there. She asked He Yan about the special products in these mountains. He Yan was never impatient and carefully explained to Zhang Chuntao about the good things in the mountain areas. He didn't hide anything and even specifically warned about dangers and places to avoid. Before long, they had traveled nearly dozens of miles along the mountain path. As they approached Bajiao village, Zhang Chuntao stopped and prepared to say goodbye to He Yan. It was rare for He Yan to talk so much, and he still felt a bit reluctant to part. After Zhang Chuntao turned onto a small side path and disappeared into the forest, He Yan sighed sadly. He stood there for a while before lowering his head and continuing his journey home. After discussing with He Yan, Zhang Chuntao stayed quietly in the mountains for the next few days. During this time, she also tidied up the cave. She went to cut bamboo, split the stalks into strips, and wove 2 backpacks and bamboo baskets.
She also made a few bamboo mats.
She selected the thickest bamboo segments, polished them until smooth, and used them to make a water jar. She used leftover bamboo pieces to build a 1-person-high bamboo door to block the cave entrance, so outsiders couldn't see inside easily. With the remaining scraps, Zhang Chuntao made a pot scrubber and a broom. These were skills she learned from her original self, as Zhang Dachun didn't know how to do these things. After the family split, she initially went back to her old home to ask old Zhang for help. As time passed and she grew older, every time she went back to her old home, she had to listen to her sister-in-law's gossip and watch their expressions. The original Zhang Chuntao was sensitive and proud. She gritted her teeth and learned a little from each neighbor in the village, learning a bit here and a bit there. Although her craftsmanship wasn't as refined as the village's skilled bamboo artisans, and her products weren't as durable, she was meticulous. Her handmade items were simple but sufficient for household use. After finishing these items, Zhang Chuntao carried her basket and started gathering medicinal herbs, mountain produce, soapberry, and Chinese quince leaves. She collected anything useful, edible, or sellable. She also found a nearly deserted rocky forest area with fewer bushes and weeds. The ground was covered with large, scattered stones, perfect for drying things. She laid out all the collected mountain goods on the stones to dry in the sun. By late afternoon, when the sun was about to set, she would gather everything and bring it back into the cave. On the mountain top, among the scattered rocks and trees, there was no shelter from the sun. It shone from morning till evening. In just a few days, tongli leaves had been gathered into 2 big baskets. Zhang Chuntao was counting the days. She thought that He Yan should have news by now. He also said the bedding should be ready. Recently, the mountain wind had been blowing into the cave at night, making it quite cold. Although she used a bamboo door to block some of the wind, the cave was naturally cool inside. Without proper bedding for a long time, the cold might seep in and cause trouble. Besides, she had already prepared some other necessary items. She couldn't just wait for news from He Yan. It was time for her to act. After drying the collected tongli leaves and some mountain goods, Zhang Chuntao planned to go to town the next day. She wanted to sell the tea leaves and mountain products first. When she had no income, she always felt uncertain. She was worried about this, so before dawn the next day, Zhang Chuntao woke up. She lit a fire, and with the little light, she quickly prepared breakfast. She made a small bowl of batter, adding chopped wild vegetables she had picked a few days ago. Any leftovers were blanched in hot water and soaked in cold water. After soaking for 2 days, the mixture developed a slight sour taste. She chopped it finely, stir-fried with a bit of dried chili until fragrant, which made it very tasty and perfect with rice. She didn't have much money now, so she needed to save where she could. Like a few days ago, she could only occasionally eat chicken soup noodles or meat buns in town. To avoid going hungry, she brought her own dry food. But her cooking was hearty. She used plenty of oil. The wild vegetable pancakes absorbed the oil, crispy outside and tender inside, with a rich aroma. After eating her fill, she poured 2 bamboo tubes and 3 leather jars of cold tea into her container. Then she carried her basket and left the cave, climbing up the hill. Just as her feet settled on the ground, she saw a dark figure approaching from the shadow of the rocks nearby. Her heart tightened, and instinctively, her hand reached for the cleaver at her waist, watching carefully as the figure slowly drew closer. Stepping out of the shadow of the rocks, under the faint light of dawn, she could see clearly. Was that Hien? Relieved, she let out a small breath but still looked at him with some suspicion and called out, "Brother He?" Hien stopped and nodded. "It's me." Zhang Chuntao finally let go of the axe and stepped closer. She saw that Hien's shoulders and hair were wet with dew, and she wondered how long he had been standing in the mountain. She asked curiously, "Big brother He, what's going on?" Hien's voice was a little hoarse. He had received some important news yesterday and only returned to town late at night. He planned to discuss their next move with Zhang Chuntao early this morning, so he didn't go home. Otherwise, he might have just sat down at home before needing to leave again. He didn't want to disturb Zhang Chuntao in the middle of the night. That would be too much like an inappropriate admirer. So, he had been waiting in between the rocks all night. Now that Zhang Chuntao came out with a basket on her back, probably heading to the market, he felt relieved silently. "I got some important news yesterday and was worried about delaying, so I came early to talk to you," he said. Seeing his hoarse voice, Zhang Chuntao first handed him a bamboo tube. "Have some water first." Hien took the bamboo tube, very thirsty. He uncorked it and drank half a cup of tea-like water in one go, feeling better. He felt the discomfort in his throat easing immediately. He didn't know what was in the water, but it didn't taste like tea, only a faint sweet aftertaste. He couldn't help but take 2 more sips. After putting the cork back, he thought about returning the bamboo tube but hesitated, feeling it wasn't quite right since he had already drunk from it. Zhang Chuntao didn't think too much. Seeing how Hien looked, she guessed he probably hadn't just not drunk water, but also skipped breakfast. As a partner in their cooperation, she couldn't just watch him go hungry. She was also hoping he would help her with something. Generously, she handed him a wild vegetable pancake she had prepared for lunch. "You haven't eaten breakfast, right? Try mine." The pancake was wrapped in dried large leaves. When she opened it, a fragrant, toasty aroma wafted out. Hien, who hadn't eaten dinner and had been hungry all night, was instantly awakened by the smell. The pancake was still warm. As soon as he took a bite, he chewed the wild vegetables inside, which were sour and made his stomach feel eager. He finished the pancake she had saved for lunch and was only about 60 to 70% full. Then he drank the remaining water from the bamboo tube, feeling almost full, about 80%. Looking up, he saw that the sky was already half light. He took the basket from Zhang Chuntao's back and signaled, "It's getting late. Let's walk and talk." He spoke as he took the lead and walked ahead, with Zhang Chuntao hurriedly following behind. The mountain path was rough and uneven. Even though both of them were used to mountain roads, they had to watch their steps carefully. Fortunately, Hien was in front, always warning Zhang Chuntao about where there were stones, holes, or vines. They only felt the road was somewhat smoother after reaching the mountain trail that led out of the mountains. There was no one around on the mountain path. Hien quietly told Zhang Chuntao the news he had heard over the past few days. Recently, some mountain traders came from the county town and brought back news that the county magistrate was determined to investigate the bandits. The townspeople had been talking about this for days. Wu Fugue, with his guards, was running in and out constantly, so busy that no one could see him. Old rumors and guesses about the bandits had resurfaced and spread even more wildly. Everyone was saying that the bandits might be connected to the troublemakers in town. Usually, Idle townsfolk and troublemakers wandered around the town daily, but now they were all hiding like turtles, afraid to show themselves. There was clearly someone stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Wu Fuguei, who had been the village head for years, had made many enemies. He used to flatter the former county magistrate's trusted advisor, so his position was very secure. Now that the new magistrate was in place, and it was a sensitive time, those eyeing his position started to get restless. No one was foolish. Everyone wanted to use this chance to bring Wu Fuguei down and take his place. Some people had already started investigating Erguzi. The gambling house on the street had closed, and the tough guards who used to watch over it were gone. Wu Fuguei had been busy these days, trying to avoid troublemakers and complete the tasks assigned from above. He felt like he needed 8 people to handle everything. Meanwhile, Ma Danny's people were still looking for him. At this critical moment, he dared not go. He tried to soothe Ma Danny, asking her to behave for a few days. Wu Fuguei's wife, Huang, who usually didn't care what he did outside, now kept their son close and often caused small troubles at home. Wu Fuguei felt like a candle burning at both ends. He was no longer young, and in just a few days, he looked much older. Heian has already received news that someone has found a way to bribe trusted aides around Wu Fuguei. They passed a message to Wu Fuguei, claiming that someone had linked Erguzi to the robbers and was urging Wu Fuguei to quickly deal with Erguzi to avoid being caught, and implicated himself. Wu Fuguei was already feeling guilty and, with recent days filled with work and conflicts with 2 women, he was confused. Hearing this from his trusted aide, he also thought that Erguzi needed to be eliminated. He immediately sent a message to Ma Danny, saying he would visit her tonight. Ma Danny was naturally happy to hear this, thinking Wu Fuguei had changed his mind. She was trying to figure out how to please Wu Fuguei better. The person behind all this was quite clever. Not only did they pass the message to Ma Danny, but they also secretly told Wu Fuguei's wife, Mrs. Huang. It is said that Mrs. Huang has been sharpening knives at home since last night. If everything goes as expected, there will be a big scene at Ma Danny's house tonight. If all goes well, Wu Fuguei's good days will soon come to an end after night. This important news must be shared with Zhang Chuntao. When Zhang Chuntao heard this, she couldn't help but smile and looked at Heian more. She thought that a lot of this was probably Heian's idea. She believed he had really listened to her advice and found Wu Fuguei's main rival, or someone eyeing Wu Fuguei's position as the town's leader. He must have convinced them, which led to this chain of events. Looking at it this way, Heian, a hunter, seemed to have such connections. Maybe he also had secrets. But Zhang Chuntao didn't plan to investigate further. She was proud of her good judgment in choosing a partner. Without her help, even if she knew all this, it wouldn't be easy to bring Wu Fuguei down. Thinking this, she couldn't help but say, "Brother He, after Wu Fuguei and Erguzi's matter is settled, I'll treat you to a big meal." Heian looked at Zhang Chuntao and nodded in agreement. Because they were excited about Wu Fuguei's problem being resolved soon, they walked quickly. Heian led her along a small path. When they reached the town, the sun had just risen. At the edge of the town, Heian saw more people gathering. To avoid suspicion, he parted ways with Zhang Chuntao early. Although Shichiao town is just a small mountain village, it is rich in resources because it is near Mount Haihei. Every year, there are many mountain products collected by local villagers from Mount Haihei, then sold in the town to mountain product traders from all over the country. Because of this, Shichiao town is much busier and more lively than most small towns. It has a decent main street, even though it is still a dirt road, which is quite good for a small town. This street is the center of the town, with most shops selling mountain products and 2 restaurants. These restaurants are busy mainly in spring and autumn, relying on mountain product traders to stay open. The local market, however, is not on this busy street but at a large open space at the corner of the street. This open space used to be an old pond, deep and large, where most nearby families washed clothes and vegetables. That trader's entire belongings were in that batch of goods, and overwhelmed by despair, he jumped into the pond. After this incident, the traders were afraid of repeating the tragedy, and the residents of Shichiao town thought it was unlucky, so they filled in the pond. At first, people were a bit shy about it, But as more market days came and other places seemed too crowded, some traders started setting up stalls there. Gradually, this place became a regular market spot. Today's market was small, not a big fair, but the area was crowded with people everywhere. It's important to note that the only place where people from 10 or 20 miles around come to trade is Shichiao Town. They exchange what they need, and if they're lucky, mountain product traders from the nearby street might see something they want to buy at a good price. During big markets, this area is packed with people with no space to stand. Many people wake up early, even in the middle of the night, to get a good spot for the big market. Today, Zhang Chuntao brought some items, but they weren't suitable for the market. She already knew there was a pharmacy in town, so she planned to sell her medicinal herbs there. She also had some ordinary mountain products, but in small quantities. Rather than wasting time at the market, she decided to visit a few mountain product shops to try her luck. Her main goal today was to promote her 3 leather jars herbal tea. So, she only wandered around the market for a while, got a sense of the place, and then headed straight to the mountain goods shop on that street. Although this street was also a muddy path, it was a bit cleaner than the market, with fewer weeds, stones, and chicken droppings scattered around. Since it wasn't yet the official time to buy mountain goods and it was still early, the shops on this street were mostly open but not all busy. The shop that was open had a young clerk who was yawning, looking still sleepy, lazily wiping the door and counter with a cloth, showing no energy at all. Zhang Chuntao walked back and forth, visiting several shops. She chose the one with the most alert clerk. Although the shop was small, it was clean at the entrance, and the door and counter were wiped spotless. Seeing Zhang Chuntao standing at the door looking inside, the young clerk smiled and came over warmly. "Miss, do you have mountain goods to sell?" He didn't look down on her because of her humble clothes. Zhang Chuntao nodded slightly. The clerk quickly invited her inside. She stepped forward, looked at her feet, then stepped back a few paces. She went down the steps, carefully scraped off the mud on the soles of her feet from the early mountain road, and then followed inside. Inside the shop, there was only this young clerk and a shopkeeper about 30 years old. The shopkeeper glanced at Zhang Chuntao but didn't come over, instead signaling the young clerk to handle her. The young clerk led her to the side and asked, "Miss, what do you want to sell? Can I see it?" Zhang Chuntao then showed a shy smile. "Sir, I have some cool herbal tea leaves here. Would you like to take a look?" She took the basket off her back, placed it aside, opened the cloth bag, wiped her hands, and then took out a handful of herbal tea leaves to put on the counter. The young clerk, who was initially expectant, suddenly froze when he saw the tea leaves. His expression changed immediately as he looked at Zhang Chuntao, as if he wanted to laugh but also felt speechless. Zhang Chuntao's brow twitched. What was wrong with this young clerk? Was his face twitching? She is trying to act like a domineering CEO, with her face divided into 5 parts. 5 parts are funny, 3 parts are speechless, and 2 parts are sympathetic. Suddenly, she feels like packing up her tea leaves and leaving. The shopkeeper slowly walks over, picks up a piece of tongli leaf, looks at it, then glances at Zhang Chuntao and asks, "Did you dry this?" Zhang Chuntao nods. The shopkeeper brings the leaf close to his nose to smell it, then looks at Zhang Chuntao again and orders the young assistant, "Go bring a pot of boiling water." The young assistant seems to want to say something but is glared at by the shopkeeper and obediently goes to fetch the boiling water. Only then does the shopkeeper ask, "Are you not from around here?" Zhang Chuntao looks at the shopkeeper in surprise and asks, "Why do you ask?" The shopkeeper points his chin at the tongli leaf and explains, "This kind of cooling tea leaf is only found in our hometown. It's called San Pai Guan, meaning 3 leaves make a big pot. It's a popular summer drink to cool down and quench thirst, loved by both young and old. I've been buying mountain goods in Shichiao Town for over 10 years, and I know locals never drink this kind of cooling tea, nor do I know about it." Zhang Chuntao remains calm and says, "You have good eyesight, shopkeeper." She didn't expect her luck to be so bad. She chose a place that happens to be from the origin of this tea. How can she sell the tea now? Could she make them drink it to remind them of home? This tea isn't expensive, just a few yuan for a bag that can last through the summer in modern times. Even in ancient times, it wouldn't be worth much. If someone drank it since childhood, They could carry a bag and drink for months when they traveled away from home. No need to buy it elsewhere. The tea can't be sold, but Zhang Chuntao notices the shopkeeper is kind and seems willing to talk more, probably because he recognizes the hometown items. She doesn't rush to leave and instead chats with the shopkeeper, hoping to learn some local customs or at least make a good impression for future business. Interestingly, her modern hometown has some similarities, so she can exchange a few words. This also sparks the shopkeeper's interest in talking more. Although she's just a young girl, perhaps someone has told him about familiar hometown customs, making him forget their age and status for a moment. While they are chatting happily, the young assistant has already brought out a pot of boiling water. The shopkeeper instructed the young assistant to open the teapot lid. He casually tossed in 2 or 3 tea leaves, then covered the pot and signaled Zhang Chuntao to sit and wait nearby. After sitting down, he reminisced about his hometown for a while. In about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the shopkeeper signaled the young assistant to bring 2 large white porcelain bowls, then poured the brewed tea into them. The tea was poured into the white porcelain bowls. The tea color was deep red, with a light aroma that carried the scent of pear leaves. The tea looked especially bright and vivid against the white bowls. The shopkeeper sniffed the aroma, then waited for the tea to cool before taking a sip. His eyes immediately narrowed. After tasting it carefully for a moment, he signaled the young assistant to also take a sip. The young assistant couldn't help but mumble, "Isn't this all the same taste? How can you taste flowers in it?" He kept muttering but still took a sip. His eyes lit up instantly. "Shopkeeper, this tastes almost like our hometown flavor." The shopkeeper nodded, finished the tea in his bowl, then looked at Zhang Chuntao. "Miss, how much do you sell this tea for?" Zhang Chuntao didn't expect the turn of events. She thought her business was ruined, but now it seemed it might actually succeed. She thought for a moment before asking, "Do you really want to buy it?" The shopkeeper didn't reply. The young assistant eagerly said, "Of course we want to buy it. You don't know, we're used to drinking that special 3-pai jar tea from our hometown. We can't get used to other teas like Longjing or Jade Dew. Originally, those 3-pai jars weren't worth much. We'd bring a bag from home each year, but for some reason once we leave home, the taste changes. We've tried many ways to fix it, but nothing works. We have no choice but to drink the altered taste tea, which is really uncomfortable. Miss, your tea today tastes very close to our hometown flavor, about 80 or 90%. The young assistant finally seemed to taste a familiar, smooth tea and blurted out without much thought. The shopkeeper made a gesture with his eyes, but it didn't work. Finally, he coughed to get attention and signaled the young assistant to step aside. Then he looked at Zhang Chuntao and said, "Miss, this tea is just our longing for home, a way to taste a familiar flavor. That's why we want to buy it. You also know that this thing isn't worth much." Zhang Chuntao understands that the shopkeeper knows about this tea, so he naturally knows it's not valuable. At this moment, he's willing to accept it, as he said, because he's eager for a taste of home and rarely finds such smooth tea. So, he considers it as paying for a taste of his hometown. He then smiles and says, "Shopkeeper, I understand. Since you just want to try a taste of home, buying a little is enough. If it's kept for too long, it will lose its flavor." The shopkeeper replies, "I didn't dare say this before, but if you want to drink more in the future, just come find me." As he speaks, he pulls about a jean, a Chinese weight measure, from his basket and asks the young assistant to weigh it. The young assistant glances at the shopkeeper, sees him nod, and quickly measures out 1 jin and 1 liang, about 1.1 jin. Zhang Chuntao has already estimated how much it would cost to buy a jin of this tea in modern times, probably just a few coins. Indeed, the shopkeeper is very honest and says, "I have many customers here, and 1 jin won't last long. Young lady, please weigh out 3 or 4 jin for me. It's 5 big coins per jin, so a total of 25 big coins." The shopkeeper, having traveled all over, has sharp eyes. He can see at a glance that this young girl is struggling. Her clothes are patched in several places and look empty, not fitting well. Her straw sandals are almost worn through, her face is pale yellow, and her hair looks like dry grass. Obviously, her family is having a hard time. But this thin girl, despite her poverty, is polite. Before entering the shop, she wiped the dirt off her feet, and her attitude is confident, not rude. Her words reveal customs similar to her hometown, and she understands some dialect she speaks, indicating she's likely from the same place. It's probably that her family faced some hardship, causing her to end up in these mountains. This rare feeling of compassion arises, but mostly because these 3 jars of tea are the most delicious he's had this year. He initially planned to buy just 1 jean, enough for a while, but seeing Zhang Chuntao's appearance, he couldn't bring himself to ask for more. Zhang Chuntao isn't foolish. He sensed the shopkeeper's subtle gaze earlier. He had new clothes, but today he came to town worried about meeting people from Bajiedan, so he didn't wear them. If those people saw him in new clothes, they might become suspicious. So, he dressed more plainly, fitting his current situation. I didn't expect it, but it made the shopkeeper feel some sympathy. She naturally understood his kindness and immediately stood up to bow to him. "Thank you, shopkeeper." The shopkeeper smiled and signaled the young assistant to give the money to Zhang Chuntao, then kindly reminded her, "If you find any good mountain products in the future, just come to my place. I promise to give you a fair price. Although we don't need the herbal tea at home anymore, you can try selling the leftovers at the restaurant or tea stall." Zhang Chuntao gratefully accepted the shopkeeper's advice, thanked the young assistant again, and then held 25 large coins before leaving the shop. After she left, she could faintly hear the young assistant's puzzled voice inside. "Shopkeeper, why are we buying so many 3-layer jars? We even paid an extra 7 or 8 large coins. Isn't that a loss?" The shopkeeper seemed to give the young assistant a light slap on the head. The young assistant cried out in pain, but she still heard the shopkeeper say, "It's rare to leave home and still be able to enjoy a smooth bowl of tea. That's very precious. Items are more expensive away from home, and we haven't had good tea in so many years. We only spent a little this year. How can that be a loss? Besides, that girl's ancestors are from her hometown. Looking at her, she's truly pitiful. We only spent a few more coins, which is nothing, but for her, it might be a matter of saving her life." The rest of the conversation was unclear. Zhang Chuntao was moved and couldn't help but turn back to look at the shop again, carefully remembering it in her mind. Selling tea leaves was barely a good start. Zhang Chuntao thought for a moment and decided to go to the medicine shop. There was only one pharmacy in town, called the Xinglin Hall. The chief doctor was surnamed Ma. His family had inherited medical skills for generations. Their treatment for injuries and a special healing ointment were quite famous in the surrounding 10 miles. At this moment, Zhang Chuntao didn't know that Dr. Ma's son was to become He Yan's future brother-in-law. When she arrived at the pharmacy, there were few people there. Recently, the second-rate thief had been hiding away and not coming out, so the pharmacy's business had become quite quiet. At the door, the young medic, Ma Yuanji, was squatting and cutting herbs. When he saw someone approaching, he looked up and saw Zhang Chuntao standing alone with a basket on her back, observing the pharmacy and hesitating whether to go in or not. He quickly stood up, slowed his voice, and greeted her. "Miss, are you here for a consultation?" Zhang Chuntao was still examining the herbal hall when she remembered a scene from the book about farmers' daughters. This herbal hall was the place where Wang Yongfu was treated for his injured leg. The doctor was quite skilled and managed to save Wang Yongfu's life. Later, it was confirmed by Dr. Ma that the quack doctor Wang Yong'an had hired was giving Wang Yongfu a dangerous medicine. It was also this Dr. Ma who, understanding that the Wang family was not well off, prescribed affordable but effective herbs, showing his good medical ethics. Therefore, Zhang Chuntao decided to sell her herbs to the herbal shop. After hearing Ma Yuanji, she quickly said, "Sir, I'm not here for a consultation. I gathered some herbs in the mountains and wanted to ask if you buy them." Ma Yuanji looked her over and thought she might find some herbs, but he nodded and said, "Of course we buy herbs. Miss, please come inside." He led Zhang Chuntao into the main hall and hurried over to Dr. Ma, whispering a few words. Dr. Ma, who was sitting behind the desk studying medical texts, looked up with a kind smile after hearing Ma Yuanji. "May I see what herbs you have, young lady? Could you let this old man take a look?" Zhang Chuntao quickly took the herbs out of her basket and laid them on the counter for Dr. Ma to examine. Thanks to modern times, where information is widespread, she had played a game with friends to identify plants and herbs. They used apps to recognize unfamiliar flowers and plants, which told them the effects of each. She had downloaded such an app during her free time and learned about many medicinal herbs. Her good memory helped her remember the appearance and properties of these plants, even after crossing into this new time. In recent days, she had indeed been busy gathering herbs in the mountains. She sorted each type carefully and laid them out in order. Dr. Ma quickly looked over the herbs and understood almost immediately. Although they were common herbs without rare ingredients like ginseng or lingzhi, they were of good quality. He was surprised that a girl from the countryside knew her herbs and didn't mistake any. This was quite interesting. Ma nodded at her, and seeing her simple clothes and thin figure, a flash of understanding crossed his eyes. The tone softened a bit. "Miss, I have taken all these herbs. Please wait a moment while I calculate the total price." He signaled Ma Yuanji to bring the scale to weigh each item, and while he was doing that, he told Zhang Chuntao the prices, occasionally fiddling with the abacus. In the end, the total came to about 100 large coins. This was a pleasant surprise for Zhang Chuntao. She didn't expect the herbs to be so valuable. It seemed she should pay more attention and gather more herbs in the future. Dr. Ma finished the calculation, handed over the 100 coins to Zhang Chuntao, and couldn't help but add, "Miss, your complexion doesn't look very good. It seems you might be weak. Would you like me to check your pulse?" He was prepared for her to refuse. He was used to the fact that the local villagers, within 10 miles or so, rarely came to his clinic unless it was a serious matter. The clinic's survival depended not on the local people, but on traveling merchants. Someone like Zhang Chuntao, from a poor family who struggles just to eat, wouldn't usually see a doctor. If she hadn't sold those herbs for about 100 coins, he wouldn't have spoken up. As a doctor, he cared for others. Seeing how thin and pale she looked, it was clear she was very weak. If she didn't take care of herself, it might affect her ability to have children and her lifespan. Hearing this, Zhang Chuntao looked at her painfully thin wrist and remembered how she had been gathering mountain herbs these days. If she kept at it, she might start feeling exhausted. After the fight at the Zhang family, she also felt very tired, but she had held back her fatigue. She guessed it was because she had been starving for a long time and her body was weak. Now, hearing Dr. Ma's words, she didn't think he was exaggerating. Instead, she felt it was true. She thought for a moment, then extended her wrist onto the table and said, "Thank you." Dr. Ma checked her pulse again, looked at her tongue coating, asked a few routine questions, and then said, "Although you are quite weak, your pulse shows signs of vitality. When you go home, try to eat well. You don't need to eat meat to strengthen your body, but eating an egg daily would help. Even if things are not perfect, buy some plain rice and cook it until it produces thick rice oil. That stuff is very nourishing. Keep eating it for a while and you'll be fine." He opened the medicine cabinet again, took out half a bag of red dates, and handed them to Zhang Chuntao. "Take these red dates home. Eat 2 a day to boost your energy and blood." Zhang Chuntao took the red dates and asked how much they cost. Dr. Ma looked at her and only charged 10 cents. He also advised her, in the future when you pick medicinal herbs, as long as they are of the same quality as today's, just bring them here. I will buy everything. Thinking for a moment, he took out a medical book from inside, flipped through it, and pointed out a few slightly rare herbs. He told Zhang Chuntao to remember them and not to miss these herbs when she saw them again, as they were needed in a shop and sold at a higher price. While they were examining the herbs, a woman shyly entered the medicine hall. She wore bright clothes, but somehow wrapped her head and face tightly with a cloth, leaving only her eyes visible, which kept darting around. She didn't speak as she entered the main hall, only looked around cautiously and didn't move forward. Dr. Ma signaled to his son, Ma Yuanji. Ma Yuanji hurried over. "This, sister-in-law, are you here for a consultation or to buy medicine?" The woman nervously tugged at her cloth and lowered her voice. "Young man, I'm here to buy medicine." Ma Yuanji reached out. "Please show me your prescription." The woman looked around, saw Dr. Ma and Zhang Chuntao talking about the medical book and paid no attention to them. She then moved closer to Ma Yuanji and beckoned him softly. "Young man, come closer. I'll tell you something." As she moved, a strong scent of heavy perfume wafted from her sleeve, making Ma Yuanji's nose itch and breathe become uncomfortable. He didn't dare get too close. He quickly stepped back several steps, feeling able to breathe more easily. Then he said seriously, "Sister-in-law, let's speak properly. I am a decent person. Our shop is a reputable business. We don't sell those shady, dangerous medicines." The woman's face was completely covered by the cloth, so her expression was hidden. But judging by how she stomped her foot in anger, she was clearly very upset. While Dr. Ma and Zhang Chuntao talked, most of their attention was on the woman dressed and wrapped so carefully as she entered the shop. I kept worrying, watching the woman wave at her son, and hearing what her son said. I thought about her outfit and was afraid someone might recognize her. She might be involved in some shady activities. These women have long lost their shame. They speak words all the time. How can my son handle that? I apologized to Zhang Chuntao with a smile and said I had to leave. I quickly walked over to Ma Yuanji, patted his shoulder, and scolded him with a stern face. "You don't even know how to greet people. What good are you? Go to the back." Ma Yuanji understood that his father was just trying to cover for him. He nodded obediently and slipped away. Dr. Ma then smiled and looked at the woman. "Miss, what medicine are you looking for?" The woman seemed hesitant and struggled to explain herself for a long time. It was Zhang Chuntao, watching her, who suddenly felt she looked very familiar, like Ma Danny. Why was she hiding and sneaking around if she was here to get medicine? Dr. Ma's smile started to fade. He asked again, "Miss, show me your prescription." The woman seemed genuinely anxious. She lowered her voice intentionally, but then couldn't hold back and spoke normally. "I don't have a prescription. I'm not here for any special medicine. I feel ashamed to say." Hearing her voice, Zhang Chuntao was no longer uncertain. She was sure now this woman was Ma Danny. Ma Danny paused for a moment, then pressed her sleeve to her eyes, pretending to be distressed. Unfortunately, her head was wrapped so tightly that no one could tell who she was. Instead, her strange behavior made her seem even more suspicious. No one dared to speak up or offer advice. Everyone just listened quietly, waiting for her to continue. Angrily, Ma Danny rolled her eyes. She thought to herself that since she was wrapped so tightly, even her own parents wouldn't recognize her. Even if she told them, they wouldn't know her anyway. There was nothing to be afraid of. She steadied herself and, feeling ashamed, said, "Dr. Ma, I really have no choice. I've been married to my husband for almost 10 years, but I still don't have a child. Now my elders are pressuring me. They say if I don't have a baby soon, they might divorce me. My husband has been captivated by a young woman outside, and he doesn't even look at me when he comes home. I have no choice but to think that since my husband is finally home today, maybe I can get pregnant. That way, I will have something to rely on in the future. Dr. Ma, can you give me some medicine to help my husband? If you can help me have a child, you will be a great benefactor to our family. I will even set up a long-lasting memorial for you." Dr. Ma was increasingly uncomfortable hearing this and knew it could cause misunderstandings about his reputation. He quickly frowned and firmly refused. "Ma'am, our pharmacy is a proper place. I am not skilled in such matters. I only know simple treatments for injuries. I really don't know any medicine that helps with pregnancy. Please don't say such things, ma'am, to avoid misunderstandings and damage to our pharmacy's reputation." He then signaled for her to leave. Angry and anxious, Ma Nini was afraid to cause trouble but still desperately tried to hold onto Dr. Ma's sleeve and beg. Dr. Ma was so frightened he took 3 steps back. His backyard had a guardian lion statue, and if anyone saw this scene, he'd have to sleep in the same room as his son tonight. While retreating, he kept shouting, "Ma'am, please show some respect. Don't touch or act improperly." Ma Nini had never been treated like this before. Her pride was hurt, and although her face was hidden and no one could see her blush, she felt a burning sensation inside. She couldn't stay any longer and had to leave, fuming. Thinking she was still upset, she spat several times toward the Xinglin pavilion before walking away. Zhang Chuntao watched the whole scene and guessed that Ma Nini bought that medicine probably for Wu Fugue. But wasn't Ma Nini supposed to be very fond of Wu Fugue? Why would she need medicine? Her eyes flickered, and regardless of the reason, she saw this as an opportunity. She had to follow quickly before Ma Nini got too far. Regaining her composure, Zhang Chuntao sincerely thanked Dr. Ma, then grabbed 2 handfuls of tea leaves from the cabinet and explained how to brew them. Before Dr. Ma and his son could react, she hurriedly slipped away with her basket. When she left the pharmacy, she saw Ma Nini turn the corner and quickly ran after her. Fortunately, Ma Nini hadn't bought the medicine. She looked preoccupied and walked slowly. Zhang Chuntao didn't chase far before catching up to Ma Danny, calling out, "Big sister in front." Wait a moment. Ma Danny turned around, looked at Zhang Chuntao catching up, and cautiously took a step back. "Who are you?" "Oh, at the medicine shop earlier. What do you want?" Seeing Ma Danny's suspicion, Zhang Chuntao quickly took a step back, smiling kindly. "Big sister, don't be afraid. I was just selling herbs at the shop earlier and accidentally overheard what you said, so I came after you." Ma Danny looked at Zhang Chuntao doubtfully. "Why are you following me?" Zhang Chuntao smiled shyly and sincerely. "I want to help you, sister. I come from the mountains and know a few medicinal herbs. My family isn't good at many things, but we have a secret recipe for helping women have children passed down from my great-grandmother's generation. Not to brag, but every generation using this secret recipe has had 5 or 6 sons." Hearing this, Ma Danny's heart fluttered with hope, though she still found it hard to believe. She looked at Zhang Chuntao from head to toe. "Is your family's secret really that effective?" She had originally come to seek help with her fertility, but left disappointed. Now, hearing about this secret recipe, she thought it might be even better than the medicine she had tried. If she could get pregnant, Wu Fugue might stay with her for the sake of the child, right? But she was still doubtful, wavering and unable to make a decision. Zhang Chuntao patted her chest confidently. "Of course. My mother wasn't in good health, but after using this secret recipe, she gave birth to 3 brothers for me. When she had me, she was already quite old, but she used this recipe and safely gave birth to me without any problems." Her confident smile made Ma Danny trust her a little more. Unable to resist, she stepped closer. "Is this secret really true?" "Little girl, you've heard what I said first. You know how pitiful I am. Could you please have mercy on me, this unfortunate person, and tell me the secret? If it really helps to get pregnant, boy or girl, my child and I will thank you forever." Zhang Chuntao stepped back to avoid Ma Danny's fragrant powder attack and said, "Big sister, this is my family's secret recipe, and it's not easy to share. Even those who are poor know to bring their own chickens and a few jars of good wine to my house for several days before I'll share it." The meaning behind her words was very clear. "You don't know me at all, so why do you think you can say a few nice words and fool Fongzi into going along? Are you hiding behind your face, or just casually thanking without sincerity?" Ma Danny's face showed anger. She was originally thinking that this rural girl, who had never seen much of the world, might be convinced by a few kind words and that Fongzi could be tricked into coming over. But she didn't expect that this stubborn girl was not easy to fool. She had to grit her teeth and say, "Girl, are you implying that I am that kind of person? If your Fongzi really works, how could I treat you badly?" She took out more than 10 silver coins from her purse and tried to give them to Zhang Chuntao. "Take these first as a deposit. Just tell me the recipe. If it really works after I use it, I'll give you 1 or 2 silver coins." Zhang Chuntao stepped back and avoided the money. She sneered and said, "I was just trying to help because I thought you were pitiful, sister. I didn't expect you to treat me like a fool. We don't even know each other, and if you take the recipe and run away, where can I find you? Just talking nonsense and trying to cheat my Fongzi?
Bah, dream on."
With someone as stingy and tight as you, no wonder you're in this situation. She turned to leave. Ma Danny panicked and hurried forward to stop Zhang Chuntao. She lowered her voice and apologized, "Girl, don't go. Don't go. I was just confused earlier and said the wrong thing. Please forgive me. You're a generous person. Don't hold this against me.
I'll pay.
Isn't that enough? Look, here's 1 or 2 silver coins. Is that enough? She then shoved her purse forward. Zhang Chuntao still looked annoyed and refused the money, trying to leave. Ma Danny had no choice. She was desperate to get the recipe, so she made up her mind and took off a solid silver bracelet, handing it to Zhang Chuntao. Here, take this bracelet too. It's solid silver and weighs about 2 taels. That should be enough, right? Only then did Zhang Chuntao smile slightly, accepting the silver bracelet and purse. She played innocent and said, "All right, since you're sincere, I'll tell you." She leaned in close to Ma Danny's ear and whispered a few words. Ma Danny's eyes lit up at first, then she couldn't help but ask, "Does it really work?" Zhang Chuntao patted her chest and assured her, "Don't worry. Just listen to me. Tonight, after trying it once, you'll see if it works. If not, we'll meet here again tomorrow, and I will return all your silver money." Ma Danny is now desperately trying anything to have a child. Her desire to have a baby has been there for years, not just recently. But for some reason, although she has a slim waist and a big, people say she has a natural body suited for having children. Yet, after several years of marriage, whether with Wu Sanyi or Wu Fugue, she only plants seeds but no sprouts. Everyone secretly mocks her, which makes her very sad. To have a child, she has prayed to gods and visited temples within 100 miles, hoping for a miracle. She has also drunk several buckets of talisman water and so-called pregnancy pills, spending a lot of money, but nothing has worked. Now, although she doesn't know if Zhang Chuntao's recipe will work, what if it does? Especially at this critical moment. It's her last hope, and Ma Danny must hold on to it. She followed Zhang Chuntao into the medicine shop earlier, overhearing her selling herbs outside. She thought that since Zhang knew about herbs, she might understand something about this. If it's a family's secret recipe, maybe it really works. Whether it works or not, spending a few taels of silver to buy the recipe is worth a try. If it helps her get pregnant, all her efforts won't be wasted. Otherwise, would Ma Danny be so foolish as to listen to Zhang Chuntao's few words and then happily pay for the recipe? Now that she has the recipe and has asked Zhang Chuntao a few questions, filled with hope, Ma Danny rushes to the mountain goods shop. The recipe Zhang Chuntao mentioned includes several ingredients, probably only available at the mountain goods shop, so she needs to ask. Seeing Ma Danny excitedly leave, Zhang Chuntao weighs her purse and silver bracelet, nodding with satisfaction. Although Ma Danny and her brother Ma Ergo are somewhat hateful, they are foolish and wealthy, contributing a lot of silver to her purse. They help her build a better life without hesitation. If she could get a few more such fat sheep, life would be very comfortable. Sadly, after tonight, these fat sheep might no longer be useful. What a pity! Zhang Chuntao pouted and retracted her thoughts. She looked at the sky, which was almost noon. The herbs she brought had been sold, and there weren't many cold tea leaves left, just a little common mountain goods. She first went to the tea stall she visited a few days ago to sell some cold tea leaves. Seeing that the stall owner didn't believe him, he directly poured the tea for him to drink. The stall owner, noticing the cheap tea leaves, was still doubtful but bought 2 jin anyway. The rest of the tea was handed over to Zhang Chuntao to sell at a low price at the mountain goods shop. After a busy day at the market, they earned nearly 150 silver dollars. Zhang Chuntao thought that the food in the cave was running low and needed to buy more to bring back. There were also some small miscellaneous items that needed to be purchased. Initially, he didn't have enough money, but then he met Ma Danny, a wealthy person, which filled his purse again, so he could buy more. He visited several general stores and grain shops, making sure he bought everything he needed. Zhang Chuntao felt very happy. He believed that shopping was the best way to lift a woman's mood. It was already noon. The people at the market had gone home early. Most residents in the town, except for mischievous children, were staying indoors to avoid the hot midday sun. After half a day of shopping, Zhang Chuntao finally felt hungry. He hesitated whether to go back to the cave and cook for himself or just buy something in town to fill his stomach. He didn't know when Hien had come beside him. Naturally, he took her basket and handed her a paper-wrapped package, saying only, "Eat this." Then he walked ahead with the basket. The paper package was still hot, with oil seeping through, making it semi-transparent. Zhang Chuntao opened it and saw 2 fragrant salted meat pies. The outer crust was golden brown and crispy, with meat inside almost bursting through the crust. Taking a bite, he tasted a rich, roasted flavor. The crust was crispy and crumbly, breaking into small pieces as he chewed. Zhang Chuntao was chewing the pie and hurried to catch up with Hien. He asked vaguely, "Should we go back now?" In his heart, he actually wanted to go to Jiakan and watch the show. If nothing unexpected happened, tonight's most lively place would be Ma Danny's house in Jiakan. Everyone had their own plans and believed they had set a trap for tonight. But he didn't know who would win in the end. If everything went as expected, the fate of Wu Fugue and Air Guzi tonight was already decided. He wanted to see with his own eyes that they would no longer harm the people, so he could rest assured. Now, he had to go back to the cave, which was dozens of miles away through the mountains. Then have dinner, and maybe set out again late at night to Jiakan? She is made of flesh, not iron, so why bother tormenting herself? Finding a guest house in town, or a quiet place to rest for a while would be good. Doesn't it feel nice to relax and watch a show at night? So she had already decided that if Hien wanted to go back, let him. She was determined not to return. Unexpectedly, after Hien led her through several winding alleys, they stopped in front of a small courtyard. This courtyard was in a remote area, almost at the edge of Shichiao town, with few houses nearby. There was a lock on the gate. Hien found a key somewhere, unlocked it, pushed open the wooden door, and went inside. Zhang Chuntao hesitated for a moment, then followed Hien. As soon as they entered, they faced a screen wall, carved with 5 bats surrounding a longevity character. This is called the 5 blessings holding longevity. Turning past the screen wall, there was a small courtyard inside. It seemed uninhabited and neglected, with weeds growing between the bricks. The house was very ordinary, with 3 main rooms at the front and 2 side rooms, forming a typical courtyard layout. 2 osmanthus trees grew in the yard, now decorated with a few golden yellow flowers. When the wind blew, a faint scent of osmanthus filled the air. In the corner of the yard, there was a small well with a wooden wheel on top, wrapped with a long rope. Zhang Chuntao looked around curiously at the yard. Hien simply said, "Let's rest here for now. When it's around midnight, we'll go to Wu's Bay." He then placed his basket under the eaves, signaling Zhang Chuntao to step back. He took a few steps forward, pushed open the door of the 3 main rooms, which were fully furnished but covered in dust. No one had lived there for a long time. When the door opened, a dusty, stale smell hit them. He uncovered his nose and stepped back 2 steps. Once the air inside circulated and the smell lessened, he moved a stool outside, wiped it with a sleeve, and placed it under the osmanthus tree for Zhang Chuntao to rest. Then, familiar with the place, he went to the side room, took out a broom and a feather duster, and started cleaning the main room. Zhang Chuntao felt too embarrassed to stand around doing nothing. After searching the yard and asking Hien, he found a wooden basin and a cloth in a corner of the side room. He went to the well, lowered the wheel, drew a bucket of water, wrung out the cloth, and cleaned the tables and chairs. The 3 main rooms had a central hall used for entertaining guests, with only tables and chairs. The 2 rooms next to the main house are built with brick beds, which seem to be for living. However, now they are empty, with only a few boxes and cages left in the corner. The 2 of them work together. Although no one lives inside, only a little dust had settled, making cleaning quite easy. They quickly cleaned all 3 rooms thoroughly. It was noon now. After finishing, both looked a bit dusty and dirty. Zhang Chuntao only wiped the tables and chairs, which was manageable. Hien, having dusted the place, was covered in dust from head to face, so he went to the well and drew a bucket of water. The well water was cold. He cupped his hands and washed his face happily, feeling refreshed. After tidying himself up, he looked back and saw Zhang Chuntao sitting on a chair under the osmanthus tree, watching him with interest. He didn't feel embarrassed when their eyes met. Instead, he smiled. He Yen, under Zhang Chuantao's gaze, felt his ears start to heat up again. He cleared his throat and sat down under the tree. A cool breeze blew through the yard, carrying the scent of osmanthus flowers, making the moment feel rare and peaceful. He Yen sat for a while, wanting to say something, but after thinking all afternoon, he didn't know what to say. He looked at Zhang Chuntao inspecting the small yard. Finally, he spoke. This house was bought by my great-uncle for my grandparents to live in as they aged. But my grandparents couldn't get used to the town and preferred their hometown, so the house has mostly been empty. Later, when my grandparents passed away, no one took care of it anymore. The keys were left to me, so I come to check on it when I have time, tidy it up, and prevent it from leaking or collapsing. My great-uncle's family doesn't like the countryside, so if they come back, they'll definitely stay here. That was an explanation of the house's history. Zhang Chuntao was a bit surprised that Hien was telling him this, and it seemed there was more to it than just the story. But he didn't ask much and just nodded with a smile, noticing Hien looked a little awkward. Thinking they'd stay until late at night, he figured they shouldn't just sit around idly. They needed something to do to feel more comfortable. He looked into his basket and saw some leftover cooling tea leaves. He asked, "Is there a stove and firewood here? Since there's nothing much to do, we could boil water and make some tea. Maybe even cook something for dinner tonight?" Heian listened to this, and his eyes brightened. He nodded quickly and said, "Yes, yes." Then he got up and went to the west wing, where there was a kitchen. It was fully equipped with pots, pans, and utensils. In the corner, there was a neat pile of firewood, ready to be used at any time. Heian went to fetch water, washed all the bowls and utensils, and since they had been used for a long time, he filled a pot with water, put everything inside, and started a fire to boil the water and sterilize the items. He also found a large clay jar, cleaned it thoroughly, and used a small stove to boil some water separately. When the water boiled, Zhang Chuntao picked out a few leaves from the sampuan plant, rinsed them, and put them into the clay jar. Seeing Heian looking curious, she explained briefly, "This morning, you drank this herbal tea called sampuan. It's cheap and tasty. I have a packet here, and I'll give it to you later, so you can take some home. Usually just 2 or 3 leaves are enough for a big jar." She handed the remaining sampuan leaves to Heian. He picked up a leaf to look at it and asked uncertainly, "Are these pear tree leaves?" Zhang Chuntao nodded. "Don't underestimate it. It's great for cooling off and quenching thirst. Take it home to drink first. If you get used to it, let me know when you run out." Meanwhile, the water in the big pot in the kitchen had been boiling for a while. Heian removed the firewood and let the utensils simmer in the water. He thought for a moment and said, "I'll go buy some rice and flour and cook dinner myself tonight." Zhang Chuntao nodded. Although there were small stalls selling noodles and buns in town in the morning and noon, they closed in the afternoon. The only places still open were the town's restaurants and inns, but their prices were high and not affordable for ordinary people. Although Zhang Chuntao had taken advantage of Ma Danny today, her childhood experience made her unable to spend freely. She carefully planned every penny. She was used to saving and being frugal, but she also believed in rewarding herself occasionally with a small treat. If not, as an orphan in modern times, she wouldn't have been able to save enough for a small house in the city on her own. Now, in this time and place, it's even harder for women to earn money, so she had to be more careful with her spending. She simply wouldn't take advantage of others. Last time, she treated Hien to meat buns, and today Hien invited her to salty meat pies, so they had balanced things out. Of course, dinner couldn't be paid for by Hien alone, so she quickly took out 10 large coins from her purse to give to him. Hien refused to accept, waving his hands to decline, worried that Zhang Chuntao might insist. He hurriedly opened the door and slipped away. Zhang Chuntao couldn't catch up, so she gave up. Since Hien went to buy rice, flour, vegetables, and so on, she couldn't just sit idle. In the kitchen, the bowls, chopsticks, and pots needed for cooking had been boiling long enough. Zhang Chuntao scooped them out, washed them in a basket, and let them dry. Then, using hot water, she scrubbed the stove, the cupboard, and the wooden basin. After finishing, she took out 2 of the hot bowls, poured cooled tea from the clay jar into them to cool, and filled a bucket with well water, placing the jar inside to chill. When Hien carried in his big and small packages, she noticed that, despite just leaving for a short while, the yard had become a bit lively. The table had been moved out from the main hall, with the clay jar and bowls placed on top. Zhang Chuntao was sitting by the table, drinking tea. When she saw him come in, she quickly stepped forward to take the things, gesturing for him to have a sip of tea to quench his thirst. She then looked down at what Hien had bought, thinking about what to cook for the evening. Hien's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he remembered how his mother used to greet his father with a bright smile when he came back from work, taking the farming tools from his hands and preparing a pot of cooled tea, water, and a cloth. In his memory, his father smiled honestly and contentedly, as if all his fatigue had vanished. At that moment, he didn't quite understand his father's feelings, but now he seemed to have some insight. He couldn't help but look at Zhang Chuntao, who was lowering her head, flipping through the things she bought, revealing a long, slender neck. Hien felt his throat go dry and his heart race. Just then, Zhang Chuntao looked up. He didn't know why, but felt guilty and dared not meet her eyes. Instead, he hurriedly grabbed a bowl of cooled tea from the table and drank it all in one gulp. The remaining 3 words, "The tea I drank," hovered at the tip of his tongue, but he finally swallowed them. This situation was a bit awkward. The two of them now had a complicated relationship, neither close nor distant, trusting each other but secretly plotting to remove the village chief of Shiqiao town. In this era, relationships between men and women were conservative, and even in modern times, such behavior could be considered inappropriate. However, Zhang Chuantao's first thought was relief that she hadn't drunk the leftover wine from Hien. She was a bit particular about cleanliness, and she probably couldn't accept it. As for Hien, well, as long as she didn't say anything, he wouldn't know. If he didn't know, there wouldn't be any embarrassment. He silently thought, "Sorry, big brother. It's not that I didn't try to stop you, but you acted too quickly." "Well, heaven and earth, I know you don't. Let's just pretend nothing happened." Zhang Chuntao still felt a little guilty. She cleared her throat, dared not look at Hien, and simply said, "I'm going to prepare dinner," then turned and took the things Hien bought into the kitchen. Once inside, she patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Outside in the yard, after Hien drank the cold tea in one gulp and saw Zhang Chuntao say those 3 words and then try to stop him, his heart suddenly tightened. He held his breath, waiting for her next words. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chuntao only said 3 words, then looked at him with a strange expression and hurried into the kitchen, as if trying to avoid him. Hien wasn't stupid. He was quite perceptive. From those 3 words and her reaction afterward, he quickly realized that he might have accidentally taken the wrong teacup in his haste. The cup he drank from was probably the one Zhang Chuntao had used. He had poured a bowl of cold tea, which should have been for cooling off and clearing heat, but somehow, he suddenly felt very hot all over. His whole body stiffened, and the teacup in his hand felt painfully hot. Only after Zhang Chuntao entered the kitchen did Hien let out a long breath. His face was so flushed that even his thick beard couldn't hide his redness. He stood there awkwardly at the table, unsure whether to put down or hold the teacup. His whole body was boiling with energy, his heartbeat pounding loudly in his chest, and his face and ears were burning. He quickly poured another bowl of tea from the clay jar and drank it all in one go. The tea in the jar had been cooled with well water, changed several times, and now carried a slight chill from the well water, which helped to ease his fiery feelings as it flowed down his throat, cooling his heated heart a little. He took a moment to realize that the teacup he was drinking from was still Zhang Chuantao's. The earlier feeling of heat that he had suppressed returned even stronger. He didn't dare look at Zhang Chuntao in the kitchen. He hurriedly changed the cup, drank 2 more bowls of cool tea, but still felt it wasn't enough. So he ran to the well and directly drew a bucket of water, then buried his whole head in it. After a long while, he lifted his head, casually wiped water from his beard and hair with his hand, and the water ran down his neck into his clothes. Feeling a bit hot still, He loosened his collar slightly, revealing his Adam's apple and tan skin. Small water droplets rolled down his throat and dripped onto his clothes. He rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, showing strong arm muscles. His shirt front was wet from the well water, sticking to his body. Because it was summer and the clothes were thin, his abdominal muscles were faintly visible. Zhang Chuntao rummaged through the things he brought back from the kitchen, and everything was complete. There was a small bag of rice, not refined white rice, but rough rice, which was quite rare. Since crossing over, Zhang Chuntao had only eaten rice once, after robbing Zhao's cabinet. Most of the time, she ate millet, sorghum flour, or flour mixed with wheat bran. Her southern stomach was used to eating noodles, but after a long time without rice, she always felt something was missing. Seeing the rice now, she couldn't help but start planning. Tonight, she wanted to steam a pot of rice and enjoy it fully. He not only bought rice but also brought back a piece of pork wrapped in lotus leaves. The meat was excellent, with 5 layers and 3 marbled parts, slightly more lean meat, perfect for making braised pork. In the cloth bag, she also found 2 round purple eggplants and 2 long, slender bitter gourds. At the bottom, probably a gift from the vegetable seller, were about 10 small, pointed red chili peppers and a small handful of green onions. Since the yard had been uninhabited for years and the kitchen was empty, there were no seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, or vinegar. He carefully brought back a packet of salt and 2 small bamboo tubes. One bamboo tube contained clear oil, and the other contained soy sauce. Everything was ready. Zhang Chuntao looked at these vegetables and started planning to make braised pork, a minced meat and eggplant dish, and a cold bitter gourd salad. That would be a feast. Thinking about asking Hien if he has any food restrictions, I just peeked out and saw the scene. Especially when looking from Zhang Chuntao's perspective, the sunlight was shining from behind Hien, making the water droplets on his body sparkle like crystals, which made his tan muscles look like they were glowing with a halo. Zhang Chuntao couldn't help swallowing hard. She didn't expect to see such a treat today. This is natural, slim-looking clothing, no, wet clothes revealing muscles. The muscles developed through everyday exercise are much stronger than those trained deliberately in a gym. For a moment, she couldn't take her eyes away until she noticed Hien standing stiffly. Even his thick beard looked surprised and fluffed up. Seeing his beard, Zhang Chuntao regained her senses. No matter how good his figure was, with that obscured face and big beard, all her romantic thoughts disappeared. Looking at Hien's current state, he seemed afraid to move, and she realized her gaze might have been a bit too bold. She quickly lowered her eyes, cleared her throat nervously, and said, "Big brother I just wanted to ask if you have any food restrictions?" Hien felt as if Zhang Chuntao's eyes were on fire, and wherever she looked, it seemed to ignite. His whole side felt like it was burning. Although he heard her speak, he didn't catch what she said clearly and just shook his head randomly. Seeing Hien shake his head, Zhang Chuntao quickly withdrew and went back to the kitchen. Her face felt hot, and she couldn't help touching it, feeling self-critical. She hurried to wash rice and cook. After she started working, the heat on her face gradually subsided. She planned to put the pork belly into the pot, add water, and bring it to a boil. Without or cooking wine, she tied 2 small green onions into a knot and added them, cooking until the meat changed color before removing it and setting it aside. Then she washed the pot, rinsed the rice, and poured 2 ladles of water into a large pot. She added the rinsed rice and cooked until about 60 to 70% done, then took it out and drained it, setting it aside. While cooking the rice, Zhang Chuntao cut the cooked pork into small cubes, saving some to chop into minced meat for later eggplant dishes. When the rice was ready and set aside, she quickly added a little clear oil to the pot, then put in the pork cubes and stir-fried until they turned golden and slightly crispy. She added a small amount of chopped chili, stir-fried briefly, then added white parts of green onions, salt, and soy sauce for color. Finally, add a splash of water, cover the pot, and simmer on low heat. When the sauce has dried up and the meat is tender and shiny, it's ready to serve. At this point, serve the dish. Sprinkle with chopped green onions, and the reddish-brown meat looks glossy and tempting. For the eggplant, Salt has already been used to remove excess water. First, stir-fry the prepared minced meat until fragrant, then add the eggplant and cook until soft. Add salt and soy sauce, and stir-fry until fragrant. The bitter melon has been cleaned out, sliced, and briefly blanched in boiling water with a few drops of oil until it changes color, then removed. Drain the water, add salt, sprinkle with a few pieces of red chili, and finally pour hot oil over it. Mix well, and the cold bitter melon salad is ready. Once all the dishes are cooked, wash the pot thoroughly, then add the partially cooked rice into the pot and simmer on low heat until fully cooked. This method makes the rice grains separate and not sticky, and it smells very good. If left to simmer a bit longer, a crispy layer called pot crust will form at the bottom, which is crunchy and chewy. The leftover rice water is not wasted. It can be kept aside to soak the crispy rice or drink after the meal for hydration and nutrition. Hee-yeon is in the yard, smelling the tempting aroma from the kitchen, almost unable to hold back. If it weren't for the earlier awkwardness, he would have gone inside to help. Just fetching firewood, washing vegetables, or carrying dishes would be helpful. But now, he can only sit outside, stomach growling from hunger, protesting loudly. Hee-yeon is just glad the yard is somewhat secluded, and the nearest neighbors are a bit far away. Otherwise, with this smell, even the children next door might start crying from hunger. Finally, he hears Zhang Chuntao say dinner is ready. He feels like he's been given a reprieve and quickly steps into the kitchen to help bring the food to the table outside. Zhang Chuntao has served the rice and crispy rice crust in a basin. There's half a basin of water in the pot, kept warm by the remaining ashes in the stove, perfect for washing dishes later. By the time Zhang Chuntao comes out, Hee-yeon has already served the rice into bowls, set the utensils, and is waiting for her. They sit down without any formalities, both very hungry. The table is full of meat and vegetables, looking and smelling delicious. Who cares about talking? They dig in eagerly. Hee-yeon has eaten braised pork before. Although his family doesn't usually make it, he once tried it at his uncle's house. The meat was a bit too sweet, and it seemed to contain soup, which he didn't quite like. But today, Zhang Chuantao's braised pork was different. The meat was fatty but not greasy, lean but not dry, and it had a slight spicy taste. At first, he only felt a little spice, but as he ate, the spiciness grew, making it very appetizing. The minced meat eggplant was also flavorful, as the eggplant absorbed the aroma of the meat, soft and delicious. After a few bites of meat, they had some cold bitter melon, which was crispy and slightly bitter, perfectly balancing the greasy meat. Both of them were very strong eaters. They finished a bowl of rice and the 3 dishes on the table, and in the end, one of them even took a piece of crispy rice crust to nibble on, each claiming their own spot. After finishing the rice crust, they had a warm bowl of rice soup, feeling extremely happy. Hee-yeon had never eaten so comfortably before. At home, his mother, Meng, was skilled at needlework, but her cooking skills were average, mainly just making sure the food was cooked enough to eat. Of course, in rural families, most women's cooking skills were also quite average, mainly because of limited conditions, no extra oil, few seasonings, just boiling food. How could it taste good? Not to mention, Zhang Chuntao was trained in her family to cook well, trying to make even unappetizing dishes taste better. Plus, she had worked outside in modern times, earning money early on, helping in kitchens and learning from many chefs. After graduating, to save money and not waste her skills, she usually cooked for herself. Combining these experiences, her cooking skills were naturally exceptional. Seeing the table cleared of food, as the cook, she felt very happy. Hee-yeon also felt responsible. After finishing his meal, he proactively cleaned the dishes and utensils, washing them thoroughly with hot water. He didn't have the bad habit of finishing a meal and then throwing away the dishes, wiping his mouth, and leaving. Their dinner was later than usual, but after cleaning up, the sky was filled with sunset clouds. Hee-yeon finished tidying up and came out, looked at the sky, and told Zhang Chuntao to rest in the side room for now. He needed to go out for a bit, and when the time was right, he would call her to go to Jiaowen together. Zhang Chuntao looked at Hee-yeon, unsure why he was avoiding suspicion. She thought it was not good for a young man and woman to stay together in one yard, or maybe he really had something to do. Since everyone is an adult and understands the basic principles of social interaction, like not being overly curious or asking too many questions, they all nodded in agreement happily. He Yen-song took a deep breath, told Zhang Chuntao to close the courtyard gate, and then left without looking back. Zhang Chuntao closed the gate. Although no one was inside the yard, she didn't wander around or look around. She chose a room next to the main hall, closed the door, and planned to rest for a while. Maybe she was tired today. After leaning on the kong, a traditional bed, she soon fell into a dazed sleep. Meanwhile, at Wu's house, Ma Dan and I, during the day, tried to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. After hearing a village girl's advice, she gritted her teeth and rushed to the mountain goods store, spending a lot of money to buy the items the girl mentioned. When she got home, she started working in the kitchen. To entertain Wu Fugue, Ma Dan and I spared no effort. She not only slaughtered a chicken but also bought a large pork knuckle and some pig kidneys. The chicken was a rooster, used to make soup, with a special herbal recipe the village girl had prepared for her. Whether it was just her feeling or truly effective, once the herbs were added to the soup and simmered for a long time, a strange, fragrant aroma filled the air, drifting out of the pot. The pork knuckle was braised until tender, and the pig kidneys were sliced into decorative pieces, ready to be fried in hot oil once someone arrived. Wu Fugue loved this dish the most. Ma Dan and I had known him for many years, so she understood his preferences well. By the time everything was ready and dusk was falling, Wu Fugue finally sneaked into the yard. Exhausted from the day, as soon as he entered Ma Dan's yard, he was drawn in by the unique smell of the meat and couldn't help but swallow hard. His stomach started to growl. He had originally planned to clarify things clearly with Ma Dan and I as soon as he entered, but the smell made him temporarily forget his resolve. Seeing Ma Dan and I smiling kindly and attentively, she brought water to wash his face and hands, then led him to the inner room where a table was already set with his favorite dishes. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. They had been married for several years, and seeing her like this, he swallowed his words again. Thinking that Ma Dan and I had been with him through a lot, he decided to give her this last bit of dignity. He accepted her hospitality, ate the meal, and felt that their relationship was finally complete. He peacefully enjoyed her service. Ma Danny poured wine for Wu Fugue and told him to eat first. She said she had 2 more dishes to cook and would come later. Worried that he might find drinking alone boring, she thought for a moment and decided to ask Ma Erguzi to keep him company and chat. It is true that Dr. Ma from Xinglin Pavilion has a good way of treating injuries like sprains and bruises. Recently, Ma Erguzi has been resting at home and is able to sit up with some effort. Since he had something to ask Wu Fugue, even though he still felt some pain, he endured it and helped Ma Danny come over to sit at the table, smiling politely. Ma Erguzi always knew that his sister was quite fond of Wu Fugue. For his sister's sake, he took good care of his brother-in-law. He used to call him brother-in-law all the time. Now, seeing how he looked, he thought that, based on how his brother-in-law usually treated him, Wu Fugue would surely ask about his injury out of concern. Then, he could take the opportunity to ask Wu Fugue to avenge him. But unexpectedly, tonight Wu Fugue only ate and drank without asking anything about his injury.
Ma Ergozi is simple-minded.
Seeing that Wu Fugue didn't ask, he decided to bring it up himself. Brother-in-law, I got hurt this time. Before he could finish, Wu Fugue's brow twitched. Right now, he didn't care about Ma Erguzi's life or death. He just wanted to stay out of trouble and not get involved with them. He didn't want Ma Erguzi to continue, so he just laughed and said, Erguzi, I haven't been here these days. Your sister's cooking skills have improved a lot. This big pork knuckle looks good. Try some. He then helped Ma Erguzi by putting a piece on his plate. During his recovery, Ma Erguzi had been told by Dr. Ma to only drink bone broth or fish soup. It was so bland that he almost lost his appetite. Seeing the shiny, red-skinned pork knuckle, he was already drooling with hunger. But he forced himself to hold back. When Wu Fuguei helped him by putting a piece on his plate, he couldn't resist anymore. He licked his lips, endured the pain, and used his chopsticks to pick up the meat and put it in his mouth. Once he took the first bite, he didn't worry about the second. Whenever Ma Erguzi wanted to speak, Wu Fuguei would let him eat and drink freely, even personally serving him chicken soup. Even though Ma Danny hadn't cooked such delicious dishes for him during his injury recovery, Ma Erguzi was naturally greedy. Once he broke his usual restraint, he couldn't stop himself. Especially the chicken soup, he didn't know what Ma Danny had added to it. When she was simmering it in the yard that afternoon, a strange aroma wafted into his nose, making his stomach's craving grow restless. At this moment, there was no time to complain. I picked up a sip of chicken soup. The soup had been simmered all afternoon, extracting all its essence. With the added herbs, it had a rich aroma mixed with an indescribable flavor, slightly fishy and a bit sweet. The slight fishiness and sweetness in the chicken soup didn't taste great, but after a few sips, I couldn't help but want more. Before I knew it, Erguzi had finished the bowl of soup. He eagerly looked at the half-empty pot on the table. Wu Fuguei saw Erguzi's eager look and sneered inwardly. Sure enough, he was not a person who could sit at a proper table. One bowl of chicken soup was like he had never tasted it before. Thinking this, Wu Fuguei poured him another bowl. Seeing him focus only on the soup and not eat the big pork knuckle, Wu Fuguei also couldn't hold back and served himself a bowl. After one sip, he couldn't stop. They sat facing each other, eating from their bowls. Before long, they finished the entire pot of chicken soup. Not only that, but they still seemed to want more, picking out the chicken meat to gnaw on. When Ma Danny finished frying 2 dishes, she was worried about getting oil and smoke on herself and being disliked, so she went back inside to wash up and changed into a smaller size of clothes. She pushed out her chest and tightened her waist, planning to have a couple of drinks with Wu Fuguei. Then, while drunk, she would keep him around, hoping to stay overnight and do some secret things. But she found the table was a mess. Cups and plates everywhere. The wine jug was empty, the chicken soup pot was drained, and only 2 chicken feet and 2 chicken neck pieces remained at the bottom of the pot. Ma Danny, who had been smiling flirtatiously, froze in place. All the carefully prepared food and drinks had been finished off by the 2 of them. Maybe they had drunk too much, because they sat shoulder to shoulder, acting like brothers. Sometimes, one would call the other big brother, and the other would call him little brother. Sometimes, one would call the other grandpa, and the other would call him grandson. The hierarchy was all mixed up, but neither of them seemed to mind. They called each other very affectionately. Looking at their expressions and age, it really looked like a grandpa meeting his grandson. Wu Fuguei, acting like a grandpa, kept digging into his pocket to find a gift to give his new grandson. Ma Danny looked at the 2 dishes she held in her hands, then at her outfit and makeup, which she had carefully prepared all afternoon. She felt like she had been fed to the dogs. If she had known that changing clothes and cooking would turn out like this, she wondered why she was so diligent. Wasn't it better to just stay with Wu Fuguei? I felt upset inside, holding back my anger. Seeing my younger brother, Erguzi, not behaving properly, I wondered who I was working so hard for. As his older sister, he should at least help me or not hold me back. He's really a bad teammate. I was so angry, but Ma Danny couldn't get mad either. Seeing Wu Fuguei looking drunk, I decided not to join him in drinking and just took him to the room to get things done. The process didn't matter. Only the good result mattered. Thinking this, I forced a smile and went to help Wu Fuguei, saying, "Honey, why have you drunk so much? Go lie down in the room." I also signaled to Erguzi to be sensible, to leave quickly and not disturb us. Unexpectedly, Wu Fuguei pushed Ma Danny, causing her to stumble and hit her waist on the table corner, making her instantly sweat with pain. Wu Fuguei didn't notice and instead put his arm on Erguzi's shoulder, loudly saying he wanted to have a good talk with his grandson tonight. Erguzi smiled foolishly and replied, "Grandpa, don't worry, your grandson will take good care of you today." Without caring that Ma Danny was in pain and couldn't straighten her waist, they helped each other and went into Erguzi's room. They closed the door and collapsed onto the bed, snoring loudly. Ma Danny was so angry she clenched her teeth, wanting to stomp her foot. When she tried to stand up, she pulled at the spot where she had hit, causing more pain and grimacing in pain. She thought about all her careful preparations that had gone to waste and felt furious. She looked at the chicken soup with the secret recipe for childbirth on the table, which they hadn't left her a single drop of. Her chest felt tight with anger. She decided not to tidy up and just went back to her room to lie down. As for Zhang Chuntao, she had just closed her eyes when a knocking on the door startled her awake. When she opened her eyes, she saw it was already dark outside. She was lying in bed fully dressed. Hearing the noise, she turned over and got up, grabbing the firewood knife beside her. She went to the door and cautiously asked, "Who is it?" Then, outside, Hian's voice came, "Miss Zhang, it's me. It's about time.
We should leave now."
Only then did Zhang Chuntao breathe a sigh of relief. She stepped forward to open the door, but felt something was a bit off about Hian's words. Think of a different idea. On a dark, windy night, someone suddenly knocks on the door and says something that would probably startle anyone, making it seem like trouble is coming. Thinking this, I couldn't help but twitch my mouth. When Hian opened the door, he saw Zhang Chuantao's strange expression, but he didn't think much of it. He hurriedly said, "We need to go quickly." Someone sent a message, and it seems things have gone wrong. His face looked strange, and his words were unclear, as if he was hiding something difficult to say. Zhang Chuantao's face changed, and she didn't care about anything else. She quickly followed Hian, rushing toward Wu's house. Fortunately, Wu's house wasn't far away. Both of them were anxious and quick on their feet. In just 15 minutes, they reached Ma Danny's house. It was already late at night, around the second watch, when villagers usually sleep early and turn off their lamps to save oil. But now, Ma Danny's yard was brightly lit, filled with noise. Lights also shone from the neighboring houses. Because of the commotion, nearby people were awakened. The whole village's dogs gathered and barked nonstop. So, when Zhang Chuntao and Hian arrived, few people noticed. Even if they did, it was too dark to see clearly, and everyone thought the noise was just from Ma Danny's house. The two couldn't get close easily. After thinking for a moment, they saw a large locust tree outside Ma Danny's yard. They exchanged a quick look. Hian climbed up the tree easily, reaching out to help Zhang Chuntao up. When he looked back, he saw Zhang Chuntao already behind him. He withdrew his hand and turned around. From this position, he could see everything clearly inside Ma Danny's yard. Inside, more than 10 torches were lit, and about half the yard's people were gathered there. The side room door was wide open, revealing a man lying on the bed. He only wore a piece of clothing over his private parts. Despite all the chaos, he was lying there flat, unmoving. At the door of the side room, a man wrapped in a quilt was trying to hide in the shadows, lowering his head so his face couldn't be seen. Next to him sat a woman with messy hair, looking numb and frightened, as if she had seen something terrifying and lost her soul. "Isn't that Ma Danny?" On either side of them, 7 or 8 strong men held torches, sticks, and knives, looking intimidating, blocking the 3 of them behind. Opposite them was a woman who looked almost crazy, shouting loudly and trying to attack, but she was being pulled back by the men and women behind her. From her voice and face, it was Huang, Wu Fugue's wife. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she broke free from her son and daughter-in-law who were holding her, and she scratched away the 2 big men blocking her way. If those 2 men really wanted to stop Huang, they probably could have, but they seemed afraid of getting hurt or had other concerns. They only made a few gestures to block her, before Huang pushed them aside with force. Then, like a fierce tiger pouncing, she viciously lunged at Ma Danny, grabbing her hair, slapping her several times, kicking, scratching, and shouting, "You shameless woman! A mistress who keeps a man outside. A wicked, lustful fox spirit. You made our family's master treat you like a treasure, bringing gold and silver into your house, almost worshipping you like an ancestor. Who keeps a mistress outside, and is as happy as you. I thought you might help ease our man's boredom, but it's just a silly game, like teasing cats and dogs." I don't bother to argue with you. Are you so proud of yourself now? You've taken so many good things from our family over the years. Just that silver is enough for someone your age. Yet you're still not satisfied? Do you realize that our family's master can't keep his youth and beauty anymore? Are you afraid of losing this fat sheep of ours? So you resort to such low tricks? You shameless woman. If you bought a girl with silver to serve our master, I might forgive you. I never thought you would be so beastly as to send your brother to our bed. Isn't selling yourself enough? Now you even sold your brother's dignity. Followed by a string of filthy insults, extremely harsh and unpleasant to hear. The big men nearby were still trying to persuade. Sister-in-law, maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Someone as decent as Brother Fugue wouldn't do such things. Huang, overwhelmed with anger, cursed loudly. Misunderstanding? I saw with my own eyes that the dead ghost was holding that shameless woman's brother like a mad dog and couldn't be pulled away. She then turned to scold Marguzi, calling her a mother fox spirit, and her brother a male fox spirit, calling the whole family a bunch of lustful foxes, none of them good people. He Yan and Zhang Chuntao were so shocked by this news that they almost lost their grip on the tree and fell down. They looked at each other in fear, then turned to look into the yard. In the yard, Ma Danny was slapped back to her senses after being hit left and right by Mrs. Huang. She screamed and pushed Mrs. Huang away. She then turned and rushed to the man wrapped in a quilt. She started hitting him fiercely, scratching, kicking, and biting like a mad wolf. She cried and cursed Wu Fugue, you pervert, you have no conscience. You took my body, and you're still not satisfied? You scoundrel. You dare to hurt my brother. My brother is injured, and his bones are not healed. You've pushed him to the brink of death. You beast. Even animals don't attack males like this. You're worse than an animal. After cursing, she attacked him again. The man in the quilt was Wu Fugue. At first, he was hiding from Ma Danny. When he couldn't escape, he just let her vent for a while. One reason was that he was still partly under the quilt. The incident happened suddenly, and he only managed to wrap himself in the quilt. Now, with the wind blowing, it felt cold. He didn't dare fight back, afraid that if he let go, others might see. Besides, there were some women in the yard, including his daughter-in-law. If they saw, his father-in-law's reputation would be ruined. Another reason was that he thought Ma Danny should vent her anger. After all, he was drunk and had behaved badly, sleeping with his young brother-in-law. Ma Danny was right to be angry. If it were her, she might even want to kill him with a knife. But after Ma Danny tore off a handful of his hair, with skin and flesh, all thoughts of face and making her lover feel better disappeared instantly. Without hesitation, he pushed Ma Danny away, slapped her down to the ground, kicked her, and yelled with wide eyes, "You little. You're a. Do you think you're somebody now? What are you? Just a toy I bought with my money to amuse myself. Like that girl from the kiln, boring and easy to discard once tired of her. I really want to sleep with someone. How many young girls can't get a man? Just want to sleep with a man, but can't find a decent, clever one? Or someone who would look at your stupid brother like an idiot. He even said this was probably a trap. Seeing that I got bored of you recently, you're scared inside. A few days ago, you even went to the town in broad daylight to me. I realize something is wrong. You keep sending people to deliver messages, so I can see you. In the past, when I came, you were always with me. Today, you only let your brother accompany you? And you cooked a strange soup? Yes, that soup has a problem. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a headache, and I wouldn't leave a soft woman to sleep while I go sleep with a tough, serious man. It's clear that you planned all this. Are you afraid I will leave you? So you deliberately seduced me, drugged my food, and even arranged for me and your brother to be in the same bed. You deliberately harmed me. And now you're blaming me? Wu Fugue's anger grew clear. He thought this was probably a trap set by Ma Danny. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. He didn't care that he was only wrapped in a blanket with nothing else on, afraid of falling, so he kept holding onto it tightly. Earlier, he slapped Ma Danny and grabbed her arm. Now, furious, he just wanted to teach her a lesson. When he loosened his grip, Both of his hands let go. The blanket slipped to the ground. Wu Fuguei didn't notice. The women brought by Mrs. Huang were all terrified, screaming and covering their eyes or turning away. Wu Fuguei finally snapped out of it. He hurriedly wrapped himself in the blanket, then signaled to the men, "Teach this little troublemaker a lesson. See if she has someone behind her, setting this trap to frame me." The men, who were Wu Fuguei's subordinates, hesitated after hearing him. One of them, feeling offended, raised his hand to grab Ma Danny. Ma Danny had been with Wu Fuguei for many years. After a few drinks, she boasted about how his men used harsh methods to punish those they captured. She used to think it was impressive and cheered for them. Now, facing the same methods herself, she was terrified. She screamed, "Wu Fuguei, you shameless! You're just a cowardly old man who can't admit it. You can't even control your own private parts. You've poured horse on yourself and can't tell if you're a man or a woman, and you pull people onto the bed. Now that your wife has caught you, you shrink your neck like a turtle, and you're throwing dirt on me. Try to lay a hand on me and see what happens. I've got your weakness in my hands. If you make my life difficult, I won't let you have an easy time either." Wu Fuguei sneered. If they had been somewhere else or with different people, he might have been truly fooled by these words and would have considered them carefully. But this was Wu Family Bay, his territory. Everyone around was a member of Wu's family, not to mention those inside the yard, either his relatives or trusted aides. No matter how fierce the trouble, everyone was on the same side. For their own good, no one would leak any information, and they would even help cover things up. Wu Fuguei decided that Ma Danyu could not be kept alive. A murderous look appeared in his eyes. He sneered and planned to let Ma Danyu die. He waved his hand, signaling his men to act while no outsiders were around. Ma Ergu was still unconscious on the bed, so they decided to deal with both siblings at once. Seeing the situation was bad, and realizing Wu Fuguei had murderous intent, Ma Danyu panicked. She shouted sharply, "Don't come near! Don't come near! You bunch of good-for-nothings, still loyal to this old scoundrel Wu Fuguei? Don't you know? This old scoundrel is the biggest lecher. Your wives, even if they look normal, I bet he's already taken and used them." When she said this, Wu Fuguei's men froze, uncertain and looking back and forth between Ma Danyu and Wu Fuguei. Wu Fuguei's face changed, and he roared, spouting nonsense at such a critical moment. "Cover her mouth." Ma Danyu was already risking everything. She sneered and said, "You don't believe me? Want me to tell you all the traits of your wives? Wu Fuguei, this old scoundrel, told me himself. Do you know how Wu San died? Everyone says he fell into water by accident while walking at night, but Wu San was cautious. He walked that road over 800 times. How could he fall? It was Wu Fuguei, this old scoundrel, who pushed him into the water." This was a shocking secret. Suddenly, not only Wu Fuguei's men were stunned, but even Huang and Wu Fuguei's son and daughter-in-law were left speechless. Wu Fuguei's eyes flashed with fury. Seeing his men were still frozen, he lunged forward, trying to cover Ma Danyu's mouth and nose with a fierce expression. "You wicked woman, what nonsense are you talking?" "Shut up." Ma Danyu struggled twice, but was no match for Wu Fuguei's furious strength. He forcefully covered her mouth and nose. Her eyes rolled back, and she was about to faint. At the moment He-Yan's quilt fell off Wu Fuguei, his first reaction was to turn around and cover Zhang Chuantao's eyes, so she wouldn't see the inappropriate scene. Zhang Chuntao also thought it was inappropriate and decided that after watching the show tonight, she would wash her eyes thoroughly before going home, fearing she might get an eye infection. At this moment, something felt wrong. He-Yan pushed away Wu Fuguei's hand and saw that Ma Danny was almost out of breath. He was anxious to go down and help. She was a witness and couldn't be allowed to die. But He-Yan held her tightly. While he was confused, he saw about 10 shadowy figures hiding outside Ma Danny's yard. Some climbed over the wall into the yard, and others went to the gate and pushed it open. The first to jump over the wall rushed in immediately and snatched Ma Danny away from Wu Fuguei's men. Ma Danny was clutching her throat, coughing and choking painfully. But at this moment, No one paid attention to her. Everyone looked toward the figure entering from the yard gate. Wu Fugue's eyes widened in shock, as if he couldn't believe it. Is it really you? Are you behind all this scheming and trickery against me? There were originally 2 people entering through the yard gate, but Wu Fugue only saw the leader. The leader was a man in his 40s, not tall but with a serious face. Hearing Wu Fugue's words, he shook his head. At this point, you still think you've been secretly plotted against? Isn't it your own fault? Wu Fugue sneered. Stop with these official-sounding words. You just envy me and hold a grudge about what happened back then. All these years, your family has been under my control. You must be unhappy about it, so you're secretly scheming. Trying to bring me down, huh?
Bah.
I won't say much, but this Wu family isn't yours to control. Believe it or not, today, if I say the word, none of you will leave Wu Jiawan. His words were full of menace and hostility. The man didn't get angry but looked at Wu Fugue with pity. Do you really think that way? Wu Fugue suddenly realized something was wrong when he heard this tone and looked at his trusted men. Yu. He had just come down from the bed and was feeling dizzy from the commotion, so he didn't think much. Now, recalling everything, he felt a chill down his spine. His face turned pale, and he immediately noticed several odd and suspicious things. His trusted men dared not look at him, and all stepped back behind the man, showing their stance. Wu Fugue finally realized that the situation was hopeless. He was very angry inside, but he was also very clever and calm quickly. He looked at the man and said, Brother Fu Yong, I admit defeat today. But we are not close relatives, and if this gets out, it will ruin the Wu family's reputation. Is he just a town guard? As long as one of us from the Wu family does it, it doesn't matter who. If you let my brother go today, I will write to the county official tomorrow morning. I will say I am too old and weak to do the job, and I recommend my brother for the position. How about that? As the saying goes, broken bones still connect to the tendons. Outsiders see us as one family. We don't need to cause trouble outside. If you let my brother go today, I will also recommend him as the town guard. I have a small courtyard in town as a small gift for me. What do you think? The man named Wu Fuyong was silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered. Looks like the old saying is true. No tears until you see the coffin. Captain Zhua, you hear all this clearly? The person behind him finally spoke up, loud and clear. All right, brothers, lock everyone up separately. Tomorrow morning, send them all to the county office for the official to question. Hearing this, Wu Fugue's legs went weak, and he became truly scared. He was already quite old, and after drinking the herbal medicine and tossing with their guzzi on the bed all night, he was almost exhausted. When he was awakened, he could only hold on with his breath. Seeing Captain Zhua, he knew he was really in trouble. He let out a sigh and collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Mada and I, who was catching her breath, saw Wu Fugue in such a sorry state and burst out laughing. But she soon couldn't laugh anymore. Tears streaming down her face, she was and dragged aside. Huang Shi and Wu Fugue's son and daughter-in-law also didn't escape. They weren't but were locked in the firewood room. Soon, the yard was filled with crying and shouting. He Yan and Zhang Chuntao saw this and knew the matter was settled. They didn't dare to stay longer. They quietly slid down from the tree and backed away. Many neighbors nearby, including Mada and I, also didn't dare watch anymore, afraid of getting involved in a legal case. They all sneaked back into their own yards. He Yan and Zhang Chuntao quickly blended into the crowd and hurried into the darkness. Once they were sure no one was around, they left Wu Jiawan in a rush. It was already past midnight, and returning to the village was not realistic. The two hesitated briefly at the village entrance, but decided to go back to the town's yard instead. Tomorrow morning they could try to gather some news. Back in the yard, after witnessing the big scene, neither of them could sleep. To avoid suspicion, they simply sat outside, each holding a cup of tea to calm their nerves. After calming down before Zhang Chuntao could ask, Hian spoke first. Wu Fuyong is Wu Fugue's younger cousin, not yet married. Their families used to be close. Wu Fuyong's family was wealthier, while Wu Fugue's family struggled just to eat. Thanks to Wu Fuyong's family helping out, they managed to survive. Later, Wu Fuyong got a chance to leave Wu Jiawan and travel around the south and north, gaining a lot of experience and earning some money. When he returned home, Wu Fugue begged him for help, saying their family couldn't get by anymore. Wu Fuyong grew up with Wu Fugue like brothers, so he agreed to help him. He took him out and he didn't hide anything from Wu Fugue. With this income, Wu Fugue's family's life gradually improved. The two families became even closer because of this. But later, it's said that Wu Fuyong had a great opportunity, which was stolen from him by Wu Fugue. Wu Fugue even drove Wu Fuyong back to Wu Jiawan. Wu Fugue, on the other hand, quickly rose to become a village leader and gained power. They moved to the town, and because of this, Wu Fuyong and his family had a falling out with Wu Fugue's family. Wu Fugue also reportedly gave Wu Fuyong's family some trouble a few times. The clan favored Wu Fugue's family, forcing Wu Fuyong to leave and try his luck elsewhere. He only returned 2 years ago. I heard he's doing well outside, saving up quite a bit of money. When he came back, he renovated his old house, bought some land, and started living like a wealthy man. Earlier, Hien wanted to find enemies with grudges against Wu Fugue to team up against him. He had his own sources of information. After some investigation, he uncovered this old story. After finding an opportunity to meet Wu Fuyong, he learned about his background and the conflict with Wu Fugue. The two quickly agreed. Wu Fuyong's return was mainly to seek revenge for the betrayal years ago. He had been working hard outside all these years. Although he missed his chance back then, he later used some connections he had gained over the years and managed to do quite well outside. Later, by chance, he saved a respected scholar, and he decided to stay close to him, acting as his guard. A couple of years ago, because of his age, he was worried about always being by the scholar's side and not being able to avenge his past enemies. His son followed in his footsteps, and now he also serves as a trusted attendant to the scholar, so he has little to worry about. He simply took his wife and returned to his hometown to retire. Unexpectedly, Wu Fugue had become the village head for many years, and now the Wu family seemed to listen only to him. Many relatives who didn't want to rely on or flatter Wu Fugue were suppressed and pushed aside. Those who flattered Wu Fugue gained many benefits. Over time, the suppressed and marginalized relatives grew resentful. Wu Fuyong remained calm and secretly joined these relatives, collecting evidence of Wu Fugue's misconduct over the years, planning to bring him down when the time was right. He also didn't expect that the scholar he saved back then, after passing the imperial exam, was appointed as the magistrate of Jing County. Wu Fuyong's plan became easier because he now had powerful backing. If he could find solid evidence and leverage, Wu Fugue would be doomed. So, he reached out to anyone who could oppose Wu Fugue and had already woven a big trap behind the scenes. After returning to Jiawan, he seemed to forget the past, but in fact, he had been investigating secretly all along. Ma Dani and Ma Ergu, Wu Fugue's mistress and his cheap brother-in-law, were already under his watch. Ma Ergu might be involved with bandits, which Wu Fuyong suspected, but he had no proof. When the new county magistrate arrived to make a strong impression, Wu Fuyong used this suspicion as an opportunity. This led to the new magistrate issuing an order. On the day Zhang Chuntao knocked Ma Ergu unconscious and found a gold ring on him, they shared the loot, giving part to Hien. After hearing Wu Fuyong's suspicions, Hien took out the ring. It was a coincidence. Wu Fuyong, suspecting something, had also looked through old records at the county office, where he found a merchant who had been robbed and lost his gold ring. This ring is nothing special, except for a small mark on the inner circle, a plum blossom. It is the symbol of that small merchant family, and also his surname, clearly recorded in the files. Seeing this ring, I remembered that note in the files. When I looked at the ring, it was exactly the same as what was recorded. Is there anything unclear? Even if Guzi isn't a robber, he is still connected to the criminals. But just based on this, it isn't enough to involve Wu Fugue. Later, it was found that Wu Fugue seemed to be colder toward Ma Dani. Others might not mind, but there's a saying, The person who knows you best isn't your family, but your enemies. Wu Fuyong quickly realized that Wu Fuguei probably wanted to distance himself from Ma's family and remove himself from the situation. So, there were plans, including but not limited to, setting up Huang to catch her in an affair and making a big fuss, because Ma Danny wouldn't want to leave Wu Fuguei, while Wu Fuguei also wanted to shake her off. Based on Wu Fuyong's understanding of Wu Fuguei, if he were caught cheating, Wu Fuguei would definitely blame everything on Ma Danny or completely erase their relationship. Ma Danny has spent years trying to win Wu Fuguei's heart, even secretly trying to have children, which wouldn't go unnoticed by attentive people. The only way to make Ma Danny give up on Wu Fuguei was to break her heart so that Wu Fuguei could be pulled in. But no one expected that Ma Danny would truly give up on Wu Fuguei, and in such a way. Now, Ma Danny isn't just heartbroken, she's probably lost all feelings for him, even to the point of hatred. With Wu Fuyong's cunning and scheming, Wu Fuguei is unlikely to escape this disaster. Once Wu Fuguei is dealt with, Guzi and those thugs probably won't get away either. After all, Guzi isn't just connected to the robbers. Over the years, he's taken advantage of Wu Fuguei's influence to commit many crimes, harming innocent women. Knowing Wu Fuyong's character, he would seize this opportunity, with decades of old and new grudges, to completely wipe out Wu Fuguei's power and crush him, leaving no room for future trouble. After hearing He Yan's words, Zhang Chuntao finally understood. However, Wu Fuguei's current downfall is his own fault and deserved. If Ma Danny was right, then his subordinates' wives have all been bullied by him. Not to mention others. Those subordinates hate him so much they wish they could eat him alive. Wu Fuyong has been able to endure until now because he is clever and cautious. To avoid giving others a reason to talk, he just needs to keep his men close for a little longer. Whether those trusted followers are angry because of the green hat on their heads or trying to please Wu Fuyong, they will make sure Wu Fugui suffers a bit. Wu Fugui's good days are truly over. As for the unexpected scene involving He Yan and others, well, it probably has something to do with her. The secret recipe she gave Ma Danny was also what Wu Fuyong planned. Who would have thought that by chance, the second young man would replace Ma Danny and end up in bed with Wu Fugui? It's just bad luck for the second young man. But in a way, he also avenged those poor women who had been bullied by him before. When the second young man bullied those women, they must have been furious. He probably sensed their anger when he woke up. Of course, this is her little secret, and she definitely can't share it with anyone, not even Hien. So Zhang Chuntao forced himself to hide his excitement and quickly changed the subject, asking how they planned to catch the bandits and if any had escaped. He also asked how the county office would handle this matter. Although Hien was working with Wu Fuyong, he naturally couldn't ask too many questions about the inside details to avoid leaking information or making mistakes that might lead to suspicion. He just thought Zhang Chuntao was worried that if some bandits escaped, they might come after them or seek revenge. He quickly comforted Zhang Chuntao, saying that he had acted secretly this time, only meeting with Wu Fugui alone, and no one else knew. Even if some bandits got away, they wouldn't suspect them. Once the wanted notice was issued, there would be nowhere to hide, and they wouldn't have time to run around. How could they think about revenge then? He told Zhang Chuntao not to worry and assured him he would keep an eye on the situation. If anything changed, he would be the first to inform him. Finally, Hien looked seriously at Zhang Chuntao and said, "Miss, please rest assured. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. I won't let it affect you. With me here, I definitely won't let the girl get hurt." At this point, he seemed to think he was being too bold, so he swallowed the rest of his words and shyly looked away. Zhang Chuntao was not foolish, and women have a keen intuition about such things. Unless someone is very dull, they can usually tell if the opposite has feelings for them. There's a saying that true love cannot be hidden. Even if you cover your mouth, it still shows in your eyes. He Yan's words, along with his shy expression, showed he liked her a lot. In modern times, she was single and had never been in a relationship, but after traveling to this time, Zhang Chuntao was very rational. When she felt He Yan's affection, her first thought was, what does he like about me? Appearance? Even if Zhang Chuntao was confident, she knew her current look was not very attractive. Her features were delicate, but she looked malnourished, with yellowish skin and dry, straw-like hair. Not to mention, she was strong-willed, had a fiery temper, and was clever. She could teach those thugs a lesson without blinking. In this era, even in modern times, her temper and strength would have made men keep their distance. And in this time period, who would like someone like her? Most importantly, she was an orphaned girl with no family. Her status was a big obstacle. Why would anyone like her? And he even said something almost like a confession? In this era, saying such words was basically a confession, and the next step would be someone coming to propose marriage. Could it be that Hyen wanted to marry her? Or was he just looking for a casual relationship without the intention of marriage? Thinking of this, Zhang Chuntao clenched her fists tightly. Whether she wanted to date him or not was another matter, but if Hyen had bad intentions, she wouldn't hold back her fists. She silently repeated to herself 3 times, "Stay calm, ask slowly." Then she asked directly, "Do you like me?" She was straightforward. Hyen almost choked on his own spit when he heard this, coughing loudly and nearly fainting. His face, ears, and neck turned red, with his beard and cheeks flushed. People who didn't know might think he was a cooked crab, all red and steamed. After a long moment, she finally stopped coughing and waved her hand while trying to speak clearly. She explained, "Miss, please don't misunderstand." Before she could finish, Zhang Chuntao clenched her fists, her face showing signs of an impending storm. "You misunderstand? So you don't like me?" He wanted to deny it, but seeing Zhang Chuntao's expression and feeling the embarrassment and joy hidden deep inside, being seen through by someone he liked, made it impossible for him to say no. After a long pause, he managed to say, "Miss Zhang, such feelings should be spoken by us men." Having said the hardest part first, the rest came naturally. He looked sincerely into Zhang Chuntao's eyes and decided to be brave. "Miss Zhang, I know I was rude. I like you. If you don't mind, I will ask someone to propose to you tomorrow. My family situation is like this. I told you before, my father passed away a few years ago. I have an older sister who is already married, and at home, there is my mother and a younger sister. My younger sister is engaged to the youngest son of the Xinglin house, and she will get married next year. If you marry into our family, we will live happily. My mother is very gentle and will treat you like her own daughter. I will also treat you well. In the future, I will make sure you have enough to eat. Though we can't be rich and luxurious, and you won't wear gold and silver, you will be the head of the household." Although his words stumbled a bit, his sincerity was clear. Especially when he said this, his neck and face turned red, making Zhang Chuntao wonder if his blood was boiling. His fists clenched tightly with nervous tension, veins bulging, showing his inner anxiety. Zhang Chuntao was silent for a moment, watching the hopeful sparkle in his eyes fade as she didn't speak. Eventually, she lowered her head, seeming unable to bear it, with a hint of sadness and discomfort in her tone, yet still calm. If. She hesitated, swallowing hard. She continued, "If you don't like me, just pretend I never said this. I promise I won't disturb you again. This matter has become a secret in both our hearts, and it won't spread to ruin your reputation as a good girl. If you ever face any difficult problems in the future, just send me a message. As long as I can help, I will definitely not refuse." At this point, I can't help but smile bitterly and shake my head. This is just my personal wish, a random thought. Someone like you, with your good character, doesn't need my help at all. I feel a bit discouraged. If Zhang Chuntao says she isn't moved, that wouldn't be true. But she remains calm and hasn't lost her composure because of Hyen's sincere words. After thinking for a moment, she finally speaks, "Do you really want to marry me?" Hyen was already feeling discouraged, thinking that Zhang Chuntao didn't want to marry him. He decided that for her sake, he should stay away, and maybe after today, they wouldn't have a chance to meet again. He felt a deep sadness but tried to stay strong. His beard covered most of his face, hiding his feelings, so his sadness didn't show much. Just as he was about to accept this, he suddenly heard Zhang Chuntao ask a question. His heart lit up again, his eyes, which had dimmed, shone brightly, like stars twinkling inside. Looking at her, he stammered, I truly want to marry you. If you don't believe me, I will go ask a matchmaker today, and tomorrow I will come to propose. If I am not sincere, let me go hunting and never come back. This was like making a serious vow. Most girls hearing this would be touched or at least moved. But Zhang Chuntao remained calm and asked, What do you like about me? I'm not pretty, I'm not gentle, and I hold grudges easily. If someone makes me upset, I think about revenge. I can't stand to lose out on anything. I have strength too. If we ever argue or fight, I might get angry and maybe even hit you. You might not be able to beat me. Can you accept that? He nodded repeatedly, excited and fidgeting with his hands. He honestly answered, I don't know exactly what I like about you. Just looking at you makes me happy. I feel you're different from other girls. I like that about you. You're not as pretty as others, but I like you just like this. I don't care for others. I won't hit women. I will listen to you from now on and won't make you angry. If you're really upset, just hit me. I won't fight back. Initially, Zhang Chuntao was quite pleased listening to the first two sentences. Just as she was about to smile, she heard Hien honestly admit that he was not as good-looking as others, and her smile faded immediately. Women can say they are not pretty. That's called modesty. But if a man says he's not handsome, it just shows he's tired of life. However, the anger that had started to rise in her heart was quelled when she heard Hien's sincere and clumsy response. Seeing Hien's serious expression, she asked again, one last question. You know my situation. I've been disowned by the Zhang family and my reputation isn't good. No family wants to marry a woman with such a reputation. Even if you're willing, would your mother and sister agree? Hien looked into Zhang Chuantao's eyes. There was something he couldn't quite understand in her gaze, but mostly it was calm. This calm made him feel a chill at his back. His sixth sense told him that if he answered this question poorly, he might really be finished. He steadied himself and thought carefully before speaking seriously. I understand. But I also know you're a good girl. If others don't want to marry you, I do. Who I marry is my own business. Before my father left, he said that I must marry someone I truly like. He paused and added, my sister is getting married next year. After she marries, she'll focus on her new family, so she won't interfere with my affairs. As for my mother, she's gentle. If really she and you can't get along, then after we marry, we can split up and live separately. I will take good care of my mother, and you are the girl I want to treat well. Marrying you isn't to make you suffer. Don't worry, at this moment, Zhang Chuntao was genuinely moved. Men with such awareness are rare, not just in this time period, but even in modern times. She had been just considering her options, but these words made her feelings increase from 2 or 3 points to 6 or 7. She thought clearly that her current situation wasn't very good. Although the threats from Wu Fuguei and Erguzi were gone, being disowned was a serious problem. If only this era allowed women to have their own households, it would be fine. But unfortunately, it wasn't allowed. Although the customs were relatively open and restrictions on women weren't too strict, women still couldn't establish independent households. Someone had to stand in front for them, usually a man. Zhang Chuantao's initial plan was not to marry in this time period or to have any connection with the men here. Instead, she wanted to find a way to get close to Yang Zongbao, who was her biological younger brother. Her goal was to help Yang Zongbao avoid a tragic future, tell him about his true background, and settle in Yang Zongbao's family. Unfortunately, she didn't expect the Zhang family to change their mind and rush to have her household registration moved out. As for Yang Zongbao, she hadn't thought about how to approach him. According to the book about rural girls, she figured Yang Zongbao was probably training elsewhere at this time. The book vaguely mentioned the location, but she didn't know where exactly. She couldn't just boldly approach Yang Zongbao's foster parents and claim she was his older sister, right? Just thinking about it, she knew they'd chase her away with a stick. If she was unlucky, she might even be called crazy and beaten. So, that route was impossible. She needed to find other ways. Without a household registration, she would be considered an illegal resident, which would cause many problems later. She couldn't just become someone's servant either. So, what Hurrian said was a relief for her. It could solve her urgent problem. However, she knew she admired Hurrian, but didn't have romantic feelings for him. Although Hurrian was from this time period, his character was as good as most men she knew in modern times. Because she didn't have romantic feelings, she could clearly analyze the pros and cons of marrying Hurrian. It would solve her household registration issue and prevent her from becoming an illegal resident. Hurrian had seen her true self and could accept her, so their future relationship wouldn't be too tiring. At least, she wouldn't have to pretend to be virtuous and kind all the time. From Hurrian's behavior in the incidents involving Wu Fugui and Ergotsu, it seemed he was not just an ordinary hunter. The Her family or Hurrian himself might be more complicated than she thought, having connections, a wealthy family background, and being reliable. At her current status, marrying Hurrian would be considered a high climb in others' eyes. But Zhang Chuntao was not proud or aloof. She was very practical. In her modern years, she had risen from being an orphan to settling down in the provincial capital, which showed she was a realistic person. Reality has made her stop trusting what people say and only believe in herself. She doesn't believe in vague feelings but trusts tangible, visible things. This might be related to her background. She was abandoned in an orphanage as a child and had to use all her strength just to survive. For her, romantic scenes under the moon and love between men and women are less important than the bread she can eat the next morning. As an adult, especially after settling in a small place in the provincial city, there were people around her who pursued her. However, these suitors didn't seem to realize that she had heard too many sweet words and believed they were just trying to fool her. They thought that, as an orphan, she lacked love from a young age and longed for affection. If they could just flatter her and make her feel cared for, they could convince her to marry them, take care of her in-laws, and look after children. It would be like getting a hardworking housekeeper for free. Since she is an orphan girl with no family support, even if she felt unhappy, no one would help her, so she could only be controlled. These suitors all spoke beautifully about how much they loved her, but their actions never matched their words. They were all quite ordinary in appearance, but very confident, thinking they could walk away with a house and a free housekeeper without giving anything in return. Zhang Chuntao has been single in modern times because she saw through these pretenses and even felt that real love was too much to hope for. Hearing Hurrian's words wasn't pleasant, but they were the most sincere and honest confessions she had heard. Of course, she also knew that men's words could be deceptive. When they said things sincerely, they meant it, but when they later denied or regretted, it was also sincere. If she didn't have romantic feelings for Hurrian and didn't expect too much, marrying him as a partner would be very suitable. Zhang Chuntao thought clearly that agreeing to marry Hurrian was a good choice for both of them. One would marry the girl she liked, and the other would marry a reliable man. Both would be happy. Even if she didn't love Hurrian romantically, in this era, and even in her modern parents' and grandparents' generation, arranged marriages were common and could last a lifetime. In contrast, modern young men and women, when in love, are willing to die for each other and can't be apart, but when love fades, they abandon each other like trash, wishing they would never see each other again. No matter how deep the love was, the promises made in the past eventually faded amidst daily life. It might be better to manage the relationship well, treat each other with respect, and perhaps grow old peacefully together. Even if Hurrian ever changes his mind someday, as long as she remains steady, she won't get hurt. She happily packed her things and prepared to leave. If she had children, that would be even better, regardless of whether they were boys or girls. They would be her only true family in this world, the blood relatives she acknowledged and belonged to forever. Then she could live with her children, have her own home, her own family bloodline. That was a dream she had held for 2 generations. Thinking this, Zhang Chuantao's face softened. She looked at Hurrian and couldn't help but smile, not feeling shy or embarrassed, and nodded confidently. If that's the case, then brother you should set a date and go find someone to propose marriage. Hurrian's heart had been floating in the air all morning, and finally, he received the confirmation he needed, bringing him back to reality. He felt both excited and happy, his legs feeling soft as if he was walking on cotton. He just nodded and smiled foolishly, repeatedly saying, "I'll go back. Tomorrow, or the day after at the latest, I'll go propose marriage. Chuntao, wait for me." Seeing Zhang Chuantao's gentle smile, he was worried she might think he was being too forward, so he quickly tried to hide his excitement. Deep down, he knew that this girl's simple smile made him incredibly happy, but she might not like him that much. Although he didn't understand why she agreed to marry him, his sharp intuition told him this was his only chance. If he missed it, it would be for a lifetime. His intuition had saved him many times while hunting in the mountains. So, he trusted his instincts. For He Yan, marrying the girl he liked, even if she didn't love him as much, was worth it. He could treat her even better, showing her his true feelings. Marrying his beloved girl first was the right thing to do. Over time, even a cold stone could warm up, let alone a person's heart. If he kept worrying about small things, and his beloved girl was taken away by someone else, he would regret it forever. He unhappily planned in his mind. Since Zhang Chuntao agreed, he would go home today and talk to his mother. Tomorrow, he would ask the matchmaker to go up the mountain and propose. If Zhang Chuntao agrees, they could get married right after the autumn harvest, so there would be no worries about delaying the wedding. In winter, although he couldn't have his wife and children sitting together by the warm stove, at least he could have a wife to hold. He planned to work harder and hoped that next year he could have a child, which would be perfect. Over there, Zhang Chuntao watched Tian smile, his beard shaking with his smile, and she found it a bit irritating to look at. Luckily, it was already dawn, and they could hear neighbors opening their yard gates, coughing, calling children to wake up, and children crying loudly when they were scolded for being lazy. The day began with the noisy sounds of children waking up. Hien finally snapped out of his thoughts. At first, he was cautious, but now he felt that they were already engaged, and she was his wife whom he loved. He couldn't let her go hungry. He needed to try harder to show his care. He hurriedly told Zhang Chuntao to rest for a while he went outside to buy some food and find out what happened last night. Zhang Chuntao naturally wanted to give Hien a chance to show himself, so she stopped being polite. Hien noticed her change in attitude and felt even happier. He diligently brought a bucket of well water for Zhang Chuntao to wash up. He rinsed his face with some water, spat, and then left energetically. Zhang Chuntao watched Hien leave, and while she was washing up, she started to adjust her plans in her mind. Since she had agreed to marry Hien, she wouldn't stay in the cave all the time. Luckily, the things she had bought earlier were worth quite a bit of silver. She also had a silver note worth 5 taels, which she found on Air Guzi. She wasn't sure if she could use it. If she could, these items would be a very generous dowry for a girl in the nearby villages. Ordinary farmers usually only give 2 sets of clothes and a couple of wooden boxes as dowry. Some ruthless parents, after receiving the bride price, wouldn't buy anything else and just sent the girl with a few old clothes. Most families would save their silver and money for their sons' marriages, not spend a lot on dowries. Only wealthy town or county officials would give their daughters several sets of dowry items, often including things from the girl's family that were used daily. Furthermore, if she truly plans to marry Hien, his family will likely give a betrothal gift. Since she has no family of her own, she doesn't need to leave the gift for her relatives. She can bring it all back to his family. These things are enough to cover up any shortcomings in her background or reputation. With this in mind, Zhang Chuntao feels more at ease. Since she has decided to marry Hien, she must prepare for the worst and try her best. She doesn't know much about Hien's mother and sister, but being cautious is never wrong. Zhang Chuntao clearly understands that if Hien's mother and sister are easy to get along with, then that's fine. She's not someone who doesn't understand reason. Living peacefully under one roof, everyone gets along well. But if they look down on her and find fault with her, she won't just be a passive target. With her strength, she won't be bullied easily. Thinking this way, she calms down. After washing up and taking a walk around the yard, Hien carried in a bunch of food. He laid it all out on the table, full of delicious dishes. There were plump, oily Tang family pork buns, fragrant chicken soup with green scallions and tiny, cute wontons floating inside. A big bowl of soft tofu pudding topped with red sugar syrup, sweet and fragrant. There were also 2 crispy, golden fried dough sticks wrapped in paper and 2 golden, crispy fried dough rings called oil dunzi, with a crunchy outside and soft inside, flavored with green onions and a hint of salt. Many people loved this. Finally, there were a few small steamed buns and some pickled vegetables wrapped in clean lotus leaves. This table had almost all the breakfast options available in Shijiao town. Usually, people make breakfast at home. More refined families start early, cooking porridge, steaming buns, and preparing small pickled vegetables. Many others just reheat leftovers from the night before, boiling some vegetables to make do. Thanks to the mountain goods merchants from far away, who come from all over the country with different tastes, Shijiao town has such a variety of breakfast options. They stay for months or even half a year, and naturally, they want to eat flavors from their hometowns. There are always smart people in the world. Some small vendors, unable to make money selling mountain goods, decided to start selling local foods instead, and they earned quite a bit. The townspeople saw this and felt envious. Some secretly learned skills, others inherited family crafts, and they all opened shops together. This not only satisfied the mountain goods merchants, but also brought in extra income for their families. These few items were carefully tested and passed down from experienced mountain traders over the years. Thanks to He-Yan's careful and considerate nature, he bought each one so Zhang Chuntao could try them. He presented these local specialties to Zhang Chuntao and said, "Try these first. Which one do you like? I'll buy more for you later." Zhang Chuntao saw that He-Yan only offered her these items, but didn't look at anything else. She simply held the bread and started to eat, clearly indicating that these were bought for her, and she was content with just the bread. Her heart softened unexpectedly, and a complex feeling arose inside her. She paused, then got up and went to the kitchen. She brought 2 empty bowls and divided most of the chicken soup dumplings and tofu pudding into them, then pushed them toward He-Yan. He-Yan quickly waved his hands, saying, "You eat. I'm fine with just this." He thought for a moment and added, "Eat more to strengthen your body." He looked at Zhang Chuntao with concern, remembering how she had suffered in the Zhang family for so many years. Seeing how thin she was, he knew she needed more nourishment. As a rough man, he was fine just eating some dry bread to fill his stomach. There was no need for anything fancy. Zhang Chuntao looked at He-Yan's worried expression and said, "I can't eat so much." He-Yan hesitated, then said firmly, "Just eat first. If you can't finish, I'll take care of the rest." He deliberately avoided pushing the chicken soup dumplings and tofu pudding toward her. Zhang Chuntao couldn't refuse and didn't want to disappoint He-Yan's kindness. She tried a little of each, and after eating them, she felt full. Seeing that Zhang Chuntao really couldn't eat any more, He-Yan quickly finished the remaining food in one go, eating everything in a swift, determined manner. Even after eating so much, He-Yan still seemed a bit unsatisfied. Zhang Chuntao then realized that He-Yan's appetite was surprisingly large. When they ate together in the cave before, He-Yan must have been very restrained. Now, perhaps because they had already agreed to marry, he no longer hid his feelings. However, Zhang Chuntao was quite satisfied. Since the two of them had already reached an understanding, if they were to live together in the future, they should enjoy their daily life comfortably and freely. If they kept secrets and always stayed reserved and formal, how could life be happy? Over there, He-Yan finished eating and casually tidied up the table. While cleaning, he mentioned the news he heard when buying breakfast. It turned out that just after dawn, Wu Fuyong and his men had brought back Wu Fugui and Ma Dainiu. Ma Erguzi was roughly dressed in a pair of pants and was carried behind by a door panel, with visible marks on his arms and chest that couldn't be spoken of. His face was pale as paper, and it looked like he was about to pass out, which was quite frightening to see. Not far behind, Wu Fugui's son and daughter-in-law looked very downcast, as if the sky was about to fall. They looked very different from before, when they relied on Wu Fugui's power and looked down on others. Most of the townspeople were used to waking up early, and many young people had already gone out for a walk at this time. Seeing this scene, who wouldn't go over to ask what was happening. Wu Fuyong was quite clever. Not only did he not stop others from asking, but he also made sure everyone knew. He deliberately pointed out a loud voice, and whenever someone asked, he told everything clearly. He revealed that Wu Fuguei was having an affair outside, caught in bed by his wife and children. He said the affair partner was actually Wu Fuguei's relative's daughter-in-law. He also said Wu Fuguei was not picky and had slept with the affair partner and even took her brother as well. There was also news that the wife was originally trying to catch her husband's mistress, but ended up catching her own man and her younger brother in bed together. Such explosive news was unheard of in Shiqiao town for over 100 years. Adding to that, Wu Fuyong's loud voice was almost as loud as a loudspeaker, so half the street could hear it. The housewives who were making breakfast for their families also forgot about their pots and pans and ran outside. The men, still lying in bed, lazy and sleepy, quickly got up, forgot their shoes, and went out barefoot. Children also climbed over walls and trees, craning their necks to look. In an instant, the busiest and most lively street in Shiqiao town was almost blocked off with people. Everyone's eyes glowed green as they listened to the loud announcer and whispered among themselves, pointing at her. The women all pointed at Ma Danny, calling her a troublemaker, some harshly scolding her and spitting thick saliva onto her face. The men, though not as openly insulting, looked at her with less respect. Especially the men who often hung around outside, they saw that despite her poor condition, Ma Danny still had some charm, particularly her figure, which was quite good. Their rude words kept coming, saying that Wu Fuguei was lucky to have such a beautiful wife and wondering if she might be fun to play with. Then they all burst into laughter. The women nearby cursed these men for being bad people and then turned their anger onto Ma Danny again. When they got home, they grabbed the leftover slop from the night before and poured it all over Ma Danny. Ma Danny had been fighting with Wu Fuguei all night. Her clothes were torn, and she was with a rope. She could only move her legs. Her upper body was completely still. Over the years, people had admired her when she went out with Wu Fuguei. Had anyone ever insulted her like this before? Had any men, who usually looked down on her, ever teased her so openly? She felt so ashamed she wanted to crawl into the ground. Her face burned with embarrassment. She lowered her head, afraid to meet anyone's eyes, but a man guarding her grabbed her hair and forced her to lift her head so everyone could see her. The slop was poured over her, but the guard quickly dodged, only getting a few drops, and then cursed his bad luck. Ma Danny, caught off guard, was splashed directly. The smell of the leftover slop was indescribable. Ma Danny's eyes couldn't stay open, and some of it even seeped into her mouth from her lips. She felt so sick she doubled over and vomited. Some onlookers, not afraid of trouble, started shouting things like she was pregnant with someone else's child. Wu Fuguei, who had been a village leader for many years, still held some authority in town. Even now, though he was and looked miserable, his influence remained. The villagers mostly dared to insult Ma Danny and humiliate her, but when they saw Wu Fuguei, most didn't say much. Occasionally, a bored bystander hiding in the background would suddenly say strange things, but no one dared to agree. Some people, who usually got along well with Wu Fuguei and had gained some benefits, couldn't help but speak in his favor, saying that he was just having an affair outside. Who doesn't sleep with a few women when they have money? Even if Wu Fuguei liked men more than women, so what? Men can't have children anyway, so it doesn't affect his family, right? How can women be so unkind? They insist on catching their husbands cheating. Now that everything has become such a mess, does it really make them look bad? It's just a common mistake that many men make. After all, he's a well-known person. Isn't it too harsh to treat him this way? Surprisingly, some people even agreed. Of course, others argued that having an affair outside is one thing, but finding a relative's daughter-in-law is a violation of family morals. Some people who knew Wu San and Ma Danny couldn't help but speculate. Wu San's death was suspicious. Could it have been the work of this pair of scheming lovers? Since Wu Fuyong didn't let anyone say that Wu San was pushed into trouble by Wu Fuguei at first, when hearing these guesses, some looked thoughtful, while others defended Wu Fuguei, saying he shouldn't be falsely accused. Seeing this, Wu Fuyong's expression remained unchanged, but he grew more cautious. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Wu Fugue must be dealt with. He gave a signal to someone nearby. That person understood immediately. He was clever and only said that Wu San was pushed into trouble by Wu Fugue. The implication was that Wu Fugue was jealous of Wu San, got angry, and pushed him into the water to drown him. Some people didn't believe it and pointed to another main character in the shocking gossip, Guzi, who was still unconscious. Judging by his appearance and the marks on his body, it was truly tragic and convincing. Some people imagined that Guzi also couldn't stand being oppressed, which might be why Wu Fugue hurt him so badly. But he was lucky to escape with his life when Huang Shi caught him cheating. Suddenly, their eyes on Guzi showed a bit more sympathy. If Guzi were awake and heard this, who knew what he would think? The men and women thought Guzi was handsome, which is why Wu Fugue had taken him in. But when they saw his real face, they were all stunned. With his bulky build, dark shiny skin, and a face full of stubble, what kind of trouble had he gotten into to be beaten like that? After seeing Guzi, everyone's eyes on Wu Fugue in front became complicated. Especially the men, who couldn't help but step back a little, feeling a deep fear. It seemed Wu Fugue liked this type, so they wondered if they were also in danger in their daily lives. Some men, who used to be friends with Wu Fugue, joking and sharing good times, suddenly felt like thorns in their backs. The people around, including their wives, looked at them with strange eyes, making their backs feel cold and giving them goosebumps. Their stomachs churned.
Wow.
I thought you were my brother, but you want to harm me? They lost interest in watching the scene and hurried home, holding their stomachs. They decided to take a bath with yuzu leaves to wash away this bad luck. As they left, some people behind began to suspect. Could these men also have been influenced by Wu Fugue? They must have gained some benefits, or they wouldn't speak for him. When this was said, those who knew the men looked at their wives and children with pity. The wives and children felt ashamed and angry. Some, with thin skin, covered their faces and went home crying. A few with thicker skin managed to endure and secretly picked up stones, throwing them at Wu Fugue when no one was paying attention. Soon Wu Fugue was hit on the head, swelling up, and a piece of his back of the head was broken, bleeding. Not far behind, Huang Shi and Wu Fugue's son and daughter-in-law followed into the town, originally planning to keep following to see where Wu Fugue was taken. But when they saw the scene, they dared not get closer. They looked at each other, confused and unsure what to do. They wanted to go forward but were afraid of being pointed at. If they didn't go, they worried about losing track of him. The sons couldn't decide, and just looked at Huang Shi. Huang Shi was also very anxious, panicking. She had only gone to catch the troublemaker, thinking it was her own family matter. She planned to confront the young woman and give her a scolding, maybe even a beating. It would only be embarrassing for a few days. But now her husband was. How did it come to this? Huang Shi knew well about the feud between her husband and Wu Fugue. Because she felt something was very wrong. In the past, Wu Fugue made all the decisions in the family, speaking and acting without question. Now that her husband was, the family had no rules or plans, like a headless chicken. Several sons, all married and settled, still cannot make a decision, which makes Mrs. Huang very discouraged. In the past, Wu Fugue said none of his sons would become successful, and Mrs. Huang thought Wu Fugue was bewitched by a petty outsider, so she looked down on herself and her sons. Now she realizes that her dead husband was right all along. Her son is useless at critical moments. Having so many children seems pointless. Unbeknownst to her, her sons are angry with her, blaming her for causing trouble at her lover's house, which brought this disaster. Now their father is, and many people are criticizing them, so the family's reputation is completely ruined. They are asked to make decisions, but what ideas could they have? If their decisions are wrong, Mrs. Huang fears she will be the first to blame them. And once their father is released, they might face even harsher punishment. So they all decide to stay quiet and not show themselves. Mrs. Huang sees her sons and daughters-in-law shrinking back, covering their faces with sleeves to avoid being seen, and she can't help but feel deeply sad. If she had known this trouble would turn the family upside down, she would have endured it. What does it matter if a man has a mistress? As long as he still provides for the family and they have enough to eat and wear, they could turn a blind eye. Unfortunately, there's no regret medicine in the world. Even if she regrets deeply now, it's useless. There's nothing she can do but tell her sons and daughters-in-law to go home first and ask some old friends and relatives about the situation. She's old and thick-skinned, so she's not afraid to ask. She plans to follow behind and see everything herself, which makes her feel more at ease. The sons quickly agree, happy they don't have to be watched and criticized, and as soon as Mrs. Huang finishes speaking, they all rush away quickly. Mrs. Huang is left wiping her tears and following behind. She usually doesn't hide her presence in town and often relies on her husband's influence to bully neighbors and townspeople. Now, seeing her disheveled and her husband involved in a serious matter, it seems they are beyond help. Those who usually disagree with Mrs. Huang now feel very pleased and can't help but speak some harsh words to vent their anger. Without support or confidence, Mrs. Huang can only endure her frustration silently. Fortunately, watching Wu Fuguei, Ma Danny the cunning woman, and Air Guzi being taken away together to the place where Wu Fuguei used to work as a village officer, I wanted to go in, but I was stopped at the door. After shedding a few tears, Huang Shi had no choice but to cry and return to her family to seek their advice. It seems Wu Fuyong is eager to take advantage of Ma Danny and Wu Fuguei's falling out to record their statements and have her sign and seal the documents. Whether or not she colludes with the bandits, or if she intends to harm Wu San, if any of this is true, Wu Fuguei probably won't be able to save his life. With He Yan's words, Zhang Chuntao naturally felt more at ease. After tidying up the yard and restoring everything, the sun was already halfway up the sky, and it was time to go home. If they waited any longer, the stronger the sun, the harder it would be to walk the mountain path. Although He Yan was reluctant to part from Zhang Chuntao, he thought about going home early to find a matchmaker, settle the marriage, and marry her soon, so his reluctance was suppressed. He snatched Zhang Chuantao's basket, carried it on his back, led the way, and opened the yard gate. As soon as they stepped out of the yard, they saw a familiar figure approaching from afar. Dressed in scholarly robes and looking quite refined. Wasn't that Huanchang? Zhang Chuntao was a bit surprised. How could Huanchang be here? Huanchang also saw He Yan and Zhang Chuntao nearby. He squinted, unable to help but narrow his eyes. The two were very close. Though not touching, they only had a fist's distance between them. How could a stranger and a woman be so close? And although He Yan had a full beard, he was strong and healthy, especially the bright, shining look in his eyes when he looked back at Zhang Chuntao. For some reason, seeing this scene made Huanchang feel uncomfortable inside. It's important to know that Zhang Chuntao has been out of the family for several days now. Yesterday, his mother and the servant women were anxious to find him, asking if he had found a good family for Zhang Chuntao. They said Zhang Chuntao was expelled from the family that day, forced by the Zhang family to the point that he couldn't even stay in Bajiaotun, so he had to hide in the mountains. It's been quite a few days, and no one dares to go into the mountains to check. Fortunately, yesterday, the servant woman saw a glimpse of Zhang Chuntao in town, followed him from afar for a while, and confirmed it was really him. She was carrying a basket, seemingly heading to sell something. I originally wanted to go up and say hello, but since others from the village were with me, I hesitated and didn't approach. After the old woman found an excuse to leave, I went to look for Zhang Chuntao, but she was already gone. Looking at her patched and torn clothes from the day she left Zhang's house, and the basket that didn't seem to hold much, I guess she had worked hard just to gather a little and come to town to exchange for food. After all, she left Zhang's family with nothing, and even if she knew how to gather mountain herbs as a girl, it was good enough if she didn't starve. I don't know where she is hiding in the mountains. The weather isn't too cold now, but the nights are already getting chilly. Soon, the weather will turn colder. Without proper bedding or supplies, how can she endure? If she catches a cold alone in the mountains, no one would know, and she might even die from illness. That's why I urge Hyun-chang to find a good family quickly, at least to give Zhang Chuntao a place to stay, enough to eat, and a place to sleep at night. Of course, the most anxious person is the old woman, who sees the day of the family division approaching and her youngest son's exam coming soon. She has no money, and is naturally worried. She fears that if Zhang Chuntao, this stubborn girl, encounters an accident in the mountains, her plans will be ruined. Right now, her only hope is the money she can earn from selling the girl into slavery. So, she must quickly make this matter certain, so she can finally relax. She didn't want her youngest son to know her plans, so she kept pretending to worry about Zhang Chuantao's safety and cried in front of Hyun-chang. This forced Hyun-chang to promise to look into it today and to get everything settled soon. Hyun-chang had already heard about this when he came to town last time. It was because the new county magistrate wanted to show authority, right? People still didn't know the new magistrate's temper, so everyone was cautious. Selling Zhang Chuntao to the county town was not possible right now. Some classmates suggested other ideas, and he was tempted, but his schedule was tight these days. Plus, he heard rumors that the town might not be peaceful soon, so he thought to wait until after this period to find someone reliable. But his mother had already come to town asking about it, crying and sniffling, which alarmed his classmates, and many people secretly looked over. Hyun-chang, no matter how many plans he had, could only grit his teeth and agree without saying much. He kindly sent the full mother-in-law away. He didn't sleep well all night. He couldn't blame his own mother, but his frustration and blame naturally fell on Zhang Chuntao. That morning, Hyun-chang was preoccupied with this matter and wanted to resolve it quickly. He hurried to find the matchmaker, who was known to be fairly trustworthy. He had introduced many girls and women to mountain merchants, and his reputation was good. He was trying to find a reliable family for Zhang Chuntao so he could report back. Unexpectedly, when he reached the matchmaker's house, he saw Zhang Chuntao herself. Judging by her appearance and complexion, she didn't seem as miserable as the full mother-in-law described, needing rescue. In fact, she looked much better than before at Zhang's house. Moreover, she was accompanied by a strong, unfamiliar man, and they seemed to get along well. Hyun-chang felt uneasy. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He had worked hard for her, only to be pushed by tears from his own mother. He hadn't slept well all night and hadn't even had breakfast. He hurriedly packed his books and left. But now, seeing Zhang Chuntao as if nothing was wrong, his face darkened instantly. His gaze on Zhang Chuntao turned unfriendly. "Why are you here?"
Who is he?
Heian knew Hyun-chang. He knew he was the youngest son of the He family in Bajiedan and heard he was quite talented at studying. Initially, the He family spread the story of the fortune teller, and it became known in nearby villages. Seeing Hyun-chang's bad expression and tone, those who didn't know might think he was catching her in an affair. He felt nervous and wondered if Hyun-chang also had feelings for his wife. Otherwise, why would he question her so harshly? He couldn't help but turn to look at Zhang Chuntao. Although she was surprised to see Hyun-chang at first, she believed that being with Heian was nothing shameful. They were both unmarried, with no other romantic entanglements, completely open and honest. Moreover, she and Hyun-chang had no relationship. Why should he control her? Could it be that he wanted to use their mother and son to get her household registration, pretending to agree to sell her into slavery?
Bah.
She would never be a. Even if she were, she hadn't sold herself to the He family. Where did he get such audacity? People who didn't know might think he was her father. Thinking he wanted to be her father? Don't you even consider if you're suitable? Now that you plan to marry Heian, your household registration can naturally be transferred to the He family, so there's no need to pretend to be polite with the full mother and son anymore. She coldly retorted without hesitation. Who do you think you are? Where I am and who I am with is none of your business. Hyun-chang had never been spoken to so bluntly before. His face immediately turned pale, and he angrily forced a smile. Fine. What an ungrateful village woman. If my mother hadn't worried about you and come crying to the town to ask me to find a good family for you, do you think I would care about you? Women like you, who forget kindness and are ungrateful, have wasted my mother's hard work. Don't forget how you begged my mother and me to find a good family for you, to serve as a maidservant. Now you've found a way to rely on others, so you turn your back on us?
Fine.
I'll say my mother and I meddled too much. And I can't believe we still worry about someone as heartless as you. From now on, don't come to my house for help anymore. With that, he swung his sleeve and tried to leave. Zhang Chuntao couldn't bear to be insulted like this and wanted to slip away. But there was no way out. She immediately said, "Don't go. Let's clarify things." He Wenchang's face darkened. There's nothing to say to someone like you who's ungrateful and unkind. Zhang Chuntao sneered coldly. Who's ungrateful? Who's unkind and forgets kindness? Who's the good person here? Your mother's good intentions? Her good intentions were to coax me into selling myself as a servant, giving the money to your family, and supporting your exams.
Puffed.
Do you dare to accept such kindness? Hearing this, He Wenchang trembled with anger, pointing at Zhang Chuantao's nose. You're slandering me. Slandering you? I swear by the sky, and I can confront your mother face to face. Ask her directly. Did she come to Zhang's that day to find me, coax me into selling myself as a servant, lend the money from selling my body to you, so you could take the exams? Did she lie to me, saying that I was selling a life contract to serve as a servant for a few years, saving some silver as a dowry? That once you passed the scholar and juror exams, you would return my money, and I could buy back my freedom? And she also lied, saying that after I leave, I should recognize your mother as my godmother, and that your family would be my family, helping me find a good family to marry into. Zhang Chuntao didn't hold back and exposed all the full mother's plans from that day. She is naturally a person who doesn't suffer losses. At the time, she endured her anger just to move out and change her household registration. Now that she no longer worries about her household registration, does she still want her to endure? Dream on. If it weren't for meeting He Wenchang today, she would have made all the women suffer a lesson before finally venting her anger. Not to mention today, when He Wenchang himself came over, he immediately scolded without asking questions, giving him a piece of his mind. He listened to Zhang Chuantao's words, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. His gaze at He Wenchang was filled with restrained anger. He felt a mix of fear and relief. He had been too careless. He only saw that his wife was usually calm and orderly, but he didn't realize how dangerous her situation was, even to the point of being tricked into selling herself into slavery. Although he believed his wife would never go that far, it couldn't hide the malicious intentions of the He family. Thinking of this, his fists clenched tightly. Over there, when He Wenchang heard this, he was struck like by lightning and froze on the spot. He wanted to say he didn't know his own mother had such intentions. But was he really unaware? He Wenchang recalled that recently, the women in the household always looked worried, anxious about his exam expenses. But ever since she mentioned finding a good family for Zhang Chuntao, she stopped worrying about his exam costs and only urged him to find a reliable family quickly. He might have felt suspicious or doubtful, but what did Zhang Chuntao have to do with him? His main concern was the upcoming provincial exam. Other matters couldn't distract him. When his grandmother came to find him yesterday, did he really not notice? She had always been worried about his studies and never dared to disturb him, but this time she was crying and making a fuss, forcing him to take action. His teachers praised his intelligence, so he naturally sensed something was off. He didn't sleep well last night, afraid to think deeply or ask questions. Covering his ears to steal a bell, afraid that if he investigated further, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Now, the layer of shame that he had always wanted to hide was ruthlessly uncovered by Zhang Chuntao, leaving him overwhelmed with shame and anger. When he regained his composure, he couldn't help but want to defend himself. Even if my mother has some selfish motives, she still cares for you. Although selling oneself into slavery sounds bad, considering your situation at the time, it was also a decent option. In today's world, how can a weak woman like you survive? Selling yourself as a servant might be the only way to stay alive. If you continue to stay in Bajiao village, what will you do to support yourself? Do you really think living in the mountains is sustainable? The weather is warm now, so you can hide in the mountains for a while, but when winter comes with heavy snow blocking the roads, how will you stay there? Hearing this, he glanced at He Yen and paused before saying, and besides, is the person you found truly reliable? You're an orphan girl with no family or clan backing you. Marrying a stranger. What if something happens? You won't even have anyone to stand up for you. Moreover, does he mind that you've been disowned? Even if he doesn't mind, does his family? Don't be fooled by a few kind words and lose your way. If something really happens, you'll regret it too late. Hearing this, Hien almost burst into anger and laughter. It was truly a case of blaming others unfairly. Their mother and son tricked their wife into selling herself as a servant, first to get money for him to take the imperial exams. That's shameless enough and clearly with bad intentions. Yet, this bad-hearted person turned around and pointed fingers at him, implying that marrying him would bring her misfortune?
Bah.
Even if He Yen was not much, he would never deceive someone into selling herself as a servant. The money spent on her should be his own. He usually didn't speak much, except when talking to Zhang Chuntao, then he'd say more. Even if he was furious inside, he couldn't find the right words to curse back at the moment. He was afraid that Zhang Chuntao might take his words seriously and misunderstand, which would be terrible. So he hurriedly turned to explain to He Wenchang, I am not that kind of person. Seeing He Yen so anxious, Zhang Chuntao quickly comforted him with a smile. It's okay, I believe you. Her words eased He Yen's worry. Then she turned to He Wenchang with a sneer. According to what you say, your mother cares for me so much that she wants to sell me as a servant. But why didn't she say she would sell you as a servant too? If she loves you so much, she should sell you as a lifelong servant, so your descendants can serve others forever. That would truly show her care. Hearing this, He Wenchang's face changed instantly.
What are you talking about?
That's nonsense.
What am I talking about?
That's the truth. Can't you understand? Yes, both you and your mother want to use this inhumane method. How can you understand human words? How is it? You don't feel pain because the knife didn't cut into your body, right? Zhang Chuntao, have no relation to your He family at all. It's just a few years ago that your mother gave me some tips on how to pick mountain produce. In your words, it's like she saved my life. Moreover, Zhang Chuntao, repay kindness with kindness. The favor your mother did me all those years ago, I have repaid it now. Is it just a small kindness that you think I should spend my whole life repaying? Your He family's plans are too clever. I didn't eat your rice or drink your water. If you can't take the exam, what does that have to do with me? Do you know what this is called? It's called taking advantage of a fire. It's called exploiting someone's weakness. It's so low. And you call yourselves scholars? Nonsense. Scholars are supposed to be wise and understanding. How can they do such things? Maybe they've only read books to their stomachs. If they really tricked you successfully, would you dare to take that money to take the exam? Would you sit peacefully? Would your conscience be clear? Everyone says that a useless scholar is good for nothing. I didn't believe it before, but now I understand. They're good at nothing but wasting money. If I were you at your age, still not a successful candidate, I wouldn't be so shameless, just relying on my family to give me money. You're grown up now, can't even earn money for the exam with your reading skills, so what's the point of taking it? Better to go home and farm. Not only will you ruin yourself, but you've also harmed others outside the family. 5 other families have been affected by you. Zhang Chuantao's words were rapid and relentless, leaving no chance for He Wenchang to speak. He Wenchang's face was pale and white. From the time he passed the imperial exam as a child, everyone praised him as a promising scholar, destined for greatness. The whole He family relied on him to bring honor. Even the few sisters-in-law who had opinions about him only whispered behind his back, saying the family couldn't afford it anymore, never daring to call him wasteful or criticize him openly. No one dared to say in front of him that he was too old to pass the scholar's exam and was useless, an embarrassment to his family. Everyone knew that passing the scholar's exam was not easy. Many scholars spent their whole lives studying from youth to old age, barely managing to succeed. He is quite talented. Last year, he failed the exam due to a mistake, but this year he has studied carefully and is determined not to repeat his past errors. Even his mentor said that if he maintains this level, passing the scholar's exam is very certain. At this moment, Zhang Chuntao is pointing at him and scolding him as useless, a troublemaker, and incapable. How can he accept such words? Usually, when debating with classmates, He Wenchang is not afraid. He can quote classics, cite examples, and speak fluently, leaving others speechless. But facing Zhang Chuntao, he feels either nervous or unprepared for such blunt insults, and for a moment, he doesn't know how to respond. He turns red in the face and finally manages to shout back, "Nonsense. Spreading falsehoods." As the wise say, women and villains are hard to raise. If He Wenchang had quoted other literary lines, maybe Zhang Chuntao wouldn't understand, especially since he had forgotten most classical texts after graduation. But this phrase is very familiar.
Why?
Because even in modern times, some men have misused it to criticize women. He starts with a quote from a wise person, showing he is cultured, and indirectly implying that women are hard to raise, something even the wise have supposedly confirmed. When Zhang Chuntao was young, he was also fooled by this. He was so angry when he heard it and even thought to himself, the wise man is also a woman born. Why does he say women are bad? Later, he learned there was a follow-up line. Near, they are rude. Far, they resent. Originally, this means that petty people with bad intentions are hard to get along with. If you get close to them, they will be rude. If you stay away, they will resent you and hold grudges. If an uneducated person misuses this phrase to insult others, it's understandable. But He Wenchang, a scholar and a young student, also said this. Zhang Chuntao really doesn't know what to say. It seems that failing the scholar's exam was either because He Wenchang lacked ability or lacked emotional intelligence. He couldn't help but sneer, "If your level is only this, I think you shouldn't waste money on the scholar's exam this year. If you really want to succeed, go back and study for a few more years, become a better person, then take the exam." He then signaled He Yan to leave. He Wenchang is confident and proud. You might not believe in other things, but you must believe in his talent. Today, if I don't make things clear, he definitely won't let anyone leave. Immediately, he reached out his arm to block the way. "Don't go. Finish talking first. What do you mean I only have this level? Can't pass the scholar exam? Can you tell how skilled I am?" It's laughable a rural, illiterate village girl, daring to comment on knowledge and the imperial exams. In other words, who gave you the courage to question my knowledge? Seeing this, He Yan quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Zhang Chuntao. With a cold face, he grabbed He Wenchang's arm. Before applying force, sweat broke out on He Wenchang's forehead, and he cried out in pain. "Let go. You rude person, hurry and release me." He Yan pushed with just a little strength, and He Wenchang staggered back several steps before barely regaining his balance. "You're a scholar, yet you can't handle a girl from the Zhang family without resorting to violence?
Bah.
Are you ashamed? You're embarrassing scholars. A rough man who never went to school, still know the words for courtesy, righteousness, and shame. It seems you scholars have forgotten how to write those words." Whether these words hit a nerve in He Wenchang, or the force from He Yan made him feel afraid, he suddenly snapped out of his anger. He, who was blinded by shame and rage, suddenly regained clarity. He lost his spirit and stood there blankly for a moment before reluctantly cupping his hands to Zhang Chuntao. "Miss Zhang, I truly am sorry. This is all my fault. My mother only had this selfish thought because of me. I apologize to you on her behalf." After a pause, he added, "Don't worry, I will go back and talk to my mother, make her abandon this idea, and promise she won't have such thoughts again. I hope Miss Zhang can forgive her this time, considering her past kindness to you." His tone was difficult to speak, but he forced himself to express his meaning. Zhang Chuntao looked at He Wenchang quietly for a while. Seeing his back beaded with sweat, she finally spoke slowly. "Fine. I am a very generous person. I usually don't argue with others. I accept your apology." Hyun Chang was overjoyed and bowed deeply to Zhang Chuntao. Thank you, Miss Zhang, for your generosity. I will repay your kindness someday. Then he turned around, covered his face with his sleeve, and hurriedly left. Fortunately, there were few houses nearby and they were a bit far apart, so this noise didn't disturb the neighbors. When Hyun Chang walked away, Hien finally pursed his lips and spoke in a low voice. Are we really going to let them go like this? Zhang Chuntao chuckled. There's no such easy thing. I only said I accepted their apology, but I didn't say I forgave them. It was just a misunderstanding on his part. Hearing this, Hien couldn't help but feel sympathy as he looked at the distant figure of Hyun Chang. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke again. Zhang Chuntao, I suddenly remembered I have some things to take care of. It might take half a day. Seeing that Hien seemed hesitant and troubled, Zhang Chuntao immediately understood that he was probably avoiding telling her about what he needed to do. She didn't ask much, since they only had a verbal agreement and weren't officially married yet. She felt she didn't need to interfere too much. With understanding, she said, All right, then I'll go back first. I need to tidy up the cave. Hien wanted to say more but hesitated, feeling a bit reluctant. In the end, he returned the basket he had been carrying for Zhang Chuntao, reminded her to be careful on the road and not to tire herself out, and personally saw her off to the small road outside the town. Watching her walk away, he turned around and, familiar with the surroundings, slipped into a small alley and disappeared. Zhang Chuntao returned to the cave in the late afternoon. It was dark earlier inside, so she quickly prepared some food to eat. Then she began to count her belongings. The money from selling herbs and tea leaves in the small jars had been used to buy food and daily necessities. Apart from the gold leaves in her small coat, she only had 5 taels of silver notes, 1 tael of broken silver, and dozens of copper coins. That was all her possessions. For an ordinary rural girl, this was a considerable amount of money, not counting the gold leaves. Many girls probably hadn't even touched silver before marriage, and their dowry wouldn't be worth so much. With this money, Zhang Chuntao felt more confident. After all, in this time and space, when women marry, their dowry is considered their private property. As long as the husband's family has some shame, they wouldn't touch the bride's dowry. Of course, Zhang Chuntao believed her most valuable assets were her knowledge and the methods for making money she remembered from the book about farming women. Other things didn't matter much, but the book detailed how Wang Yongzhu started her business by dyeing cloth. The most important formula she exchanged with the system was to make the fabric color fast. As long as she truly needs money, selling that recipe would be a good source of income. Later, Wang Yongzhu cooperated with Dr. Du to make various kinds of rouge creams. This recipe was copied from the Dream of the Red Chamber, and she still remembers it, so she can use it when needed. There are also some dye recipes that can produce colors not available today. These are all valuable. With these as capital, after she marries into the He family, she can support herself and won't have to rely on others. If these recipes belong to someone else, she naturally wouldn't claim them for herself. But she won't marry into the Wang family, so she won't have Wang Yongzhu's background. Without Wang Yongzhu, Mingzhu wouldn't have traveled through time either. Naturally, these recipes wouldn't appear in this time period. Isn't this a kind of reward from heaven for her crossing over? Let's set aside Zhang Chuntao's plans for now. As for Hyun Chang, he shamefully covered his face and returned to the school. Since it was class time, no one saw his embarrassment. Hyun Chang went back to his room to calm down, then waited for the teacher to rest for a moment. He looked for an excuse to ask for a day off to visit his family. The teacher always valued Hyun Chang highly. Now, at this critical moment, seeing him request leave to go home, he was a bit displeased. But since Hyun Chang looked unwell and brought news that something had happened at home, he couldn't stop him, so he approved the leave. He also reminded Hyun Chang that if nothing serious was happening at home, it was better to come back early and not delay his studies. Hyun Chang thanked the teacher, packed his things quickly, and hurriedly left. Usually, he went back to Bajiao village during market days when a bullock cart was available, costing only a few cents. But today wasn't a market day, and since Hyun Chang was in a hurry, he looked at the sky, It's already noon, and he couldn't delay any longer. He clenched his teeth and hired a carriage to rush to Bajiao village. He arrived home just before dinner. Yesterday, the matron had gone to the town to urge her son, but she still felt uneasy afterward. Because she had something on her mind, she was irritable all day, constantly suspicious and annoyed at everyone she saw. Her grandchildren were scolded one after another. Even her daughters-in-law, feeling a bit upset inside, dared not argue or cause trouble at this moment, fearing the matron would find fault and forbid them from dividing the family. That would be terrible. Therefore, even if the children are upset, they are only made to endure it. The children, who are about 6 or 7 years old, dare not play as they usually do, and they walk on tiptoe. The daughters-in-law all hide in the kitchen. Even if they are sweating heavily from the heat, they do not dare to sit in the yard. Hyun Chang doesn't know that, just like before, he pushes the door open with a creak. The sound of the door opening startles the family. The old woman is lying on the porch and hearing the noise. She opens her eyes and is about to scold someone. She turns her head and sees her youngest son returning, and she is both surprised and happy. Her first thought is, could it be that her son has already found a host family for Zhang Chuntao? That's why he hurried back so quickly to report? Thinking this, her expression brightens, and her previously angry look softens. She rolls her eyes and speaks gently. When Chang is back? Are you tired? Sit down quickly. At the same time, she calls her granddaughter to bring water for Wen Chang to wash his face and drink. The daughters-in-law in the kitchen see this scene clearly and naturally feel uncomfortable. They exchange subtle glances. The second daughter-in-law quietly says, "He just went to town for a few days and now he's back? Isn't he here to ask for money again?" The third daughter-in-law also worries, "We're still dividing the family estate. If he asks for money, it's all our money. If he gets more, we get less." The daughters-in-law are convinced that Wen Chang is here to ask for money. Otherwise, why would he come back for no reason? They exchange looks, and the third and fourth daughters-in-law come out of the kitchen, pretending to do some chores, and listen in secretly to what the old woman and Wen Chang are saying. They plan that if Wen Chang asks for money, they will definitely step in to stop him. They won't let him take advantage of the situation. The old woman sees through these small tricks easily, but right now she is not in the mood to care about her daughters-in-law. She is just waiting for Wen Chang to speak. Finally, after Wen Chang washes his face and takes a sip of water, he has not yet sat down when the old woman pulls him aside and whispers, "Wen Chang, did what we discussed yesterday happen?" The two daughters-in-law nearby see the old woman whispering with her younger brother-in-law, and they worry she might overhear. Since they are afraid of being overheard, they are sure she is saying something not good. They quietly step back a few paces and give a signal to the children playing mud in the corner of the yard. The children understand immediately. There is a blind spot behind the old woman and Wen Chang's position, which most people cannot see. A few children quietly slipped along the wall and turned into a hidden corner. They heard Uncle Hyun Chang speak softly, "Mother, that matter didn't work out. It won't work in the future either.
Just forget about it.
Don't go bothering her anymore." The old woman was stunned. She was originally excited, thinking that her youngest son's trip to the provincial capital for the exam was in trouble. Suddenly, Hyun Chang's words poured cold water on her, and she was stunned. "What did you say? That matter didn't work out? What's going on? Didn't you say you knew someone who could help? We're not asking to sell someone to a wealthy family in the county, just to some traders in town. Are they being picky now?" Because she was so surprised, her voice got loud. Not only the children listening secretly heard her, but also two daughters-in-law who were farther away. The two daughters-in-law were smart. They clearly understood the key words, someone who can help and selling someone to a wealthy family. They immediately understood. Was their mother-in-law planning to sell someone? Sell whom? Could it be their own daughter? The two daughters-in-law were instantly frightened. Not only did these two daughters-in-law understand clearly, but also two young girls, about 8 or 9 years old, who were eavesdropping around the corner. Their faces turned pale with fear. In this village, there were families struggling to get by, or families that sold their daughters to others to marry off their sons. The girls who were sold were usually only 7 or 8 or 9 years old. After being sold to the traffickers, they never came back. It was said that most of these girls were sold under a lifetime contract, with life and death in the hands of the traffickers and their future masters. They could never see their parents again in their whole lives. For a girl of 7 or 8, leaving her parents and becoming a servant for others, never seeing her family again, was the most terrible thing. Thinking this way, the two young girls couldn't continue eavesdropping. They scrambled and ran back to their mother. They threw themselves into her arms and cried loudly. While crying, they whispered, "Mother, don't sell me. I will be obedient. I will work hard. I will eat less in the future. Don't sell me." As a mother, hearing these words from her own children, how could she bear it? The two daughters-in-law were both angry and scared. Their eyes reddened. Luckily, the third daughter-in-law was calm. She gave her son a quick look and signaled him to call the men in the family home. Such a big matter cannot be kept secret. However, the crying of the two young girls alarmed all the maids and Hyun-chang. The senior maid, already upset after hearing Hyun-chang's words, felt a sudden pang of worry. When she heard the other girls crying loudly, her anger flared up. She shouted sternly, "I'm not dead yet. Why are you wailing like mourners? Why cry in broad daylight? If you keep crying, I might sell you to the butchers." This was meant as a threat out of anger. But since others had already overheard her words, her statement confirmed their suspicions. Immediately, the two daughters-in-law's faces changed, and the two young girls cried even louder, more scared than before. The remaining daughters-in-law in the kitchen heard the commotion outside. In just a short time, they were crying and shouting. Was the grandmother really planning to sell them to the butchers? By then, the meal was almost ready, and the daughters-in-law hurried out. Seeing the senior maid with a furious face, and the two sisters-in-law and nieces looking as if the sky was falling, crying as if their parents had died, they were all startled. They quickly stepped forward. One tried to persuade the senior maid, while the others comforted the sisters-in-law, asking what had happened. The senior maid glared and scolded, "Just because two little troublemakers start crying, you think I want to split the family? Are you trying to force me and your father to separate? Are you trying to curse us to death? I gave birth to your men, but what use are they? They all forget their parents once they marry. Everyone in the village knows our parents are still alive and well, but you insist on splitting the family." The eldest daughter-in-law heard this and wondered what was going on. Was grandmother causing trouble again? Was she trying to avoid splitting the family? Since she knew the decision to split the family was already made, the grandmother kept causing trouble every few days. She acted as if she wasn't tired of it, and the daughters-in-law were tired of watching the show. But since the split hadn't happened yet, and seeing grandmother like this, the daughters-in-law felt they should say something good to prevent trouble. They couldn't just stand by and do nothing. They had to endure it and go forward to try to comfort her, just going through the motions. Just as one of them opened her mouth to speak, she was cut off by the senior maid, who snapped, "Don't pretend to be kind. I see through your schemes. You're secretly encouraging my son to turn against me and to split the family. Now you're pretending to be good people?
Bah!
They're all a bunch of scheming foxes." She kept blaming her husband for not being filial to his parents. Feeling overwhelmed, she sat down heavily on the ground, patted her thigh, and started crying while scolding and sobbing. "In my life, I raised these 5 or 6 sons. What's the use? Other families raise sons to grow old with them. When their sons marry, they wait happily to enjoy their old age. Our family is different. We raise sons who are afraid of their parents. After they marry, they're afraid of losing out. They want to take our flesh and blood, drink our blood, and even squeeze oil from our bones to get a little benefit." While the mother-in-law was crying and complaining on one side, the second daughter-in-law quietly moved closer to her two sisters-in-law and asked softly, "What's going on?" Everything was fine, so why did it suddenly start again? Why are the two girls crying? Did they get scolded? Hearing this, the third daughter-in-law couldn't stay calm. Her eyes reddened as she hugged her daughter and choked on her words, telling the story of how the mother-in-law wanted to sell the family's young girl. The second and fifth daughters-in-law couldn't believe their ears. They exclaimed, "Third sister-in-law, you must be mistaken, right? Everything was fine. Mother isn't crazy or sick. Why would she want to sell the family's children? We're not poor folks who can't feed ourselves. If this gets out, how will our family survive?" Although the youngest, the fifth daughter-in-law, was the most calm, she also said, "That's right, third sister-in-law.
Don't misunderstand.
Even if it's for Uncle Lou's future, Mother can't sell the children." The little girl held by the third daughter-in-law, hearing her aunties not believe her, suddenly became anxious. She hurriedly said, "I heard my grandma and Uncle Lou say it themselves. They said they don't want to sell to the county town, just to the merchants in the town." The second and fifth daughters-in-law knew this girl wouldn't lie, so they looked suspiciously at the mother-in-law and Hyun-chang. Usually, when Hyun-chang came home or was at home, he saw a peaceful family scene. Even now, with the family splitting apart, the sisters-in-law mostly just whispered behind their backs. When facing him, they still greeted him with smiles. And as for the mother-in-law, who was his biological mother, she was especially biased toward Hyun-chang. Whenever he returned, she always greeted him happily. So, Hyun-chang had never seen his mother-in-law act so openly and boldly before. He was momentarily stunned. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and tried to help his mother-in-law up. The eldest wife looked at her caring youngest son with increasing sadness. She held Hyun-chang's hand and started to cry and complain softly. Just as everyone was arguing loudly, the men from the He family who had received news rushed back. They had already come back from the fields and were on their way home for dinner when they saw their child running over, barefoot, sweaty, and saying that something had happened at home. The grandmother was going to sell the little sisters to a matchmaker. Hearing this, the men from the He family were so frightened that they looked at each other, forgot their farming tools, and ran quickly toward home. When they arrived home, they saw the eldest wife crying while holding Hyun-chang, and the third and fourth daughters-in-law hugging their children and crying. The yard was full of crying sounds. People who didn't know what was happening might think something serious had occurred. Someone had already heard the noise and peeked over to look. It was Hee-dakwon who spoke first, telling everyone to close the yard gate and go inside, so they wouldn't embarrass themselves crying out in the yard. Although Hee-dakwon usually didn't talk much and seemed to let the eldest wife handle most family matters, when he was angry and spoke up, no one dared to disobey him. So, a few daughters-in-law looked at each other, wiped their tears quickly, comforted their crying children, and quietly followed into the house. The eldest wife, supported by Hyun-chang, stood up, brushed off the dirt from her clothes, and was helped inside. After Hee-dakwon sat down inside, he first looked at his youngest son, feeling a bit confused about his return. "Hyun-chang, you came back today. Is there something wrong?" Hyun-chang looked at everyone in the house, feeling embarrassed, and said vaguely, "I came back to talk to my mother about something." Hee-dakwon frowned. His youngest son was about to leave for the provincial city. Why wasn't he studying quietly at his master's house, and instead running back just to talk about something? Meanwhile, the third daughter-in-law couldn't hold back anymore. She cried and hurriedly spoke first. "Father, you have to decide for us. Mother and Uncle Six want to sell our sisters, fifth and sixth." "What? What are you talking about?" The other men in the He family exclaimed. "You're talking nonsense." That was the eldest wife. She jumped up 3 feet high. "You're talking. When did I say I would sell fifth and sixth to Hyun-chang?" The third daughter-in-law also refused to back down. "You and Uncle Six are in the yard, and you're just saying you don't want to sell to the wealthy landowners in the county. Do you think selling to the town merchants is okay? Isn't that just selling our children to be used as servants? Right now, our family's suitable choices are fifth and sixth daughters." Grandmother was furious. "You're nonsense. I'm not a heartless stepmother who would sell my own flesh and blood. I want to sell Zhang family's eldest daughter." As soon as she said this, the entire household fell silent. Everyone looked at grandmother in shock. Hyun-chang painfully rubbed his forehead. He had planned to speak to her quietly about this matter without disturbing the family. After all, it wasn't something honorable. If more people knew, it would be more likely to leak out. There were many people in the family, The sisters-in-law and mother didn't get along well. If it got out, how could his mother face others in the village? Unexpectedly, this secret talk was overheard by the family. They didn't hear everything clearly, but it still caused a big misunderstanding. Now, his mother's loud voice made everyone in the family hear clearly. After a long while, Hee-dakian hesitantly asked, "Mother, what did you say? Are you planning to sell Zhang family's eldest daughter?" Since it was already exposed, grandmother straightforwardly revealed her plan, clearly laying it out in the open. Not counting the children, the sons and daughters-in-law of the He family looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Finally, the eldest son cautiously spoke up, "Mother, that Zhang family's eldest daughter isn't even related to us. If you really sell her with Zhang Desheng's character, he won't just sit back and do nothing." Grandmother snorted coldly. That girl from the Zhang family has already been disowned. Not to mention that Zhang Desheng wouldn't care. Even the Zhang family itself wouldn't interfere. A few daughters-in-law, hearing that she wasn't planning to sell her own daughter, relaxed a little. But now they couldn't help asking, does that girl from the Zhang family agree? Since she had been disowned, she didn't seem so naive. If she really agreed to sell herself as a servant and give the money to the He family, it would be impossible. What kind of joke is that? Even in plays, they wouldn't write such a thing. Grandmother was about to say she was willing, but then she remembered the news brought back by Hyun Chong and couldn't help but hatefully say, that girl was willing at first. If she wasn't, could Hyun Chong go and find a master for her? I never expected that just a few days later, the girl would change her mind. At this point, I remembered to ask, "Hyun Chong, I forgot to ask earlier, what do you mean by that matter is not going to happen and it will never happen in the future?" Hyun Chong frowned. "Today I saw Zhang's eldest daughter in town. She was walking with a man, probably on her way to get married." The old woman blurted out, "With Zhang's reputation, who would dare marry her? Who is it?" She looked as if she wanted to find out who it was and go to their house to ask clearly. When Chong felt very tired and forced himself to say, "Mother, let's not talk about this anymore. If it gets out, we'll be at fault. I'll figure out the money for the exam trip to the provincial city, so don't worry about it." The old woman got anxious. "You don't even have enough money for your studies and you're still worried about expenses? It's all because our parents are useless and your brother and sister-in-law are heartless. Otherwise, why would I, an old woman, have to scheme against a young girl? It's all because of pressure from outside." She started crying again, sobbing softly. The daughters-in-law of the He family looked very upset after hearing this. They thought, at their age, to behave so unkindly and do such heartless things, and now they were blaming them, dividing the family. They needed to split immediately. Otherwise, if this news got out, how could they still hold their heads up in the village? Hee-dakian sat at the top, watching his sons and daughters-in-law with their own thoughts. Seeing his wife crying so hard, he was silent for a long time before speaking. "All right. Today, whatever happens, keep this a secret. No one is allowed to say a word. If I find out, don't even talk about splitting the family, just be expelled from the He family. Do you hear me?" That was serious. Everyone in the He family, including the children, quickly agreed. Hee-dakian then took his pipe, tapped his shoe, and stood up. "Okay, everyone go out now. Has dinner been prepared? If so, eat." The family dared not speak and quietly left, setting the dinner on the table. They ate in deep silence. Usually lively children were very well behaved today, finishing their meal quietly before their parents drove them back to their rooms, not allowing them to come out. When night fell and everyone returned to their rooms, although no lamps were lit, no one was sleeping. They all discussed the old woman's plan to sell Zhang's eldest daughter. Several married sons and daughters-in-law, regardless of their opinions, finally agreed that the family should be split immediately. Hee-dakian finished dinner and then called Hyun Chong into his room. He asked him clearly about the whole situation and learned that it was just a small personal matter of the full wife. Hyun Chong only thought that Zhang's eldest daughter was pitiful and wanted to help her find a way out. He didn't expect it to cause such trouble, and he finally felt relieved. Although he didn't know much, he understood that a scholar's reputation was very important. Others could get involved, but his son must stay clean. Otherwise, it would become a serious stain on his family's name in the future. After thinking for a moment, He Dacheng still felt uneasy and asked again, "Is Zhang's eldest daughter really getting married? Who is she marrying?" He Wenchang frowned slightly and said, "I don't know. I saw her and that man come out of the same courtyard in town one after the other." He suddenly hesitated, recalling that yesterday, the full wife told him she saw Zhang Chuntao in town. But this morning, he saw Zhang Chuntao and another man leaving the same courtyard. This meant Zhang Chuntao hadn't returned to the mountain yesterday. Did she never live on the mountain? Did she actually live in town? As a scholar, He Wenchang was naturally thoughtful and had many worries. Thinking back on her previous meetings with him, he realized her behavior was different from other village girls, which now made sense. Digging deeper, he even started to suspect that Zhang Chuntao might have already found a powerful backing in town and was planning to marry there, which was why she hadn't accepted the Wang family's proposal. He hadn't expected that because of this, Zhang's family would disown her, but it was also because she was disowned that she escaped Zhang's family. They had pretended she went into the mountains, but in reality, she moved to town. Thinking this way, He Wenchang's contempt for Zhang Chuntao lessened a bit. He knew that only his father and the He family was truly wise now. After some thought, he quietly shared his suspicions with He Dacheng. He Dacheng took a few puffs on his pipe before saying, "If that's the case, when Zhang's eldest daughter gets married, our family should also send a gift, just to show our apology. If Yang's daughter really had someone backing her, and since Wenchang hadn't yet passed the imperial exam, they should stay low profile and avoid offending anyone." He Wenchang nodded and said, "If I hear any news in town, I will have someone send a message back." The father and son reached an agreement on this matter. Seeing that it was getting late, they urged He Wenchang to go home and rest early so he could leave for the town first thing in the morning. He Wenchang, tired from a day of travel, listened and was about to go back inside. Just as he reached the door, Daquan remembered something and called out to him one more thing. "Before you leave tomorrow, go to Uncle Defu's house and talk to him about Zhang's family girl's household registration. Don't be too harsh. If Zhang's girl doesn't come to change her household registration in a few days, don't rush to cancel her registration. Let her stay a few more days. It won't hurt anyone. There's no need to offend Zhang's family over this. If she comes to transfer her household registration soon, don't make things difficult for her. As the saying goes, it's better to leave a way out for others so you can meet again happily later. Uncle Defu is stubborn and has a strange temper, but only you can talk to him. Be gentle and explain things to him. It's better to resolve disagreements than to cause trouble." He Wenchang understood Daquan's meaning immediately. After all, experience is the best teacher. No matter what, Zhang Chuntao's household registration still needs to be transferred from the village head. With their good words, whether she likes it or not, she will eventually accept their help. Once she accepts, the previous issues can be considered settled. He nodded solemnly and promised to handle it. As for how he would find the village head, He Defu, and persuade him the next day, that story will be told another time. Just then, after He Yen watched Zhang Chuntao leave, he returned to the town to handle an important matter. Once he received confirmation, he hurried home. Because the work took longer than expected, even with a quick journey, he arrived home after dark. He Yen had left early yesterday morning and only returned tonight. This was common, and his mother, Meng, and his sister, Hewan, were used to it. When they saw him back and asked if he had eaten, Meng planned to go to the kitchen to cook for him. But Hewan stopped her, saying he had something to discuss. Hewan wanted to listen, but Hewan shot her a stern look and told her to go to the kitchen and prepare dinner quietly. Meng looked at her son. Over the years, his beard had grown thick and dark, covering most of his face, so she couldn't tell his emotions just by his beard. But now, his bright eyes made her realize something. She asked carefully, "What do you want to talk to Mom about?" For her son, Mrs. Meng has never known how to get close to him. When he was young, it was okay, but after the head of the family passed away, Heyen, her son, seemed to grow up overnight and took on the responsibilities of the family. He is the only son in the family. He used to have a soft face, but to make others believe he is serious, he became more calm when speaking and acting. Before long, he also grew a big beard. When asked, he said having this beard made others respect him more outside. Usually, he handles all family matters, so she, as the mother, doesn't need to worry. Now, the only thing left to discuss is his lifelong marriage. It's been over 3 years since the head of the family died. Her son first delayed because of mourning, then because of his beard. Many girls heard his name and refused to marry him.
Her son is stubborn, though.
When a girl who doesn't mind his big beard finally showed interest, he refused to meet her. This has dragged on until now. He's 20, and in the village, boys his age have already had children, but her son still isn't in a hurry. Mrs. Meng has worried about this for years. She doesn't know what kind of girl her son likes. If she can't find one, will he remain unmarried forever? How can she face her late husband and the ancestors of the He family? Now, seeing her son seem to have finally understood, Mrs. Meng feels both excited and happy. He steadied himself and, feeling a bit shy, said, "Mom, I've found a girl I like. Tomorrow, we'll find a good matchmaker and go to propose marriage." Mrs. Meng was overjoyed and couldn't hide her happiness. She clapped her hands and smiled so widely her mouth almost couldn't close. "You've really found a girl you like? That's great. As the old saying goes, good food doesn't mind being late, and good words aren't afraid of being slow. My son is amazing, so you're going to propose tomorrow?" She asked a series of questions. Whose girl is she? Where does she live? What's her name? Is she pretty? How many people are in her family? Is she gentle and kind? While asking, she was already planning who to ask as a matchmaker. She thought of Zhao's wife from the north of the village. She's kind, good at talking and handling things. She's not greedy for bride price, and wouldn't just randomly matchmake. She also needed to prepare gifts for the proposal. She planned to bring a couple of dried wild meats and a jar of wine, enough for the occasion. The wedding gift could be a bit more generous. Over the years, she had saved some money, and most of Hee-An's hunting income was kept by her. She had already planned how to decorate the house, how many tables to set for the guests, and even the nicknames for her future grandchildren. Hee-An looked at Meng's excited expression and swallowed nervously before carefully replying, "Her surname is Zhang. She's from Bajietan, named Zhang Chuntao. She has no family left, just her alone." Meng's face paused in her excitement, doubting if she heard correctly. She has no family? An orphan girl? That won't do. A girl with no family is very unlucky. Maybe her birth date is too strong? In the countryside, there are certain customs. When choosing a wife, people prefer a girl from a good family, one who can bear children, and has a kind and capable personality. There are also girls who are considered unsuitable, such as those who lost their mother early or whose parents have passed away, leaving only themselves. Few families are willing to marry such girls.
Why?
In rural areas, having more family members means a stronger, more prosperous household and less chance of being bullied in the village. Marrying a wife is also about forming alliances and increasing influence. The more relatives from her maternal side, the better. If trouble arises, her family can help. During busy farming times, they can work together and support each other, which is better than facing everything alone. If a girl has no maternal family, no backing, and no connections, she can't rely on anyone. The He family originally came from Yangjia village, considered outsiders, even though they had been rooted here for 2 or 3 generations. Still, they didn't have many relatives. When everything was peaceful in the village, everyone got along well. But if conflicts arose over interests, the He family, with fewer members, would naturally suffer. So, when she married off her eldest daughter, she chose to marry into the Wang family of Chilidan, a prominent local family. After the marriage, her family and the Wang family became relatives. Her younger daughter was betrothed to the Ma family from the nearby village, also a big local family. With these 2 connections, the people in Yangjia village dared not offend or bully their family easily. Meng had seen the benefits of these alliances and naturally wanted her son to marry into a large family too. Not for anything else, but so that they would have more support in times of trouble and not be bullied. But she never expected her son to pick a girl who was an orphan, completely alone, with no family left. That was simply unacceptable. He knew that Zhang Chuantao's background wouldn't stay a secret forever. He didn't plan to hide it. He wanted to tell her gradually. But when he mentioned that Zhang Chuntao was an orphan girl, Meng Shi reacted so strongly. If she found out that Zhang Chuntao was the same girl who recently came back from visiting her older sister He Jiao, who had a quarrel with the Wang family over an engagement, and then was disowned by her own family, Meng Shi would probably be furious. He thought it was better to be honest now, especially if they were going to marry her in. So, he decided to tell Meng Shi everything at once, so she could prepare herself. After some thought, he confidently explained Zhang Chuantao's full background. Meng Shi almost fainted. She had thought that being an orphan was already bad enough, but it turned out she was the girl who had been disowned by the Zhang family for breaking off her engagement with the Wang family. She felt a rush of anger in her chest. She clenched her fists and pounded her chest, afraid she might get too upset. Seeing this, He Yan hurried over to help her calm down, but Meng Shi pushed him away. Are you trying to make me die of anger? Don't try to help me breathe. Just let me be angry. If I die from it, it's over. I can close my eyes and not care anymore. That's what you want, isn't it? He Yan didn't argue. Seeing that Meng Shi was just venting and didn't seem seriously ill, he relaxed and withdrew his hand. He also tried to comfort her. Mother, Chuntao is a good girl. When your older sister came back and mentioned the Wang family engagement, you even praised her. You said although she's young, she's sensible. Otherwise, if she really married into the Wang family, her life would be miserable. And besides, it's not her fault that she was disowned by the Zhang family. She did it to protect her foster mother, afraid she'd be abandoned. She was willing to leave her family to keep her foster mother safe. That shows she's a filial and grateful girl. Meng Shi was so angry her stomach hurt. At that time, she didn't know that if Zhang Chuntao didn't marry into the Wang family, she would have married her own son. Naturally, she would have spoken a few kind words. After all, it's easy to be kind when you're just talking. Who knew this girl would cause trouble for her son? She couldn't accept that. Her own daughter-in-law and others' daughters-in-law weren't the same. She loved her own daughter and thought she was perfect. But if her daughter married a girl with such a temper, she wouldn't be happy about it.
Why?
Because her standards are different. The He family now has only He Yan's son. The kind of daughter-in-law they marry is very important. Once, Meng said that a father bear has one cub and a mother bear has a whole den. Marrying a good daughter-in-law can bring prosperity for 3 generations, but marrying a bad one can cause trouble for 3 generations. According to this standard, Zhang Chuntao naturally isn't considered a good choice for a daughter-in-law. If their family married such a girl, their reputation would be affected. Even if Yang's girl is good, outsiders wouldn't know that. They only see that they married a girl from a different family. It's okay for herself. She can tolerate some gossip as she gets older. But what about her son? Can he hold his head up when he goes out? And her younger daughter, even though engaged, what if the Ma family dislikes her because of this? What should they do then? Even if they agree, if they have children in the future, having a mother with such a reputation could affect the children too. She can't agree to this marriage. Don't blame her for being harsh. She's the mother and has no bad intentions. Naturally, she hopes her children will be well. She definitely wouldn't ruin her child's future for an outsider girl. Meng endured her anger and patiently explained these reasons to He Yan, advising him not to forget his own sister. Just because it's his own marriage, it shouldn't ruin his sister's. He Yan frowned, about to speak, when He Juan brought in a big basin of noodles. Her cooking skills are average. Most of the family's meals are made by Meng, whose cooking is just okay but better than He Juan's. He Juan can only make sure the food is cooked, the taste is just acceptable. So, this big basin of noodles looked almost overcooked, sticking to the pot, with wilted green vegetables that looked tired. But on top, there were 2 boiled eggs, though the whites had been stirred into a white soup with a splash of soy sauce, making it look dark and messy. Juan didn't think her cooking was bad. She placed the basin and chopsticks on the table and asked, "Brother, what made mother angry?" Yan had just eaten a meal cooked by Zhang Chun Tao yesterday. Seeing his sister's pig food now, he really lost his appetite. He secretly decided that no matter what, he was going to marry Zhang Chun Tao. For now, just to be able to eat her cooking every day, he was willing to try everything. "I'm just very hungry inside. I only had breakfast, and now I am so hungry that my front feels pressed against my back." While holding the bowl of noodles, I said, "I told you I have a girl I like and want my mother to go and propose marriage." Then I started eating the noodles. Wan's eyes lit up. "That's great news. Brother, have you fallen for a girl from another family? Is she pretty?" She turned to Meng and said with a smile, "Mother, this is such good news. I was worried that when I get married next year, no one at home will help you. If Big Brother marries and brings a wife home, I can be at ease. Also, you've always worried that he won't find a wife, but now you've found one for him, haven't you?" Before Yan could reply, Meng couldn't hold back and snorted coldly, "What do you know? Do you know who your brother has his eye on?" Seeing Meng's face turn serious, Wan's smile faded a little. She asked carefully, "Who is it?" She was thinking to herself, "Who does my mother dislike among the girls? Could it be from those families?" She considered several options but wasn't sure. Then Meng said something that shocked her completely. "Your eldest brother is interested in the girl from Zhang's family that your eldest sister mentioned last time. The one who was engaged to the Wang family but then broke off the engagement, and now Zhang's family has disowned her. Do you think your brother is just trying to upset me? There are so many girls in the 10-mile radius. More than 80 out of 100 are better than that Zhang girl. Why did he have to like her? She even came back and told me that tomorrow I should find a matchmaker to propose marriage. Isn't that nonsense? One, help me judge. Do you think we can marry such a girl? If we really marry her, not only will our family's reputation be affected, but how will you and your sister behave in your husband's home? You're not even married yet. What if the Ma family looks down on you because of this? Doesn't your brother think about you and your sister?" Meng's anger grew as she thought more. She grabbed her little daughter and started complaining, her voice trembling with emotion. Her eyes reddened, but she tried hard not to cry. Wan was Meng's youngest daughter and loved her most. They had the best mother-daughter relationship. Seeing Meng almost crying, her heart filled with sympathy. She patted Meng's arm to comfort her and said that the Ma family was not like that and would never look down on her because of this. She reassured her mother. Then she turned and glared at her older brother, Yan. "Big brother, how can you do this? Hurry up and apologize to mother. Could that girl from the Zhang family be more important than your mother and your sister? Or did she give you some kind of spell to make you forget everything, making you ignore our family's reputation just to marry her?" Yan was eating a bowl of overcooked noodles cooked by Wan. The salt was too much, very salty. Half of the noodles were mushy, but the rest was still half raw. The fried egg was cooked so that only 2 yolks were visible. When he picked it up with chopsticks, the yolks spilled out everywhere. After hearing this, he suddenly lost his appetite. He put down his chopsticks with a bang and looked at Meng and Wan. Although Wan had just shown concern for Meng and scolded Yan, her deepest fear and respect was for her older brother. When he looked at her, her heart skipped a beat, and her courage disappeared instantly. She hesitated, wanting to say something to ease the mood. She looked down at the flowing egg yolk in the basin, her face changing. She quickly said, "I forgot that Big Brother doesn't like runny eggs. I'll go reheat some for you." She then took the basin and hurried into the kitchen. Once inside, Wan patted her chest, relieved. She was scared stiff when Big Brother looked at her just now. Luckily, she was quick-witted and found a chance to slip out. Meanwhile, Meng saw that Yan hadn't eaten much, and her concern for her son took over. She didn't bother to argue anymore and stood up to go to the kitchen. Why is little one still so careless and forgetful? I'll cook a couple of dishes for her. Yan quickly stopped Meng. Mom, no need. I can manage with a few bites. You should rest early too. Think carefully about what I said. I've decided I want to marry Chun Tao. Whether you oppose or accept it, I will marry her and bring her home as my wife. I've already told Chun Tao I want to marry her, so I won't let her down. A man's word is his bond. If I say I'll marry her, I will. If you really don't like her, there's no need to force it. When I marry Chun Tao, I'll move out, and it won't bother you anymore. He Yan spoke lightly, but it was like piercing Meng's heart. Her legs went weak, and she gritted her teeth. You just have to be with that Zhang girl? Would you really abandon your own mother and sister for her? You ungrateful child. I raised you myself. I don't expect you to be filial to me, but you shouldn't be so disobedient. Don't all children listen to their parents when they choose a partner? Yet you insist on going against me. Are you trying to make me die of anger? She said this while angrily hitting He Yan. He Yan remained still, allowing Meng to hit him for half a day without showing any sign of pain. Instead, Meng felt like she was hitting a stone, and her hand hurt from the effort. Tears suddenly welled up again, not sure if it was from pain or anger. When she looked at her son, he showed no reaction at all, as if he was just a piece of wood. Furious, she kicked He Yan and shouted, "Kneel down for me." He Yan looked at Meng and obediently knelt down with a thud. His silent resistance made Meng feel even more anxious. She cried and asked unwillingly, "Do you really want that girl from the Zhang family? Can't you choose someone else?" "You should know," He Yan suddenly interrupted her, a cold look flashing in his eyes. He said calmly, "I'm just a country man marrying a country girl. Isn't that suitable? We match each other." This one sentence made Meng's face turn pale. She couldn't speak at all, as if her words were stuck in her throat. She wanted to argue, but couldn't find the words. He Yan continued, "Before my father left, he gathered us all and said in front of everyone that I could choose my own wife. I only need to marry the girl I like. No need to worry too much. Did you forget, mother?" Meng's vision blurred as she looked at her familiar son kneeling before her. She felt almost unrecognizable. Was this really her quiet, hard-working, obedient son who never spoke harshly to her or disobeyed her? Her lips trembled for a long time before she finally, hopelessly, waved her hand and said, "Since you even brought up your late father, I can't control you anymore. Do as you like." Then she staggered, covering her mouth, and went back to the inner room. He Yan silently lowered his eyes and remained silent for a long time. He-won reheated the noodles and, noticing the soup was about to burn, hurriedly added a splash of cold water. When the water boiled, the egg was cooked thoroughly, but the noodles had turned into a mushy mess, mixed with a few blackened vegetable leaves. The appearance was truly unappetizing. He-won felt that this pot of noodles looked more like pig feed than food. After hesitating, she still scooped some out and brought it to He Yan. As soon as she entered the room, she saw that Meng was no longer there, only He Yan kneeling in the center of the main hall. Suddenly, I almost dropped the basin in shock. "Big brother, why are you kneeling?" He Yan silently stood up, brushed dust off his pants, and turned to see the basin in He-won's hand. His first thought was that this girl probably couldn't be trusted anymore. Did she think that disobeying her mother was enough to poison her brother? He-won looked at the basin in her hand, then awkwardly smiled and hurriedly handed it to He Yan. "Brother, you should eat quickly. I'll go see Mom now." She turned and ran off quickly. If she didn't leave now, what if her big brother caught her and made her eat this messy batter? He Yan looked at the basin, feeling it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He thought for a moment, but didn't want to waste food. Despite feeling sick, he forced himself to finish the batter in the basin. After eating, he felt hopeless about life. He washed the basin clean and, as he came out, bumped into He-won, who was sneaking out of Meng's house. He-won waved at He Yan, signaling him to follow her to the corner of the yard. She whispered, "I've been persuading Mom for a long time, but she just keeps crying and doesn't speak. It's clear she's really upset because of you. Brother, what did you say that made Mom so sad? Is that Zhang girl really that good? Even if you want to marry her, you could tell Mom slowly. Why did you suddenly decide to marry her? How is Mom supposed to feel? She raised you for 20 years and now she's showing favoritism to an outsider? Brother, can't you wait a little longer? We're not saying you can't marry Zhang's girl. We just need to wait until mom understands and agrees. Wouldn't that be better? As a man, you don't understand. If the mother-in-law doesn't like her daughter-in-law, once she moves in, she'll find many ways to trouble her. She'll set rules and make life hard for her, and the daughter-in-law won't even have a chance to complain. Aren't you afraid that if you marry her by force, mom will be unhappy and use Zhang's girl as a tool to control you? Hee-won spoke earnestly, thinking she was being sincere, even bringing up private family matters to persuade her brother, hoping Hee-yeon would back down a little. Hee-yeon shot her a cold look. Are you saying mom is a mean mother-in-law, or that your future mother-in-law is mean? And stop being so disrespectful. Even if she's not your sister-in-law yet, you should at least call her Zhang's sister. If you keep acting like this, I'll go to town tomorrow and beat up that kid Ma Yuanji. Hee-won was speechless. She also began to doubt whether her usually generous, calm, reliable, and upright older brother was truly like that anymore. Was he really so cruel? Who was her kind gesture for? Was it not for him and his soon-to-be wife? Otherwise, if her own daughter said such things and her mother heard, she would probably scold her for half a month. But because she called her soon-to-be sister-in-law Zhang's girl, she was about to hit her brother Yuanji. How could her real brother do such a thing? Hee-jing also rolled her eyes in anger and, tired of arguing, stomped her foot and went straight into her room to rest. Hee-yeon was thinking about going to find Zhang Chuntao tomorrow to handle an urgent matter. He decided to go to bed early, so he would have energy. He went back to his room and lay on the bed, but he just couldn't fall asleep. His mind kept flashing with Zhang Chuantao's gentle smile and her agreeable nod, then with Meng's disappointed and sad expression, and finally, with Hee-won's words ringing in his ears. He knew that when a new wife enters her husband's family, she mostly interacts with her mother-in-law, not her husband. A kind and reasonable mother-in-law was fine, but if unlucky enough to have a mean one, it could be very hard to endure. Complaining could lead to accusations of disobedience and disrespect. If her husband cared and protected her a little, life could still be manageable. But if he only obeyed his mother, she would have to endure everything patiently. Enduring her mother-in-law until she was strong enough to take control was the only way. Many women, when they became daughters-in-law, endured years of mistreatment and built up resentment. When they became mothers-in-law themselves, they often treated their daughters-in-law even worse, creating a vicious cycle. Hee-yeon remembered clearly that his grandmother never liked Meng and often gave her a hard time. Meng often hid in her room, holding her and her older sister, crying secretly. After crying, she dared not let anyone know, using a cold cloth to cover her eyes. Fortunately, Hee-yeon's father cared for Meng and secretly protected her. Somehow, they managed to separate and build a new house, which made life a little easier. Later, because Hee-yeon's eldest uncle became successful, he moved the elderly parents to live with him. The old couple found it uncomfortable, so Hee-yeon's uncle bought them a yard in town and hired a servant to take care of them. Finally, Meng was completely freed from her hardships. So, just before the end of the year when the whole family gathered for ancestor worship, he still kept criticizing Meng. Therefore, Hee-yeon's earlier words were not meant to annoy Meng but genuinely intended that if Meng didn't like Zhang Chuntao, they would split up and go their own way. When it comes to respecting Meng, having him is enough. He married Zhang Chuntao not to let her suffer at her own mother's hands. If a man can't protect the woman he loves, is he really a man? If Zhang Chuntao were an ordinary girl and Meng didn't agree, he might still hope to change Meng's mind slowly. But Zhang Chuantao's current situation, no matter how strong or capable she is, living in a cave every day is so dangerous. And people like the He family, because she has no one to rely on, are scheming against her. Not to mention Zhang's family. In the future, they might cause even more trouble. Zhang Chuntao has no relatives in this world, no one to care for her or protect her. Now, with him, Hee-yeon, she finally has someone to cherish and defend her. So, he can't wait any longer. He must marry Zhang Chuntao quickly. At that time, neither the He family nor the Zhang family can harm her anymore. Things are urgent, and Zhang Chuantao's safety is the most important now. Moreover, He-Yen trusts Zhang Chuantao's character. He believes that even if Meng isn't happy now, once she interacts with Zhang Chuntao, she might not like her, but she won't treat her so poorly anymore. After tossing and turning, it was almost dawn before he finally managed to sleep. In the other room, Hee-won tiptoed in. Seeing Meng with her back to the door, she heard movement and wanted to turn around but held back. Hee-won had finished washing up and climbed into bed. She snuggled close to Meng and affectionately hugged her arm. "Mother, please don't be angry with Big Brother. If you're upset, you'll get sick, and that would hurt us." Meng snorted coldly. "I said I care, but I don't believe it. Now your brother's mind is full of that girl from the Zhang family outside. How could he still care about me, his mother?" Seeing Meng's attitude soften a little, Hee-won pressed closer and said, "Mother, Big Brother isn't like that. You're just angry words. Big Brother is very filial to you usually. If he has good things, he always shares with you first. Not to mention, among the nearby villages, who is more capable and can bring honor to you than Big Brother?" Meng didn't answer. Her words touched her deeply. Indeed, the He family doesn't have many people, but no one dares to bully them in Yangjia village. Of course, this is because Hee-yen is hardworking and capable. He not only earns money but also works in the fields and goes hunting in the mountains without delay, earning 2 incomes alone. Although he has only one son, their life is prosperous and better than families with several sons. Hee-yen is generous and always treats his family well. His younger sister, because she married into the Ma family in town, had some dowry left over that wasn't enough. Mrs. Meng was worried that her daughter would be looked down upon when she married into the Ma family because of her dowry and wanted to add more. However, before the head of the family left, everything was arranged. If they wanted to add more to the dowry, it would naturally come from Hee-yen's share. In other families, the inheritance belongs to the sons, and no one would consider harming the son's interests for the daughter. That would be unthinkable and wrong. But Mrs. Meng cared deeply for her daughter and subtly hinted at Hee-yen, who then agreed. Hee-yen even handed over most of the income from the family's fields to Mrs. Meng, and most of his hunting earnings as well, so she could use it to buy things for Hee-won. He was also worried that his older sister Hee-jiao, who had already married out, might feel upset, so he secretly gave her extra support. They often sent small game from hunting to Hee-jiao's in-laws, making her look good and helping her stand tall in her new home. Thinking about these past days, Mrs. Meng's anger toward Hee-yen eased a little. But she still couldn't get past her resentment and bitterly complained, "Humph, look at your brother. When he gets a wife, he'll forget about his mother, right?" Hee-won was still young. After hearing Mrs. Meng's words, she couldn't help but say, "Mom, when Big Sister came back the other day and you talked about her, you even praised the Zhang family, said she was thoughtful and capable, even though she's from a humble background. She's a good girl, and you said such a girl would make a good wife, thoughtful, capable, able to stand on her own, and support a family. Why did you look at her with different eyes?" Mrs. Meng got anxious, stood up quickly, and patted Hee-won. "You little brat, what kind of sister do you call her? Why do you call her sister?" Hee-won shrank back and said defiantly, "Then I won't call her sister." "Should I call her sister-in-law?" "Don't take your anger at brother out on me. I won't call her sister, and if I do, brother will be angry. If I call her sister-in-law, mother will be angry too. Why did it turn out to be my fault? I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want." Saying that, she angrily turned over and went to sleep. Meng was so angry she pointed at Hee-won but couldn't say anything for a long time. Why did she have such a silly daughter? Hee-won was always carefree and soon fell into a deep sleep. Meng couldn't sleep either. After tossing and turning for a while, she decided to sit up. She knew her son usually seemed indifferent and didn't care about much. But that was because he hadn't crossed his bottom line. Once he insisted on something, he was very stubborn. She remembered when the head of the family left home, he promised in front of many people that he would decide his own marriage and marry the girl he liked. She was worried about his temper. If he liked someone different from her, they might argue and hurt their mother-son relationship. At first, she felt sad and didn't believe it. She thought the head of the family was too spoiled her son and didn't trust her. It seemed like she, as a mother, was trying to harm her son. Now she realized that the head of the family knew her son better, which is why he said those things that day. In the end, she understood she couldn't fight against him. Besides, her future depended on her son. If they argued badly, she would be the one unhappy. Moreover, with He-Yan's temper, whether she agreed or not didn't matter. Tomorrow morning, if she didn't loosen up, he might find a matchmaker himself and go to propose marriage. Wouldn't that make outsiders laugh? At worst, if he married someone, she would become a mother-in-law and have the chance to set rules for her daughter-in-law. Thinking this way, Meng couldn't stay still. She planned to find a matchmaker tomorrow and prepare the wedding gifts. Seeing her son's look, it seemed the wedding wasn't far off. She also needed to tidy up the house and prepare for the celebration. There was also Zhang's daughter. Although she was the only one, she wasn't sure if they needed a dowry, but she had to prepare it. The more she thought about it, the more she felt the expenses were too high. She decided to get up, light the oil lamp, and take out the money box from the cabinet to see how much money she had left, so she knew her finances. A few years ago, Meng had gone through some hardships and life was tighter. Later, when the house was built, life gradually improved and she always managed the money herself. She is quite carefree with money, and her family is well off, so her expenses are naturally a bit higher than others. Plus, she often buys things for her young daughter whenever she sees something suitable. Over the years, she has prepared a room full of dowry for He-Yan. As a result, her savings have significantly decreased. Now, after counting, she realizes there isn't much left. Meng considers the costs of the matchmaker, the banquet, and house preparations. After these expenses, the bride price might not be enough. However, Meng thinks it's okay. She's not in a rush. Since Zhang's family's daughter now has no maternal family support, perhaps they can save on the bride price? If necessary, she can give a little less, considering her situation. Even if she gives the bride price, since Zhang's daughter has no maternal family, who else can she leave it to? It would have to be returned to his family anyway. Thinking this way, Meng feels that marrying Zhang Chuntao into their family isn't so hard to accept. At least, it saves quite a bit of money compared to marrying someone else's daughter. Also, since Zhang's daughter is from a different clan and has no dowry or maternal family, she has little confidence. When she marries into her own family, she will surely need to flatter her carefully and shouldn't take advantage of her sister-in-law. If she married someone from another family, her relatives would be more numerous and have backing. As a mother-in-law or older sister-in-law, she might even have to consider her daughter-in-law's feelings. The more Meng thought about it, the more she felt that besides the bad reputation and gossip, there weren't many disadvantages to this marriage. Her reluctance eased a bit. She put the money box back, looked at her sleeping daughter, who looked like a little piglet, and her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. She gently covered He-Yan with a thin quilt, then blew out the lamp and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Meng heard noises outside and got up quickly. She saw He-Yan drawing water from the well and carrying it to the water jar outside the kitchen. Although her mood was still a bit upset, she knew she had to step back in this matter. She shot a glance at He-Yan, then went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. During breakfast, she saw He-Yan eating silently, without speaking. He-Yan, who had been unwell yesterday, also didn't say a word today. The atmosphere in the house was very heavy. Meng watched as He-Yan finished his breakfast and was about to leave without saying anything. She felt worried that her son might leave soon. Patience said, "Later, I will go to the north of the village to find Sister Zhao. She is strict with her words and won't talk nonsense. She is also honest and reliable. I will talk to her first, then buy some gifts. Tomorrow, I will go to propose marriage." Hearing this, He-Yan's eyes immediately brightened. He-Yan was so surprised that she dropped her chopsticks. No, yesterday her mother was desperately opposed. How come today it's like she's a different person, and she's already planning to have the matchmaker come to propose? She couldn't help but ask Mother, "What's wrong? Did Big Brother upset you?" He-Yan picked up a bun and stuffed it into He-Yan's mouth. "Eat your breakfast. You talk so much you can't even eat." Meanwhile, Mrs. Meng was choked by Heewon's talking and couldn't eat her own meal. She tapped Heewon's hand with her chopsticks, and seeing her daughter grimace in pain, she felt a bit sorry. Heewon was a carefree girl, and when Mrs. Meng saw her pain, she couldn't help but smile and moved closer happily. While the mother and daughter were being affectionate, Hien finished his breakfast quickly and got up to leave. Mrs. Meng followed and asked, "Tomorrow you're going to propose. Where are you going now?" Hien only replied that he had something to do and left without looking back. Mrs. Meng understood immediately. He was probably going to find Zhang Chuntao. She could only accept it. She looked back at Heewon, who was busy eating, and couldn't help but feel a headache. She rubbed her forehead. As for Hien, he almost ran all the way into the mountains. Following the small path, he reached near Zhang Chuntao's cave in about an hour. He hesitated whether to enter the cave or wait a bit. Suddenly, he heard some movement nearby. When he went over to check, he saw Zhang Chuntao looking at him with a cautious expression. Seeing it was Hien, Zhang Chuntao relaxed and smiled, waving his hand. Hien also couldn't help but smile and stepped forward. He took the basket from Zhang Chuntao's back and asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Zhang Chuntao nodded and looked behind Hien. Weren't they supposed to bring the matchmaker to propose? Why was Hien alone and empty-handed? Hien immediately understood her look and explained, "My mother has agreed to our marriage. She's going to find a matchmaker today and prepare gifts. We can only go to propose tomorrow. Today, I came for another reason." Zhang Chuntao looked at Hien with surprise, not expecting the He family to agree so quickly. Hien didn't want to talk about this too much to avoid ruining the mood. He knew very well in his heart that Meng's agreement was just because she couldn't resist him. Instead of causing a conflict and making others laugh at them, it was better to swallow his pride and accept it first. As for whether he truly accepted his daughter-in-law, of course not. He wasn't like other simple or pretending to be simple men in the village who thought that because their own mother loved them, she would definitely love their wife too. Those people should think about it. You're born from your mother's belly, so naturally she cares for you. But your wife isn't your mother, so why would she care for you? Moreover, since this daughter-in-law married in and attracted most of his son's attention, how could a mother-in-law feel comfortable? Anyway, he didn't expect much. But at this moment, none of that mattered. Hien took Zhang Chuntao and headed down the mountain, walking while saying, "Now, come down the mountain with me. I've already made an appointment. Today, we'll go to the village head's house in Bajiedan to transfer your household registration." Zhang Chuntao paused, looking at Hien's back with a complicated expression. She quickly realized that when Hien said he had something to do yesterday and asked her to come back first, it was probably for this. Her mood was hard to describe at that moment. Zhang Chuntao had seen many men who talked a lot but didn't do much, or talked less and did more, and some who didn't say anything but still didn't do anything. She was seeing for the first time someone like Hien who spoke little but did a lot. The feeling of being cared for, of knowing your difficulties without needing to speak, and having someone quietly help solve your problems was something Zhang Chuntao felt for the first time. Her eyes couldn't help but soften, and she looked at Hien's back with a slight smile. "Okay." Hien turned to look at Zhang Chuntao's smiling face, his heart pounding wildly. He felt dizzy, as if his feet were stepping on cotton, and he couldn't help but smile back. Unfortunately, his face was covered with a big beard, so Zhang Chuntao only saw his beard tremble slightly. Her smile grew even brighter, and she asked proactively, "Was what you did yesterday about this? Did you go to find Wu Fuyong?" Hien nodded, not daring to look at Zhang Chuntao again. He turned his head and led the way ahead, carefully pushing aside branches blocking the path so they wouldn't get in her way. He answered, "Wu Fuyong has long wanted to find a way to trap Wu Fuguei, but unfortunately, the evidence he found wasn't enough to completely bring Wu Fuguei down. The golden ring we found on Erguzi's body is a major breakthrough. After this incident, Wu Fuyong is now the next village chief, backed by the newly appointed county magistrate. From now on, Shiqiao town will be under his control. Even the clever people now look up to Wu Fuyong as their leader. Wu Fuyong is currently recruiting helpers. He is honest and keeps his promises. When I told him about this, He said he would take responsibility and that it was a simple matter. He also mentioned that after the interrogation of Erguzi and the capture of the bandits, the county magistrate would reward those who contributed. He said our contributions wouldn't be small, but I refused. I told him that we only got the ring because we were forced and lucky. It seemed like even heaven couldn't stand seeing injustice, so Wu Fuyong and the bandits left clues behind. We don't accept rewards for our work, so we wouldn't dare take any. Helping you transfer your household registration was already a big help. I strongly declined any reward. After saying this, Hien suddenly remembered something and quickly explained, "It's not that I didn't want to discuss it with you, but when the topic came up, I was worried Wu Fuyong might think we were trying to ask for more favors by showing off our achievements, which wouldn't be good." Before he finished, Zhang Chuntao interrupted him. "I understand. It's best that we keep a low profile. We're just common villagers, and it's better not to get involved in such matters. Besides, if we don't claim credit, the bandit suppression won't involve us. Those bandits are probably locals. Even if they're caught, they likely have relatives or friends. The magistrate and village chief wouldn't dare offend them. Otherwise, the anger would turn against us. Your caution is wise. This is how we should handle things. We shouldn't accept rewards, and in the future, we must keep this secret.
No one should know about it."
Zhang Chuntao, an orphan who had worked hard for many years, understood the dark side of human nature well. Even in modern society, some still value family clans over the law, and in this time and place, clan power is even greater and more united. Most villages are connected by kinship. Once news spreads, it might be difficult for the He family to stay in the area. If ordinary people hear that they could receive rewards from the county magistrate and form a relationship with Wu Fuyong, they might be tempted to agree without thinking. Hien was not fooled by Wu Fuyong's words and remained very calm. Zhang Chuantao said, "Brother Hien, you're quite wise. With such calmness and self-control, even if they don't become a married couple, being good partners is definitely a safe choice, right?" Indeed, although she has been single since birth, her taste in men is still quite good. Zhang Chuantao secretly praised herself. Hearing her words, Hien's eyes lit up with excitement, and his breathing became a little uneven. Looking into Zhang Chuantao's eyes, filled with intense warmth and a feeling of finally finding a soulmate, he felt thrilled. Before speaking, Hien hesitated. He wasn't sure if Zhang Chuantao would agree with his plans. Yesterday, he had concerns, which is why he asked Zhang Chuantao to go back first, so he could handle things alone. He was afraid she might disagree, causing trouble, offending Wu Fuyong, or messing up the important task of transferring their household registration. Now, hearing that Zhang Chuantao not only didn't blame him but also said things that touched his heart, he couldn't be happier. Having someone in the world who understands you and shares your dreams is wonderful, especially when that person is the girl he likes and about to marry. Hien felt excited and almost wanted to marry her tomorrow. He managed to hold back, cleared his throat, and continued leading the way. If it had been before, he wouldn't have spoken at all. But now, Hien felt he had countless things to say to Zhang Chuantao. After thinking for a moment, he blushed and asked about her preferences. He was planning to decorate the new house when they returned, so he wanted to ask what she liked. The house should be decorated according to her taste. He also wanted to buy the prettiest red cloth to make her wedding dress and buy jewelry for her. Others who marry usually do these things, and his bride should have them too. Things that others don't have, she should have as well. Because of this, Zhang Chuantao felt much more relaxed. When Hien asked her, she confidently shared her preferences. She also asked Hien about his likes and dislikes, and if he had any taboos. Zhang Chuantao thought everything through clearly. Although they were about to marry, they had only known each other for a short time. Since they planned to live together, they must do so with the greatest sincerity. If they don't spend enough time together or don't understand each other's preferences, it will cause many problems and misunderstandings in their future life. This can make their already fragile relationship even weaker. She once watched some relationship analysis videos with her friends. Many women complain that their partners don't understand their feelings but don't say anything, expecting the men to guess. When the men guess wrong, they get upset and the women think the men don't love them. Men often feel confused, wondering why women don't just say what they want directly instead of guessing. It's hard to guess correctly. In the end, both sides get tired and their feelings are affected. Her friend Zhang Chuntao once said she was amazed. She said her boyfriend never knew what she was upset about when she was angry. Zhang Chuntao thought if she had a boyfriend, she wouldn't want things to be so complicated. She would openly say what she liked and disliked, so her boyfriend could avoid mistakes and she wouldn't always be angry. Wouldn't that be better? Unfortunately, Zhang Chuntao didn't have a boyfriend back then. Now, she not only has a boyfriend, but also a fiancé. They're planning to get married, so she naturally needs to keep her promises from before. Whether they get married or work together, understanding each other's preferences is necessary for a happy relationship. Marriage is the most important partnership between a man and a woman. It should be a joyful cooperation for a lifetime, supporting each other. Or it could be a short-term partnership that ends quickly. The key is whether they are sincere with each other. He Yan, her fiancé, listened carefully when Zhang Chuntao talked about her preferences. He was afraid of missing any detail and remembered everything carefully. When Zhang Chuntao asked about his preferences, he hesitated for a moment and then said, "I don't really mind. As long as I can wear the clothes, I don't mind hardships. But I do like the food you cook." He looked a little shy as he said this. Zhang Chuntao was surprised and looked at He Yan's red ears. She smiled and said, "From now on, I will cook for you every day. Just tell me what you want in advance." He Yan nodded happily, feeling as if he had tasted honey. While they were joking and talking, they quickly left the mountain and headed down the small path leading into Bajian. At this moment, a man who had been working in the fields early in the morning was returning home for a meal. These men carried shovels and hoes, their pant legs rolled up high, barefoot, with mud on their legs. They were shouting and talking about the rice that was about to be ripe. One said his family's rice was growing well, estimating it would be ready for harvest in 10 or 15 days. Another worried that his land had poor terrain and not enough water. There was also a close friend who had already made plans to harvest together, taking turns helping each other. After finishing one family's harvest, they would help the next. While they were chatting lively, they suddenly met He Yan and Zhang Chuntao, who had come down from the mountains. Everyone was stunned. All these men knew Zhang Chuntao. The older ones, seeing He Yan with her, guessed that she had come down from the mountain. Some young men, unable to hold back, exclaimed, "Is that Zhang's girl? You're not dead?" Their words were clumsy, and before Zhang Chuntao could react, He Yan's sharp eyes looked over, making the young man shrink back. Leading the group were Zhang Desheng's brothers, who usually called Zhang Chuntao uncle when they met her. The eldest was Zhang Daqiang, who looked at Zhang Chuntao with complicated eyes. She had gone up the mountain since she was expelled from her family, and no one knew where she was hiding. Many villagers had been whispering secretly. Had something happened to her in the mountains? She only carried a change of clothes and a small cotton jacket she had worn when she was brought back. She hadn't appeared for so many days. Most thought she had met with misfortune. Some also said that even if Zhang's family had expelled her, they wouldn't ignore her entirely. They had raised her after all. They were anxious and didn't want her to be left in the mountains alone. She was a living person after all. As for Zhang Desheng's family, they had once thought about forcing her out. Even if she was strong, she wouldn't survive outside. Perhaps she would come back, and they might sell her to a kiln. But Zhang Chuntao was stubborn. After going into the mountains, she never returned, and her fate remained unknown. Since that day, when Zhang Chuntao went up the mountain, more than just He Yan saw the thugs secretly follow her. Some people suspected that those thugs might harm Zhang Chuntao, but unexpectedly, the thugs fell down the mountain badly injured. When taking those thugs to the town, no one asked questions. However, everyone denied seeing anyone and said they seemed frightened. But Zhang Daqian's family knew the truth. They believed those thugs were beaten by Zhang Chuntao. Only their family understood Zhang Chuntao's true nature. They thought it was unimaginable that Zhang Chuntao would hurt their family, but they were shocked to find she also fought those thugs fiercely. One of the thugs was even unconscious. Seeing their injuries, Zhang Dachen's family shivered in fear. It seemed Zhang Chuntao had been merciful to their family. Originally, they planned to sell Zhang Chuntao to those thugs or to a brothel, but now they dared not mention it, let alone think about it. They worried that if they accidentally revealed their plan, Zhang Chuntao, being a fierce woman, would come back and punish them again. Knowing her strength, they believed she could survive even if many villagers died. Their attitude made the villagers of Bajiao village feel very uncomfortable. After all, Zhang's eldest daughter was raised by them for over 10 years. Even a dog would develop some attachment, let alone a person. Now that she had gone into the mountains and hadn't been heard from for days, the Zhang family showed no concern. Thinking about how Zhang Dachen treated his own parents, they wondered how much he cared about his adopted daughter. The whole family seemed cold and indifferent by nature. Not only Zhang Dachen's parents and brothers, but other villagers also felt disappointed and grew more distant from the family. Recently, the Zhang families had also caused some trouble. His eldest daughter-in-law was trying to arrange a marriage for her daughter, Zhang Yanyan, and had already started spreading the news. The Zhang family is doing well, and Zhang Yanyan is well cared for. She has a round face, big feet, a large bottom, and a slim waist, just the kind of daughter-in-law that most mothers-in-law like. Because of this, many families want to marry into the Zhang family. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhang family has already chosen a family and is very happy with them. They agreed to wait until after the harvest to formally arrange the marriage. However, Zhang Yanyan doesn't like this plan. She caused a fuss at home, even threatening to harm herself, and refused to accept it. When she argued with her mother, the courtyard gate was not fully closed, and people passing by overheard some of their words. Later, it was heard that Zhang Yanyan liked Huan Chang, a young scholar from the He family. This wasn't surprising. Many girls in the village her age liked him. But Zhang Yanyan's liking for him caused trouble because Huan Chang's mother, a kind woman, gave Zhang Yanyan a change of clothes, which made her resentful. Originally, the head of the Zhang family wanted to keep Zhang Yanyan in the village to look after her, but because of her protests and crying, he was forced to drive her out of the village. She had no choice but to go into the mountains. This caused a big commotion. People said all sorts of things. Some said Zhang Yanyan was dreaming of marrying into the He family, others criticized the Zhang family head for being confused, and some felt sorry for Zhang Yanyan's misfortune. The Zhang family also got caught up in the trouble, and recently, villagers no longer looked favorably on them. As for Zhang Yanyan, her mother was angry, but still worried about her daughter. She quickly asked someone to talk to the family she liked, hoping to arrange an early marriage proposal so she could marry soon and quiet the gossip. But that family wasn't deaf. They heard the news and refused outright, saying they wouldn't marry their daughter to Zhang Yanyan, fearing she might cheat on her husband or cause trouble. They said they had already found a decent, honest girl elsewhere. This made the Zhang family very angry, but they had no choice. They knew they were at fault. They kept Zhang Yanyan at home and didn't let her go out. Now, the Zhang family's reputation has fallen far from before. People in the 10-mile radius are saying that Zhang Yanyan shouldn't be married off. The unmarried girls in other families are also upset and resentful. There is a fierce woman who often stands in her backyard, chopping vegetables with a knife and cursing the Zhang family and Zhang Yanyan. This is considered the harshest curse in the countryside. In the past, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhang family would never tolerate such people, but now she has been criticized harshly by the matriarch of the Zhang family because of this. Several sisters-in-law at home also took the opportunity to say some words. As a result, the entire household of Zhang's eldest son was affected, and they didn't even dare to speak loudly. It's also said that some members of the Zhang family are already arguing with a few clan elders, claiming they want to replace the current leader. Right now, Zhang Dagong saw Zhang Chuntao happily jumping in front of him. How could he not feel complicated? Actually, all this trouble was caused by Zhang Chuntao herself. If she hadn't lost her marriage proposal with the Wang family, none of these problems would have happened later. Now she's completely fine. but the Zhang family has been dragged into trouble. Not to mention his younger brother Zhang Desheng's family in the village, they are now hated and almost ignored. Even the Zhang family head's household, because of this, has lost most of its reputation and prestige built over the years. Zhang Dagong, as the older brother, still manages to stay steady, but his brothers Zhang Dali and Zhang Daming couldn't hold back anymore. With a glare, he snapped, "You little brat, you've caused our Zhang family to lose face in the village, and now you dare to come back?" Zhang Daming also said, "You ungrateful person. You're even allowed to come back? Don't dirty our Ba Jiao Tun land, and get out quickly. If you don't, I'll slap you so hard your ears will ring." Nearby, a flirtatious person, seeing the three Zhang brothers treating Zhang Chuntao this way, couldn't help but tease, "Oh, this girl found a man and has a backing now." Upon hearing this, some people started laughing. Others whispered behind, "This big girl of the Zhang family." Although Wang's family married her as a second wife, Wang Dezhu was still relatively young, right? She found a big, bearded man. He looks like he could be her father. I didn't expect this girl to have such strong tastes. Likes that kind? If I had known, I would have proposed to my cousin's second nephew. He's almost 30 and still unmarried. More teasing sounds followed. Although their voices weren't loud, Zhang Chuntao and Hien weren't deaf, and they weren't hiding their intentions. They were deliberately speaking so Zhang Chuntao could hear. She looked over and understood immediately. These words were spoken by members of the Zhang family. Because of recent events, the Zhang family has been affected. They have sisters who are now having trouble getting married. Who wouldn't be upset? They are full of resentment, but dare not vent it on the clan leader. When they see Zhang Chuntao, they naturally direct their anger at her. Hian's face immediately darkened. How dare they humiliate his wife in front of him? Do they think he's dead? A group of men, so talkative and noisy, are worse than the village gossip women. If he doesn't teach them a lesson today, they might think the Lord of Horses has 3 eyes. He doesn't care that they are on Zhang's land. If they fight now, the Zhang family might come together to attack. Even if he's strong, he won't get a good outcome. His only thought is to stand up for Zhang Chuntao. He takes a deep breath and turns to remind her to stay back and not to fight, just leave it to him. But suddenly, he sees Zhang Chuntao with a stern face, quickly walking into the crowd and kicking the Zhang men who had been hiding behind and talking nonsense. One by one, they fall to the ground. Zhang Chuntao moves so fast that Hien can't react, and the Zhang men are even more surprised. They feel their legs hurt, and then they fall or kneel on the ground, groaning in pain. Usually, as farmers, even if they break a bone or get hurt, they would endure it. But now, several are lying on the ground, shouting in pain. The remaining few, trying to hold back their pain, look pale and sweat on their foreheads. The other men from Bajiao village finally realize what's happening. Their first reaction is to step back several paces, far from the Zhang men, afraid of getting involved. After stepping back, they look at Zhang Chuntao with surprise and disbelief. Could this girl really have knocked down these big men? Zhang Chuntao coldly says, "Your mouths are so foul. Do you eat not rice but dung? Who I like as a man is none of your business. Just so you know, I only look up to men who are useful, not cowards who can't even handle a single kick from me." She continues, "And what? I am from the Zhang family. So what? I don't know when Bajiao village became part of your Zhang family. Besides your Zhang family, no one else can stand here?" When she says this, the other families from Bajiao village look unhappy. That's right, this Bajiaotan isn't their Zhang family's property. They haven't even spoken yet, so how can their reputation be damaged by the Zhang family? Some members of the Zhang family are also sensible. Seeing this situation, it's clear that Zhang Chuntao came prepared, and I don't know how she has such great strength. But it's obvious she's not someone to be messed with. At this moment, we can't afford to lose face for the Zhang family. Otherwise, this little girl might overpower us, and the Zhang family would lose respect in the village. So, someone stepped forward to smooth things over and said, "Big Sister Zhang, think about it. Everyone is related after all." Zhang Chuntao sneered, "No, I am no longer part of the Zhang family." We have nothing to do with each other. Don't try to make relatives out of us. Who are you to call us relatives? That person blushed and hesitated, then shamelessly continued, Child, how can you talk like that? Even if you're not blood related to the Zhang family, you were raised by us for so many years, right? Even if you're out of the family now, there are still old feelings, aren't there? How can you turn your back over such a small matter? These people are saying these things because recently, the family has had too many issues. Kids are sensitive and straightforward, so they might speak harshly, but they don't mean any harm. Hearing this, Zhang Chuntao couldn't help but laugh. Come on. If there was any real affection, could you really kick out a weak woman like me? When she said this, others might have ignored it, but the men lying on the ground from the Zhang family couldn't help but twitch their mouths. We're still lying here, and you're calling yourself a weak woman? Whether they spoke without restraint is a small matter. I just lightly kicked them, right? Is that considered a big deal? How much strength can a weak woman like me have? Honestly, they're too weak, too useless. TSK, if people knew, they'd say the Zhang men can't even handle a kick from a woman. Sigh, I'm ashamed for them. And besides, kids are sensitive and can't stand being scolded. I'm just a girl, and I also can't stand being treated unfairly. They speak bluntly, and I don't talk well, but I just move my legs faster. There's no real malice, really. This shut the person up. The Zhang family members listened and blushed with embarrassment, unable to say a word. Many men from Bajietan, some of whom disapproved of their behavior, looked on. The older ones held back their laughter, their faces turning red as they stifled giggles. The young girl, carefree and lively, had already clutched her stomach and was laughing so hard that tears came to her eyes. I didn't expect that quiet, obedient girl from before would have such a sharp tongue. The person from the Zhang family who was speaking thought that since she was just a girl, even if she was upset, a few soft words and a mix of firmness might work. Being alone and raised by the Zhang family, surely she wouldn't lose her temper in front of so many people. Besides, a young girl with real cunning wouldn't hit someone in public. She was just too impulsive. Young people often can't control their anger. He thought that if he said a few more words to comfort her, she would apologize to the Zhang family and help restore their reputation. But he didn't expect her to be so stubborn and fierce, standing her ground with such a sharp tongue. Listening to the laughter behind him felt like being slapped in the face. A few other Zhang family members couldn't hold back either. They were surprised that a little girl could silence so many of them. Was this really happening? They immediately forgot everything else. One stepped forward with a stern face and said, You little girl, how do you talk? I am your elder, and even if you're upset, how can you speak to an elder like that? It's so rude. Zhang Chuntao chuckled sarcastically, full of irony. Like I said, I've been disowned by the Zhang family. I'm not even one of you anymore. So, who are you to be my elder?
Bah.
And you say I have no manners? According to your words, I was raised by you Zhang family. If I have no manners, isn't that because of how you raised me? The person speaking was so angry he nearly fell backward and couldn't say a word. Another hurriedly stepped in to scold her. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Listen, you're still young. Not knowing that suffering is a blessing is a good thing. Especially for women, you should be gentle and obedient. Don't think that just because you've found a man, you're set for life. With your sharp tongue and stubbornness, who would dare to marry you? Zhang Chuntao spat back. You've eaten more salt than I've eaten rice? Why aren't you dead from salt poisoning yet? And with that red face and thick neck, I doubt you've had it in your 20s to say such things. She continued, I didn't know when I was young that suffering is a blessing. Now that you're older, you must know. I wish your Zhang family happiness and longevity as vast as the East Sea and the Southern Mountain. Another person, so angry that her eyes rolled back and her hands trembled, was pulled aside to calm down, afraid she might faint from anger. Only one person remains. Feeling angry and ashamed, he angrily says, Listen to me. Ignoring elders' advice will only cause trouble. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful and misunderstand my kindness. Zhang Chuntao rolls her eyes and replies, Don't tell me that ignoring elders' advice causes trouble. You already said that suffering is a blessing. If I don't listen to your advice, it's still a blessing. While speaking, she kicks each of the Zhang family men again, making them squeal and cry out. Zhang Chuntao then casually says, "Don't shout so much. I'm kicking you for your own good. Why can't you see my kindness? I'm young and naive, and I might be a bit rough, but it's all for your benefit. You are all men. How can you argue with a weak woman like me? Why are you glaring at me? I didn't do it on purpose. Can't I just joke around? You're all so petty." She then turns to Hien and asks, "Brother He, do you think they're being too petty? Such a small matter, yet they insist on glaring and scowling at me." Hien, who was feeling a bit disappointed earlier because he wanted to stand up for his wife but was too slow, could only stand aside and watch helplessly, feeling useless. But he also couldn't help but find it amusing. Seeing Zhang Chuntao teasing and bullying the Zhang family members, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The Zhang family's faces were so ugly. They had no integrity themselves, but still blamed Zhang Chuntao. That was shameless. People like that, in his hands, could only be beaten to vent their anger. His wife had a way. She not only beat them but also made them angry in return. If it had been him, being confronted face to face in front of the villagers like this, he would have been so angry he might have spat blood. Hearing Zhang Chuntao ask him, he immediately perked up. Since he couldn't help his wife physically, he wouldn't let his words fall behind. Thinking for a moment, he mimicked Zhang Chuantao's tone and agreed, all right. Don't be angry. Everyone has a hard time. Let's just forget about this today. Let's all take a step back. Don't blame them too much. They probably feel embarrassed too, right?" As soon as Hien finished speaking, bursts of snickering sounded nearby. The villagers of Bajiao Tun looked at Hien and Zhang Chuntao with twisted expressions. These two were really taking advantage of the situation, completely shameless. They didn't expect Hien to be so clever and to use moral pressure so effectively. Zhang Chuntao gave Hien a look of approval, brushed the dust off her clothes, and slowly said, "Let's give Brother He some face today. We'll forget about this matter for now. But now we should focus on the real business and not waste time on trivial people." She then started to leave with Hien. The Zhang family members tried to stop her. Two young men stepped forward and reached out their hands, but Zhang Chuntao looked at them sharply, and they immediately withdrew their hands. They thought about kicking her a few times. Sure, it would hurt for a little while, but that was all. However, if this girl insulted them again, it might become a joke in the village. No need to think hard. Today, with so many people around, in less than an hour, the whole village would be talking about the Zhang family's shame. Thinking of this, the two young men lowered their heads sadly and dared not speak. The others naturally wouldn't speak either. Even if they wanted to stand up for the Zhang family, Zhang Chuntao was no longer an easy girl to bully. And not to mention the big-bearded man behind her. No one from the Zhang family stepped forward, but someone in Bajiao village could recognize him. Hien's famous big beard was well known among hunters. He was a skilled hunter, strong in combat, and well known among the young men in nearby villages. The Zhang girl was not worth much, but Hien was not someone to be messed with. There was no need to offend him just to support the Zhang family. Even those who wanted to speak up were secretly pulled aside. So, Zhang Chuntao and Hien left in front of everyone's eyes, walking away confidently. Other villagers in Bajiao village saw that Zhang Chuntao and Hien headed to the village head's house. Some remembered that Zhang Chuantao's household registration was still with the village head. It was said she only kept it for a month, and if she didn't find a place to settle within that time, her registration would be cancelled at the town office. From this, it seemed Zhang Chuntao was seeking backing to transfer her household registration. This was a big deal. When the village head mentioned this before, everyone thought he was forcing Zhang Chuntao to find someone to marry quickly within a month. Now it looked like Zhang Chuntao was really going to get married. The news that the man beside her was from the He family in Yangjia village had already spread. Hien's reputation was known in several nearby villages. Although people might not have met him, most knew he was a good hunter. He is the only son in his family. Although his father has passed away, he left him a large courtyard made of blue bricks and stones. When it was built, it caused a big fuss in nearby villages. There is an old mother, an older sister who got married and moved to Chilidan, and a younger sister who, although not married yet, had already been engaged to Dr. Ma from the town. His family owns land and a house. Both his sister and younger sister married well. Such a family, when they marry out, is like falling into a lucky nest. Many parents with good conditions want their daughters to marry Hien, but they are all rejected. Some say they don't know who is lucky enough, but unexpectedly, this good fortune was picked up by Zhang Chuntao. Hien and Zhang Chuntao walk at a slow pace, but that was intentional. After all, he once publicly disowned Zhang Chuntao in front of many people. Fortunately, Zhang Chuntao is strong-hearted. Otherwise, most girls would have been too ashamed or angry to live on. Now, he must also publicly transfer Zhang Chuntao's household registration, showing everyone that although she was disowned by the Zhang family, she is a good girl and deserves proper treatment. From now on, she is no longer a helpless orphan girl, but Hian's wife. So, they didn't walk quickly, giving the people of Bajiao Tun time. Everyone took a shortcut and hurried home to tell their families this gossip. For a while, Bajiao Tun was almost boiling with excitement. Some eager to see the fun didn't bother to eat, holding their bowls and rushing to the Zheng family's house while eating and chatting. There were quite a few such people. Because of this, the village was lively during breakfast, with most people holding their bowls, eating and gossiping with neighbors. Zhang Desheng's family lived a bit farther away. Since Zhang Chuntao was driven out, no one wanted to associate with their family anymore. Zhang Desheng was lazy. The land he owned was usually used for small, tedious chores, mostly done by Zhang Chuntao. This year, after Zhang Chuntao was expelled from the Zhang family, Desheng was used to it and didn't go to the fields. He didn't know about the morning's events. Plus, Zhang Dagong's brothers were busy sending the Zhang family members who were upset and thrown out back home. They also had to report to the clan leader, so they were busy and forgot to tell their younger brother. Everyone in the village knew the news and rushed to the Zheng family's house. Only Zhang Desheng's family was still unaware. Zhang Xiaobao had just finished eating and sneaked out. He saw many people heading toward the Zheng family's house and grabbed a nearby child from the same village to ask. The child, who didn't get along with Zhang Xiaobao, happily gloated and shouted, "Your eldest daughter is back. She found a man to marry and is changing her household registration." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobao hurried home, panting heavily. When he arrived, he told the family the news, and everyone was stunned. Zhang Deshan clenched his teeth, surprised that his daughter was so capable. It hadn't even been a month, and she already found someone willing to marry her? Mrs. Zhao's main concern was, who is she going to marry? Zhang Xiaobao, after hearing this, quickly ran back home to report. But unexpectedly, second sister, standing nearby, said unwillingly, "Her reputation is ruined now. She has no dowry and no family to support her. What good family would want to marry her? Besides, it's only been a short time, and she already found someone willing to marry her. Maybe there's something else going on." Second sister's words made some sense. Mainly, the Zhang family didn't really want to see Zhang Chuntao marry well and live a good life. Mrs. Zhao looked at her with a strange expression, part worry, but mostly relief. Zhang Xiaobao was impatient. Seeing everyone hesitating, he stomped his foot and asked, "Parents, shouldn't we go see the excitement?" Zhang Desheng curled his lips. Did he think he could just watch the fun? Just thinking about that girl made his bones ache. But curiosity got the better of him. He gritted his teeth and headed outside the yard. Zhang Xiaobao hurried to follow. The two men led the way, and Mrs. Zhao, unable to sit still, told second sister and third sister to tidy up the house before also going out. Second sister and third sister looked at each other, silently locking the door, and quietly followed behind. By the time they arrived, they were among the last to get there. Outside the Zheng family's house, the yard was packed with people in 3 layers, both inside and outside. People on the rooftops and tree branches also crowded around, craning their necks to look at the Zheng family. Some saw Zhang Desheng's family arriving and started teasing. Desheng is here? Want to see your unlucky eldest son-in-law? Brother Desheng, did you know your daughter found a good husband? Too bad she was kicked out by you guys, or your family might have gained a lot. That's right. Not to mention that son-in-law's respectfulness means he's probably well off and can't finish the meat he's served. It's a pity I don't have that good fortune. You kept teasing Zhang Desheng, making him so embarrassed that his face turned purple. Not to mention Zhao's family behind him, who kept their heads down and didn't dare look up. Even so, the two of them stood firm, not moving, just wanting to see what kind of man Zhang Chuntao had found. Each side had their own story. As for Huan Chong, he got up early and read his books several times in the house, which was his habit. Even when he returned home, he usually kept reading. After discussing with his father, He Da-ching, last night, Huan Chong felt calmer. Even if he felt uncomfortable seeing his older brothers and sisters-in-law look at him strangely in the morning, he didn't mind. He knew that if he passed the imperial exam, his brothers and sisters-in-law would smile and welcome him, much more friendly than today. His brothers went out to work in the fields with their father, He Da-ching. His sisters-in-law prepared breakfast and did chores, waiting for them to come back and eat. This was the village rule for many years, so even though Huan Chong wanted to go to town early, he had to wait until after breakfast to visit the village head to clarify Zhang Chuantao's household registration. If he went early, they might ask him to stay for a meal, which he wanted to avoid. The village head's family was well off and didn't care about such things, but his wife was a bit stingy. Listening to gossip wouldn't be worth it. The village head's family usually ate breakfast earlier than others. When Huan Chong thought it was about the right time, he greeted the maidservant and went to the village head's house. Walking slowly, there weren't many people in the village now. The men hadn't returned from the fields, and the women were busy at home. Only a few children played and ran around, and when they saw Huan Chong, they quickly avoided him. When Huan Chong arrived at the village head's house, they had just finished eating. Seeing him come in, the usually stern village head finally showed a slight smile, invited Huan Chong to sit down, and asked his wife to pour tea. The village head's wife made a face. The tea they had was a gift from the new year, quite expensive, and ordinary families couldn't afford it. Their family only had a little, and they rarely used it for guests. In normal times, she wouldn't be so stingy. Huan Chong was a scholar, and if he really passed the imperial exam, it would be good for their family too. Due to the Zhang family's issues, the reputation of the village chief has been somewhat affected these days, and his wife is feeling a bit upset. Initially, the head of the Zhang family came at night to find her husband, claiming they were worried that keeping Zhang Chuntao in Bajiao village would affect not only Zhang's daughter, but also the reputation of other girls in the village. So, they couldn't keep her and forced her to leave Bajiao village early. It didn't matter whether she married someone else or did something else. As long as she left Bajiao village, she would be unrelated to it. These words sounded nice, but everyone knew that the Zhang family was narrow-minded and cruel, unable to tolerate even a young girl. If it had been her own family, she wouldn't have allowed this to happen, but since she had gone back to her parents' house these past few days, she didn't pay attention to her own home. Her husband is stubborn and cares a lot about reputation. He actually believed what was said and announced in front of the whole village that Zhang's eldest daughter had 1 month to change her household registration. This forced the girl to leave the village because she couldn't stay there anymore and had to go into the mountains. Although the village chief's wife is stingy and petty, she is not a bad person. She used to dislike how Zhang's eldest daughter was bullied by other children in the village, and she would speak up and chase those children away. Later, she accidentally slipped and twisted her ankle while climbing the mountain, and it was Zhang's daughter who noticed and helped her down the mountain. She still feels grateful to Zhang's daughter for that. But her husband is stubborn and always talks about righteousness, saying she can't risk the village's reputation for personal feelings.
Bah.
And not to mention the recent rumors that the village head of Zhang's family did something behind the scenes that caused gossip. Blame it on that stubborn girl, Zhang Yanyan. She doesn't like this girl. She looks just as good as others and isn't lacking in food or clothing. Her family spoils her and indulges her, which has spoiled her mind. If you like Hyun-chang, just like him. If you really want to marry him, let your parents work hard, and you can try to please Hyun-chang's parents. That wouldn't be annoying. But this girl, Hyun-chang doesn't want to marry her, and he family isn't interested either. They have no intention of marrying into her family. Why are you still not giving up? Are you waiting for Hyun-chang to go crazy? You don't have that kind of luck, and instead, you blame Zhang's girl, who has nothing to do with this, and use such cruel and sneaky methods. That's just too much. Therefore, the village chief's wife felt somewhat angry at Hyun-chang, thinking that it was unreasonable for a young girl like Zhang Yanyan to be so worried, even to the point of blocking her own escape routes. Perhaps she had some connection with Zhang Yanyan in daily life. Otherwise, how could a girl, with no relation, do such a cruel thing? But since Hyun-chang was her nephew, she felt uneasy. She quickly went inside, took a little tea leaves hidden in a jar, boiled hot water, and used a plain ceramic cup to brew 2 cups of tea. In the countryside, this was quite a fancy gesture. Most families didn't have special teacups. The less refined would just scoop water from the water jar with a gourd ladle, and the slightly more refined would use a large, rough ceramic bowl. Hyun-chang stood up to thank the village chief's wife and exchanged a few words with him. The village chief only asked how his studies were going, whether he was confident about the upcoming provincial exams. After a few words, Hyun-chang subtly shifted the conversation to Zhang Chuntao's household registration, starting from what he heard yesterday when he returned, about some gossip in the village. This opened the village chief's talkative side. He knew these rumors well. Recently, his wife had been finding fault with him daily, calling him forgetful and blaming him for backing Zhang's family. He also felt some regret. But he had announced his decision publicly at the beginning, so he couldn't take it back. Otherwise, he would lose face. Wasn't it all for Ba Jiao village? Yet everyone misunderstood him. So, the village chief felt very frustrated, thinking there was no one in the whole village who truly understood him. Even his wife only knew how to vent her anger on him. Now that Hyun-chang brought up the topic, his pent-up frustration finally had a place to be expressed. He started talking endlessly to Hyun-chang. In truth, Hyun-chang was somewhat impatient. He thought his uncle was too old-fashioned and dull, and not very clear-headed. He was surprised that just a few words from the village head could sway him, making him a for others, and then he had the nerve to complain? But he still had to appease his uncle, so he pretended to be understanding, nodding and agreeing occasionally, or offering some comforting words. Sometimes, he even defended the village chief, saying he was sincere and free of selfish motives. The village chief was so flattered that he felt as if only his nephew truly understood him in this village. No, in the whole world. If it weren't for the difference in status, I would almost want to become sworn siblings with Hyun-chang. I don't wish for us to be born on the same day, but I hope we can die on the same day. Seeing that the village chief had calmed down, Hyun-chang then acted sincerely and said he had seen Zhang Chuntao in town. He had already found a good match for her, and soon he would move her household registration to Bajiao village. If this is true, let the village chief, Hidafu, not make things difficult. Just let her move away happily. A few kind words would be enough, saying that his actions that day were only for the good of the other villagers in Bajiao village, not meant to pressure her. He would also tell Zhang Chuntao that if she couldn't come to move her household registration within a month, how could she possibly give up her child who was raised there? It was just a way to silence everyone that day. When the time comes, he plans to pretend he forgot, and no one will keep an eye on him. Finally, he would say some nice words to make amends, give a little gift to smooth things over, and this matter would be settled. The village chief, being old-fashioned and stubborn, listened to Hyun-chang's idea and thought it was a good plan, but he felt a bit ashamed about his face. No matter how nicely he put it, it was basically admitting that he had done something wrong and that he should take this chance to fix it. As a village chief, he naturally wouldn't want to apologize or make amends to a young girl. He believed he hadn't done anything wrong himself. He frowned and was about to oppose it. His wife, who had been secretly listening outside, suddenly brightened her eyes. She thought that Hyun-chang, being a scholar, was clever and thoughtful. This was indeed a good idea. If what Hyun Chang said is true, and Zhang Chuntao has already found her good match, then she hasn't missed the deadline. Moving her household registration wouldn't be a problem. It's just a few kind words, nothing to lose. If they're about to marry, giving a small gift isn't a big deal. In the countryside, adding a little decoration isn't worth much. The family has a wooden box for their granddaughter, so they can clear out one for Zhang's girl. It's eye-catching but inexpensive. Since they're asking for help from relatives, they use their own wood, so it doesn't cost much. When they take it away, the villagers will see and can use this chance to restore their husband's good reputation. So, the village head's wife didn't hesitate and rushed in directly. Seeing the village head frowning and seemingly about to oppose, she immediately said, "I think Hyun Chang's idea is good.
Let's just decide on this."
Listen, husband, you have to listen to me this time. Can I ask you a favor? Our daughter Fong is about to get engaged, and because of this delay, I won't forgive you. She then smiled warmly at Hyun Chang and said, "Hyun Chang, I'll remember this favor. Truly, you scholars are so clever. If it were us simple folks, we'd never come up with such a good idea. Don't leave today. Stay and eat at my house. I'll cook chicken for you." The village head was a traditional and stubborn man. Usually, it was thanks to his wife that he could hold his position. His wife was a bit frugal, but that was understandable. Even though her husband was the village head, they had many children, and with all the weddings, funerals, and daily expenses, they spent a lot of money. If she wasn't careful and didn't manage the household well, how could they live comfortably? How could they maintain their dignity? It was all because life forced them to be cautious. Apart from being a bit tight, she was good at socializing and wise in managing people. With her advice, the village head had managed to get to where he was today. Seeing that his wife was determined and that his most trusted nephew also advised him, he knew better than to argue. He just sipped his tea, silently agreeing. His wife knew her husband well. Seeing his expression, she knew the matter was settled, and a big weight was lifted from her heart. Hyun Chang had achieved his goal today. The sky was getting late, and the men working outside should be coming back soon. He also needed to go home, have breakfast, and then head to the town. He stood up to leave, but his wife wouldn't let him go easily. She liked Hyun Chang's idea and thought he looked good everywhere. Since he said he would kill a chicken for the guest, she insisted he stay and eat her family's old hen first. She called her grandson to catch the hen and told her daughter-in-law to boil water to pluck the feathers. When Chang couldn't break free, while they were arguing about leaving, they heard someone knocking at the door. "Auntie, is Uncle the village head home?" Both Hyun Chang and his wife were stunned. Wasn't that Zhang Chuantao's voice? So quickly coming to change the household registration? For a moment, she couldn't bother to push the door open herself. The village woman cleared her throat and tidied her clothes before stepping forward to open the door. Sure enough, standing outside was not Zhang Chuntao. Who could it be? The village woman looked at Zhang Chuntao. Although she was still wearing an old, patched dress, her complexion was much better than when she was driven out of Zhang's family and Bajiedan. Her face had some color, no longer so pale, and she looked a bit plump. It seemed she had been living better these days. She was neatly dressed, and her eyes looked lively, more than before. Now she was smiling happily at herself. As the saying goes, a smile can soften a person's heart. The village woman looked at Zhang Chuantao's cheerful face and couldn't help but smile slightly. She stepped forward warmly, holding Zhang Chuantao's hand. "Is that you, Dia? It's been a while. You look healthier than before. Are you here to see your Uncle Dafu?" While speaking, her eyes glanced at Hien, who was standing beside Zhang Chuntao. She was startled. Is this man Zhang Chuantao's partner? He was very tall, taller than anyone she'd seen in Bajiedan. His build suggested he was a strong worker. He seemed a bit older, with a big beard covering most of his face. Only his forehead, eyebrows, and eyes were visible, as the beard covered the rest. Standing next to Zhang Chuntao, they didn't look like a married couple, more like a father and daughter. The village woman muttered to herself, but wasn't surprised. With Zhang Chuantao's situation, If she wanted to find a young man who wasn't married, only someone very poor and unable to afford a wife would take her. It might be better to find someone with better conditions, even if they were a bit older, someone who would care for her more. But if he was much older, he probably had a wife before. Would she marry him as a concubine? Since they were just taking her as a concubine, it was just like back in Wang's family. These thoughts flashed through the village woman's mind, but her face remained smiling as she asked at the door, "Dia, who is this?" Zhang Chuntao smiled and said, "Annie, this is Hien from Yangjia village." Then she added to Hien, "Big brother, this is Annie Sunday." Hien nodded and called out, "Auntie." The village woman's eyes twitched, and she pulled Zhang Chuntao aside quietly, asking, "Dia, is this your man?" Zhang Chuntao smiled shyly and nodded, giving a shy look, which was her way of confirming. The village woman knew what was going on inside her heart. She was naturally smooth in dealing with others. She immediately spoke a string of lucky and pleasant words, saying how well-matched the two looked and how their future days would surely be prosperous. She also praised Zhang Chuntao for being diligent and capable in front of Huan Chong, with not a single bad word about her. Listening to this, people felt comfortable inside. After praising the two, she turned around and led them into the house. At this moment, the people from Bajietan had already heard the news. They carried bowls and chopsticks and came to the main house. The village woman saw this, though she didn't know the details of the earlier fuss. She could roughly guess that these people came to watch the excitement. It was also a good opportunity to settle the matter in front of so many people, restore her reputation and face. Therefore, she deliberately kept the courtyard gate only half closed, leaving enough space for people to listen and watch secretly. Once inside the yard, she immediately faced Huan Chong. Zhang Chuntao and Huan Chong remained calm, just nodding without speaking. After reflecting overnight yesterday, Huan Chong now saw Zhang Chuntao and Huan Chong again. No matter what he thought inside, he showed a very apologetic expression and bowed to the two. The village woman didn't think much, and assumed that Huan Chong also heard the village rumors and knew that Zhang Yanyan was targeting Zhang Chuntao because of him. She thought he was just expressing apology for this reason. She had no idea that Huan Chong was actually apologizing on behalf of the entire family. Because Huan Chong had advised her husband and even come up with a good idea, the village woman now found Huan Chong very agreeable and was happy to speak well of him. She immediately said, "Huan Chong is truly a thoughtful boy. Yesterday, when he came back and heard about your girl, he came to my house early in the morning to find your Fu Bo and speak up for you." When Zhang Chuntao heard this, she raised her eyebrows and looked at Huan Chong with a half smile, slowly saying, "Really?" The village woman saw that Zhang Chuntao didn't believe her and hurried to explain, "Why not? I tell you, big girl, last time, your household registration issue was all because your Fu Bo was careless and was tricked by others. All because of that dead girl Yan Yan. The girl grew up and fell for someone, and she just happened to like our Huan Chong. Our Huan Chong is a studious boy. Now, where would he have the mind to think about such things? The He family also hopes Huan Chong will improve. Besides, that girl was spoiled and raised to be delicate, not rough or stubborn. How could she be a match for our Huan Chong? She is a confused person. When she saw that Huan Chong mother gave you a piece of clothing, she started making a fuss at home, acting like she was going to die. Even Zhang's family head, who is quite stubborn, came to scold us, saying that our reputation in Bajiao village is being dragged down because our Huan Chong is a studious boy. Now, he cares a lot about his reputation. He was easily tricked by Zhang's family and was persuaded. Looking back, he hadn't slept well for days and felt sorry for you. Later, he found out that it was all Zhang Yanyan's doing, which ended up harming you. He didn't show it on his face, but he stayed awake many nights, worried. Your Fu Bo is stuck because of Zhang's family. He's afraid to step down, worried about what others might say. Luckily, Huan Chong, who is thoughtful, heard about this early in the morning and came to my house to comfort him. He talked to him for a long time. Being a scholar, he's clever and understanding. He convinced Fu Bo that even if he stayed here for a month, he would never go to the town to cancel your household registration. The village woman, the wife of the village chief, spoke smoothly, praising Wenchang's kindness, but really, she was just trying to cover for her husband and shift the blame onto Zhang's family. No wonder the village chief has held his position for so many years, even though he's a bit old-fashioned. His wife's efforts are truly important. Although Zhang Chuntao knew that only half of what the village chief's wife said could be trusted, he listened carefully. She spoke warmly, claiming that the village chief didn't show his true feelings and that he stayed awake many nights. But the village chief didn't think much of it and showed no signs of worry. As for whether he slept or not, who could really watch him all night? Honestly, if he was more honest, he might have been easily fooled by his wife's words, thinking he was a good person. But Zhang Chuantao's mind was clear. He just kept smiling slightly, agreeing with the village chief's wife, praising the chief for being upright and selfless, always acting for the villagers' good. Hearing this, the village chief's wife smiled happily. Even the village chief inside the house couldn't help but raise his beard slightly and nod secretly, thinking that this girl from the Zhang family was quite polite and wise. As for Wenchang, after being looked at with a half-smile by Zhang Chuntao, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. Listening to the village head's wife speak, she was praising him indirectly, saying he had come back after hearing some gossip. She insisted that Zhang Yanyan was targeting Zhang Chuntao and that he was there to speak up for her. Suddenly, he felt an intense desire to find a in the ground and hide. The village head and his wife didn't know why he came, but he knew very well in his heart. He also knew that Zhang Chuntao and her man nearby must be aware of his visit. This was extremely awkward. However, because it concerned the reputation of the He family, He Wenchang, despite feeling embarrassed, clenched his teeth and endured. He dared not leave abruptly. Even in his eyes, there was a pleading look towards Zhang Chuntao, a look he himself hadn't realized he had. Zhang Chuntao could guess that He Wenchang's purpose in coming was to make up for what the full wife had done. She didn't expect him to keep his promise. What he said yesterday was now here with the village head. Listening to the village head's wife, it seemed she was sincere in persuading him. Zhang Chuntao was not someone who would give up easily. The full wife had schemed against her, but she didn't gain any advantage. Instead, she ended up holding a handle over her. She thought that in the future, both the full wife and He Wenchang wouldn't be able to lift their heads in front of her. There was no need to push too hard. Getting the household registration moved was the priority. She simply smiled, turned around, and exchanged a few more words with the village head's wife. Then she brought up her intention to marry soon, saying they needed to transfer the household registration. The village head listened, then looked at He Yan, who was following Zhang Chuntao. Seeing that he was dressed like an ordinary hunter, he looked down on him. He took out the usual attitude he used when dealing with villagers, casually saying, transferring household registration isn't something you can do just by saying so. If you want to settle in his family, the village head there also needs to agree to the transfer. Then you'll need to go to the town and get the official documents filed. Have you brought everything you need? Zhang Chuntao didn't understand this process, so she looked at He Yan. He Yan silently took out a document stamped with an official seal from his pocket and handed it to the village head. The village head, who had been indifferent, suddenly stood up when he saw the document, his hand trembling as he held it. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked over the paper for a long time, finally pulling He Wenchang aside and asking, Wenchang, can you help me check? Am I seeing things? Is this an official household registration transfer document? Has it already been stamped? Wenchang's eyes flickered, and he didn't hesitate. He quickly moved closer, looked closely at the document, and confirmed its authenticity. Since the official household registration document bears a bright red official seal, it's impossible to fake, and no one dares to forge such a document. But where did they get this document? It's not a matter of connections or influence. Such documents are hard to come by. Even Hidafu, who has been village head for many years, has only seen one or two similar documents in person. With such a document, anyone in Shijiao town and nearby areas can transfer their household registration anywhere they want. The village heads wouldn't stop them. The village head's face turned red. Just moments ago, he was trying to act important. After all, who had come to transfer their household registration empty-handed. Usually they bring some meat or a couple of eggs as a token of respect. That's the unwritten rule. It's about knowing how to behave. Even if Zhang Chuntao came empty-handed, he would only be mildly annoyed and wouldn't really block him. After all, his wife and nephew were watching nearby. But after seeing the document, he realized that the big-bearded man behind Zhang Chuntao actually had such skills. When did such a person appear in the area? Usually, in towns like these, such documents are kept by the village constable. Wu Fuguei, the constable, is a very scheming man. Getting this document from him must have involved a big favor or a strong relationship. He Dafu could tell what was going on, and Wen Chong naturally saw even more. He knew more than He Dafu. Since the news about Wu Fuguei's arrest was already known in town, Wen Chong understood that this document came from Wu Fuguei. Or did it? He didn't dare think further and glanced nervously at Hien. He was surprised that this unremarkable hunter had such connections behind him. Seeing the village head staring blankly, Wen Chong quickly pushed him and made a gesture. The village head finally snapped out of his daze, forcing a twisted smile onto his usually stern face. With this document, we don't need anything else. This is more useful than anything else. Wait a moment, I'll go get the household registration for Daya, he said, then hurried into the back room. The entire village's household registration records were in his hands, locked in a big box. I didn't expect Zhang Chunao to move away so soon. He hadn't had time to find it yet. Immediately, he reached for the key at his waist, opened the box, and carefully looked through the household register to find Zhang Chuantao's name. Inside the house, the village woman, though unable to read, recognized the official seal and couldn't help but look at He Wenchong. He Wenchong quietly explained a few words to her. The village woman's eyes lit up. She never expected Zhang Chuantao's daughter to have such good luck. It seemed she had climbed high on the social ladder. Although the man was a bit older, just being able to arrange this was impressive. In the future, it seemed likely that Zhang's daughter would find happiness. The village woman's mind turned quickly. She originally planned to give a simple wooden box as a gift, but now she hesitated and decided to add another, making it a matching pair. She was also thinking about how she should go to join the wedding celebration, to share in the joy. Since Zhang's daughter had no family or relatives, she could go and support her, showing kindness. People say it's easy to add beauty to something already beautiful, but hard to offer real help in times of need. She wanted to support Zhang's daughter, who was grateful and kind. As they interacted more, she hoped that someday she might even ask Zhang's daughter for help herself. It was good to build a good relationship. So, her attitude became especially warm. She not only served tea to the two of them, but also went to the kitchen to boil 3 bowls of eggs with red sugar on top. This was the highest form of hospitality in the countryside, usually only for honored guests or the first time a new son-in-law visited. Even He Wenchong benefited and received a bowl, though he didn't put as much red sugar in his. He wanted to leave but couldn't move easily. First, he wanted to know who Hriyan was, and second, the village woman asked him to stay and help entertain the guests. He had no choice but to sit with them in the yard, staring at each other in silence, not knowing what to say. Outside, some onlookers pointed and whispered, "Did you see? That big-bearded man is the man Zhang Chuntao is going to marry. Did you hear? He's from the He family in Yangjia village." Which He family? Which one could it be? The one. Doesn't that mean Zhang's daughter is very lucky? The He family only has one son, and both sisters are married into well-off families. No wonder Zhang's eldest daughter was so eager to refuse the Wang family's marriage proposal. If it were my daughter, I would rather ruin my reputation and marry into the He family than become a stepmother in the Wang family. These women, upon hearing their husbands talk about the He family's conditions, couldn't help but feel jealous. So, he's the He Yen from Yangjia village. Sure enough, just looking at him, you can tell he's a good hunter. Our village doesn't have anyone like him. He looks a bit rough, but men, being a little coarse doesn't matter. As long as he's capable. These are He Yan's fans. That Zhang's eldest daughter only left her family a few days ago, And she's already found someone to marry? I heard that the big man with the beard is a hunter. When Zhang's daughter was disowned, she went into the mountains. Could it be that she's meeting that man? Exactly. Look at them. Do they seem like they've known each other for only a few days? Maybe they've already started dating. Otherwise, how could she refuse such a good marriage with the Wang family?
Huffed.
That little brat. No wonder she was so quick to ask to leave her family. She pretended it was for my mother, just to be willing to be disowned. Maybe she planned it all. She ran off with her lover, leaving us all in trouble. The courtyard gate was already half open. Zhang Chuntao and the others sat inside, and just a wall away, the people outside watching the commotion didn't lower their voices. Naturally, Zhang Chuntao heard everything clearly. He dismissed what those people said earlier with a smile. But when he heard the words behind him, his eyebrows twitched. The voices sounded familiar, like Zhang Yanyan and Zhang's second daughter. When they sang together, when did they start teaming up? Not only did Zhang Chuntao hear it, but He Yen and He Wenchang also caught every word clearly. He Yen frowned. How could he tolerate someone damaging Zhang Chuantao's reputation like this? Especially right in front of him? He suddenly stood up and strode to the door, glaring at the place where the voices came from. Was it the Zhang girl gossiping behind her back just now? She's young, yet so talkative, more than those old women in our village. With such a sharp tongue, she must be feeling bitter inside, right? No wonder she looks down on my wife. My wife is hardworking and capable, unlike you people who only dare to talk behind others' backs. So, someone like me, a rough man from the mountains, when I saw her for the first time, I thought she was a good girl and decided to marry her with great ceremony to treat her well. Don't be jealous or envious. You can't be jealous because you are blinded by anger and can't stand to see others doing well. Girls like you who spread rumors and cause trouble behind people's backs, who would want to marry such a person? I also want to advise the brothers in Bajiao village who haven't married yet. There's a saying, marry a virtuous wife, so don't bring home a troublemaker. Hien was tall and loud-voiced. In front of everyone, he spoke strongly, and suddenly, the whole place fell silent, all stunned. I've never seen a man like this. When a wife argues or fights, have you ever seen a man join in? Even if he's angry inside, he still has to remind himself that he's a man and shouldn't argue with a woman, right? Especially when arguing with a woman. Isn't that embarrassing? But this tall man not only argued, but seemed to have won the argument. At least the young girls who were making sarcastic comments earlier didn't dare to speak anymore. Zhang Yanyan and Zhang Arya were not just silent. They looked ashamed and almost wanted to die. Being called troublemakers by a man in front of so many people was as embarrassing as being publicly stripped. Especially the girls from the same village who usually didn't get along with Yan. They were now pointing and whispering nearby, their teasing loud enough for everyone to hear. Girls who haven't married yet are naturally sensitive. Hiding behind others to talk trash or plot small schemes is one thing, but facing such direct insults is unbearable. Yan was spoiled and raised with care. The young men in the village, mostly relatives or peers, respected her because her grandfather was the clan leader. Other young men from different families didn't bother to argue with a little girl. Because of this, she thought highly of herself. Besides He Wenchang, no local young man was good enough for her. Now, after Yan was scolded by Hien, her face turned red like blood, and she covered her face and cried. Yan's mother had a hard time after the incident outside the clan, facing blame from her husband and disapproval from her in-laws. Her younger siblings also looked down on her family and tried to take advantage of their big household. So, these days I stay at home, avoiding going out whenever I can to avoid hearing unpleasant words. Unexpectedly, today I heard that Zhang Chuantao's mischievous girl brought a wild man home and even fought with the Zhang family. People came to our house demanding an explanation from the clan leader. Some said it couldn't be ignored, others said it was almost okay. Just don't cause more trouble or be laughed at. The men kept arguing, while the women were all curious, especially a few sisters-in-law who insisted on watching the drama. It turned out that my daughter had come earlier without me knowing. She came just to watch the scene, standing among the crowd, but she and the second daughter of the Zhang family kept talking loudly. Zhang Yanyan's mother was so annoyed seeing her sharp-tongued daughter that she almost fainted. She wondered what sin she had committed to have such a foolish daughter. Talking behind people's backs was one thing, but saying such things openly, especially in front of the entire village, ruined her reputation. Her good marriage prospects had already been ruined, and her reputation was half gone. If she didn't watch her words, who would want her daughter later? She was so angry she felt like a fire was burning inside her. She wanted to push her daughter away and take her home to stop her from making a fool of herself. Unexpectedly, after Zhang Chuntao was scolded and didn't speak, her wild man stepped up to defend her. Zhang Yanyan's mother felt both guilty and humiliated. If her daughter wasn't truly her own, she would have given up on her immediately. Now she had to endure her shame and just wanted to drag her daughter away. But Zhang Yanyan was clueless. Seeing her mother approaching, she suddenly felt confident and shouted, "Mom, Zhang's eldest girl and that wild man are actually insulting me. Please, stand up for me. Let's teach them a lesson today. This is our Ba Jiao village. One is from a different clan and the other from a different village, yet they come here to bully us, Mom." Zhang Yanyan's mother deeply regretted not stopping her daughter's mouth. When she shouted, everyone heard her. She was still the eldest daughter-in-law of the clan leader's family, and her husband was the next clan leader. If she left now, how could she maintain her authority? Would the Zhang family still have face? I had to firmly pinch Zhang Yanyan and then turned around, reluctantly saying, "You outsiders are quite unreasonable. They are just arguing and saying some harsh words among themselves. It's their family matter. As a grown man, why are you getting involved with the girls' quarrel?" Hien snorted coldly, saying my wife is bad is just bullying her. Bullying my wife is like bullying me. My wife has a good temper, but I don't have that patience. If I hear anyone say a bad word about my wife again, don't blame me for being rude. This logic makes perfect sense. Zhang Yanyan's mother was so angry she nearly fell backward. Where did such a strange man come from? How can he argue with women and still think he's right? Some people nearby also chuckled and agreed, exactly. As a man, if your wife is bullied and you don't stand up for her, what good are you? This caused a burst of laughter. Many Zhang family members also felt ashamed and couldn't help but say, "The Yang village folks are too mean. An outsider dares to come to our village and cause trouble. I can't stand this." That's right. If we just let them go today, how can our Zhang family show our face in the future? We must teach them a lesson today. Many Zhang family members nodded in agreement, clenched their fists, and slowly moved closer. Others from different families saw the situation was getting tense. Some cheered loudly, not afraid of trouble. Some looked worried, and a few tried to stop the fight, but were pulled aside by their own people. Most people kept their distance, afraid that if a fight broke out, their own families might get involved. Someone shouted into the yard, "Zhang family's eldest girl, come out quickly and admit your mistake. Just leave now. If you keep causing trouble, someone might get hurt." Others tried to persuade, "Why make things worse? It's just a small argument. If someone gets seriously hurt, the people of Yang village won't be easy to deal with. What's there to be afraid of? He's not even surnamed Yang. Does Yang village really have to stand up for him?" Someone called out from the crowd. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Chuntao hurried out, crossing his arms and sneering at the 10 or so Zhang men gathering at the gate. "Is this a fight you can't win? Planning to start a physical fight?" Inside, the village chief's wife and Huancheng also quickly came to the door after hearing the noise. The village chief's wife's face darkened as she shouted at the men, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" A group of men with prominent noses and sharp eyes gathered early in the morning, blocking the entrance to my mother's house. What are they here to do? Trying to show off their power? The young lady from our family is busy with important matters today, bringing her husband along. Why are you all causing trouble? What's your problem? Do you have an issue with my man? Or are you trying to delay our work? Everyone, let's be clear today. If you don't explain yourselves, I don't know who dares to leave. If you try to walk away first, Don't blame me for coming out with a chair to scold you at your door. Those men from the Zhang family may talk tough, but after being scolded by the village wife, they all seem a bit discouraged. You should know, we can't afford to offend the village head here. After all, their ancestors have lived in Bajiao village for generations. The taxes and corvée work are all managed by the village head. If they offend him, he might make things difficult or refuse to give favors. For ordinary villagers like us, that's a big obstacle. So everyone hesitated and looked at each other. A few who were a bit more timid took a few steps back. He Wenchang saw this and quickly said, "We're all neighbors. We've known each other for over 10 years. Why fight over such a small matter?" Seeing the village wife's attitude and He Wenchang stepping in to mediate, some clever villagers started to think for themselves. They also hurried to speak up and smooth things over. That's right, it's just a small argument among young people. There's no need to make a big fuss. Everyone is still young. Why bother arguing over such trivial things? Considering our past friendship, elders should be more tolerant. Don't let this upset you. A person broke the silence, and others were inspired to join in and persuade everyone. After all, making a big fuss over such a small matter could lead to a fight between the two villages. You should know, besides occasional large-scale fights during water shortages in summer, the nearby villages have generally been peaceful. Moreover, this was originally a matter for the Zhang family. If it gets out of hand, the whole village might get involved. With the harvest season approaching, no family has enough labor, and who has time to quarrel? If someone gets hurt, who will be responsible? Delaying the harvest means the whole family might go hungry. So everyone was thinking of making this small issue into nothing and moving on. Zhang Chuntao and Hian were both ready to fight. At worst, today, even if they got hurt, they would teach Zhang's family a good lesson and make them speak kindly in the future, so they wouldn't bother her again. Unexpectedly, Zhang's family was all talk and no action, bragging about being tough but thinking that just because they had more people, they could scare Zhang Chuntao and Hian. However, after a few words from He Wenchang and some villagers, they were persuaded. They pretended to pull and push each other, then left angrily with some polite words, saying things like, "For everyone's sake," or "Maybe we'll let you go today." They also said that if they saw them again in the future, they wouldn't be so kind. Zhang Chunnao thought they were just talking nonsense. So many people today on her land didn't dare to fight, so what future threats? In the crowd, Zhang Yanyan and Zhang Arya thought that with so many men from the Zhang family present, they would surely give Zhang Chuntao and her man a hard time. But nothing happened. Especially when they saw He Wenchang speaking up for Zhang Chuntao, Yanyan's eyes nearly spit fire. Such obvious hostility in her eyes, Zhang Chuntao couldn't ignore. She turned her head and met Yanyan's resentful, angry look. She couldn't help but smile provocatively at Yanyan, feeling amused. She even remembered Yanyan once talking about innocent rural crushes. But who knew if Yanyan's crush was pure or not? Her heart was quite dark. Seeing Zhang Chuantao's teasing smile, Yanyan gritted her teeth in hatred, her palms almost bleeding from squeezing so tightly. She wanted to leave, but also didn't want to. He Wenchang only returned to the village once every half-month or so, and when he did, he stayed at home studying and didn't go out. She wanted to see him once, even if it was embarrassing. She could endure it. Unable to resist, she looked at He Wenchang with longing, only to see his light blue robe, and her heart started pounding. She secretly raised her eyes higher and saw his sharp jawline, then looked up into his deep, dark eyes. When he looked over, his expression was calm and steady, but Yanyan clearly saw that the moment he saw her, his eyes filled with obvious disgust. This disgust was like a sharp arrow piercing her heart. She could tolerate Zhang Chuantao's provocation and others' mockery, but she couldn't stand the person she liked feeling disgusted by her. Zhang Yanyan felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if she had been splashed with cold water on a freezing winter day, and even her bones felt cold. Her mother saw that the men from the Zhang family were easily persuaded and started to decline, feeling relieved at first, but then secretly criticizing these men for lacking strength. Some other women nearby were making sarcastic remarks, and Zhang Yanyan's mother felt ashamed to stay, wanting to leave quickly. She turned her head and saw her daughter staring straight ahead with a pale face, lacking any color. Following her daughter's gaze, she saw the young man from the He family, whispering something to Zhang Chuntao. No wonder her daughter looked so sickly. Her mother was both disappointed and angry at He Wenchang. She glared at him and, with some anger, pushed Zhang Yanyan. Why are you just standing there? Are you ashamed enough? Come home with me. She was about to leave. Unexpectedly, as she pushed, Zhang Yanyan closed her eyes and suddenly fell backward. There weren't many people around her, only Zhang Arya standing nearby. She fell directly onto Zhang Arya, who was thin and young and couldn't withstand the sudden fall. She was pushed down to the ground, rolling into a heap. She cried and shouted loudly, chaos breaking out. The other men from the Zhang family quickly stepped forward to help, especially since two of them were Zhang Yanyan's cousins, so they didn't hold back. They hurriedly carried her home like a whirlwind. Only Zhang Arya was left behind, having been hit by Zhang Yanyan and now lying underneath, acting as a cushion. There were small stones on the ground that hurt her all over, making her tears flow, but no one paid attention to her. The Zhang Desheng family watched from afar, afraid to get too close and be pulled over by Zhang Chuntao for a beating. Seeing Zhang Arya crying out in pain, no one went to help. Only Zhao whispered softly, Arya, where are you going? Hurry home. Some young boys nearby, about Zhang Arya's age, saw her in such a mess and started to laugh and mock her. Zhang Arya felt very wronged. She looked up and met Zhang Chuantao's cold, indifferent eyes, as if she hadn't seen her at all, and she was swept aside, so lightly it was as if she was invisible. I couldn't help but feel my heart race, and I suddenly remembered that in the past, if I was bullied or hurt in the village, only Big Sister would help me stand up for myself. She would also help me up, secretly share her food during meals, find good things on the mountain, and hide them away to give me a sweet treat when no one was around at night. But today, Big Sister no longer looked at me the same way. The village chief finally found Zhang Desheng's family household registration paper in the box. After Zhang Chuntao was officially adopted, she was registered under Zhang's family. Now, all that was needed was to erase Zhang Chuantao's name and note that she had moved out. Then, using the document that Zhang Yan and He Yan brought, they would record Zhang Chuantao's name, specify where she moved from, and with this paper, she could settle her household registration. After registering, they would take this document to the town's security officer to file it. The village chief held the household registration paper and left the inner room. Outside, he heard some commotion. Naturally, Zhang Yanyan had suddenly fainted, and the Zhang family couldn't stay anymore, so they left. But other family members still stayed at the door, watching the scene. Everyone had their gossiping thoughts. Given Zhang Desheng's usual reputation among villagers, people speculated that if Zhang Desheng saw Zhang Dia find a man and plan to marry, he might also be shameless enough to ask for a bride price, or something similar. Who knew if Zhang Dia's future husband would even give one? Some also said that since Zhang Chuntao had been kicked out and disowned by Zhang Desheng, why would they still give a bride price? Both sides had their reasons, and neither wanted to go home, preferring to stay and watch what would happen next. Unexpectedly, Zhang Desheng's family just stood far away, not coming closer. Even when Zhang's second daughter cried out in pain, no one went to help her. That was strange. Some people wanted to go ask them what was going on. Before they could reach Zhang Desheng's family, the village chief happened to come out. He wasn't deaf. He had heard some of what was happening inside. But since his wife and He Wenchang were outside, he felt reassured. If he stepped in himself and things got worse, causing conflicts between the two villages, it would be a big problem. When he came out and saw many people gathered around the door, his face darkened. Are you all just wasting time? Weeding the fields? Digging the ditches? Drawing water at home? Since everyone is so free and idle, after the autumn harvest is over and the town announces the repair of the river channels, I will report your names so that each of you can be called upon. You all are not doing serious work and spend your days idly chatting. This is a powerful threat. Every year, The county assigns labor tasks, usually repairing rivers or roads. It's a hard job, not something strong men can't do. Each year, after completing the task, the most capable farmers return home, only to lose their strength in the fall. A strong man goes out and comes back looking very thin, almost as if the wind could him over. Because of this, the work is rotated among families. If someone truly cannot send a person, they have to pay money to buy someone else to go instead. The village chief, though usually strict and old-fashioned, is fair. Out of about 100 families, only those with orphans or widows are exempt, and they are only called upon once every few years. Suddenly hearing that everyone must sign up this year, people knew the village chief might be just talking out of anger, but no one dared to really gamble on it. So, everyone dispersed and went home happily. Suddenly, the area in front of the village chief's house became quiet. He then entered the courtyard, sat with the guests and hosts, and showed Zhang Chuntao and he and a page from the household register. He suddenly remembered, "This, you probably can't read or recognize it. I'll have Wenchang read it to you." Zhang Chuntao had already glanced at it and saw that it was written in traditional characters, but she could roughly understand it by guessing. However, the original person of this body was illiterate, so even if she could understand, she would pretend not to. Hien, on the other hand, calmly said, "I recognize a few characters. I can read it myself, no need to trouble you." He took the paper and held it in front of Zhang Chuntao, carefully reading it aloud to her. The village chief and He Wenchang were both surprised. They didn't expect this big, rough hunter to be literate. Seeing him read every word correctly, they suspected he might have read quite a few books. Wenchang grew more cautious. At this moment, everyone knew that scholars had high status and were powerful, but few could truly afford to educate their children. First, studying was expensive and most families couldn't afford it. Second, reading depended on talent. Some people studied their whole lives but never became scholars. Others read for years, barely recognizing a few characters, and then became accountants or shopkeepers. Looking at He Yan's skill level, he is already quite good. At first, He Wenchang still thought to himself that he was just a simple hunter with only some strength, not even able to read a few characters. Now, seeing how impressive he is, he realized that this was all there was to it in life, just wandering around Stonebridge Town. But now that he knew He Yan could read and write, He Wenchang felt a quiet pride in his heart, which now seemed silly. He Yan didn't care what others thought. He read the document aloud to Zhang Chuntao and explained it to her again, making sure she understood. Then he handed the document to the village head. In front of everyone, the village had copied Zhang Chuntao's name into the register, noted that she had moved from Bajietan, and stamped his small seal. He then let out a sigh of relief, carefully handed the paper to Zhang Chuntao, and read it aloud again. Zhang Chuntao could recognize the words herself, but He Yan's thoughtful kindness still warmed everyone's hearts. Not only Zhang Chuntao, but even the village head's wife couldn't help but feel impressed. This man Zhang's eldest daughter found was truly reliable. Seeing how he cared for her, it was clear he was a gentle person. She had suffered for over 10 years, but now it seemed her hardships were ending, and she would soon enjoy a better life. After finishing the work, it was almost noon. Since it wasn't harvest time yet, the village followed the usual routine: 2 meals a day. Zhang Chuntao, who had finally been able to live alone, wanted to eat more and indulge a little because her previous life had been too hard. Naturally, she wanted to eat well and enjoy good food. During this time, because she ate 3 meals a day, her complexion improved. So she stood up to say goodbye, but she also knew good manners. She couldn't just leave without saying anything. Besides, today they were moving their household registration and the village head hadn't made things difficult for them. They didn't have much to give, but earlier that morning, while waiting for He Yan on the mountain, she had gathered some mountain produce and carried it in her basket. She took it out and handed it to the village head's wife, saying politely, "Auntie, I picked these from the mountain this morning. They're not worth much, just fresh stuff for the children at home to try." The village head's wife didn't refuse and happily accepted it. When Zhang Chuntao was about to leave, she was stopped by her. "Don't rush to go. Since your household registration is moved, your good days are probably ending. When the time comes, be sure to send a letter to Annie, and she'll go to celebrate with some good wine and share in the happiness. She gave a quick look and pulled Zhang Chuntao into the room. Inside, she pointed at 2 brand-new boxes on the Kong, shiny with bright tung oil, and said, "This matter was a mistake made by your Uncle De Fu, and it caused you some trouble. I feel bad about it. Now that I see you've found a caring man, I feel a bit better inside." These 2 big boxes were originally prepared as wedding gifts for my granddaughter. But her marriage is still far off, so she hasn't needed them yet. Don't dislike them. Think of these as extra makeup for you. Just accept them. Zhang Chuntao refused. These were her granddaughter's dowry, and she couldn't just take them. Besides, if someone is overly kind without reason, it usually means they have hidden motives. It's unusual for someone to give such generous dowry boxes, more generous than many parents. If they weren't up to something, she'd think they were crazy. No matter what their purpose is, Zhang Chuntao doesn't want any more involvement with the people from Bajiedan. Seeing Zhang's family and Grandma Quan as examples, she desperately wanted to run far away. The village woman looked sincere and said, "You're so naive. These boxes are for your face, to help you look better. Without a family of your own, married into the He family, even if your husband cares for you, your mother-in-law is still there. Married life between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is always complicated. If your mother-in-law looks down on you because you have no dowry or family support, what will you do?" Having these makeup boxes, even if they're made of simple wood and not worth much, shows others that you're not alone. Someone is thinking of you. If anyone wants to bully you, they'll think twice. Also, it makes you look better. A woman's dowry is important when she gets married. Without it, people might look down on you. Whatever is inside these boxes, as long as they're there, it shows you have some dignity. People might gossip, but they won't say you're completely empty-handed. You're still young and don't understand these things. If you marry without anything, people will look down on you. It'll be hard to stand tall in the future. Listen to your aunt. Live well with your husband. Once you marry, don't worry about other things. First, get pregnant. Once you have a child, you'll have a solid place in the He family. Having a son would be even better. Zhang Chuntao listened to the village wife's words and felt they were sincere, almost heartfelt. Even when speaking about her own daughter, she could only say these few things. But the woman in front also claimed to care for her and was worried about her, yet she still wanted to sell her as a servant. Moreover, the village wife was always eager for profit. So, Zhang Chuntao dared not accept her offer and was forced to be honest. "Big girl, listen, you can take the box, but I'm not giving it to you for nothing. The village wife can see that the man you married is capable. In the future, you will enjoy good fortune with him. Now I want to ask your husband for one thing." She looked embarrassed as she spoke, which made Zhang Chuntao realize she was dealing with a tricky problem. She immediately refused repeatedly. "I don't understand what you mean, Auntie. Brother He from the He family is just a hunter from the countryside. Even if life is a bit better, what can he do to help you? If you need something for a celebration or wild game from the mountains, he can help a little. Whatever you need, just tell him directly. Why do you have to beg?" The village wife could tell from Zhang Chuantao's refusal that she was trying to avoid the issue. She felt a little annoyed but remembered what she overheard earlier and suppressed her anger. She put on a smile again. "Look at you, girl. Are you pretending not to understand? Your husband is just a hunter, but his uncle, 20 years ago, was a very important person in Shiqiao town." Zhang Chuntao was taken into the house by the village wife and didn't come out for half a day. Only the village wife, Huan Chong, and himself remained in the yard. They looked at each other, unsure what to say. He Yan, despite talking a lot in front of Zhang Chuntao, was usually quiet and reserved around others. Especially now, with Huan Chong present, his mother had schemed against his wife before. He had restrained himself from speaking. He wouldn't easily talk to others. As for the village wife, she was naturally old-fashioned and awkward, usually waiting for others to speak first. She never initiated conversations. Huan Chong had his own worries now and wasn't in the mood to talk. After a moment of silence, Hien couldn't hold back and stood up. It's getting late. We need to go to town to buy some things. If we delay, it will be hard to get back. He called out to Zhang Chuntao inside the house. Zhang Chuntao listened to the local wife inside talking about the old affairs of the He family. However, since it was from the neighboring village, the wife didn't know much. Over time, she also couldn't remember many details. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of the He family from Yangjia village. She only remembered after hearing a few words from others outside that the He family was from that village. It turns out that He Yen had an older uncle who, about 20 years ago, was a very important person. He was the first person in the town to pass the imperial exam and become a scholar. Soon after passing, he married a wealthy young lady and went to work in another city. Later, he brought back the old master and the old lady of the He family to show respect. Sadly, they didn't get used to living there and only stayed for 2 years before insisting on returning home. He also spent a lot of money to buy a private courtyard for the old master and the old lady and hired a servant to take care of them. Unfortunately, the old master and the old lady passed away not long after, and their funeral was very grand. When elders and other families pass away, they just invite 2 monks or Taoists to recite a few prayers, light some incense, and use a simple pinewood coffin. This is considered respectful and decent. But the He family's funeral was much more elaborate. They hired 2 groups of monks and Taoists to chant alternately, and the paper money was scattered so thickly on the ground that it looked like snow. They built a large courtyard and burned offerings with some young boys and girls. The wood used was cedar, which had been prepared in advance and was coated with tung oil every year, making it very heavy and old. They also bought a special graveyard for the family ancestors and even put up a stone monument. The feast was also top quality. Usually, when someone passes away, a simple tofu meal is enough to show respect, but the He family served 8 bowls and 8 dishes, including main courses. Just by bowing to the old master and the old lady and offering incense, you could enjoy a meal at the He family's table. At that time, the place was crowded with people. Almost everyone who heard the news came to pay their respects. Many years have passed, but even now, when an elder in Stonebridge Town passes away, no one can match that grand scene. For years, the elders would say that if one day they could leave peacefully with such a grand farewell, it would be worth it in their lifetime. Of course, ever since Old Master and Old Lady He went away, Hien's eldest uncle never returned to Shichiao Town. But, to be fair, this successful scholar was originally from Yangjia village in Shichiao Town. With his reputation, Yangjia village has gained many benefits over the years. Because of this, even though the He family has few members, no one in Yangjia village dares to bully them. So, the village head's wife finally remembered that old lady he only gave birth to 2 sons, Hien's eldest uncle and Hien's biological father. Hien is the nephew of that prominent scholar, which explains how he managed to get that official document. Could the people in town ignore the face of such a scholar? Perhaps there are even connections left by the scholar himself. Just thinking about this made the village head's wife feel hopeful.
Why?
Although her husband is now the village head, he is too honest. Recently, he accidentally offended the town's constable, Wu Fugue, by speaking carelessly. Everyone knows who Wu Fugue is. He's a petty man who holds grudges. In this area, no village head dares to offend him. They all have to bow and flatter him. Sometimes, they even get scolded or blamed for small mistakes. All the village heads are angry inside but can't do anything because Wu Fugue has powerful connections. They have to endure it. Her husband knew he had spoken wrongly and immediately apologized, but Wu Fugue said he wasn't sincere and insisted her husband kneel and kowtow to make amends. Does her husband not realize his own pride? He's a proud man. If he kneels in front of so many people to apologize, how can he hold his head up in the future? How can he lead as a village head? Because her husband refused, Wu Fugue didn't say much at the time but later sent someone to say that if her husband wouldn't humble himself, he should forget about his position as village head. This was almost like sentencing her husband to death. They tried many ways to persuade others to speak for them, but all efforts failed. Even close friends and relatives who usually get along well dared not intervene. Some advised them to go to Wu Fugue's house and beg for forgiveness, hoping to keep the position. Others told them to accept their fate. After all, they couldn't fight against a powerful person. Wu Fugue was somewhat old-fashioned and stubborn, but he still cared about his reputation. He wasn't someone with no backbone who would easily accept being humiliated. If I could truly endure it, I would have knelt down at the time, and such things would never have happened later. So I only worried at home and didn't dare to show any signs of it. Regarding Zhang Chuntao back then, in the past, Wu Defu might have hesitated a little, but when it comes to his own lice on his head, he couldn't even count them all, so he naturally had no time to care about others and just agreed casually with Zhang's family. It was only today, after seeing this document, that the village wife saw a glimmer of hope. If He-Yen really has connections in town, she doesn't ask for much, just hopes he can pass a message to Wu Fugue, asking him to show mercy and spare her husband's life. Zhang Chuntao understood this, feeling that it was because of this that she felt embarrassed to let He-Yen speak for her. She thought of starting with herself, offering 2 boxes as a kind of fee. It seems the village wife still doesn't know that Wu Fugue has already been arrested. But as long as they have connections in town, someone will probably come to report within the next 2 days. For now, she could do a favor in return. She immediately smiled and said, "I don't know about other things, but I can promise you this. Please rest assured, Auntie. The constable was already arrested yesterday and is in jail. You might not have known because you didn't go to town yesterday, but I happened to be there and saw it myself." The village wife was both surprised and happy, grabbing Zhang Chuantao's hand. "Are you serious? You're not lying to me? Why was he arrested? Is he really in jail?" Of course, Zhang Chuntao couldn't reveal the reason, so she just shook her head. "I don't know the details. I only looked from afar in town yesterday and heard it from the townspeople. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to ask around in town and you'll find out." The village wife nodded repeatedly, overjoyed. She was eager to rush to town immediately, but also wanted to kiss Zhang Chuntao. At this moment, she found Zhang Chuntao more and more pleasing and didn't know what to say to express her happiness. Just then, He-Yen outside was urging them, so Zhang Chuntao stood up. "Don't worry, Auntie. I believe Uncle Lee is fine. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving now." She then left the house. He-Yen saw Zhang Chuntao come out and carefully examined her from head to toe, worried she might have suffered some grievance again. Seeing her smiling, he finally felt relieved. He then bid farewell to the village wife and Huan Chong. They held hands and left Uncle Lee's house. Not long after, they heard someone inside cry out in surprise. He-Yen stopped in his tracks and Zhang Chuntao gently pulled him. She whispered, "Let's go. We can talk about it when we get back." After hearing Zhang Chuantao's words, He-Yen immediately followed without hesitation as they headed out of the village. Leaving the Li Zheng family, they passed through the busiest part of the village. Every household's gate was open, with people either inside the yard or at the door, curious and peeking out. Some villagers, who thought they had a good relationship with Zhang Chuntao in the past, greeted her proactively, saying, "Daya, is this your man? Not bad. He looks strong and capable of working. Daya, where do you live now? Still on the mountain? Or in Yangjia village? Daya, when will you get married? We want to come and see." Zhang Chuntao ignored all these questions from the villagers. She only smiled, smile after smile, but didn't speak. Seeing that she wouldn't reveal any news, the villagers looked at He-Yen. Before they could speak, He-Yen's sharp eyes swept over them. The words they wanted to say got stuck in their throats, and they didn't dare ask. They could only watch as the two of them walked side by side, slowly moving away. Their path led toward the mountain. Even if the adults were curious, they still tried to be polite, asking questions only at their own doorsteps along the way. The older children, who were still young but not so innocent, clapped their hands and followed behind Zhang Chuntao and He-Yen. From a distance, it looked like a long tail of children trailing behind. They followed almost out of the village, but the children refused to turn back. Zhang Chuntao and He-Yen pretended not to notice. These country kids were tough. At their age, they were already familiar with the nearby hills. When they reached the river, crossing it would lead them onto the mountain trail. It was the hottest time of day. Seeing Zhang Chuntao and Hien about to go into the mountains, most of the children saw the river shimmering under the sun. Since it was noon and the water wasn't deep, it had been heated by the sun. Playing in the water was irresistible for these children. Since climbing the mountain was tiring and there weren't many mountain goods to find, some children stopped in their tracks. A few kids jumped into the river first, splashing water around. The rest couldn't resist and followed one after another, jumping into the river to play. At this moment, Zhang Chuntao looked back and saw only 2 or 3 small cats following behind her. However, at that moment, I saw a shy figure at the back of the crowd. It was actually Zhang's second daughter. What is she doing? Is she up to some mischief again? Regarding this Zhang area, Zhang Chuntao feels she's like a toad on the back of a foot. She doesn't bite, but is annoying. She has no real plans, only crude and low tricks that are hard to watch, and she has no awareness, often popping up unexpectedly. I think I was too lenient with her before, should have disciplined her more. Otherwise, look at Zhang Disheng, who is also quite persistent, but after being scolded by her, he knows to stay far away. He saw Zhang Chuantao's expression change and followed her gaze, naturally noticing Zhang area. He remembers her well. She is the second daughter of the Zhang family, the one who was just arguing with Zhang Yanyan and throwing dirt on his wife. His eyes grew cold. If Zhang area weren't a girl but a boy, maybe he could find a reason to teach her a lesson now. But since she's a girl, he felt he shouldn't step in. He quickly grabbed Zhang Chuantao's wrist. Let's go faster, to get rid of these annoying little followers. Zhang Chuntao also had this idea. She had obtained the paperwork to change her household registration, so she would have nothing to do with Bajietin anymore and didn't want any more trouble. No matter what plans Zhang area had following behind, she decided to ignore her. They quickened their pace and soon left the children behind, almost out of sight. A few small cats, used to chasing along, followed a little way but then gave up and turned back to play by the river. But Zhang area, gritting her teeth, kept following behind, stumbling all the way to the deepest part of the mountain where villagers usually go to pick mountain produce. She hesitated. If she went further inside, it would be the deep forest. No women, children, or even healthy men usually go there. They say there are wolves, tigers, and bears or wild boars. If she ran into any, she might not make it out alive. But if she didn't follow, wouldn't all her effort today be wasted? She hesitated for a moment, stopping in doubt. Seeing Zhang Chuntao and Hien quickly passing through the woods, one on the left and one on the right, she lost sight of them. Suddenly, she became anxious and, regardless of her safety, chased after them a few steps, calling out, "Big sister, wait for me. I have something to tell you." She hurried through the trees, catching her breath just in time to see Zhang Chuntao and Hien standing in front of her, looking at her coldly. She couldn't help but feel scared and stepped back twice. Her foot hit a stone, so she stopped retreating and nervously said, Big sister, Zhang Chuntao rolled her eyes impatiently. I'm no longer part of the Zhang family, and I'm definitely not your big sister. Tell me, why are you following us? Are you up to some bad tricks again? Zhang area quickly shook her head and waved her hands. Big sister, I didn't. I just. Tears started falling, and without caring, she suddenly knelt in front of Zhang Chuntao. Big sister, I was wrong before. It was my fault. I was blinded by greed and did things that hurt you. I know I was wrong, and I will change. I'll listen to you from now on. Please, big sister, considering our past relationship, can you help me? Zhang Chuntao couldn't help but laugh. She thought, with Zhang area's personality, why would she chase after her unless she had something to ask for? Clearly, she was seeking help. But she must have forgotten. She wasn't a saint. How did the Zhang family treat her back then? When they expelled her from the family, they didn't care about her life or death. Now, seeing her wanting to marry into a good family and thinking it was profitable, they came back to cling to her. They had made the wrong choice. She didn't bother to ask what had happened to Zhang Arya or why she was begging for help. From her perspective, just moments ago, Zhang Arya and Yan Yan had happily poured dirt on her, and now she was begging for help? Was she an idiot? She sneered coldly. I told you, I'm not your big sister. I have nothing to do with your Zhang family anymore. You're also someone's daughter. Haven't you heard that when something happens, you don't seek your parent help but instead kneel before a stranger like me who is no relation to you? Moreover, do you forget how you treated me back then? Do you really think I, Zhang Chuntao, am someone you can push around? Used to be a servant, obedient and submissive. When I was no longer useful, I was kicked aside and insulted. Now that I've become useful, you come back with a shameless face, begging me again. You are shameless. You can do things like shouting big sister with your mouth and then secretly stabbing behind her back. Unfortunately, I don't have your thick skin. I can't play those sisterly tricks with you. Since I'm in a good mood today, I suggest you leave quickly. If you make me angry, you know my temper. I might hurt you badly, break your arms or legs, or ruin your face. Don't say I didn't warn you in advance. Zhang Arya's face turned pale with shame, but she thought about what she would face when she got back. She clenched her teeth and begged, Big sister, have you really forgotten our sisterly bond? When we were young, you loved me the most, didn't you? Please, just care about me one more time and save me. Big sister, I'll serve you as a maid. I can cook now and wash clothes. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Just take me in and give me some food. I have no other options now. Father said he plans to sell me to the town to be someone's wife. I don't want to be a wife. Big sister, her voice was full of tears and heartbreak. People who didn't understand might feel some sympathy for her. Zhang Chuntao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Are you saying Zhang Disheng wants to sell you to the town to be someone's wife? Zhang Arya nodded repeatedly. Seeing her expression, Zhang Chuntao seemed to soften a little. She looked even more pitiful. She knew that if she showed this expression in front of other young men in the village, they would all forget everything else and just think she was adorable. Whatever she said, they would agree. So, instinctively, she put on this look again, her eyes full of hope. She couldn't help but glance at Hien beside her. In Zhang Arya's eyes, Dia was very lucky. She didn't expect that after being disowned, she could still find such a good man. Although he didn't look very handsome, his family was rich. If Dia could take her in, and she married into the He family, maybe she could follow Dia there? Since the He family was well off, it would probably be better than staying in Zhang's house. Thinking this way, Arya felt she should not only beg Zhang Chuntao but also plead with Hien. She bit her lip carefully and softly called out, Sister, brother-in-law, you seem like a good person. Please have a kind heart and marry my big sister. Take me in too, okay? I don't eat much, I'm obedient, and I can do chores. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I can wash clothes, cook, and clean the yard. In the future, brother-in-law, when you have a baby with my older sister, I can help take care of the child. When I was young, my older sister took care of me the same way, so I will take good care of my little nephew and niece in the future. Please don't drive me away. I really have nowhere to go. If I go home, my father will sell me. I don't want to be sold. Sister, brother-in-law, please be kind and give me a way to survive. Her eyes were red and she looked at Hien, almost crying but not quite, as if all her hope depended on him. Hien frowned. Although Zhang Arya was not very old, her thoughts were quite bold, especially her eyes, which made people uncomfortable. He instinctively took a step back, wanting to remind Zhang Chuntao not to be too soft and agree. Before he could speak, Zhang Chuntao couldn't hold back anymore. She was furious. Does she think she's talking to a dead person? She's right next to her, trying to flirt with her man? And where does Zhang Arya get her confidence? She's just a young girl. How could she have such thoughts? It's too shameless. She stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Arya's chin, carefully examining her. Her face was delicate, like Xiao's, though her features and body hadn't fully developed yet. She was a pretty girl, no wonder she was so confident. After her chin was pinched, Zhang Arya looked coldly at Zhang Chuntao, feeling her chin ache painfully. Suddenly, She remembered the days when Zhang Chuntao used force against her, and she trembled all over. She shivered and stammered. Big sister, Did Zhang Dachun say he wanted to sell you as a concubine? Zhang Chuntao repeated. Tears welled up in Zhang Arya's eyes as she looked pitifully at her. She nodded hard and looked at Zhang Chuntao with hope. Zhang Chuntao suddenly smiled, releasing her grip on Zhang Arya's chin. She said, "That's great. I didn't expect Zhang Dachun to come up with such a good idea. Who does he want to sell you to? Tell me, let me be happy, huh?" Not only was Zhang Arya stunned, but Hien was also speechless. Zhang Arya snapped out of her shock, tears streaming down her face. She choked out, "Big sister, how can you do this to me? You're my sister. Don't you care about our sisterly bond at all? Big sister, when did you become so cruel?" Suddenly, a crisp slap landed on Zhang Arya's face, silencing her words completely. I asked, "Why do you only remember the good times and forget the punishments? Do you think because I didn't hit you today, I like you more?"
Zhang Arya.
Who do you think you are? Who do you think is your sister? Don't flatter yourself. If you truly remembered our sisterly bond, would you treat me like a servant? You're not cruel enough. Just a little jealousy made you push me into the river. I told you before, I am someone who never forgets a grudge. When you started school, don't blame me for what I do later. I haven't pushed you into the river yet, have I? Your family secretly planned to sell me to a brothel when I was left alone and helpless. Don't you remember that? It seems that those who are truly related by blood are different. The adopted ones are sold to brothels, but your own children are cared for better. Selling them as wives, maybe. In this way, Zhang Desheng still shows some fatherly care for you. You should go thank him properly." Zhang Chuntao sneered, her words cold and sharp like icy stones coming from her mouth. Zhang Arya was stunned, shocked that their family's private plans had been overheard by Zhang Chuntao. Suddenly panicked, she rushed forward, trying to hold onto Zhang Chuntao's leg. "Big sister, we were all blinded by greed back then. I truly realize my mistake now." Zhang Chuntao kicked her down to the ground, and she had only used a little strength. Otherwise, Zhang Arya might have rolled down the hill. She then said slowly, "You say you know your mistake? Knowing it, you still follow me around, crying and pretending to be pitiful while giving my husband flirtatious looks. Do you think I'm blind? Or do you think I didn't see through your little schemes in your belly? You just wanted me out of the Zhang family, and you're happy living better than before. And I heard you've been listening to the gossip about the He family, how they're richer, so you started to have bad thoughts, right?" I said, "Zhang Arya, I believe I haven't wronged you in any way. Why do you dislike me so much and keep causing trouble? When the Wang family came to propose marriage, you were jealous and pushed me into the river. Now I'm marrying into the He family, and you cling to me stubbornly. What's wrong? Have you been listening to the village gossip, thinking that your sister-in-law will die so you can marry her husband? Well, the Wang family is good, but not as wealthy as the He family, right?" Speaking with a meaningful look at Zhang Arya, whose face was turning pale from pain and forehead covered in cold sweat, he also glanced at Hien. Hien immediately took a few steps back, afraid of being misunderstood, and quickly explained himself. "Wife." After being stared at by Zhang Chuntao, he changed his words. Chuntao, I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Even if I'm worse than a beast, I wouldn't look at a small girl like this. No, that's not right. Chuntao, I only like you. I would never like anyone else." Hien was so anxious, he wished he could show his heart to Zhang Chuntao. He secretly hated Zhang Arya and was thinking of ways to give her family a lesson so they wouldn't cause trouble anymore. Zhang Arya felt nervous and panicked, and her secret feelings were exposed, making her blush even more. Plus, Hien's firm denials and his avoidance made her face turn even paler. She refused to admit it openly. "Big sister, why would you think that of me? I'm so young. How could I have such thoughts? I don't care what you think. Today, I'm making this clear. Anyone who dares to eye my man, don't blame me for being rude." She kicked a small tree beside her. With a snap, the small tree broke in half and fell, hitting Zhang Area, who let out a muffled cry and couldn't speak. Zhang Chuntao clapped her hands and looked at Zhang Area. Her upper body was covered by leaves, so her face wasn't visible, but after seeing a few leaves, Zhang Chuntao smiled. That smile made Hien swallow hard. Before he could speak, Zhang Chuntao grabbed him and started walking up the mountain. They hadn't gone far when they heard Zhang Area scream painfully, a sound so tragic it made the hair stand on end. Hien frowned, worried about getting involved with Zhang Area again, so he quickened his steps and said, "Let's go back early and pack our things. We'll move to the town for a few days. It's better to wait for the matchmaker to come and propose marriage. When the time comes, we can have the wedding in town. What do you think?" He was so excited yesterday that he didn't think about it, but today, when he came to find Zhang Chuntao, he realized that if they were to have a formal proposal, they couldn't do it secretly in the mountain cave. There will be a wedding procession later. The mountain path is rough, and many people are afraid to go deep into it. If they really take people up the mountain, it would be hard to carry the sedan chair. So, I kept thinking that it would be better for Zhang Chuntao to move out of the mountains. Isn't there an empty small courtyard in town? It has been unused for a long time and hasn't been rented out. Staying there for a few days is no problem. Actually, after his grandparents passed away, the courtyard was left empty. His eldest uncle suggested they move to the town and live in that small courtyard. They could do some small business. It's better than living in the mountain village. But his father refused. He said he was used to living in the countryside and that renting out the courtyard to his uncle's family would prevent the house from falling into disrepair due to long-term vacancy. However, his uncle didn't care about that. He said the courtyard was once lived in by their elders and kept it as a memory. Renting it out to others wouldn't be good. So, he handed over the keys to his father, telling him to check on the house and do some repairs to keep it from falling apart. Before his father died, he gave the keys to Hien, and the responsibility of managing the house fell to him. Since Hien often went to town for hunting, he sometimes stayed overnight in the courtyard. Now, it's a good place for Zhang Chuntao to stay temporarily. He feels more at ease knowing there are more people in town. He also asked Wu Fuyong to look after her a bit. Isn't that safer than staying in the mountains? They originally planned to discuss this back in the mountain cave. But Zhang's second daughter-in-law acted so disgustingly that they decided to bring it up now to distract Zhang Chuntao and prevent her from getting involved with Zhang's second daughter-in-law. Sure enough, after hearing Hien's words, Zhang Chuntao lost interest in Zhang's second daughter-in-law and was pulled away by Hien, walking farther and farther away. Left alone, Zhang's second daughter-in-law wailed and rolled in the forest. It's just bad luck. When Zhang Chuntao kicked over a small tree, it happened to be a tree that grows a type of spicy plant called Yanglazi, very popular in the countryside. The caterpillars of this plant, called Yanglazi caterpillars, are the most feared by children. They are bright green and look quite creepy. They are covered in tiny hairs and spines. If one accidentally falls on your skin, it feels sour, painful, and itchy. If your skin is sensitive, it can turn red and swell quickly. With Zhang Chuantao's sharp eyes, she saw many Yanglazi caterpillars hiding behind the leaves of that tree. Most of the small tree's leaves covered Zhang Area's body. She was the first to be hurt on her wrist, where she touched a fiery leaf and immediately started crying from the sting. It was painful, itchy, and frightening. Seeing several leaves with fiery bugs crawling on them near her face made her nervous. When she moved, the leaves shook, almost hitting her face. She couldn't hold back any longer. She screamed and frantically tried to brush the leaves away. In her panic, her other hand also got touched and started to itch and hurt. Not to mention, it seemed some fiery bugs had fallen into her neck, causing a burning pain from her neck down to her back. Zhang Area was still young and only felt pain everywhere. She closed her eyes, feeling as if her whole body was covered with fiery bugs. The more she was afraid, the less she dared to open her eyes. The more she imagined terrible things, the more scared she became. Her hands and legs went weak from fear. She was not very strong to begin with. After being so frightened and weak, she couldn't push away the small tree trunk for a long time. All she could hear in the valley was her screams and crying. Usually, this place was rarely visited, so even if she shouted loudly, no one would hear her. Today, luck was on her side. Two children, who were about to go back to play in the water, saw her hiding and wanted to follow out of curiosity. Because they walked slowly and took a wrong turn, they got separated. Fortunately, they weren't far away. When they heard Zhang Area crying, they followed the sound and found her in her messy state. Without bothering to laugh, they helped move the tree trunk away. They then saw that her neck, wrist, and half of her face were swollen and red from the fiery bugs. During her struggle, she was scratched by branches, leaving bloody marks on her face and body. Her hair was messy, like a chicken coop, looking wild and crazy. Zhang Area was in pain and itching so badly she wanted to scratch, but the two children stopped her. "Don't scratch with your hands. If you break the skin, you'll get scars," they warned. Being rural children, they knew simple folk remedies to deal with the fiery bugs. They looked among the leaves for some bugs that hadn't been crushed into mud, wrapped them in leaves, and broke a thin branch. They poked a hole in the bug's belly, pulled out a green string inside, and set it aside. She picked out 4 or 5 sticks at once, crushed them together, and applied the juice to the place where Zhang Area was stung. Although this method looked a bit gross, it worked surprisingly well. Soon, Zhang Area's cries of pain lessened, and the sting didn't feel as bad. However, she had been stung in many places, and the juice from the 4 or 5 spicy sticks wasn't enough. They couldn't find more nearby, and the two children remembered there were some on the trees by the river. With no other choice, they helped Zhang Area down the mountain. Along the way, they couldn't help but ask her how she was so careless. Weren't she and Zhang Chun Tao chasing after someone? How come she ended up with her face covered by a spicy tree's branches? Zhang Area was both in pain and itchy, feeling terrible. If she weren't being helped, she would have rolled on the ground to scratch herself. Hearing this, she suddenly felt wronged and tears welled up. She exaggerated and cried about Zhang Chun Tao's bad behavior, hoping to get some sympathy. But instead, the two children burst into laughter. These children weren't from Zhang's family. They were from another big clan in the village, the Yu family. The Yu family in Bajiao village wasn't as powerful as Zhang's or He's families, but they were still not to be underestimated. Recently, there had been many stories about Zhang's and He's families that people talked about. The happiest ones were naturally the Yu family. They followed behind Zhang Chun Tao just to watch the fun and brag to their friends later. But Zhang Chun Tao and her husband disappeared early, leaving only a crying Zhang Area. Although they all lived in the same village, helping each other was natural. They didn't expect anything in return, just hoped Zhang Area would say a few kind words so others would feel better. But Zhang Area didn't say thank you. Instead, she seemed to try to stir trouble between the two brothers and spread rumors to ruin Zhang Chun Tao's reputation. This made people angry. No one was stupid. Everyone knew who Zhang Area was. They saw how Zhang Chun Tao had treated her over the years, and everyone in Bajiao village was aware. Now that Zhang Chun Tao had been driven away by her family, Zhang Area still wouldn't let it go. That was just unreasonable. People who didn't know better couldn't tell they used to be sisters, more like enemies. And besides, with Zhang Chun Tao's reputation ruined, what did they gain? People secretly mocked them, calling them big men acting like gossiping women. Therefore, she did not get the support she expected from Zhang Area to scold Zhang Chun Tao or comfort her a few words. Instead, one of the children clapped his hands and laughed, saying, "Why are you crying, Zhang Area? Do you still have the face to cry? Do you forget when you poured dirty water on the older girl in front of the villagers? You only got pricked by a spicy pepper, and that's considered a mercy for you." Another child agreed, saying that's right. If we weren't from the same village and worried about causing trouble, who would bother to save someone like you? Once we leave the mountain, don't say it was us who saved you. You're bad luck. With that, the two brothers ignored Zhang Area and, holding hands, ran into the woods. Zhang Area was anxious and stomped her feet, wanting to call for help. But when she opened her mouth, her face still hurt especially around her neck and back. The two young boys had been there earlier, so she couldn't get the spicy pepper on her skin then. Now, her skin was burning and painful. She could only endure it, quickening her steps down the mountain. When she reached the village, she saw many trees covered with spicy peppers. She just needed to find one. She didn't look at herself. Her hair was messy, tangled with leaves and dry grass roots. Her clothes were torn because she had to scratch the places pricked by the peppers. Her face was swollen and red, with the pepper juice still on it. Her neck and arms were red and swollen, looking like she had been bullied. She was also kicked by Zhang Chuntao, and her stomach still felt uncomfortable. As she walked, her discomfort became more obvious. She had to hold her stomach and walk with a limp, leaving the mountain. Seeing her like this, the children playing by the river were frightened. After a moment of surprise, a few of them, with their mouths open, crawled out of the water and ran toward the village, shouting, "Arya is being bullied. Soon." Even the big yellow dog at the end of the village heard the news. The villagers, who had been eating melons all morning and hadn't finished digesting, heard the shout and rushed out one after another. Nowadays, girls in the village were usually named in order, like Daya, Arya, or Danyo, Ernyo. Some more careful families gave them special names, but others just called them by their order. When someone mentioned Arya, everyone knew that every family had a girl named Arya. Everyone was frightened, thinking that their own children had been bullied. They grabbed kitchen knives and shovels and rushed out quickly. Then, the second daughter of the Zhang family was surrounded by villagers. When they saw she wasn't their own girl, everyone relaxed a little. The Zhang family members were confused. Why was it their child again? One kind-hearted woman, feeling sorry, pulled her own coat over the girl from head to toe, comforting her, saying, "Don't be afraid. It's okay now, we're home. Everything's fine." She held her close, trying to soothe her. The second girl from Zhang's back was still sore from a sting, and she hadn't even put any spicy sauce on it. She was in terrible pain. When someone wrapped her tightly in clothes and held her so suddenly, it pressed on her sting. The pain made her shiver, and she screamed, pushing the person away, "Let me go. It hurts." Hearing that sound, most faces changed. Some showed sympathy, some pity, some looked down on her, and others felt happy about her misfortune. The woman who was pushed away didn't get angry. Although Zhang's girl had previously thrown mud on Zhang Chuntao and was looked down upon, she had suffered and lost her innocence. She was still young, and such a terrible thing must have scared her badly. She was still a poor girl, so why bother with her? She softly comforted her. "All right, I won't hold you. Does it still hurt? Let's walk slowly. Auntie will take you home, okay? Don't worry, your parents and us uncles and aunts will stand up for you." Since the second girl from Zhang was still young, she only understood part of what was happening. Her words sounded strange, but there was nothing wrong with them. Maybe everyone thought she looked so pitiful that they wanted to help her? This was a good chance, and her eyes brightened. She started crying a little as she begged, "Auntie, please help me. They're so cruel." I still hurt all over. Everyone was shocked. More than one person. How could they be so cruel? No wonder Zhang's girl looked so miserable. A few women from Zhang's family frowned. Why was this girl so outspoken? Why was she saying everything? As the saying goes, family secrets should not be shared outside. Especially with such a big incident, her innocence was gone. If it were another girl, she might secretly go home and not tell anyone. But this second girl actually dared to do it in broad daylight, in front of the whole village. Men, women, and children. Afraid others wouldn't know? What about them? What about her, claiming to be in pain all over? Are these harsh words something she should be saying in front of everyone? Just outside the Zhang family, a girl named Zhang Chuntao had recently left her clan. If news spread that this second girl from Zhang had her innocence ruined, no girl from the Zhang family would want to marry anymore. Suddenly, a few women exchanged glances, and two burly women stepped forward, reaching out to cover the second girl's mouth, trying to stop her from talking. But she refused to be silenced. She was secretly happy someone was defending her. She definitely wouldn't let Zhang Chuntao and Hien go unpunished. Nor would she forget the two boys from the Yu family who abandoned her halfway up the mountain. She struggled and said, "I haven't finished yet. There are also the Yu brothers, Damon and Xiaoman. They bullied me too and left me on the mountain." When she said this, everyone was stunned. The two women trying to take her away also stopped, all looking at the nearby Yu family members who were watching the scene. The Yu family members were also stunned, surprised that they were caught in the act. What? Is there something involving the Yu family? No way. Those two boys from the Yu family, they're still kids, and they want a girl. Zhang Desheng and Zhang Xiaobao lived far away, so they heard the commotion late. When they arrived, they just caught the last part of her words. Zhang Desheng immediately rushed toward the Yu family's Damon and Xiaoman's parents. "You from the Yu family? How dare you bully my daughter?" Yu's father was still in shock and hadn't recovered. He knew his son, and although he was mischievous, he wasn't that kind of person. Besides, they were only 11 or 12 years old, barely grown, usually chasing cats and dogs. How could they bully a girl? Seeing Zhang Desheng's fist about to hit, he quickly stepped aside and tried to explain, "Desheng, there must be some misunderstanding. My Damon and Xiaoman are still children. How could they bully your second girl?" Zhao's wife was already crying behind them, sobbing and shouting, "My poor second girl. What will she do now? How will she live? Oh, my daughter, my daughter." For a moment, even the young wife, who was sensitive enough to shed tears over a tiny ant, had her eyes reddened. She wanted to step forward and comfort her. The mother of the Yu family's two daughters, Daman and Xiaoman, was fed up. She was helping her husband defend their family's reputation while also saying, "Both of these girls are just talking. It's all because of what Arya said." Is what she said true? As the saying goes, flies don't land on a clean egg. Why don't you admit that your second girl is just a restless little fox? Maybe she's the one tempting my son. Haven't you heard? There have been more than one person involved before. Who knows how many people this little troublemaker has been involved with? She didn't stay in the village but ran off to the mountains. Isn't she going to meet with wild men? Maybe she was worried that my Daman and Xiaoman saw her, so she threw dirt on our girl to hide her own mistakes. This girl never tells the truth and is a little troublemaker. Don't forget, she even poured dirt onto you right in front of everyone this morning. I don't believe a single word this girl says. If she says so, then I'll say you little troublemaker, are trying to my son. The mother of the Yu family was fierce and strong. She suddenly rushed at Zhang Arya, grabbing her hair and slapping her twice across the face. While hitting her, she cursed, "You little troublemaker, if you dare to lie and accuse my son again, I won't hesitate to beat your face. You look just like your mother, such a sly little fox. You're still so young but already so flirtatious, always wandering around the village. Everyone knows what you're up to." Village women working on farms were just as strong as men. After 2 slaps, Zhang Arya spun around and fell to the ground, her head buzzing. She hadn't even reacted yet. People nearby couldn't stand it anymore. Some tried to pull Yu mother away, others tried to stop Decheng and Yu father from fighting, and some helped Zhang Arya. Just as things were about to get worse, Daman and Xiaoman, the 2 brothers, came down from the mountain. Seeing this scene, they immediately got worried and rushed into the crowd, shouting, "What are you doing? Let go of my dad." Everyone looked up, surprised. The second person involved had appeared. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened like bells, and their ears stood up like antennas, watching the brothers Daman and Xiaoman. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward Daman, cursing loudly, "You! How dare you bully Arya?" It was Zhang Xiaobao. When did Zhang Xiaobao start to stand up for his family's sisters? Of course not. He had always been at odds with the Yu family's Daman and Xiaoman. Unfortunately, he was weaker and couldn't fight the 2 brothers. At this moment, he saw the Yu brothers and realized that the best chance for revenge had arrived. The 2 of them had actually bullied Arya. When he saw this, he knew he must be in the wrong and felt guilty, too scared to fight back. In front of everyone, he decided to give them a good beating, to shame them completely, so they wouldn't dare oppose him again. Zhang Xiaobao's hopes were high, but reality was very harsh. Damon sidestepped to avoid Zhang Xiaobao's headbutt and then stretched out a leg to trip him, causing Zhang Xiaobao to fall face first into the mud. Yu Xiaoman and his brother usually worked well together when fighting. Without needing instructions, they both stepped on Zhang Xiaobao's back, saying, "Zhang family kid, what do you call your grandpa Damon and grandpa?" Zhang Xiaobao, like a turtle trapped on its shell, tried to turn over but failed. He could only flail his limbs on the ground, looking very helpless. Someone nearby couldn't stand it and advised, "Damon and Xiaoman, don't go too far. You bullied Arya earlier, and your brother stood up for her. You're the ones in the wrong." Damon was annoyed and said, "Who the heck bullied Arya? That ungrateful brat? I told you we shouldn't save her. She's really ungrateful. Even the older sister who took care of her for over 10 years can turn around and bite us. What about us brothers?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Someone nearby asked what was going on and told Damon and Xiaoman what Arya had said. The two brothers were so angry they nearly exploded. Damon's hair was standing on end with rage. He wanted to punch Arya hard to vent his anger and gritted his teeth as he explained, "We were in the woods gathering mountain goods when we heard someone calling for help. We hurried to save her. When we got there, we found Arya trapped under a small tree about the width of her wrist. Her hair and clothes were messy, and she was shouting for help. She had also been stung all over by a foreign insect. We didn't want to save her at first, knowing her reputation wasn't good. But she's from the same village, a human life. We moved the tree and applied some insect sting ointment to her. Seeing she was okay, we let her go down the mountain and went back to gather mountain goods." Xiaoman added, "Luckily, it wasn't too late, and we were worried about Arya's safety. After tidying up, we followed her down the mountain. But this ungrateful brat, with her mouth full of lies, actually said we bullied her. I spit on her. She should look at herself first. Do you think we brothers would bother with someone like her?" When Mother Yu heard this, she became even more alert. Originally, her two sons hadn't yet explained, so she took the initiative to strike first, giving Zhang Arya 2 big slaps. Now that she was in the right, she couldn't let it go. She stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Arya's hair, hitting her on both sides. While hitting, she scolded, "Shameless little. You've gone off with some other man, trying to blame my son?
Bah, dream on.
Just because others wear cheap shoes doesn't mean you can try to give them to my son. Today I tell you, even if my son stays single his whole life and never marries, he won't take a broken shoe like yours." Mother Yu's strength was great, and she was furious as she struck. Zhang Arya's face was slapped so hard it swelled up like a pig's head. A woman nearby tried to stop her, but Mother Yu shot her a fierce look, and she awkwardly withdrew her hand. After all, wasn't Zhang Arya at fault? If it had been her own son being falsely accused and humiliated like this, she, as a mother, would tear the little troublemaker's mouth apart. So, no one dared to intervene. However, Zhao Shi still felt sorry for Zhang Arya and hurriedly came forward to plead, "Mother Damon, you've hit and scolded her enough. Please, let my girl go. She's still young and naive." Bah. Naive? She's out climbing mountains to pick up wild men? Naive? She's trying to blame my son? If you say other girls her age are naive, I believe it. But your girl has been learning from you. That sly fox. She's clever than a sieve. She's not naive. She's already flirting with wild men at her age, and she's found several wild sons-in-law. Does that mean she's so sensible? You and your man will enjoy your future. One girl finds only one son-in-law, but your girl can find several. In the future, your sons-in-law might not even recognize each other. Mother Yu's words were truly harsh and sharp. Everyone nearby couldn't help but snicker. Zhao Shi's face turned pale and white, caught speechless by Mother Yu's words. She had no idea what to do, so she could only cry and look at her husband, Zhang Dachin. Zhang Dachin originally thought he was in the right. Since Mother Yu Damon's father had heard that his daughter had spoken up voluntarily, though he wasn't sure if it was true, he felt a bit guilty and kept quiet. With his build and fists, he probably couldn't handle 2 hits from Zhang Dachin anyway. But now, things were different. Mother Yu Damon's daughter and son had spoken up. They hadn't harmed Zhang Arya but had actually saved her, only to be turned around and accused. This is unacceptable. Father Yu couldn't bear it anymore. He swung his large fist like a vinegar jar and quickly knocked Zhang Deshang into a dead dog pose, lying on the ground without moving. Not to mention Zhang Xiaobao's side. One person was no match for Damon, let alone two brothers working together. They were beaten so badly, they cried out for mercy. The Zhang family wanted to step forward and speak up, but before they could, Mother Yu, who was fierce and sharp, stopped them. Plus, it was true that second sister Zhang had done wrong, so they didn't dare speak. The Yu family members didn't want to get involved either. They just stood aside, arms crossed, watching and laughing. Only third sister, who had been hiding far away, now saw that if no one spoke up for her family, they might not be able to stay in Bajiao village anymore. She clenched her teeth, rushed out, and stood in front of second sister Zhang. Tears in her eyes, she begged Mother Yu, "Aunt Yu, please have mercy. Spare my second sister. She's confused and said the wrong thing, wronging the two big brothers of the Yu family. I apologize on her behalf. Please, be kind to her. She's already like this. She can't take any more beating." Turning around desperately, she shook second sister Zhang's body, secretly pinching her waist. The pinch made second sister Zhang, who was already dizzy from Mother Yu's slap, suddenly wake up with a start. Seeing second sister Zhang open her eyes, third sister hurriedly said, "Second sister, quickly apologize to aunt. Say the whole story clearly. Don't wrong the two big brothers of the Yu family, understand?" She then helped second sister Zhang sit up and whispered in her ear, "What exactly did you do on the mountain? Didn't you go after big sister? Why did it turn out like this? Were you bullied by a man? Hurry and explain, or your reputation will be ruined." She lifted her head, showing a worried expression. "Second sister, take your time to sit up and tell us what really happened. You're not clear and people might misunderstand." Second sister Zhang was initially stunned from the beating, but now, after third sister's pinch and reminder, she barely regained her senses. Her mind spun, finally understanding what third sister meant. Cold sweat broke out immediately. She realized that the strange way the aunt, who had wrapped her in clothes, was speaking was actually a misunderstanding. If the villagers kept believing this, would she still be able to live with herself? Previously, she often liked to say vague and unclear things to make those young men following her misunderstand her, guiding their thoughts in the direction she wanted. She never failed. Today, she didn't expect to stumble so badly at the Yu family's place. If she doesn't clarify everything now, her reputation will be ruined. As a girl, reputation is very important. Zhang Arya can't act mischievous or scheme anymore. She honestly explained why she went up the mountain, how she was pushed under the tree, how she called for help and was rescued by the two Yu brothers, and how she felt upset when they left her behind, which is why she revealed their little tricks to bully her. Everyone listened and found that the time and place matched her story. Some people then spoke up, saying they saw Zhang Arya follow Zhang Chuntao and others up the mountain. Earlier, when things got so bad, no one dared to make a sound. Although they looked down on Arya's way of handling things, they were from the same village and saw her often. If no one spoke up, what if Arya couldn't handle it and try to hurt herself? They couldn't live with that guilt. So, many people started to speak in her favor. Based on their stories and the time it took, it was clear that Arya had been chasing after them all along without stopping, and only shortly before the brothers found her did she call for help. The brothers had already chased quite far but gave up and turned back. On their way back, they heard Arya shouting for help. In such a short time, there wasn't much they could do. An experienced old woman looked at Arya's face, helped her stand up, and nodded, saying her expression was still delicate, and she still carried herself like a young maiden. With so much evidence now, everyone knew in their hearts that Arya was innocent. Most of them believed her story and told Yu's mother to stop. They said it was just a misunderstanding, and since they all belonged to the same village, they shouldn't ruin their relationships. Yu's mother couldn't continue to act aggressively. She spat and cursed, that wicked, mean little troublemaker, always stirring up trouble and causing chaos. Now she's just getting what she deserves. From now on, whenever you see my demand and Xiao Man, stay far away from them. If I find out you dare to get close, I'll break your legs and tear your face apart." After finishing, she clapped her hands, cheered for her husband and son, and then left happily. Seeing the Yu family leave, the other members of the Zhang family gathered around. They helped Zhang Desheng's family up and couldn't help but blame Zhang area. "You girl, it was just a small matter. Why couldn't you speak clearly? Instead, you made things vague. Now look, you got hit for nothing. Your reputation is also ruined. Why bother?" A few young girls didn't realize how serious it was. They thought that explaining clearly would make everything okay. In this world, nothing is more important than a person's reputation. When someone speaks, their words come from their mouth, which is on their body. They can say whatever they want. Can you stop one person?
Or 10.
Or 20? No one knows how things will be whispered about later. The Zhang family's reputation was already not good, and now it might get worse. For a moment, the women of the Zhang family looked at Arya with unfriendly eyes. Arya just sighed in relief, feeling that her reputation was saved. She was so exhausted she sank to the ground. Just as she was about to be helped home, Zhang Desheng's mother hurried over. Seeing the family heading home, she quickly stopped them. "Arya can't leave now." Zhao, a little afraid of this mother-in-law, asked carefully, "Mother, Arya is hurt so badly. She needs to see a doctor. Otherwise, as a girl, what will happen if she's disfigured?" Zhang's wife rolled her eyes and said, "Her reputation is already ruined. Whether she's disfigured or not doesn't matter anymore." "Fine. Arya, come with me to our house. The head of the family has spoken. This matter concerns the reputation of all the unmarried girls in the Zhang family. She can't just go back like this." Someone asked curiously, "Andy, what did the head of the family say?" Zhang's wife glared at Arya. "He already went to ask the village head and the Yu family's head. Our Zhang family's eldest sister-in-law and others are waiting at home to examine her. If she's truly unharmed and just a pure girl, then fine. But if something is wrong, don't blame us for being harsh. After all, other families have daughters to marry. We can't let one bad seed spoil the whole pot." Arya and Saya, being young, didn't understand how scary the medical examination was. For girls, it was a huge shame. But the women who had married and given birth knew how serious it was. Their faces changed, and they looked at Arya with sympathy. Especially Zhao was trembling as she begged, "Mother, wasn't the experienced auntie already checked?" Second girl didn't lose her innocence, so there's no need for a physical exam. Mrs. Zhang didn't like Zhao, her daughter-in-law, who was a sly woman. She favored her own children, especially Zhang Xiaobao, her son, and loved him more. So, she didn't care about second girl's fate. Moreover, Zhao used to hide behind Zhang Desheng, constantly provoking him to argue with his parents. Mrs. Zhang and her husband wanted to discipline Zhao, but Zhang Desheng always intervened. Now that Zhao was meekly begging her, Mrs. Zhang felt as if she had drunk cold water on a hot day, very refreshing. She thought to herself, "You get what you deserve today." After Zhao knelt and begged for half a day, Mrs. Zhang finally felt a bit better, but didn't agree to let her go. She called her other daughters-in-law and dragged second girl away. Realizing something was wrong, second girl tried to resist, but she couldn't fight off the other women. She was dragged away like a small chick. Only Zhao's family remained, crying over Zhang Desheng, who was unable to move. No one paid attention anymore. As for second girl, no matter how much she cried, it was useless. She was taken into a room, stripped of her clothes, and 3 elderly women examined her body without mercy. Afterward, she seemed to become a bit mentally confused or wild. She dared not go outside anymore. She hid in her room all day, with the doors and windows tightly shut. Even a slight breeze or a loud noise made her jump in fear, cowering in a corner and not daring to lift her head. Additionally, Zhang Desheng and Zhang Xiaobao had been beaten and injured by the Yu family's men, and they couldn't even call out properly. Zhao cared deeply for her husband and son. She hurried to find a barefoot doctor to check on them, and also had second girl examined. What could a barefoot doctor see? He just randomly prescribed some medicine, took the consultation fee, and left. Meanwhile, the Zhang family's yard was filled with the smell of medicine every day. The family's various chores, big and small, all fell on Zhao and her third daughter. They had never suffered such hardship before. It was even harder than when Zhang Chuntao used force to suppress them. Every day, mother and daughter faced injuries and endless work. They couldn't finish their chores, and when they went outside, people pointed at them. When they returned home, they had to serve the two elders. If they were a little unhappy, they would be scolded or beaten. As the harvest season approaches, the grain in other people's fields is already heavy and bowing down. The men are busy draining the water from the field so that when it's time to harvest, the ground will be hard enough to walk on and cut the rice. If the weather is good, the harvested rice can be laid out to dry in the field for a day or so, then brought back to the home rice storage area for easier threshing and drying. Moreover, any missed rice stalks and grains can be collected and brought home, avoiding waste. Otherwise, the water would still be in the ground, making harvesting difficult and preventing drying in the field. The rice would have to be taken home immediately, and the missed grains might fall into the mud and be lost. In the past, these tasks were done by Zhang Desheng and Zhang Chuntao. Now, one has been driven away, and the other is lying in bed, groaning all day. Mrs. Zhao only worked in the fields before Zhang Chuntao was 5 or 6 years old. Back then, she just cut rice, bundled it, and carried it home. She doesn't know how to do anything else, and Zhang Chuntao was only able to go to the fields at that age. Since then, she has never been in the fields again. Over the years, she has forgotten how to do these chores. Even if she wanted to go to the fields now, she wouldn't know where to start. Usually, farming families start preparing at this time, fixing and sharpening sickles so they don't fall apart, making sure the blades are shiny and sharp for easy cutting. They also use last year's straw to make grass ropes, twisting them like cords and winding them into circles to carry to the field. When needed, they untie the ends, lay the rice on top, press it down, tie it tightly, and carry it home. By now, every family in the village has started preparing. Men repair sickles and tools and clean out stones from the grinding stones. Women make grass ropes and do other small chores. Everyone is busy, and even the children are kept at home to help during these days. Now, Mrs. Zhao realizes that without Zhang Chuntao, her family can barely hold on. And forget about Sanya, she has been working tirelessly for Mrs. Zhao these days. All the chores Zhang Chuntao used to do are now on her shoulders. She's so exhausted she can hardly speak. Thinking back to when Zhang Chuntao was young, she not only did these chores but also worked in the fields, went up the mountain to pick wild goods. It's a wonder how she managed to survive. Mother and daughter both regret deeply. Those are stories for another time. Just talking about Zhang Chuntao and walking back to the cave, they had already made plans. Zhang Chuntao decided to first move bedding, daily supplies, and clothes to a small courtyard in town to stay for a while. Hian would come back to the cave every other day to move the remaining belongings. As for the matchmaker, once Zhang Chuntao was settled, she would go to the girl's family to arrange the marriage. At first, Hian thought it would be simple, just get Zhang Chuntao to agree, and he could marry her in 10 or 15 days. But when the day actually arrived, he realized there were many complicated steps. Marrying the girl he loved properly and happily was not so easy. According to tradition, the process had to be done step by step. First, the matchmaker would visit the girl's family to ask for her hand. If the girl agreed, they would then hunt 2 live geese to present as a proposal gift, called asking for a sincere request. Nowadays, most families wouldn't have 2 live geese, so wealthier families might bring 2 big ducks, and ordinary families might just bring 2 ducks without fuss. After the proposal, the matchmaker would ask for the girl's name and birth details, then take this information to the boy's family or consult a fortune teller to check if their zodiac signs and birth years matched and were compatible. Some more careful families would place the 2 people's birth charts at the ancestral altar for a few days. If everything remained peaceful and harmonious during that time, it was seen as a sign of a good match. If their birth charts were compatible and not in conflict, the boy's family would share the good news with the girl. Next came the betrothal gifts, which were very important. Usually, the more the boy valued the girl, the more generous the gifts. These included gold and silver jewelry, clothes and fabric, wedding cakes, incense, and candles. Wealthier families might also prepare a sheep or pig to show sincerity. When the girl's family received the gifts, they would only keep a small part for themselves as a token. The rest would be packed with the bride's dowry and sent to the boy's family. Some parents, however, were less generous and kept all the gifts, leaving only the bride's simple clothes as her dowry. Such parents were rare in the 10-mile radius around Shichiao town. Most families would give some dowry, both to save face and to ensure their daughter wouldn't be looked down upon after marriage. After sending the betrothal gifts, they would choose an auspicious date for the wedding and send it to the girl's family. Only if the girl's family agreed would they start preparing for the wedding day. This process will take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Not to mention, the groom's side needs to prepare a new house. If the family is well off, they should buy some new furniture and decorate the house a little. The bride's side also needs to prepare dowry and gifts like clothes, hats, shoes, and socks for the groom's family. Some families are more particular and will embroider the wedding dress or at least a red veil. For poor families, it's already good if the bride can wear a red dress on that day, or if she wears her mother's old wedding dress. It's not unusual. Plus, the harvest season is coming soon. In the countryside, this is the busiest time. Even if the He family plans the wedding, the neighbors probably won't have time to come and celebrate, right? It might be better to wait until after the harvest, when everyone is free, and hold the celebration then. So, I estimate that about a month should be enough time to prepare everything. Although Zhang Chuntao agreed to marry Hien, honestly, if they married right away, it would feel too fast. Hien says they need another month to prepare, which is just right. It gives the two of them more time to get to know each other and understand each other better. She only knows that Hien's family has a few members and what kind of personalities they have. During this time, she can also find out more, so she's mentally prepared. She readily agreed. When Hien saw that Zhang Chuntao had no objections, he felt relieved. They had originally planned to propose the next day, but now they had to delay a month. He was worried Zhang Chuntao might be angry or think he was not serious. But unexpectedly, Zhang Chuntao was so understanding. He felt happy, but also a little guilty. He secretly vowed that when the time came, he would give a bigger dowry to show the sincerity and attitude of the He family, so no one would doubt them in the future. Both of them are straightforward people. Since everything was clear, there was no need to delay further. Back in the cave, they tidied up a bit. There wasn't much to bring, just bedding and some daily necessities like pots, bowls, and utensils, which the town had plenty of, so there was no need to carry much. It's better to stay in the cave. Since Hien often goes into the mountains, having a place to stay makes things much easier. As for Zhang Chuntao, she didn't plan to sit around waiting. She knew Hien would come to marry her, and she would also go into the mountains to gather herbs and mountain goods to earn money. This cave not only stores their prey and medicinal herbs but also saves them from hunger or having to eat dry food randomly. It was already noon. The two of them divided tasks. One tidied up, the other cooked. After cleaning up, the meal was ready. They ate quickly and, seeing that it was still early, they carried their baskets and took a different path around Bagua village to go down the mountain. With Hien leading the way, they mostly took small paths. They hurried to save time and also avoided crowds to prevent gossip. When they finally reached the town, the sun had just set. Fortunately, the yard was quiet, with neighbors living far away. Since it was dinner time, only a few children were running around, and there weren't many people on the street. The shops on the main street in the center of town were closing. The shopkeepers, under the boss's orders, sealed the doors piece by piece. A few hurried passers-by also rushed home for dinner. Otherwise, when it got dark, they would need to light lamps which used oil and cost money. Everyone was not wealthy, but they couldn't afford such expenses. The two entered the yard. Since it was clean the day before, there was no need to tidy up again. Zhang Chuntao chose the side room they stayed in yesterday. While there was still light, She laid out the bedding and luggage on the kong, a traditional bed, waiting to make the bed before sleeping. She only had time to take out daily necessities and didn't have a chance to arrange everything. When she came out, Hien was already busy in the kitchen. There was some rice and flour left from yesterday. Hien had already kneaded the dough. He was strong and kneaded the dough very well. He also added a few eggs while kneading, making the dough a beautiful yellow. The water in the pot was almost boiling. She just needed to roll out the dough, cut it into noodles, and cook them in the boiling water. From Zhang Chuantao's and Hien's way of rolling the noodles, it was clear Hien was not very experienced. She quickly signaled him to step aside. She stepped forward, rolled the dough into a thin sheet, sprinkled it with flour, then cut it into evenly sized strips about the width of a finger. The water in the pot was boiling. She threw the noodles in, watched the pot, and waited until they were about 70 to 80% cooked before fishing them out. While there was still light, she found some green onions and a cucumber in the kitchen. She sliced the cucumber into thin strips and washed the green onions, setting them aside for later. The stove in this kitchen has 2 burners. When busy, both burners are used at the same time, one for steaming rice, the other for stir-frying, so nothing is delayed. Right now, the other burner is unused. Zhang Chuntao cleans the unused pot thoroughly, then asks Hien to light the fire. Once the pot is hot, she adds oil, then gently puts chopped green onions into the oil over low heat. Only a small piece of firewood remains in the stove, and she slowly fries the green onions until they turn slightly black. Then she removes the green onions, and fragrant scallion oil is ready. In modern times, she would probably use this scallion oil to stir-fry some shredded meat, then add soy sauce, sugar, salt, and chicken seasoning to make a thick sauce. Unfortunately, a good cook cannot make rice without rice, so Zhang Chuntao naturally cannot make meat either. Fortunately, she still has some soy sauce and salt left from yesterday's purchase, and a little pig fat left over from braised pork. She scoops out some soy sauce, salt, and pig fat and mixes them into the scallion oil. When the noodles are cooked, she drains them into a bowl, first layering finely sliced cucumber on top, then pouring 2 large spoonfuls of scallion oil sauce over. She mixes everything well, and the fragrant scallion oil noodles are ready. While frying the scallion oil, Hien couldn't help but swallow his saliva at the aroma, especially since she added a spoonful of pig fat to the oil. The smell of pig fat combined with the scallion oil is very tempting. Once the noodles are mixed, Hien can't wait to try a bite. The noodles are fragrant and smooth, chewy and elastic, with crisp cucumber strips balancing the richness of the scallion oil and pig fat. One bite makes it impossible to stop eating. The bowl he used is bigger than his face. Hien quickly finishes 3 bowls, though he still feels a bit unsatisfied. Seeing that there's not much left in the pot, he puts down his bowl, planning to leave some for Zhang Chuntao, worried she might not have eaten enough. Although Zhang Chuntao can eat, such a large bowl already makes her full after 1.5 bowls. When she sees Hien about to put down his chopsticks, she quickly signals that she's full and doesn't need to hold back. Hien then scoops up the remaining noodles, puts them in the side pot, and cleans the scallion oil sauce with a few quick bites, finishing it off. After eating, he proactively pushes Zhang Chuntao out of the kitchen, telling her to go inside and tidy up. Since they plan to stay at least a month, she should settle in comfortably. Zhang Chuntao doesn't refuse. She arranges the bedding and luggage neatly in the side room and places daily necessities in familiar spots. Outside, Hien had already tidied up the kitchen and boiled a pot of hot water. He also found an old bathtub from the storage room. It was bought many years ago, made of good material, and coated with several layers of tung oil. Over the years, it gathered some dust, but after cleaning, it was still usable and didn't leak at all. Hien saw Zhang Chuntao cooking and knew she was a clean girl. Thinking about it, he used the boiling water from the pot to rinse the bathtub again. When he saw Zhang Chuntao come out, after working for a long time, she was covered in sweat, her hair wet and sticking to her face. He knew she must be uncomfortable. He hurriedly said, "This bathtub hasn't been used for many years. I cleaned it and boiled it with hot water. Do you want to take a bath to relax?" Zhang Chuantao's eyes lit up. Since crossing over, her conditions had been limited, and she had never taken a hot bath. Washing with hot water every day was already the limit. Now that she heard she could take a bath, she nodded eagerly. Heian saw her rarely so happy and couldn't help but feel a little moved. He thought, since his wife liked it, he would go to the best carpenter in the village tomorrow and have a big new bathtub made so she could enjoy baths anytime. He didn't delay his work and carried the bathtub into the house for Zhang Chuntao. He also brought in hot water, mixed it to the right temperature, and left a bucket of warm water as a backup. Only then did he step outside. He told her not to worry and that he would stay outside the yard, waiting for her to finish and call him. Before Zhang Chuntao could react, he left the yard, closed the gate behind him, and sat on the steps with his back to the door. Zhang Chuntao couldn't help but smile. She closed the door, took off her clothes, and slipped into the water. The warm water surrounded her, making her feel cozy and almost sigh with relief. The only downside was the lack of soap, but luckily, she had collected a lot of soapberry and soapnut while gathering herbs in the mountains. She peeled the soapberry skins, dried them in the sun, and when needed, took some out. Without a fine mesh, she wrapped them in cloth, soaked them in water, and rubbed to produce foam. They could be used to wash her face, hair, body, and even laundry. Using the large basin of hot water, she carefully washed her face, hair, hands, and feet. After coming out of the bathtub, she felt refreshed and energized. He casually twisted his old clothes and dried the water from his hair. He used a piece of cloth to tie his hair at the back and changed into clean clothes before opening the door. Although Heian didn't dare look back at the yard entrance, his ears pricked up high, almost holding his breath to listen to the sounds from the yard. He heard the rushing sound of water. Even though he couldn't see anything, he couldn't help but blush. Being young and full of energy and knowing that the person inside was someone he liked, he found it hard to control his feelings. His mind was a mess, thinking a lot or maybe nothing at all. Time seemed to pass very slowly, or maybe just a moment. It wasn't until Zhang Chuntao opened the door that the old wooden door, which hadn't been oiled in a long time, creaked loudly, waking Heian. He rubbed his face, took a deep breath, and didn't dare look back. He gently knocked on the yard door with his finger. Zhang Chuntao heard the knocking and quickly said, "Big brother He, come in." As she spoke, her hair, not fully dried, stuck to her neck and shoulders, and her damp clothes felt uncomfortable. She tilted her head, gathered her hair to one side, and carefully squeezed out the water, revealing soft ears and a slender neck. Her clothes, wet and clinging to her skin, accentuated the lines of her shoulders and arms. Having just taken a hot bath, Zhang Chuantao's usually pale face was now rosy, her lips had a healthy color, and she looked vibrant with a faint mist of water vapor around her. She seemed more charming than usual. Heian only took a quick glance, and his heart started pounding wildly. He didn't know how he managed to get back to his room and lie on the Kong bed. He still seemed to smell the water vapor from Zhang Chuantao's body, not like perfume but with a hint of grass and wood. His face turned red. He dared not lift his head, only moved the bath basin outside, and poured out the water. His hand accidentally touched the warm bath water, which still seemed to carry Zhang Chuantao's body temperature. That warmth flowed from his fingers straight to his heart, soft and gentle. Zhang Chuntao seemed to notice Heian's discomfort, so even though her hair was not yet dry, she only said she was tired and hurried back into her room. She simply opened the window, sat by it, and let the night breeze in to dry her hair. There was no choice. This time and place had no hair dryers, let alone a decent cloth scarf. Her hair could only dry naturally. She thought it would be good to find some absorbent, inexpensive cotton fabric at the fabric shop to make a scarf or even some close-fitting clothes, as she needed many things. She had a lot to buy because the original person had nothing. Everything needed for daily life had to be replaced. Looking at her hair, she felt frustrated. It was dull and lacked nutrients and naturally yellow. In the countryside, men and women rarely washed their hair because it was hard to dry. In summer it was okay, but in cold weather, wet hair could easily cause a cold. Getting a cold at this time was dangerous, especially for children, who could fall seriously ill. So, rural women usually stopped washing their children's hair and bathing them after autumn began. Many families only boiled a pot of hot water on New Year's Eve for the whole family to wash thoroughly. There was a local custom in some places that men only bathed 3 times in their lives: once at birth, once at marriage, and once at death. Shichiao Town wasn't that extreme, but rural women generally didn't pay much attention to grooming. Long hair was hard to manage, and most villagers lacked proper nutrition, so their hair was usually dry and yellow like straw. Only the daughters of wealthy families had the time and money to take care of their hair. The original person used to wash her hair like other village women, using ashes from the stove, boiling water with the ashes to make alkaline water, and washing her hair with it to remove oil and dust from her scalp. Although this alkaline water cleaned well, it was too harsh and made her hair increasingly dry. After traveling here, Zhang Chuntao found soapberry, cypress leaves, and soap nuts, herbal medicines she boiled to wash her hair a few times, which made her hair less coarse. In her previous world, information was highly advanced, and searching online for hair care tips and secret remedies was easy and plentiful. What is made by chopping together the roots of Polygonum multiflorum, cypress leaves, soapberry, locust tree pods, and reishi mushrooms to create a shampoo paste? What about using rice water to wash hair? And some people also make medicinal decoctions from precious Chinese herbs like safflower, chuanxiong, gastrodia, and sanqi to wash their hair. In the old days, many young women went bald because of stress and busy work. After trying all kinds of shampoos with no success, they would turn to these ancient remedies as a last effort. Handmade shampoos and pastes made this way sold very well. Zhang Chuntao also had a few bald colleagues who tried these remedies, but with little effect. However, Zhang Chuntao often stayed up late and worked extra shifts, yet her hair remained dark and thick. Many bald people admired her. Was it because she had a special talent? No, it was just because she knew a secret remedy. Long ago, near the orphanage where she lived, there was an old woman over 60 who still had shiny black hair. On nice days, neither hot nor cold, she would wash and sun-dry her hair outside the yard. Zhang Chuntao once watched curiously. At that time, her own hair was also thin and yellowish, and she was very beauty-conscious. She asked the old woman what she used to keep her hair so black and shiny. The old woman didn't hide anything and said she used the leaves of the jujube tree, called jingba in the local dialect. She would crush the leaves to extract juice, dilute it with warm water, and wash her hair with it. It kept her hair black and smooth. She had used this method since she was young, which is why even at over 60, she still had thick, black hair. The so-called jujube leaves are actually from the hibiscus plant, which is very beautiful when in bloom. In the countryside, people usually plant it outside their walls or around vegetable gardens as a natural fence. Zhang Chuntao remembered this and would pick hibiscus leaves each time she washed her hair. After cleaning the leaves, she would soak them in a small basin of water, then knead until the juice turned green and sticky, with a thin foam forming. She would then dilute this with warm water and pour it over her head, massaging it in. The sticky juice would help remove oil and dandruff from her scalp. She would spend extra time massaging her scalp so her hair could fully absorb the nutrients, then rinse thoroughly with clean water. After this wash, her hair wouldn't need conditioner and wouldn't tangle or split. Once dried, her hair felt very smooth to the touch. Zhang Chuntao, in her original world, spent many years transforming her sparse yellow hair into thick black hair. She was naturally grateful to her grandmother for that. Now, in this new time and place, she only regrets not having found the familiar hibiscus plant yet. If she did find it, she would surely use its juice to properly care for her hair. Thinking about this, she carefully combed her hair with her fingers while listening to the sounds outside. The small room had 2 windows facing opposite directions, one toward the backyard wall and the other toward the yard. To avoid embarrassing Hien, Zhang Chuntao kept the window facing the backyard open. After sitting quietly for a while, she heard Hien quietly go to the well, probably just drawing water and rinsing himself quickly before returning to rest. There was a room between them, so she couldn't hear any noise from that side, only a few cricket sounds. When her hair was dry, Zhang Chuntao was about to go to bed when she heard the door to the other room creak. Then she heard Hian's footsteps walking out. He paused outside her door. Inside her room, Zhang Chuantao's heart jumped at the noise, and she couldn't help but imagine all sorts of things. Since they were alone, young, and committed for life, if Hian saw how beautiful the moonlight was and got any romantic ideas, he might come into her room. Should she let him in, or should she stop him? She felt unsure and couldn't decide what to do. Fortunately, Hian didn't give her that choice. He paused briefly and then took a step back, walking away. From the sound of it, he was heading toward the water well. Sure enough, after a moment, Zhang Chuntao heard the squeak of the wheel turning and the sound of water being drawn. Then she heard the splash of a bucket of water pouring over him. Was Hian going to take another bath? The daytime was hot, but at night, the mountain breeze made it cooler. The well water was icy cold, and pouring it directly over himself was probably too much for most people. Was Hian feeling so hot that he couldn't sleep? Zhang Chuntao had also read some romantic stories and often browsed certain websites. After a moment of surprise, she understood why Hian was out late, taking a cold shower. She felt a little shy about it. Zhang Chuntao listened as Hian's footsteps approached again. He paused at the door before returning to his room and closing the door. He finally felt relieved, quickly climbed onto the Kong bed, roughly pulled the quilt over himself, and his face gradually turned red in the darkness. Meanwhile, Hian's blood was boiling, his mood restless. Even the cool night breeze couldn't calm his fiery heart. Unable to bear it, he went for another cold shower. After a lot of tossing, he finally managed to suppress his anger. He tossed and turned on the bed for a long time before drifting into a vague sleep. Even in his dreams, he was uneasy, having a dream he couldn't speak of, suddenly waking up in shock. His beard didn't hide his face and ears that were flushed with redness. He simply couldn't fall asleep anymore. Carefully, Hian got out of bed, pushed open the door, and found the yard quiet and peaceful. Zhang Chuantao's door was still closed. Hian thought about how she had been living in a cave these days. Although she had made some improvements, caves were drafty, and it was cold at night in the mountains. Sleeping there was surely uncomfortable. Now, she was still sleeping peacefully. He didn't want to wake her. He tiptoed out, washed up, and thought about how Zhang Chuntao was staying in the yard for a few days. Besides, her food supplies, grain and flour, were not enough. Originally, Zhang Chuntao had only brought one piece of clothing when she was driven out of the Zhang family. She had stolen some silver from a couple of second-rate troublemakers, and he knew about it. He had mostly bought bedding and daily necessities with that money, since he helped her buy everything. So, Zhang Chuntao didn't have much silver left, and Hian knew this. Moreover, as her husband, he naturally had to support her. Not only support her, but also do a good job of it. Deciding firmly, Hian quietly left the yard, locked the door behind him, and went shopping. Zhang Chuntao slept very comfortably that night. Hian's guess was right. Although Zhang Chuntao had no choice but to live in the cave and had tried to improve her living conditions, caves were not suitable for living. They were definitely less comfortable than this house. Especially since there was no sunlight in the cave, it was cold and gloomy all year round. Living there for a day or two was manageable, but long-term residence would be uncomfortable. When she grew old, she might suffer knee joint pain whenever the weather changed. Now that she had traveled here, finally having a whole Kong bed to herself, able to roll around freely, it was truly the most comfortable thing. The only shortcoming was that the bedding was brought down from the cave and hadn't been exposed to the sun, so it lacked that fresh sunlight smell when sleeping. But overall it was quite good. Zhang Chuntao looked at the sky outside. It was already bright, but there was no movement in the yard. Could it be that Hian couldn't sleep last night and got up early? Thinking this, Zhang Chuntao quickly got up, opened the door, and saw that the door to Hian's room was open, but he was nowhere to be seen. The yard gate was locked, so he probably went out to buy breakfast or for some other reason. Zhang Chuntao wasn't in a hurry. After washing up and tidying himself, he went to the kitchen, rinsed the remaining rice, and started cooking porridge. In the corner of the yard, a few wild bok choy were scattered. He plucked some, washed them clean, and chopped them into small pieces for later use. A piece of firewood was slowly burning in the stove. Zhang Chuntao found a broom in the yard, sprinkled some water to settle the dust, then swept the yard clean and wiped the stone table and benches. Under the porch, 2 bamboo poles were hanging, usually used for drying clothes or hanging dried vegetables. He took them down, cleaned them, and placed one end on the window frame and the other on a tree branch in the yard just right. Then he gathered all the bedding and hung it on the bamboo poles to dry. After a day in the strong sun, lying on it at night would feel like resting on a cloud. While busy, the yard gate opened and Hien returned. He carried a full basket on his back and held several other items in his hands. Seeing Zhang Chuntao, he couldn't help but shyly glance to the side. He cleared his throat and announced, "I'm back," then hurriedly lowered his head and went into the kitchen. He unloaded the items from his basket: half a bag of flour and noodles, half a bag of white rice, a chicken, a basket of durable vegetables, about 10 steamed buns and fried cakes. The porridge in the pot was almost ready. Zhang Chuntao washed his hands, came in, stirred the porridge with a spoon, added chopped green vegetables, and slowly sprinkled some fine salt for flavor. After stirring a few times, the green vegetable bits darkened in color, and a fresh vegetable aroma filled the air. The porridge was ready. He poured it into a bowl, brought it outside along with the buns and fried cakes, and called Hien to come and eat breakfast. Hien also washed his hands and face, sat down at the table. Eating such vegetable porridge in the morning is the best choice. It warms the stomach and eases the discomfort from a night of hunger. Hien didn't expect that even the simplest vegetable porridge could become so delicious in Zhang Chuntao's hands. After drinking 2 hot bowls, he felt sweat coming out of his pores and became very relaxed. While eating, Hien reminded Zhang Chuntao that he needed to go home after breakfast. The food supplies for the next few days had already been bought, so Zhang Chuntao could rest at home for a few days. He planned to bring the matchmaker tomorrow to propose first, based on their birth dates. After that, he wouldn't be able to visit for a few days. Once the harvest was finished, they would continue with the wedding preparations, and Zhang Chuntao could wait patiently. Zhang Chuntao nodded when she heard this and asked, "Will your family have enough people for the harvest?" Hien quickly replied, "My family isn't large. We hire workers every year for the harvest. My mother and sister stay at home cooking for others, and I just need to check the fields and lend a hand. You don't need to worry about these things. Just focus on resting and taking care of your health during this month." He pointed to a paper bag in the kitchen and said, "Inside is some nourishing medicine I got from the pharmacy. There are 7 doses, to be boiled and taken after breakfast and dinner. If anything feels wrong, you can ask the medicine boy at the herbal clinic. He's Dr. Ma's son and will be our future brother-in-law. If there's any inconvenience, just tell him." Zhang Chuntao didn't expect Hien to be so thoughtful and caring. Before the busy farming season, he had already arranged everything well for her and even explained things in advance to avoid misunderstandings. This made Zhang Chuntao very happy. When 2 people plan to live together, it's best to speak openly and honestly early on, so small misunderstandings don't happen. She didn't want to be like in TV dramas or books, where misunderstandings are created intentionally to add drama and conflict. In real life, it's better to be straightforward. Being honest and clear is the true way to a peaceful life. She was also thinking about whether she should go help at his house during the busy farming season. In rural areas, it's common that after a couple gets engaged, they're considered almost family. They are expected to help each other with chores and work. Especially those young men who are still engaged but not yet married, the future sons-in-law. During busy farming seasons, they really show their skills and perform well when visiting the Yu family. Usually, they put their own farm work aside first and focus on helping the future in-laws with their farming tasks. Only after finishing their work do they go home to harvest their own grain. Of course, during this time, the mother-in-law of the groom-to-be is generous and hospitable, offering good food and drinks to the eldest son-in-law, which is proper. The same goes for engaged girls. They first finish their own farm work and then help at the in-laws' farm, like planting rice or harvesting grains. If the future in-laws don't lack hands, they also help with cooking or light chores. Although the two only have a verbal agreement now, once Hien brings the matchmaker tomorrow, it will be almost official. Since Hien shows sincerity and a good attitude, Zhang Chuntao naturally wants to reciprocate. She won't refuse what she's supposed to do. But since Hien says so, Zhang Chuntao doesn't insist. In modern times, she had read many forums and stories about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships. She knows it's better for girls to be modest before marriage. Showing too much enthusiasm might not be appreciated and could make others look down on her. Now, Zhang Chuntao has no support and is not well liked by her in-laws. Being overly flattering might make her even more disliked. It's better to respect herself and love herself. After all, if she bends her waist for the first time now, it will be hard to straighten up later. So she just smiled and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." Hien felt more excited and confident hearing this. From the day he met Zhang Chuntao, he knew she was a brave, capable girl with her own opinions. Even without him, she could live well. But now, seeing this normally independent girl smile and say she listens to him, Hien felt like he was glowing with power, feeling invincible. Nothing in the world seemed difficult enough to stop him. He almost staggered out of the small yard, walking home with a smile he didn't realize he had. When he reached his own door and saw his mother, Meng, he suddenly became more clear-headed. He nodded at her and said, "Mom, I'm back." Yesterday, Meng didn't see her son come back, and she already suspected that Hien had probably gone to see Zhang Chuantao's girl again. Now that her son has returned empty-handed, although his face is covered by a big beard, she knows he is her own son. She can tell by his look that he was probably with that Zhang girl yesterday. She immediately frowned. Meng realized that she couldn't change Hien's decision about the marriage. She wanted to meet Zhang's daughter to see what kind of spell she had cast on her son. Even before they were married, her son was often away from home because of her. She worried that if this continued, something bad might happen and their family's reputation could be ruined. It would be better to marry this troublemaker girl quickly, so she could watch over her. She thought that with her watching, there wouldn't be much trouble. She tried to stay calm and said gently, "You're back. The marriage isn't settled yet. Be careful. If others see you together, it could ruin Zhang's girl's reputation. If you like Zhang's girl, you should respect her more and stay away from her. Otherwise, before the marriage is official, people might think less of her. If you like her, it's better to marry her soon since she's living alone outside. It's easier to take care of her that way. Don't you think? Now is not the time. Go to Sister Zhao at the northern village and arrange the marriage tomorrow. Before the harvest, get it done quickly so you won't be stuck at home all the time." Hien didn't expect Meng's attitude to change so drastically after just one day. The day before, she was strongly against it, but now she was eager to marry her off. Most men would be very happy to hear this, agree immediately, and feel excited and grateful. But Hien's first thought was, something's wrong here. As the saying goes, a mother knows her child best, and similarly, a child knows his mother well. He didn't understand why Meng's attitude had suddenly changed so completely, and she was rushing to marry his wife. He had already discussed with Zhang Chuntao that the wedding didn't need to be rushed. They wanted to do it in a lively, grand way. And Zhang Chuantao's words, "It's all up to you," made him feel very confident. His pride as a man was greatly satisfied. "You can't just go to Zhang Chuntao again tomorrow. My mother said it's better to marry early, so maybe we should skip the formal procedures and get married before the autumn harvest." Phew, isn't he still a man? Let's not talk about Zhang Chuntao. He himself is starting to look down on himself. If he can't even decide his own marriage, what kind of marriage is that? Might as well stay single all his life and not hurt any good girl. So I asked Mother, "What do you mean? I haven't done anything wrong with Miss Zhang, and I feel clear in my heart. No one outside has said anything bad. Why do you seem to doubt? Even if you don't know about Miss Zhang's character, do you not trust your own son? Do you think I am just a careless, lustful person? Someone who doesn't respect the woman he's going to marry? Besides, I am the only son in the He family. Is marrying a wife worse than a daughter leaving home? Not just my younger sister. Even when my eldest sister got married, her husband's family took several days to find someone, and they brought her home. You personally chose her. So why, when it's my turn to marry, does it seem like I've done something wrong? Are you in such a hurry to marry me off to hide something shameful? Aren't you worried that the villagers will gossip behind your back, thinking you're rushing to marry me for some bad reason? In just a few words, Mengshi made her mother speechless and a little angry and embarrassed. She decided to give up and said, all right. I know this daughter of the Zhang family is your favorite. I can't interfere anymore. I meant well, but you took it as if I was being mean. With what you said, I might as well be your stepmother. If you don't trust me that much, then I won't interfere anymore. You have your own plans, do it yourself. So, I don't seem to have bad intentions or want to harm you. Of course, she was a bit stubborn. Whose mother would just let her son marry without caring? If others found out, they would laugh behind her back. Moreover, even though the He family had only a few households in Yangjia village, they were all close relatives, not distant relatives. If those relatives found out, they might come knocking on the door. But she secretly hoped her son would see through her little plan and expose her, so she could feel embarrassed. She also wanted to pressure He Yan into saying some soft words to her. Gan is a straightforward, honest man. When he heard Meng's words, he took them seriously and nodded happily, saying, since mother says so, let's do it that way. You don't need to worry about the wedding. Just wait patiently to enjoy tea with your daughter-in-law. I have my own plans. Soon, I will personally invite Aunt Zhao to come with me to the town tomorrow to propose marriage. I also plan to bring back the birth date and time of Zhang's daughter, place it in front of Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad's memorial tablets so they can see it and be happy. After the harvest, when everyone is free, I will find a good day for an auspicious date, invite Aunt Zhao and some villagers, and go to deliver the betrothal gifts. Then, Zhang's daughter can choose a good day to welcome her bride. When he said this, Meng was so angry she nearly fell backward. She wanted to control her son a little, but she didn't expect that this stubborn son, who usually went his own way, actually had his own ideas now, completely ignoring her. Does such a son exist? Meng didn't know that on the way back, He Yan had already thought everything through. Although he had never married, many childhood friends had gotten married over the years. He Yan was a steady person, trusted by everyone in the village of his age, and for big events like marriage, they would definitely ask for his help and advice. So he knew all the procedures well. Now, even if Meng was so angry she was about to explode, she had to admit that her son's plan was perfectly fine. It wouldn't interfere with the harvest, and it gave both families enough time to prepare. Everything that needed to be done was done, and no one could find fault with it. But the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Didn't this mean that He Yan cared deeply for Zhang Chuntao? The more she thought, the more she felt her son was ungrateful. She had raised him with so much effort, and now that he was about to marry, she might be forgotten as his mother. But Meng was not stupid. When she opposed the marriage the day before, her son's firm attitude and his words today showed that, in his heart, Zhang's girl was the most important. If she kept criticizing and opposing, her son might just favor that Zhang girl even more. She clenched her teeth, swallowed her anger, and forced a faint smile, saying, since you understand, let's do it that way. But you're still young, and marriage isn't so simple. There are many details to consider. If you don't understand, don't insist. I am your mother, and you are my son.
I can surely harm you if I want to.
All right. Since that's the case, go find Sister Zhao and buy 2 ducks on the way. Tomorrow you can take them to ask for her hand in marriage. Hearing this, He Yan thought it was a serious matter. He didn't even enter the yard and immediately headed north toward the village. Watching He Yan walk away, Mrs. Meng pounded her chest in frustration and turned back into the yard. If her troublesome son kept bothering her, she might either get so angry she would lose her temper or she would be unable to hold back and hit her ungrateful son. Hyewon came out of the kitchen busy with chores. She was about to get married soon. Although Mrs. Meng loved and pampered her daughter, she had become stricter now, teaching her cooking skills gradually. Otherwise, no matter how much she loved her, she couldn't honestly say the food she made was tasty. Over at Ma's place, Ma Yuanji was the only son of the Ma family. Ma Defu's family was well known, and they owned a pharmacy. Many good girls wanted to marry into the Ma family. This marriage, if the future father-in-law Ma Defu was satisfied and the future son-in-law Ma Yuanji was happy, was considered promising. However, the future mother-in-law, although not openly expressing dissatisfaction, was naturally perceptive as a woman. She could tell that her daughter was not exactly in her good graces. Ma Yuanji knew that Hyewon's cooking skills were not great. After eating her food once, he had been on the toilet for 3 days, and it was stronger than a laxative. If it weren't for his family running a medical clinic, he might have been too weak to stand. Hyewon kept this secret from his mother, but maybe she already knew? Still, the future mother-in-law was patient and didn't say anything. Mrs. Meng loved her daughter but also understood that once a woman married into a family, she had to do laundry and cooking. Other than that, if Hyewon's cooking didn't improve, the future father-in-law and mother-in-law, who weren't as strong as their son Ma Yuanji, might get sick from eating her food. What would they do then? Hyewon was carefree and believed that since Ma's family was a prominent household, there was nothing to worry about. At most, she would cook a few meals, and if the Ma family didn't like them, they could hire a cook. She also said that Ma Yuanji had secretly told her he would marry her and hire a maid to cook, so she wouldn't have to go into the kitchen. Mrs. Meng need not worry. If Hyewon didn't share her plans with Ma Yuanji, Mrs. Meng wouldn't be so worried. Hearing Hyewon's words, Meng's heart was always tense and couldn't relax. She felt angry and disappointed. Her daughter really lacked common sense. How could she listen to such things? First, why hadn't her mother-in-law, who had cooked for decades, hired a servant to help? And now, as soon as the new daughter-in-law entered the house, she wanted to hire a servant. Those who knew the truth understood that her son knew his wife's cooking was very strong, so strong it could be harmful. To protect his parents and himself, he hired a servant. It seemed unfilial, but it was actually a thoughtful decision. Most people didn't know this. They couldn't go around saying that their daughter couldn't cook, right? If that news spread, her daughter's reputation would be ruined. To outsiders, it looked like Hyewon was either too lazy or too proud as a new wife, demanding too much from her mother-in-law right after getting married. No matter which, it wasn't a good reputation. The town was crowded and gossip spread quickly. Many people watched eagerly, jealous or resentful, waiting to see the joke when Hyewon got married. They used to think their son was a strong support after his sister married, but now he wanted to marry Zhang's girl. His mind was full of her. He even ignored his own mother and sister. Meng felt she couldn't spoil her daughter anymore. Even if she had to threaten her with a knife, she had to make her learn to cook a few decent dishes. When she saw Hyewon finish chopping vegetables and try to go back inside, she suddenly got very angry. She grabbed Hyewon's ear and pulled her toward the kitchen. Hyewon cried out in pain but dared not fight back, so she was dragged inside. As soon as Meng let go, she couldn't help but complain, "Mother, what are you doing? Are you upset with Big Brother again? If you're angry with him, go talk to him. Why take it out on me?" Hyewon wasn't deaf. She overheard her big brother whispering with her mother at the gate. She didn't catch everything, but she could guess, probably about her marriage. So, she hurried inside after finishing her chores, afraid her mother would scold her again about her brother's unfilial behavior, the flirtatious young girl, or old sayings about a magpie's long tail, how once a girl gets married, she forgets her mother. Hyewon also wanted to cry. She was the youngest daughter in the family. What good was it to talk about these things? Could she persuade her brother or her mother? Who would listen to her? If she accidentally says the wrong thing, whether it offends the older brother or her own mother, she will definitely be the one to suffer bad luck. She is just a useless person who eats and waits to get married. Can't they just let her go? Thinking this in her heart, her attitude naturally showed it. No matter how much the Meng family nagged, He just kept a stance of you can say what you want, but I'll listen to my own heart. Meng was almost furious with her own children. She missed her eldest daughter more and more. If her daughter were at home, she would surely understand her hardships. Not to mention how Meng tried to find ways at home to train Hewan. Meanwhile, Hien went to visit Zhao Posi's house in the north of the village. Zhao Posi was not local, she was from the neighboring county. Her husband was from Yangjia village. His name was Yang Dachuan. He knew some martial arts and used to work as a bodyguard, traveling all over the south and north. Later, when he got older, he ran a small business in a nearby county. He married Zhao Posi. After she gave birth to their only son, her health was not good, so they sold their shop and house in the county and returned to their hometown. They renovated the old house and bought some farmland. The family stayed in Yangjia village. Because they were well off, except for a few acres of ancestral land in Yangjia village, they rented out the rest of the land they bought later. Relying on rent, life was pretty good. They had money and only one son, Yang Zongbao. He followed his father's footsteps and loved martial arts since he was young. He started learning from Yang Dachuan. As he grew older, Yang Dachuan saw that his son had real talent, so he found him a master to teach him. Because the master lived far away and had strict requirements, he could only go home for a few days during the new year. Over the years, Yang Dachuan and Zhao had been lonely without their only son, but they were very kind to the children in the village who were about the same age. They also liked helping others. If any family had trouble, they would lend a hand. Zhao Posi was also good at socializing, spoke kindly, and didn't like spreading gossip. Many people liked dealing with their family. Recently, Zhao Posi had been free and idle. Seeing her son growing up, she wanted to find a suitable daughter-in-law. After learning from a matchmaker for a while, she accidentally agreed to a marriage proposal. The newlyweds were doing quite well after marriage. With the help of the young couple, relatives and friends gradually came to Zhao Posi to ask her to be a matchmaker. Mrs. Zhao is quick-witted and honest. She doesn't exaggerate and always speaks openly about any problems. She is patient and charges a fair price. Over time, her good reputation spread. Though she is not as famous as other matchmakers, people nearby prefer to ask her for help with finding spouses because she knows the local families well. When Mrs. Zhao saw Hien come to visit, she quickly realized what was happening. After a brief greeting, Hien straightforwardly said he was there to ask for her help. He asked her to accompany him to the town the next day to propose marriage. Mrs. Zhao knew what kind of person Hien was. She also knew that, at his age, he still hadn't gotten engaged, which was rare in the countryside. She was happy to hear about the proposal and agreed warmly, "As long as you trust me, I will make sure everything goes smoothly.
Just go back now.
I will have dinner and then visit your mother to discuss it." She didn't think much about it. In the village, marriage proposals are usually discussed between the matchmaker and the parents. She assumed that Hien was interested in a girl from the town, probably from a good family. Since the He family and her own family were well matched, it seemed both sides had already agreed. She just needed to play her part as the matchmaker. It was an easy task and wouldn't cause any trouble. But she was surprised when she saw that Hien remained still and didn't seem ready to go home. She was pleased, thinking that maybe he was nervous about the big event and wanted her to say some good words to help. She remembered that the usually calm He family boy was now as nervous as a young man facing a lifelong commitment. She teased him. "What? Are you afraid I'll mess things up? Don't let your mother see you like this, or she might say you've forgotten your family now that you have a wife." It was just a joke, but after she said it, Hien cleared his throat and said seriously, "Annie, I will handle this myself. If there's anything I need to tell you or ask you to do, just tell me." Mrs. Zhao's smile froze. She looked at Hien with suspicion, then signaled him to follow her into the yard and closed the gate. She then asked carefully, "What's wrong?" "Listen, Hien, this is no joke. No child's marriage should be decided without the parents' approval. There's no reason to go to such extremes. Since ancient times, marriage has always been arranged by parents and matchmakers. A proper wife who enters the house officially is the main lady. If you bypass your mother and handle things privately, and she refuses to acknowledge it, how will the new bride live in your house? Will she be considered the main lady, or just a concubine? Brother Yen, looking at you, it's clear you truly like the girl you want to marry. But if you really do this, how will she face others in the future? If she's gentle and can't handle it, what if she gets so upset she harms herself? Wouldn't that turn a happy occasion into a tragedy? Her family won't forgive you easily. This isn't the time to be reckless. Listen to your aunt's advice. If your mother from her side isn't happy and disagrees, go back and talk to her nicely. Plead with her. She's your real mother. Surely she won't truly refuse. If you trust your aunt, then talk to her properly. I remember what your mother used to say. As long as you're willing to marry, even if your family isn't wealthy, she wouldn't mind. Now your mother won't even see you. Could it be that the girl's family has something wrong? Tell your aunt and listen to her advice. She can help you decide, or even persuade your mother. Mrs. Zhao's reputation is good for a reason. Her words are truly heartfelt, considering He Yan's feelings. She didn't ask for money from the matchmaker because of Yan's unreasonable request, nor did she pretend to agree and then gossip behind his back. He Yan knew that Aunt Zhao was generally well regarded. Hearing her words today, he felt a warm feeling inside and quickly said, "Auntie, you've misunderstood. My mother doesn't oppose this marriage. If she did, I wouldn't come to you to propose. That would be too rude. My mother is busy at home, so I asked to speak to you. I know the girl's family better, so I should be the one to explain." With Yan's explanation, Mrs. Zhao wasn't sure if she believed him, but she showed trust on her face and smiled, saying, "All right, then I'll rest assured. Go ahead. Whose family is the girl from? Are the wedding preparations ready for tomorrow?" Even though the proper way is to follow the 3 letters and 6 rites for a formal marriage, we villagers don't pay much attention to all that. You both have reached an understanding. Tomorrow you plan to propose marriage, so it might be good to handle the traditional ceremonies all at once. You could also invite the girl's family to bring her birth date and time, which would be convenient. He also had this idea, so he nodded repeatedly. After Zhao Shi finished explaining what needed to be prepared for tomorrow, He Yan finally revealed Zhang Chuantao's background. Even Zhao Shi, who is clever and calm, couldn't help but be stunned, staring at He Yan for a long time without speaking. No wonder Meng Shi didn't come forward. If He Yan's own son wanted to marry such a girl, she would probably be even more upset than Meng Shi. The pig she raised with so much effort, she's been picky about for years. She refused many good families' offers, and now she's choosing a girl whose parents He Yan doesn't even know, and her foster parents are not very capable. Plus, she's from a family that was disowned. How blind can someone be? Which mother would agree? Unless she's not the girl's real mother. If she's not the biological mother, she can't agree either. He Yan had heard about Zhang Chuantao's situation before. At that time, he felt sorry for her tough life. Now it's clear that it's not her life that's hard, but Meng Shi's. Marrying such a daughter-in-law home, Meng Shi, who cares so much about face and pride, she might even be so upset she'd blood. Looking at He Yan, who usually is very steady, he couldn't help but show some tenderness when talking about Zhang's daughter. Even outsiders like himself felt a bit upset for her. As for Meng Shi, her heart must have been blocked many times over. After a long while, Zhao Shi finally spoke with difficulty. "Brother Yan, are you joking with your aunt? You want to marry that girl from Zhang's family in Bajiaden? Your mother really agrees?" Although it was a question, her eyes clearly showed she couldn't believe it. He Yan's face darkened. "Aunt, I've come to ask you to propose marriage. How can I joke about such an important matter?" Zhao Shi suddenly realized and forced a small smile. That's just a surprise. But the reputation of that Zhang girl. Before she finished, He Yan interrupted her. "Aunt, Zhang's girl is a good girl."
Fine.
Zhao Shi quickly shut her mouth. She was about to get angry and offend someone if she kept talking. She wanted to refuse, but she was also curious. Who exactly is this Zhang girl? How could she make He Yan so infatuated? She decided she had to see for herself. Thinking this way, I swallowed my words of refusal and put on a friendly smile. All right. Since you've said so, I believe you, Andy. After breakfast tomorrow, I'll go to town with you. Hien then stood up to thank her and said goodbye, heading home. When Hien was out of sight, Zhaoshi closed the courtyard gate, sighed deeply, and returned to the kitchen, unable to help but say, "What is all this about?" They say once you have a daughter-in-law, you forget your mother. I thought anyone in the village could be like that, but I was wrong about the He family's young man. Yang Dachuan had been in the kitchen earlier and hadn't come out after hearing the noise, so he heard everything. Now, hearing his wife's words, he shook his head. I don't think so. The 3 girls in the He family, excluding the eldest who married out, are all young girls who don't seem promising. As the saying goes, there's a money-grabbing rake outside and a money-hiding box at home. You're not afraid of the rake's teeth, but you're afraid the box has no bottom. If Brother Hien didn't marry a strong wife, the family would always be controlled by that He family sister-in-law. In a few years, they'd probably be completely ruined. As for Zhang's girl, aside from other things, she's hardworking and capable, both inside and outside the house. You women might not know who the head of Zhang's family is, but we men do. Most of Zhang's large family depends on that girl to support them. It's just that her maternal family holds her back. Otherwise, many would be happy to marry such a capable girl. Otherwise, how could manager one like her? Though she's from a different clan and has a bad reputation, everyone knows she's taking the blame for her foster mother. Moreover, it's good she's out of that clan now. No more ties with Zhang's family, so she can focus entirely on her husband's family. It's just you women, with short-sighted views, only see her bad reputation and her clan's separation. Think about it carefully, who in 10 miles or more doesn't know what it means to be out of that clan. And besides, a woman who marries into a family becomes part of that family. As long as her in-laws don't dislike her, what does it matter? As long as she follows her husband wholeheartedly, has children after a couple of years, no one will care about these things. If our Zongbao weren't still too young, I'd even want to arrange a marriage for him. She's much better than other girls. Brother Hien of the He family is very thoughtful. Look at the He brothers, they've gone. Now that the family is in his hands, everything is stable. It's clear he's not foolish. You shouldn't worry so much about trivial matters. Just be concerned for others. Tomorrow, you should rest well and go with Brother He Jian to handle things properly. Don't ask too many questions, and don't say too much. Yang Dachuan still felt uneasy and gave a few more reminders. Mrs. Zhao knows her husband well. He has traveled far and wide, met many people, and has sharp eyes. He can see through others easily. Over the years, her husband rarely comments on someone like this. So she didn't argue and simply agreed, calming her mind. After dinner, she even took out a special outfit from her box that she doesn't usually wear, planning to wear it tomorrow to show respect. As for He Yen, after leaving Yang Dachuan's house, he bought 2 large white geese on the way, preparing for the marriage proposal. Who in the village doesn't buy white geese for such occasions? The seller naturally asked a few questions. He Yen didn't hide anything and openly said it was for the marriage proposal. Hearing this, the seller not only gave a discount but also reminded him to help out with the wedding preparations if needed. He said they should go and share in the joy when the time comes. When He Yen carried the geese home, the seller's wife had already visited several households. In just one night, most people in Yangjia village knew that He Yen had chosen someone and was planning to propose. Mrs. Meng still didn't know. When she saw He Yen carrying 2 fat, large geese home, she took a deep breath. How much money did those 2 geese cost? Even if the Zhang girl just took 2 ducks, could she really complain? But in the end, the geese were bought and brought home. Along the way, villagers probably saw them. There was no way to return them now. Mrs. Meng could only hold back her feelings. At dinner, she couldn't help but speak. Tomorrow, you and Sister Zhao should go to propose marriage and come back early. The harvest season is coming, and there are still things at home that need your decisions. Don't delay. He Yen nodded. I understand. I won't delay anything. Mrs. Meng looked at He Yan's calm expression and felt he hadn't really understood her meaning. She decided to be clearer. This year is different from previous years. Have you made arrangements? Hee-yeon looked up confused. How is this year different from previous years? It's still those few acres of land. You and my sister are responsible for cooking and making herbal tea at home. Just don't miss meals. You don't need to worry about the farm work. I've hired people to harvest and that's it. In previous years, the He family followed a similar pattern. During the harvest season, they would hire some workers and exchange labor with neighbors. Hee-yeon was very skilled at farming, cutting rice, carrying grain, threshing, it all came easily to him. He was a very capable farmer. Most villagers preferred to exchange work with him because they knew they wouldn't lose out. If he was willing, he could manage without hiring outside help, just by trading labor with neighbors. As long as his family harvested the rice and had someone to dry and care for it, he could go help others. Unfortunately, when He family's father was alive, Meng had never farmed the land, not even for her two daughters, who were spoiled and pampered. After his father passed away, everything fell on Hee-yeon's shoulders. Especially the work in the fields. No matter how capable he was, he couldn't do it all alone. His mother and sisters couldn't help much. Meng and Hee-won could barely manage drying and threshing the rice. Other families, men and women, to save money on hiring workers, would work in the fields themselves or exchange labor with neighbors. After harvesting, the elderly and children in the family would watch over the drying rice, making sure the rice ears dried thoroughly so that when touched, they would easily fall apart. Then, they would use oxen to pull a stone mill back and forth over the rice ears spread out on a mat, crushing the grains. During this process, they had to keep turning the rice to ensure every grain was threshed. Once threshing was done, the leftover rice stalks would be pushed aside. The rice grains separated from the stalks would be dried again. In the evening, when the wind picked up, they would use a wooden scoop to toss the rice into the air, letting the wind away any remaining straw. This process was called blowing rice, and it required skill. The rice had to be tossed high enough so that the remaining straw and chaff would be blown away. The rice that fell in a curved shape on the ground was full and heavy, while the outer parts were just straw. After blowing the rice, they would sweep away the light straw with a broom, leaving the grains to be packed into bags for storage. Of course, once the rice was stored, work didn't stop. They would gather the dried straw, bundle it into stacks, and pile it up into haystacks. These straw stacks were very useful. In winter, poor families would dry the straw thoroughly and spread it on the heated brick beds, then add a quilt on top. Even poorer families would just lay a bed sheet over the straw to make a makeshift bed. When firewood is not enough, the village women skillfully weave straw into suitable-sized bundles for cooking and starting fires. In the spring of the following year, these straws are taken out, soaked in water overnight, and then used to tie up seedling bundles after becoming flexible. That's why in rural areas, why do people prefer to have sons and have more children? Because farm work is hard all year round, 2 planting seasons and 2 harvests. This kind of labor is too much for most women to handle. Men are very important during this time. If there are fewer men in the family, especially in a time when all food depends on the weather, the family might not even have enough to eat. Families with more men can finish farm work faster and even rent land to farm. With some strength, they can harvest enough food to support themselves. In a family like the He family, 2 women are not enough. It all depends on Hee-yeon alone, and after one autumn harvest, he gets exhausted. If they hire others to harvest, it costs a lot. Most families prefer to work harder and endure the hardship themselves rather than spend money on labor. Only Hee-yeon, who hunts and earns extra income, dares to hire help. So, Hee-yeon is right. What's different from previous years? Usually, after the marriage between the Ma family and ours, Ma Yuan-ji comes to help during spring planting and autumn harvest. Ma Yuan-ji grew up in town and learned medicine from Dr. Ma. His family has a few acres of land, but they hire others to farm it. He has never actually worked the land himself. Even when he helps at the He family, he mostly just assists or supervises. Having him nearby discourages the hired workers from slacking off. Hee-yeon really doesn't understand what Meng means when she says this year is different from last year. Meng looks at Hee-yeon, whose face is covered with a beard, and since it's getting late, she can't see his expression clearly. She can't tell if he truly doesn't understand or is pretending to be naive. She straightforwardly says, "Tomorrow, you'll go propose marriage. That Zhang girl is almost part of our family now. Isn't that the old rule? When the future in-laws have a big harvest, shouldn't she come to help at our house? Not to mention, Zhang Chuantao's family helps with everything at their farm and home, and everyone in nearby villages knows it. She works hard and doesn't hold back her strength. I heard that her speed in working in the fields is as good as a man's. Not only can she do men's work, but she also does women's work even better. After a day of work, men can go home and rest while waiting for dinner. But women finish their work in the fields and still have to cook, do laundry, and tidy the house." Mrs. Meng is thinking carefully. Since this girl from the Zhang family was so capable when she was with the Zhangs, and now she's marrying into the He family, if she can't stop it, she might as well see how capable she really is. Isn't it said she works just as hard as a man? During harvest time, many people are needed. Hiring workers costs a lot each year. Before, only Hien worked in the fields. Now, with Zhang Chuntao and Ma Yuanji helping, plus some villagers swapping work, they can save the money spent on hiring. After finishing the harvest in their own fields, since Zhang Chuntao has nowhere else to go, she might as well stay at the He family. Tasks like drying, threshing, and winnowing can be handed over to her. Their daughter is getting married next year. This year, she needs to take good care of herself. Otherwise, during harvest, she'll be working under the sun, drying grains, threshing, and storing them. No matter how fair her skin, it will turn dark from the sun. Her skin is naturally darker, just like her father's. If she gets darker this year, even after a whole winter of care, it won't get back to its original color. When she marries into the Ma family, she'll be in town. If her skin is darker, she'll stand out like a crow among the sparrows, and people might laugh at her. Hien looked at Mrs. Meng steadily, which made her feel uneasy and her voice tremble a little. "Why are you looking at me like that? What's wrong? Don't other daughters-in-law who marry into a family help out? Is this Zhang girl so precious that she can't do chores?" Hien put down his bowl and asked Mrs. Meng, "So, what do you plan to have Chuntao do?" "We're not short of people at home." Mrs. Meng was relieved to hear Hien's tone soften and quickly said, "Everyone says that Zhang's girl is very capable in the fields and at home, even more so than some men. Our land isn't big, but we still spend a lot on hired help each year. Now that you've said she'll marry after the harvest and your sister will marry out next year, that will also cost money. Saving some now means more money for a lively wedding later. Wouldn't that be better? Getting married is such an important event that we need to ask the villagers for help. Since this is the harvest season, a girl from the Zhang family can come to assist. You should also exchange work with other families in the village, so it will be easier to ask for help later. Otherwise, with just our few relatives, we won't look proper." Mrs. Meng shared her plans openly. She didn't think much of it and kept talking. Next to her, Hewan couldn't stand it anymore. She tried several times to speak up and stop her mother, but Hien gave her a look that made her stay quiet. She didn't dare move or speak. Inside, she was both worried and ashamed. She didn't understand what was wrong with her mother. What kind of words was she saying? Even if she was her real mother, she felt she was being too harsh. Even though it's common for future daughters-in-law to help out in the village, usually they do simple chores or help cook at home. But her mother was talking as if she was treating the future daughter-in-law like a man to boss around or like an animal to command. Even if the future sister-in-law has no family to support her, she shouldn't be treated so badly. And her mother should have noticed that her older brother was already very angry. His face might not show it, but his furrowed brows, clenched fists, and the cold air he let out all showed his feelings. After Mrs. Meng finished speaking, Hien couldn't hold back anymore. He suddenly stood up and said with a suppressed anger, "Mother, what are you saying? Do you want everyone in the village to think that your son married the Zhang girl just to make her work? In your mind, is your son like those Zhang family men, relying on women to support the family?" Mrs. Meng was overwhelmed by Hien's angry words and felt dizzy. She hurried to explain, "I didn't mean that. You didn't mean that? You made the engagement with her, and just before the harvest, you let her come to work in the fields? If you didn't mean that, why did we usually hire others to harvest the crops? After the engagement, did we stop hiring people? If not, are you just trying to save money? Even if Hien is not very capable, he's not starving or freezing you and your little sister, right? No matter how poor our family is, we wouldn't have a lively wedding just to bully and take advantage of a girl who truly wants to marry me and spend her life with me. Is our family so poor that we have to cheat and take advantage of girls to marry? So, I am just a useless son in my mother's eyes? Does that mean she looks down on me and, by extension, on the girl I like? I haven't disobeyed her much over the years, except for some marriage matters. Why does she treat me this way? Mother, I just want to ask you one thing. As a mother yourself, I don't expect you to treat Zhang's daughter like your own, but for my sake, can you at least give her some respect? Is that too much to ask? I don't understand how you can say such things. We are all raised by our parents. Think about it. If our younger sister married and was treated badly by her in-laws, how would you feel? Guilty but wanting to stay silent, Hee-won really wanted to say, "You guys argue all you want, but don't involve me." Meng had felt a little guilty earlier when Hien criticized her, but when Hien mentioned Hee-won, she quickly became anxious. Bah. What nonsense are you talking about? Forget whether Ma's family is like that or not. Even if they do bully your sister, as her brother, shouldn't you do something about it? How can you let Ma's family get away with it? Seeing Hien's mocking look, Meng's face turned red, and she couldn't finish her words. Hien sneered. Mother, isn't it because Zhang's girl has no family backing that you say such things? But today, I'm making it clear, she doesn't need a family to support her. I married her, so I am her support. No one else is backing her up. Only I am. I, as a man, married her because I care for her, not to let her suffer. If I can't protect her after marrying her, what kind of man am I? I might as well become a dependent. You. How did I give birth to such a scoundrel? Meng was so frightened by Hien's last words that her heart pounded, and she almost fainted. Hee-won, who had been pretending to be silent, couldn't help but shout, "Big brother." Those words aren't just empty talk. Who would want to be a son-in-law with no pride?
How can you say that?
It's not right to our parents or to the ancestors of the He family. Hien snorted coldly and simply looked at Hee-won. Seeing this, Hee-won shrank back and dared not speak again. He watched Hien go back inside the house without saying anything, then left the door. Meng was just coming to her senses, looking at the still swinging courtyard gate, and couldn't help but complain, "What kind of trouble did I bring on myself? Having a scoundrel like your older brother is really going to kill me." At this moment, besides mother and daughter, no one else was in the house. Hee-won couldn't hold back any longer. "Mother, can you stop talking? Today, your son was forced to say he wants to marry into the Zhang family. What more do you want? You can't always think one thing and say another. Since you agreed to the marriage between your brother and sister Zhang, whether you like it or not, don't show it on your face. Don't you realize? Your expression just now looked just like those mean old women you always talk about. Why do you have such ideas and plans? If you follow your way, what will the villagers say about us behind our backs if Sister Zhang really comes to help? And Brother Yuanji will also come to help. How will he see us? What will he think of me? Please, even if you do it for my sake, can you stop this? You always say my future mother-in-law doesn't like me, that it's about face, and I should be careful. But compared to you, my future mother-in-law is much better. At least she doesn't scheme against me like this." Meng was so angry she almost died from her son's words. This isn't a parent and child. It's more like someone coming to collect a debt. Fuming, Meng went back inside to lie down. Meanwhile, Hee-won, angry and exhausted from cleaning up the mess, decided not to go back to Meng's room, but to her own bed to sleep. She had been waiting for her daughter to come and apologize, to comfort her, but after waiting a long time without seeing her, only hearing the door of the neighbor's room close, she grew even more upset. She almost didn't sleep the whole night, her mind drifting between her husband's last wishes, Hee-yan's patient face, and what Hee-won had said. In a daze, she only dozed off briefly in the morning. When she woke up, she heard voices outside in the yard. She listened carefully, and the voice sounded somewhat familiar. It was Zhao, talking as if her son had gone to set a trap in the mountains last night and had brought back many game this morning, praising her son. Then she heard He Yan cheerfully handing over a rabbit to Zhao, telling her to take it back and give it to young Dachuan as a snack. Hearing Zhao's family laugh and politely decline, she even teased He Yan, saying that even if she couldn't get the rabbit, she would still make sure the marriage proposal went smoothly. Outside, there was chatter and laughter. Inside, Meng was so angry she clenched her teeth, turned over, and got off the Kong bed. She quickly opened the door and saw two lively white geese in the middle of the yard. Nearby, there were some game animals like jungle fowl and rabbits. Zhao was holding a plump rabbit. When she saw Meng come out, she pretended not to notice her unhappy and disheveled look, still unwashed. Instead, she was very considerate. "It seems I came too early. I didn't know you hadn't had breakfast yet. You can eat first. I'll go home and clean up the rabbit. Our family is very particular about this. When brother He Yan is ready, just call me when he passes by our door." After speaking, she carried the rabbit and left without touching the ground. Zhao was very observant. When she first entered the He family's house, she noticed something was off. Since it was the day for the marriage proposal, anyone would have been up early preparing. But at the He family, she, the matchmaker, had already entered, yet Meng was still hiding inside and not showing herself. It was only because of what Yang Dachuan said yesterday that Zhao pretended to be clueless. She kept talking to He Yan and didn't ask any more questions. Unexpectedly, Meng suddenly came out of the door with a strange look on her face, really unpleasant. Zhao didn't see any reason to pry into others' private matters or cause trouble. Coincidentally, He Yan had already given her a rabbit. Usually, she wouldn't accept such an expensive gift, especially since she still had to collect the matchmaker's fee. It was obvious she was trying to take advantage. But today, she didn't hesitate and accepted it straightforwardly, just making an excuse to leave. No matter how noisy the He family was, she was just waiting for someone to come to her door. Back home, Zhao threw the rabbit to Yang Dachuan to clean, poured a glass of water, and slowly drank while muttering to herself. She wondered whether the He family situation would end with He Yan getting what he wanted, or if Meng would suppress him with filial piety, leading to the cancellation of the marriage. Yang Dachuan only frowned when he heard this. He thought Meng was really clueless. Does she not understand her own son? Can she control him? If things keep getting so chaotic, their mother-son relationship might be ruined. There's still a long way to go, and they might regret it later. And that young girl in the He family was also indecisive. Looking at He Yan's attitude, it was clear that Zheng's daughter was definitely going to marry into their family. By then, the He family will be led by the young lady of the Zhang family. Although Meng is an elder, that's understandable. But the little girl of the He family has not yet left home. In the future, her marriage will still be arranged by her family. Even if Meng makes the marriage decision, if she suffers grievances at her in-laws' house, her family will have to step in. Who will care for her then? The only ones who can support and stand up for that young girl are her brothers and brothers-in-law. The He family is not like other families. He Yan is not a foolish filial son. He only cares about his mother and sister. He wants to marry a girl he likes, but his mother and sister do not support him. How can he expect others to support him in the future? If his sister-in-law whispers sweet words into his brother's ear, even the closest sibling bond might gradually fade. He thought for a moment and then advised Zhao, just follow He Yan's wishes. As for Meng's family's reputation, that's another matter. Now, He Yan is forming a good connection with the Zhang family. In the future, if they marry, living in the same village, we'll see each other often. I'll help more then, and it won't be hard to show some kindness. Zhao was no fool. She pursed her lips and said, I understand. When I go to the town later and meet the Zhang girl, I'll see what kind of person she is. If she's a good girl, I'll do her a favor, say a few kind words, and help build a good relationship. When they marry, they'll live in the same village. We'll see each other often and I'll help out more. I'm not worried about showing kindness. After speaking, she sighed and reflected. He Yan is about to get married, and her own son, Zongbao, is about the same age. Even if he doesn't marry now, at least he should find a good girl. Thinking of her son, Yang Dachuan also looked a bit wistful. Her son couldn't stay at home. Learning martial arts with a master was good, but he only gets to stay home a few days during the new year. Now that she and her husband are getting older, seeing other families lively and happy makes her feel a bit lonely. She thought for a moment and couldn't help but speak. Zongbao has been studying for many years. He's almost learned everything he needs. I think I'll let him come home at the end of the year to rest for a while. I'll even go out of my way to find him a good job. It's time to put aside my pride and do something proper for our Zongbao. Zhao heard this and immediately smiled happily. She had this idea long ago, to keep her son at home. But the head of the family always said that men should go out and see the world. Staying at home would make them soft. He needed to experience life and toughen up. All major family decisions are made by the head of the household. Since Yang Zongbao also wants to go out, what else could she do? Now that the head of the family has finally agreed, Zhao was overjoyed. Seeing Hien again, I truly find everything about him pleasing. I think if it weren't for his marriage arrangements, our family head wouldn't easily agree to let him go. Later, I went to the town and saw the Zhang family's girl. I need to give her some advice. After Zhao left, Hien and Mengshe naturally parted on bad terms. Although they didn't argue, Hien didn't say much. He only told he wanted to watch the house, and then chose a wild chicken and a rabbit from the game he caught overnight to give to Hewan for her to prepare. He silently went back to his room to change into clean clothes, packed the remaining game, and carried 2 large white geese. Without even having breakfast, he left the house. Hewan wanted to say something, but seeing Hien's dark, stern face, she didn't dare speak. She could only watch him walk away and then turn around to see Mengshe standing behind her, also watching Hien's back. A hint of worry showed on her face as she muttered, "He ran out last night and didn't come back. Did he give all that to that little fox? He's in such a rush he didn't even eat breakfast." Hewan couldn't stand to see her mother like this. She retorted impatiently, "Even if Big Brother wants to eat breakfast, he needs to have some. You just woke up now, and our house is cold and empty. What is Big Brother eating? The wind? He's been tired all night, hungry, and he didn't lose his temper at you. And you're still criticizing him." She turned and went into the house. Angrily, Mengshe quickly turned around and chased after Hewan, saying, "You brat, you're spoiled by me every day. Do you talk to your mother like that? I haven't gotten up early today, and you're already a big girl. Can't you cook for yourself? Now I'm still alive and able to cook for you. What if I die? Or get married? Then you'll have to bring your mother to your new home to cook for you." While scolding, she grabbed Hewan's ear and dragged her into the kitchen to work. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuntao had already gotten up early, swept the yard, opened the main hall to let in fresh air, and wiped down the chairs. She guessed that Hien, with the matchmaker, had arrived from Yangjia village to the town, probably around lunchtime. It was the hottest part of the day, and after walking all this way, they must be very thirsty and hungry. First, I boiled a large pot of clean water and threw in dried sanpi leaves to make a big pot of iced tea. I also poured a bucket of well water into a basin and cooled the tea in the water. When Hien and the others arrived, the tea would be just warm enough to drink. I made some simple noodles with 2 eggs, which turned out quite good. After tidying up the yard, I started preparing lunch. Since the matchmaker and Hien were coming, I needed to have a few dishes ready. Yesterday, Hien had bought a lot of ingredients. The chicken was still in the cage. I boiled water, then took a bowl, filled it halfway with clean water, added a little salt, and stirred well. I caught the chicken, cut its throat, and let its blood drip into the bowl. Once the blood had mostly dripped out, I threw the chicken into a basin, poured boiling water over it, and scalded the feathers until they were wet. While still hot, I quickly plucked the feathers. I worked quickly, and soon the chicken was completely featherless, with only tiny down and some feather stubs remaining, which I carefully pulled out again. Next, I took a burning piece of firewood from the stove and singed the chicken over the flame to burn off any remaining down. After that, I cut open the chicken, removed the internal organs, rinsed it thoroughly, and cut it into small pieces. From the vegetables Hien bought yesterday, I picked out a few potatoes, peeled and chopped them, and set them aside. I added more fire to the stove, then fried the chicken pieces until they were slightly browned and the chicken fat was rendered out, making the oil glisten. I added chopped green onions, salt, and 2 small dried chili peppers, then continued stir-frying until fragrant. The aroma of the chicken mixed with the spiciness of the chili wafted far and wide, attracting children from nearby families who gathered at the yard gate, drooling at the delicious smell. Once the chicken was nearly cooked, I added the potatoes, drizzled a little soy sauce, and stir-fried everything together. Then I poured in half a ladle of water, enough to cover the chicken and potatoes, brought it to a boil over high heat, and removed some of the firewood, leaving just one piece to simmer slowly. This gave me time to prepare the internal organs. Although chicken organs look dirty, properly cleaned, they make a very tasty dish. I used to love stir-fried chicken gizzards and organs, which are spicy and sour, perfect with rice. The chicken heart, liver, and kidneys are easy to clean, but the gizzards and intestines are the most difficult to prepare. The chicken gizzards are cut open to rinse out leftover food and small stones, revealing a yellow membrane called inner gold, which is a type of traditional medicine. After cutting open the gizzards, the membrane must be removed immediately, or it becomes difficult to peel off later. The chicken intestines are the hardest to clean. Use a thin bamboo stick to open the intestines and rinse them once. Usually, salt or flour is used to scrub them clean, but in this time and place, flour and salt are very precious and cannot be wasted. However, Zhang Chuntao managed to use some wood ash for scrubbing, and the effect was just as good. After cleaning everything, cut the intestines into appropriate-sized pieces and set them aside. These are 2 of the main dishes. Another dish of steamed eggplant with garlic, plus braised pumpkin and a small cabbage and egg soup, 4 dishes and 1 soup, ready for a formal banquet. Zhang Chuntao busily works in the kitchen, unaware that 7 or 8 nearby children have already gathered at the gate. They are quite clever, each holding their own rice bowl, squatting in front of the yard, smelling the delicious aroma coming from inside. They sniff, take a bite of rice, then lift their heads to smell again, then go back to eating. Occasionally, they exchange words like, "This smells like chicken, this sour and spicy smell is so strong. I don't know what it is, but it smells so good. If I could just taste a bite, it would be worth it for my whole life." A group of children, not too young but not too old, sway and nod, closing their eyes to breathe in deeply, talking like this, which makes people smile. Hien and Zhao Shi hurriedly arrive at the gate and see this scene. Hien almost doubts if he's in the right place. Zhao Shi, also surprised, points at the children and asks, "Brother Yen, what's going on here?" Just then, a breeze blows through, carrying the tempting aroma of meat, especially with a hint of spiciness. At first smell, those who don't like spicy foods can't help but sneeze. Zhao Shi sneezes several times in a row, feeling her nose itch and burn, but she can't resist wanting to smell again. Seeing the adults arrive, the children quickly laugh and scatter, but they don't run far. They wait until Hien and Zhao Shi go inside before running back to guard the gate. Hien knocks on the door and calls out, "Chuntao?" I heard a reply inside, followed by the sound of footsteps. The door creaked open, revealing Zhang Chuantao's smiling face. She welcomed the 2 inside and closed the door behind them. As soon as they entered the yard, the fragrant smell grew stronger. Before Hien could introduce himself, Zhao Shi couldn't help but ask, "What delicious food are you making? It smells so good and strong?" Zhang Chuntao smiled gently, "Just some home-cooked dishes." She then looked at Hien, who was sweating heavily and his back was soaked. She quickly poured 2 bowls of cooled herbal tea that had already gone lukewarm. "Are you tired? Have a sip of tea first." Hien felt warmth in his heart. He took the tea and drank it all in one go. Just as the tea was warm in his mouth, a slight tea flavor and a touch of sweetness spread on his tongue. 1 bowl of tea down, his sore throat immediately felt better, and his whole body's heat eased considerably. He couldn't help but pour himself another bowl and drank 3 in a row before feeling the summer heat finally subside and feeling alive again. Zhao Shi took the cup, which was a local clay bowl. It was clear it wasn't just plain water, but she didn't know what it was boiled with. It had no particular taste, but seeing Hien drink 3 bowls in a row, she was honest about her feelings. She tried to sip herself, her throat burning from the long journey, and her eyes lit up unexpectedly. After drinking a bowl, she felt much better. She wanted to ask something but hesitated and held back. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuntao had already prepared 2 basins of warm water for Zhao Shi and Hien to wash their faces and wash away the dust. The water was just right, warm and comfortable. Zhao Shi knew that very hot water wasn't good for the body, so she avoided cold water for washing. She was surprised that Zhang Chuntao also knew this. Thinking about the fragrant smell at the door and the taste of the tea, Zhao Shi couldn't help but look up at Zhang Chuntao with more respect and a desire to make friends. After they finished washing, the 3 of them sat down in the main hall. Zhao Shi didn't beat around the bush. She explained her purpose directly and praised Hien's good qualities, how capable he was, how he cared for his family, and how he loved his wife. She also mentioned that Hien's family had an older mother and a younger sister. The older sister was married, and the youngest sister was getting married next year. She said that once married, she would take charge of the household. With Hien's skills and their shared efforts, they would surely live a happy and prosperous life. This statement shows a high level of skill. The Ver family situation has been clearly explained, and there is no negative comment about them. But as the saying goes, listen carefully. As long as you're not foolish, you can tell that everyone is praising Hien. Nothing about his mother or sister is mentioned at all. In the end, it's said that once married, she will take charge at home, and the young couple will work together happily, making their life prosperous. This is almost a clear hint to Yang Chental that the future mother-in-law and sister-in-law from her jia might not be very happy about the marriage, but Hien is hard to refuse. As long as she agrees with Hien and keeps him happy, and once married, she will be the head of the household. Their future will be good. She is truly a clever person.
Zhang Chuntao happily looked at Zhao Shi.
She didn't expect Hien to find such an interesting matchmaker. She confidently shared her own conditions without hiding anything. Zhao Shi grew to respect Zhang Chuntao even more. Despite her age, she was confident and poised, not shy when talking about marriage proposals. She didn't pretend to be shy or modest, which was very respectable. When she talked about her background, she showed no signs of feeling inferior or ashamed. It seemed like a normal thing. Just from this, Zhao Shi was sure that Ang Chuntal understood her words clearly. Even so, she remained calm and composed, without showing any panic. Her demeanor and character were impressive, nothing like a simple village girl. Zhao Shi, having traveled with her family to many places, had seen many types of women, from gentle beauties to noble young ladies. But she had never met someone like this girl from Dongjia. Zhao Shi couldn't help but feel amazed. Hien really got lucky such a good girl was meant for him. Most importantly, Hien was sharp and quick. It seemed they were truly a perfect match.
Hien sat quietly nearby, not speaking much, just watching Zhang Chuntao.
He felt very satisfied. All his fatigue and the anger he had held in all night seemed to fade away. The process was almost complete. Both sides had introduced themselves and shared their conditions, and no one was dissatisfied. Zhao Shi then brought out the marriage proposal gifts Hien had brought, including 2 big white geese. She also mentioned that Hien had gone up the mountain last night to set traps for hunting, to make the proposal gift more generous. At the end, he still smiled and made a few teasing remarks, clearly showing that Hien genuinely liked Yun. He then shifted the conversation to asking about Zhang Chuntao's birth date and time. Hearing this, Zhang Chuntao realized that Hien hadn't slept all night. Coupled with Zhao's words, she understood everything clearly. She smiled and said, "I guess we've all been hungry on this journey. The food is ready now, so let's eat first. We can talk after. There's no rush." Zhao also smiled and agreed, saying it was true. When Zhang Chuntao brought out the food, there was a pot of potato stew with chicken pieces. Because it had a little soy sauce, the chicken and potatoes looked glazed and shiny, oily, and tempting. On top, she sprinkled some chopped green onions, making it look very appetizing. There was a plate of spicy stir-fried chicken gizzards with bright green chili pieces and a few dried chili rings, giving off a sour and spicy smell that made Zhao salivate. Another dish was steamed eggplant with garlic paste, and there was also simmered pumpkin, golden and soft, with a sweet aroma. Finally, there was a small bowl of bok choy and egg soup. The bright green bok choy floated in clear broth, topped with golden egg flowers and a sprinkle of chopped green onions for flavor. These 4 dishes and the soup filled the table completely. Just looking at the colors and smelling the aromas, Zhao praised that, in the countryside, this would be considered a banquet. There were only 3 people. Zhang Chuntao cooked a pot of rice with some corn kernels mixed in. When served, the rice was white with bits of golden yellow, looking very appetizing. She invited everyone to sit down. As the host, Zhang Chuntao picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the chicken gizzards. Zhao and Hian followed suit. Zhao first ate a piece of chicken, which was tender and flavorful with the sauce. The potatoes were also well seasoned, soft and fragrant with chicken aroma. One bite made her want to eat more. At first, it didn't seem spicy, but as she ate, a slight heat built up, making her appetite grow. Even with sweat on her forehead from the spice, she didn't want to put down her chopsticks. The stir-fried chicken gizzards were spicier and a little sour. The chicken gizzards and intestines had no fishy smell. Zhao, who usually didn't like offal, tentatively took a bite and then, without caring about her image, grabbed 2 more servings. By the end of the meal, the spiciness grew stronger. The steamed garlic eggplant and simmered pumpkin helped balance the flavors, one clearing away the greasiness, the other easing the heat, just right. Forget about He Yan and Zhang Chuntao for a moment. Even Zhao only ate 2 big bowls and was so full she reluctantly put down her chopsticks. Her eyes couldn't help but glance around the table. Then she picked up a small bowl of bok choy and egg soup, slowly sipping it. The egg and bok choy soup was sweet and fresh, with tender eggs. At this point, the soup was just the right temperature. Taking a sip, the fiery feeling in her throat and stomach from the chili was very soothing. Zhang Chuntao saw that Hian was just quietly eating, looking very hungry. In the end, all 3 finished the 4 dishes. The remaining half bowl of soup was used by Hian to soak up the leftover rice from the pot, and they ate it all together. After finishing, Hian didn't wait for Zhang Chuntao to get up but naturally took the dishes to the kitchen to wash. If Xiao hadn't been there, Zhang Chuntao would have let Hian do as he pleased. But since there was an outsider, she had to be polite. Zhao gently pulled her aside and smiled, saying, "Today, you've worked hard preparing this table of delicious food. You've been busy all day. Hian wants to show off a bit, so let him. Opportunities like this don't come often." She added, "Let Hian do his thing. Meanwhile, the 2 of us can have a little chat." Hearing this, Zhang Chuntao happily invited Zhao into her room. When Zhao followed her inside, she saw that although the room wasn't big, it was very clean and tidy. There was a nearly new quilt on the heated bed, a wooden box at the corner, and a table with 2 chairs near the window, all wiped spotless. On the table, there was a bowl with half a bowl of clear water, holding a few white jasmine flowers, giving off a faint, fresh scent. The 2 sat down at the table. Zhao first praised how neat the room was, especially the jasmine flowers in the bowl, praising them repeatedly. Zhang Chuntao modestly replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just a little tidying up," and kept saying polite words. Then they got to the main topic. On the way here, Zhao had already decided to do Hian a favor and build a good relationship. She was determined to do her best. Seeing Zhang Chuntao in person, her initial slight dismissiveness after hearing rumors disappeared. Instead, she felt a sense of trust and openness. First, I will briefly explain the current population of the He family. The He family in Yangjia village consists of only 3 or 5 households. They are not from the same direct family line, but they are not close siblings either. Originally, Hian's great-grandfather was from another place. It seems there was an accident in his family, which caused him to settle in Yangjia village. He married a local girl and completely rooted himself there. Later, after Hian's grandfather was born, He went back to his hometown to visit relatives. When he returned, he brought two relatives with him who were said to be cousins from his great-grandfather's side. It is said that their hometown was suffering from a famine or some other hardship, making life difficult. They decided to come here to find a better life and earn a living. These two cousins were honest and hardworking. After settling in Yongjia village, they also married local girls and made their homes there. Hyeon's great-grandfather had only two children, Hyeon's grandfather and his aunt. His aunt married far away, leaving only Hyeon's grandfather. The descendants of the two cousins were stronger and had several children each. Over time, they divided their land and now have 4 or 5 households. Although they are not from the same direct family line as Hyeon, because the He family in Yongjia village is small, they have maintained good relations. They are all honest and kind people, so getting along with them in the future should not be difficult. As for Hyeon's grandfather, he had 2 sons, He Chiao and his eldest brother He Lin. Both sons are clever and talented in reading, having studied at private schools, and they are well-liked and valued by their teachers. Unfortunately, the He family was not wealthy, and they could only afford to educate one child. He Lin, being the eldest son, was decided to continue his studies after family discussions. He Chiao was to stay at home and help with chores to earn money. He Chiao was a very sensible boy. Seeing the family's difficulties, he agreed to this arrangement. He Lin also promised that, although the family was poor and only able to send one to school, he would learn and then teach his younger brother when he returned home. This way, both brothers could go to school with just 1 year's tuition. However, as He Lin's studies required more and more money and He Chiao grew older, he naturally had to help with farming and gathering mountain herbs. Sometimes he went hunting with mountain hunters, but he had little time left to learn from He Lin. Later, when He Lin went to school in town, he came back only once every month or 2 to save money, so he had no time to teach He Chiao. Occasionally, I have free time to teach a few words, but Grandma He from the He family called out to He Chiao, telling him not to delay He Lin's study time. Since then, He Chiao never looked at books again and became like the other young men in the village, just working quietly.